As he opened his eyes, Jihan hugged his pounding head. He shot up and realized he was lying on the sofa. He did not quite get what was happening. But after looking around, Jihan seemed to realize that he had somehow returned to South Korea in 2020. The country was still intact. And outside the apartment where Jihan lived, people bustled about, while children played joyfully. Jihan's emotions were truly indescribable. He had really been reborn 3 years in the past. He swiped his hand to open the status window for a check. At that moment, he was only level 2. A satisfied grin broke out on Jihan's face that he could not contain. This was truly his chance. If he used the knowledge from his past life wisely, he could completely change the future in this one. With that thought, Jihan felt a surge of determination. He did not know why he got a second chance. But if this was the case, he was going to protect everyone this time. Jihan remembered all too well that in 2020, South Korea was still very strong. They had once boasted one of the strongest players in the world, ranked 11th globally and hailed as the 3rd strongest overall. That man, known as the Sword King, was Jun Se-jin. Se-jin was a source of pride and a national treasure for South Korea. Thanks to his achievements as the strongest warrior, the country consistently held high ranks in the Asian tournaments. They could have even reached higher ranks. However, in July 2020, Jun Se-jin announced he was changing his name to Ida Ryuhei and immigrating as a Japanese citizen to join the Japan Self-Defense Forces. That event sent shockwaves across the nation. Jihan had returned on that fateful day. Just as the news aired, a live press conference from Se-jin sitting in front of the TV. Even after such a long time, Jihan felt a familiar irritation seeing that damn face. After Se-jin left the country, everything plunged into chaos. Many people were worried about South Korea's ranking in the tournaments, and their concerns were not unfounded. Jihan knew that soon. South Korea, once always in the top ranks of East Asia, would suffer a dramatic drop in rankings. But at that moment, the Koreans had no idea about the future like he did. Some experts even optimistically believed that the ranking would not change too much, since besides Jun Se-jin, there were still plenty of rising talents and stars. Jihan watched until then before turning off the TV, fully aware that his country would soon face destruction, while the experts remained lost in their comforting delusions. The truth was, no one of Jun Se-jin's caliber would appear again. Perhaps everything would have been different if South Korea had time to prepare. The experience of that initial invasion was brutally harsh. What started as just a game quickly escalated into a true survival war 2 years after the national crisis began. If you died in the game, you would also die in real life. Monsters began to appear in lower-tier countries, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. After the Sword King left, Korea predictably fell into a deep decline, and everything slowly began to fade away. Those who survived would often say that if the Sword King had stayed, things might have turned out differently. But Jun Se-jin is exactly that kind of player. And the heartbreaking truth is that he is actually Jihan's younger brother. Jihan stared at the family photo hanging on the wall, unable to hide his frustration. His fist clenched before he violently punched the photo of Se-jin, shattering the glass instantly. I am really curious how you could love this scumbag, he thought to himself. Would things have changed if you were still alive? The only woman in the photo is Jihan's older sister. But sadly, she is no longer with us. Setting aside the fact that Jun Se-jin betrayed their country, Jihan has another worry. While it is great that he returned at this moment, his stats are absolutely pathetic. Honestly, it is not surprising, since Jihan spent most of his pastime babysitting while gambling. Now, having been reborn, he feels foolish for not realizing how incredible his talent really was. Everyone becomes a player at 18. But only a select few receive the blessing known as talent. In other words, a natural gift. Back then, Jihan only received a low-tier talent rank, which he used to gamble, predicting the winners of every match. But at that time, Jihan had no idea that the true value of this skill would only be revealed once it awakened. Luckily, he has finally come to his senses now. However, these stats are truly terrible. Those attributes should belong to a level 1 player. Jihan can't even understand how he managed to reach level 2. Just as he wondered about this, he seemed to find the answer when he spotted a bottle of experience potion scattered on the table. It looks like he drank this while drunk and accidentally leveled up. What a lucky fool he is. But then, Jihan quickly realized something even stranger. He had a whopping 100,000 achievement points. Although this seemed pretty useless and not worth much, he could not figure out why he had so many achievement points, especially since he had not completed any achievements before going back. Jihan started to wonder if this was due to him turning back time, causing something to change, and could it be that only this thing changed? Thinking this, Jihan opened his item storage, and he was shocked to discover something called an achievement exchange voucher. It was described as a one-time benefit for the last surviving player when chosen to challenge again, meaning this item was just for him. This thing is even a rare find, and Jihan immediately used it. causing the system shop to open, and those achievement points he thought were useless and worthless now turned out to have many benefits. Like upgrading the shop for 20,000 points, increasing the status window for 10,000 points, or adding a slot before the job level for another 10,000 points. But that just made Jihan start to hesitate. Even though he does not have many options right now, Jihan is still unsure about what to choose. After some thought, he decides to upgrade his achievement shop and see what happens. And just like that, his achievement shop leveled up to level 2, and the inventory expanded too. But that still was not the result Jihan was hoping for, so he tried to upgrade it once more. At this point, the achievement shop reached level 3, and he could add his own unique flair. Jihan sighed, realizing that this upgrade did not seem very useful after all. He only had 50,000 achievement points left. If he continued to upgrade the shop to level 4, he would be down to just 10,000 points. It seemed that the higher he upgraded, the more expensive it got. Jihan was left with two choices. One was to buy the available items in the shop right now, or to leave it to fate and upgrade to level 4. But Jihan was a daring guy, so he went with the second option. After confidently spending another 40,000 points, his achievement shop leveled up to 4, and this time, Lady Luck was truly on his side as a feature named Emergency Recovery was added. It had the power to restore a broken item to its perfect state. This is why I can stop gambling. It is all about hitting the jackpot, he muttered. Then, Jihan confirmed his fingerprint and stepped into Jun Sejin's gaming room. He was quite surprised that the system still recognized him as a family member and granted him access to this room, even though its owner, the Sword King, was no longer here. Jihan happily sat down in the gaming chair and started connecting to battle. He was eager to test out that emergency recovery feature. The first item Jihan decided to restore was his very first lock, the paintbrush of Dongfang So, and a great item that had broken. After using the feature, that paintbrush truly returned to its original form. It transformed into an S-grade item, the brush of the renowned scholar Dongfang Su, and was also linked to the martial god. Next, Jihan received a new notification that the Gangnam Guild's orientation would soon begin. With only 10 seconds left on the countdown, this made Jihan even more anxious. He quickly opened the status window and used the paintbrush of Dongfang So. The reason why Jihan's character could climb to the top 7 in the world and was hailed as the martial sage was due to the combination of 3 stats: strength, agility, and health, creating a unique and rare stat. That stat was martial power, which granted him the strength of a martial artist. This paintbrush had been neglected due to its broken state, but thanks to the 2 words written with it, Jihan now had a new starting point for a completely different awakening. As the countdown hit 0, Jihan officially logged into the battle net tournament as a player from the Korean server. His mission this time was to survive. Task was just as the name suggested. He had to survive against monsters in the arena along with 100 other players. Once the number of players was reduced by half, the game would end immediately. Jihan appeared in the arena with the paintbrush in hand, wearing just a tank top. He looked much more exposed compared to the other players. But honestly, that did not matter much. He just wanted to see what would happen with his martial power. Jihan opened the window to the status update. When he saw the notification showing his strength, agility, and health had all been added together into combat power, he felt so ecstatic he could almost fly. He actually did it by achieving a unique milestone. Jihan also earned an extra 10,000 achievement points. At this moment, he finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief because he had regained his abilities. Right now, Jihan's combat power was only 5 points. Of course, this was just the beginning of his journey to successfully unlock the SS-ranked unnamed skill. But even this was enough for him to easily surpass the national competition. Then, Jihan received another notification from the battle net system. You have logged in without connecting to the combat link. If you do not use the link, you will suffer 100% of the damage in-game. Jihan sighed, recalling how this world could reduce pain with money. Back then, players could lessen the pain they received in-game by using the combat link. The one that Jun Sejin owned was so optimized that it could minimize up to 99% of the pain received. Now, his brother had switched citizenship, so Jihan would make the most of this. Just as he thought of this, another notification popped up. The system announced that the achievement window had opened, and Jihan received a limited-time quest. The quest was to achieve first place in the tutorial, with a reward of 1,000 achievement points. He had never seen a quest like this before, but that did not matter anymore, because for Jihan right now, this was as easy as pie. He had combat power after all. As the match started, Jihan was ambushed by another player. The guy targeted him, thinking he was just a clueless rookie. Who would have guessed that when the opponent swung his sword down, Jihan could effortlessly block it with just 2 fingers. Turning around, a sly smile appeared on Jihan's face. Thanks for coming over and serving your life on a silver platter. You know, the most refined pleasure in this game is not fighting monsters. It is hunting down those players. The guild is an organization that manages and supports players. While everyone was scrambling after the battle, Net consult. Nations began investing in player training, thanks to the competition among big-name companies. Many guilds, large and small, started popping up in Korea at one time. They trained strong players throughout the long early season. And the tournament where Jihan was standing was called the National Competition. Gangnam. It is the stage for guilds to showcase their skills. Back to the current situation. After the game officially began, the guy who had just ambushed Jihan started carefully observing the opponents. He felt a little shaky seeing the level of players in national competition. Gangnam was on another level. This young man was named Ju Hyu. Han is a member of the sub-guild managed by the Division Corporation. It is a well-known guild that boasts a ton of rising stars. And Ju, despite being just an average kid, managed to snag a spot in the sub-guild thanks to a level a gift box. While searching for a worthy opponent, he set his sights on Jihan. Most players around him were decked out to the teeth, exuding confidence. Meanwhile, he stood out in a plain white tank top, looking like a sore thumb. In fact, this getup made Ju Hyu think Jihan was just a newbie who accidentally got pulled into the fight. This gave him the confidence that Jihan would be an easy target for his first kill. But then, things unfold exactly as everyone has seen. The guy Ju Hyu thought was a total noob easily blocked his sword with just 2 fingers. Ju Hyu could not believe a rookie like him could keep up with his level of speed. Not to mention, Jihan was incredibly strong, demonstrated by how he tightly gripped Ju Hyu's sword, making it impossible for him to pull back. Just as Ju Hyu was exerting all his strength to retract his sword, Jihan suddenly let go, causing him to lose his balance and fall backward. Was that all the confidence he had? You came here to join the national gang with that kind of gift? Jihan scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Ju Hyu was seriously triggered by Jihan's words. To think that such a precious level a gift box was reduced to just a gimmick in Jihan's mouth, it felt like a slap in the face. Being looked down upon by a rookie infuriated Ju Hyu. He would not let Jihan mock him just because he managed to block one of his attacks, so he got back up, determined to unleash his fastest speed to take him down. Jihan also recognized that this guy was gearing up for a full-force attack. In reality, he could not underestimate the guy's speed. He just knew he could win. The two charged into an intense duel, with Ju Hyu going all out while Jihan skillfully dodged and weaved. He immediately felt the bizarre sensation of everything flipping back to the past. Suddenly being forced back to level 2 was overwhelming. Despite having extensive combat experience from his previous life, Jihan felt painfully slow compared to his opponent's current stats. However, thanks to his battle experience on countless stages, he could easily read Ju Hyu's predictable attack patterns by observing all of his movements. Jihan eventually found the right moment to counterattack, as Ju Hyu's sword was knocked away. He could not even believe what had just happened. While he was still dazed and stumbling backward, Jihan leaped up to catch the falling sword. Next, he used Ju Hyu's own sword to pierce through his torso. No way. Ju Hyu screamed, but he could not stop his body from collapsing. He was game over and starting to get kicked out before disappearing from the arena. Ju Hyu did not forget to leave a parting challenge, vowing that next time, he would definitely be the one to win. But Jihan knew that was not going to happen. After claiming his first kill, he instantly earned 100 achievement points. The sword in Jihan's hand vanished. This makes sense, since when a player is taken down, their weapon disappears too. It is a bit disappointing, but Jihan knows he has to keep pushing forward. He should aim for at least 5 kills to secure his rank. But at the same time, he realizes something: there is no one else fighting those monsters over there. In this arena specifically, and in the game in general, there are monsters alongside the players. However, taking down a monster only counts as 0 against a player's kill count. You need to kill 10 monsters for it to even count as 1 player kill. That is probably why most players tend to avoid them and target each other instead, especially those monsters that swarm like the goblins. But this hot potato that no one wants to handle ends up in Jihan's hands, because the system has given him a new quest to eliminate a horde of 30 goblins, with a reward of 500 achievement points. Although hunting monsters is not Jihan's main strategy, there is no way he is turning down that reward. Monsters are just monsters. They can compare to a real goblin he faced earlier. If that is the case, what is holding him back? Jihan immediately kicked it into high gear and charged at them. The goblins, seeing a human without any gear racing toward them, thought he was insane. They raised their weapons, ready to team up and take him down in an instant. But on Jihan's face was a confident smile, and his confidence was well-founded, because right after that, Jihan used his agility to snatch 2 weapons from the enemies. Then, he hurled the 2 axes in his hands and took down 2 goblins. Before they even realized what hit them, Jihan zipped through them with his godlike speed. Sticking to his old tactic, he disarmed them and struck back. With that, Jihan left this monster horde scrambling to react. It is not that he was super fast. It is that they were just too slow. The scariest thing about goblins is their overwhelming numbers and relentless attacks. But Jihan completely shattered their formation with just his speed. These goblins simply could not retaliate against him, the remaining goblins, seeing their comrades fall one by one to Jihan, were furious. Their rage drove them to surround him, hoping to overwhelm him with numbers. But of course, a seasoned warrior like Jihan would not give them the chance to execute their strategy. He struck left and right, moving at an astonishing pace. The more Jihan fought, the more he provoked the goblins' fury. But at the same time, the rush of dopamine made him even more bloodthirsty. Before long, only a few goblins were left standing. They wanted to ambush him, but they shouted so loudly it was like yelling in the bushes. Truly, these brainless monsters. Jihan quickly snapped the weapon of the goblin that tried to ambush him. Then he grabbed an axe and charged at the enemy. But before he could even strike, the axe's handle snapped in half. Jihan could not help but feel disappointed. These brainless creatures were really terrible with their weapons. All these weapons were way too weak and completely mismatched for their size. That human's weapon broke, and now it is time to take him out. The horde of zombies started going wild. Then from all directions, they charged at Jihan all at once. This stupid attack style from the zombies never changes. Jihan just wanted to wrap up this pointless fight quickly. He gathered his strength and stomped down hard, causing the ground to crack open into a massive pit. This was the true power of a martial saint, sending the entire horde of zombies flying. While they were being knocked back, the zombies had no chance to retaliate. Seizing the opportunity, Jihan leaped high, snatched a sword and an axe from the monsters, and took out 4 of them at once. His dizzying speed was so fast that they could barely see what was happening. Now only a few were left, countable on one hand. Victory was so close for Jihan. He continued his overwhelming assault, taking down 2 more zombies in the blink of an eye. Finally, only one monster remained standing. But after witnessing Jihan slaughtering its kin from start to finish, it could only mutter in horror. He is not human. He is the real monster. That was the last thing it ever said, because right after, Jihan sent it packing to the afterlife. After taking out the last zombie, he completed the mission to wipe out the horde and earned 500 achievement points. More importantly, Jihan leveled up to level 3, right in the middle of this game. This was strange because experience points were usually tallied at the end of the game. But whatever the reason, this was definitely a good thing. Jihan could use it to instantly boost his stats. Without thinking twice, he poured those points into his strength attribute. After all, this was the core factor that made him powerful. It was a unique stat combining strength, agility, and endurance. Even if Jihan had other stats at the same level, this one could at least double his capabilities compared to the others. Plus, there was another reason why strength was special for him. When he hit 30 points in strength, he would have a chance to successfully acquire an unnamed skill. Because in the previous round, Jihan realized just how powerful that skill was, so in this round, he had to get it as quickly as possible. However, strength was also a critical weak point for him because it was not a stat that could be easily increased. Even though Jihan allocated 1 free attribute point into strength, he did not hold out much hope that it would rise quickly. Yet this time, everything seemed to change again, as his strength stat jumped up by 6 points. This overwhelming stroke of luck left Jihan speechless for a few seconds. Usually, you would have to grind through battles and training to boost your combat stats. As for the attribute points, they only max out your physical abilities. But now, your power levels are soaring effortlessly, just like any other basic attribute. Jihan can't help but smirk, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. This is just fantastic. It seems like being reborn has brought him more benefits than he ever imagined. Jihan wonders what would happen if his combat power keeps skyrocketing like this, and just as he is soaking in that blissful feeling, he gets ambushed again. Although, it can't really be called an ambush since Jihan is in the arena. Anyone has the right to take a shot at him here. Just now, he was hit by an arrow, of course. Jihan is quick enough to dodge it with his sharp reflexes. And he has already got a glimpse of the archer behind that shot, the guy who dodged it. What a lucky bastard. There are 2 of them, and judging by their outfits, one's a ranger and the other's a warrior. A ranger and a warrior. What a perfect combo. They must be like Guy-Hu from before. Underestimating Jihan because of his shabby gear. Wrap it up quickly, because this match is about to end. Alright. Just like we agreed earlier. Whoever takes him down first gets the kill. Right. The 2 are whispering to each other, but Jihan hears every word. It is not surprising to see players teaming up like this. In fact, it happens pretty often. The survival map is meant for players to fight, but there are no rules against guilds working together. Jihan spots the emblem on the archer's shoulder, belonging to one of the top 10 guilds in Korea, known as the Alliance. Looks like these guys are not just lucky amateurs like Jihu was earlier. Plus, now they are a warrior teamed up with an archer. This mix of close combat and ranged attacks is seriously hard to shake off. With only 60 players left in the arena, It is clear the tutorial phase is wrapping up. No wonder these two are eager to take Jihan down. He is not keen on getting involved. Jihan starts to think that if he just focuses on dodging, he can survive this. But if the opponents are coming for him with such clear intent, maybe he should rethink that strategy. If you agree to have dinner with me, I will let you take his kill, the warrior says. Thanks, but I will pass. The female archer replies. Watching them flirt openly in front of Jihan shows they see him as nothing more than an easy target. That feeling is pretty annoying. Jihan checks the current scoreboard. He has got Jihan's kill, then took down a flock of 30 birds, totaling 4 points, just enough to put him on top. Following him is player Linga with 3 kills. And everyone else has just 1. A dangerous smile creeps onto Jihan's face. If those two clueless fools came looking for trouble, then both of them could use their lives to boost their rankings. Jihan watched as that female archer drew her bow. But before she could even load her arrow, she took a fatal hit. Jihan felt a rush of excitement, thinking how lucky his opponent was to be the perfect test subject for his 6 points of power. And he sent her packing in just a second. Now, besides that archer, another life had been claimed, bringing the total number of survivors in the arena down to 58. The warrior witnessed the whole scene, filled with both shock and fury. His entire body trembled, and his teeth ground together in rage. How dare you lay a hand on that girl? Jihan did not respond with words. Instead, he took action in the arena, while still worrying about flirting. Why not just go for it together? With that thought, Jihan quickly circled around his opponent to strike. His speed was noticeably faster, so he managed to land a hit on the warrior. However, since he was wearing exclusive grade B armor from the guild, that strike did not take him down but only left a deep gash on the back of his armor. Keep dreaming. You will never break through with those cheap weapons in your hands. He boasted. But what was the price of provoking Jihan? It was getting slashed by him dozens more times. Even if he could not finish him off in one go, Jihan could still make that armor slowly bleed out. No more flirting. Just grade B armor. Were you really just here for that? This is not how it is supposed to go, Jihan declared after shattering his opponent's armor from behind. I think you should endure a bit more pain. A scream echoed throughout the arena. Nothing changed, and Jihan sent that guy on his way. After this battle ended, many people outside the arena were rewatching the fight. Among them was Lei Hazion, the head of the Human Resources Department of the Subsection Guild. Next to her was Line Gazan, Hazion's bodyguard, who was also ranked second after Jihan. What a relief, as this person was not summoned at the same time as her. If that is the case, instead of achieving second place, she could have been eliminated. If faced with this guy, it is best to avoid fighting him. I wonder if that is a good idea or not, Hazion replied irritably. Hazion let out a faint laugh, then said to her, Oh come on, how could my Gazan possibly lose? Just go ahead and fight him head on. That is an order. We need to gather data, so just fight him. If you say so, then I will follow your orders, Gazan obediently replied. Even after Hazion stood up and left, Lin Gaizan continued to stare intently at the computer screen. She had this feeling that she would seen Jihan somewhere before. This cold-faced girl, Gaizan, was known for possessing the rank talent of the Subsection Guild, and was also a highly promising member. Her performance in the training match that day exceeded everyone's expectations. Gaizan had demonstrated that she possessed all the qualities to be in first place. But then the unexpected happened when Jihan made his debut with an impressive 6 kills. This not only shocked Gaizan but also left everyone else in disbelief. They could not understand how a young man, who seemed to come out of nowhere, and was just a second-year student, could suddenly snag the top rank. Moreover, you do not have any gear or connections with other guilds either. The 2 members of the guild that Jihan defeated seemed to be the ones who took the hardest hits. They were taken down by someone who started later than them, wearing nothing but a sleeveless shirt and sweatpants, almost empty-handed but somehow wielding 6 mind-boggling skills. This is definitely not something a level 2 player should be able to achieve. But who knows what kind of monster Jihan really is. After the match, Jihan returned to his sofa. As expected, he ranked first in the tutorial. The reward for coming in first was a 50% experience boost, which catapulted Jihan straight from level 3 to level 6. It seems that since he is a newbie, his level jumped like crazy, and he was pretty pleased with this kind of experience. After that, he added the 3 new attribute points he received to his strength stat. Now, his strength has increased from 9. Next, Jihan noticed the title he received for winning the Septuagint Gangnam tutorial, the ruler of the tutorial board. Equipping this title added 1 point to all stats, gave a 20% experience boost. And both of these effects only apply within Seor's drawing. Even though this is just a common title, it is still pretty solid. Jihan tried equipping it, and the system did not let him down. His strength immediately shot up to 10 points. With this stat, clearing the entire Skazing will be as easy as pie for him. For now, he just needs to focus on training harder to get even stronger. However, When checking his info panel, Jihan noticed something else. The job category he currently had was ready for selection. Choosing a job is a crucial moment for a new player to pick their own career path. There are 4 different options: warrior, defender, mage, and support. Jihan's choice is to become a warrior. Having been through this once, choosing that role again should be much easier this time. Plus, he has the achievement shop available after resetting the Severem Demer. With this safety net, even if Jihan decides to choose a different career this time, he can add the warrior class later for just 10,000 achievement points. This is honestly an offer that is too good to pass up. Jihan felt there was no reason to choose the warrior class first anymore. He wanted to try something different. And that is when Jihan made an unexpected choice. After the first tutorial, the Chetranggang area of Gangnam continued with the next mission: defending and protecting the Crystal Keeper on the tower against waves of attacks from the Thema at the foot of the tower. The battle will end if players can hold at least 5 towers. Gazan was the first to appear in the mission as a skilled warrior from the Division Guild. She stood atop the tall tower, looking down, and could not help but frown. Even though this is just a game world, those Thema really look too realistic. After Gazan, 2 other players quickly appeared. One was a defender, and the other was a mage. That guy with the title Guardian belongs to the Lock Guild, and looks pretty solid. And the other one, that flashy mage, has not allied with any guild yet, but his gear is absolutely insane. With teammates like these, Gazan feels pretty good. But the most crucial element on this map is, of course, the support. I say this because the Guardian's role is all about weighing which side can endure longer. That is why the skills of the support member are the lifeline of the mission. Just as Gazan thinks this, a brilliant beam of light descends from the sky. The last support she was hoping for has finally arrived. But what surprises Gazan is that this support is none other than Jihan. This time, he is not wearing a tank top, but his gear is still jaw-droppingly impressive. Wait, is this the Guardian mission? Jihan innocently asks, seemingly clueless. Flashback 20 minutes earlier. His decision was to choose the support role. Even though the system warned that this role was not suited for him, Jihan stood firm in his choice. The reason he picked support was simple. No matter how many times the system warned him, he just wanted to dive into it. But the more something seems unsuitable, the more tempting it becomes. Choosing support meant unlocking the Holy Power stat, a crucial element if he wanted to access a new special stat. However, that stat is incredibly hard to increase. And even through practice, it is not as easy to boost as others. So aside from donating his remaining points, he had no other options. But Jihan had once achieved the title of Unknown Success, and was in the process of squeezing every bit of attribute and combat points to unlock it. So he could not waste those unused points like that. Jihan also knew of another method, a high reward strategy that nobody else knew about but him. When Jihan showed up, his 3 teammates were completely stunned. The leader of the guide with 6 kills chose to be a support instead of a top warrior. The flashy mage was the first to cover his face and exclaim, "Oh my god, I am about to lose it. This is exactly why I did not want to go to the guide season. Haha, look at the gear on him. Seriously, are you telling me he is a beggar? You think I spent all this money on this shabby gear, just to carry someone useless like you?" The opponent kept hurling insults at Jihan, but he did not react at all. After all, he had been insulted by Americans so much in his past life that he was used to it. "You are getting a bit too heated. Calm down a little." "Alright." The archer in the group tried to mediate, but the mage was only getting angrier. "Get your hands off me. You still dare to talk to me like that after seeing the pitiful state of that support guy? It is traumatic. I am out of this one. You guys figured out yourselves." Gazan could not help but chime in due to the commotion caused by the hot-headed mage. She never expected to be teamed up with a game troll like Jihan. This mission just got a lot harder, but just when Gazan was brainstorming a solution, he suddenly heard the whining of that wizard. "Wait, I said let Gazan go." Turns out, Jihan had him by the collar, lifting him off the ground, and without a word, he tossed this chatty guy right out of the tower. Wizards are notoriously fragile, and that guy just got thrown into a horde of undead. We all know how that ended. The other 2 watching gasped in shock, but Jihan showed no signs of regret for his impulsive action. What is the problem? Didn't he just say that, if you do not like it, just quit? I am doing just fine without you. Thank you very much. The desperate cries echoed as Jihan stayed cool. Reaching out, saying, "Dante." The man bowed his head, pleading desperately, "I will try my best." Ji Hyuk was sweating, realizing that was enough of a wake-up call. Recounting the whole incident, the man begging for forgiveness was Kim Ji Hyuk. There had to be a reason this troublesome wizard suddenly changed his tune. Players have 3 lives in the National Defense Game Tournament. He respawned right after Jihan killed him the first time. He remembered standing on that high wall, saying, "Oh right, I can respond." Then he got killed again, and now he only had one life left. If he died once more. Jihan's face was as cold as ice, showing no emotion. He asked, "What now?" Jiuhyuk kept bowing his head and swore, "From now on, I will work hard." And Jihan knew he would be ranking last. But Jiuhyuk gritted his teeth, telling himself he absolutely could not come in last. If he ended up last, he would be penalized with a level drop, and the skills he paid for would be gone. If a player's level did not match the skill requirements, those skills would be automatically deleted. Jihan caught on to Jiuhyuk's thoughts and exposed him. "You are quick to change your tune," Jihan mocked. "Why do not you try attacking like you did last time?" You, furious, jumped up, flailing his arms. "Don't you dare come near me." "You idiot," Jihan teased again. "Aren't you great at fire magic or something?" That comment made Jiuhyuk freeze. He suddenly remembered, grinning with joy. "Oh right. Fire magic." Jiuhyuk confidently declared that fire wizards are really effective against a whole army. He bragged. "That is, plus, I am level 15. Jiuhyuk's voice rang out. "Challenging. I bet you do not want to lose someone as talented as me." Gazan, watching from behind, thought to herself, "They might look alike, but this really is Kim Jiuhyuk." Meanwhile, he used to be part of one of the top 10 guilds and was highly respected by everyone, but Jiuhyuk had failed 4 times in the silver rank promotion tournament. Remembering how confidently he declared, "I am done with this," then went around picking fights everywhere. Back to the present, Gazan, feeling discouraged, thinks to himself that Jihan is definitely a loser, while Jihan remains completely unfazed. Just as everyone else seems stunned into silence, Jiuhyuk suddenly chimes in. "But I have one condition." He confidently points a finger at Jihan, demanding, "You need to apologize for killing me, and then I will join your team." Kim Bum, overhearing this from behind, chimes in, "That is great. Why do not we work together?" Jiuhyuk's eyes blaze with anger and intense hatred as he silently curses. "That bastard. I am sure of it." Lost in thought, he suddenly feels Jihan's hand gripping his collar tightly. This scene leaves him in shock. Not understanding what is happening, Jihan coldly scoffs. "What is this? You are telling me to apologize." Jiuhyuk still looks confused, his face a blank stare like a stunned duck, but just a few seconds later, his entire body starts shaking violently, causing Jiuhyuk to jump in surprise. "Wait!" Jihan does not hold back, launching him from the ground straight into the sky, saying, "If I say that, people will think I am the one starting this fight." With that, Jihan readies his weapon, gearing up for battle. Jiuhyuk can do nothing but plummet from the high floor, his voice screaming in desperation. Just moments later, the system announces, the mage Kim Jiuhyuk has died. Gazan watches this scene in shock, while Jihan remains completely expressionless, urging her, "Jihan, next time that bastard should get a clue." This event leaves Kim Bum behind him stunned, realizing they have killed him. Below the tower, dozens of undead creatures are still desperately climbing to the top. But then, with just one command to fire, they are taken out in waves amidst a blinding flash of light. The group stares at the results in awe. Indeed, a mage of the fire element. That fire really does the trick. We are no longer at the bottom of the rankings. Should we grab some roasted sweet potatoes or something? Kim Bum also chimes in. That is why we need a mage here. What do we do next? He scolds. Everything would be gone well if we had Jiuhyuk's support. But you killed him. And now we are about to lose because of your stupid ego. Jihan barely cares, calmly opening his status window to check the limited mission, claiming the top spot in 10 towers for a reward of 1,000 achievement points. Then, the system chimes in with a new announcement. There is a linked mission, and this catches Jihan by surprise. A linked mission. The mission details read, Origin of Light. Kill 1,000 undead yourself for a reward of 3,000 achievement points. After reading that, he can't help but mutter to himself. Kill 1,000 by myself. At this point, that is practically an impossible task. Jihan strokes his chin, contemplating. But I do not want to lose out on those 3,000 points. In the distance, Gazan is still quietly observing his every move. Lim Gazan has assessed Jihan for a while now and concludes he is definitely the worst choice. Gazan turns away, not bothering to look anymore, thinking, always doing things his way, and his class is just a support. Even a rookie gamer should not treat teammates like that. She assessed the situation herself, saying there was no reason for the guild to make such a fuss about bringing him in. Meanwhile, Kim Bum stubbornly kept asking, "Wait, answer me. Are you just going to ignore me? If you keep acting like this, then handle it on your own." Jihan was taken aback and asked, "Am I really allowed to do that?" She was surprised, while Kim Bum looked stunned too, thinking, "Wait, Are you seriously considering completing the mission by taking out those extras all by yourself? Gazin stepped forward, ready to draw her weapon. Taking charge of the mission. I will go first. You cover me from behind. Gazin comforted herself, even if the outcome was obvious. She needed to fulfill her role as a player. Jihan did not hesitate at all, replying, "All right." The answer caught Gazin off guard. She could not quite process it at that moment. Jihan added, "If I say I will do it, I will make it happen. I am clearing the path," he reminded her. "So make sure to protect him." "Okay." A light reminder that jolted Kim Bum, who scoffed. "Wait, what?" While the three of them were having a casual chat, a hand from an uninvited guest reached the edge of the building. A terrifying, blood-red golem appeared, and Kim Bum panicked, exclaiming, "It is a blood zombie." He warned, "This is not your average zombie. Its head's made of liquid, so physical attacks won't take it down." Without waiting for anyone to say anything, the blood zombie lunged at the group. Jihan assessed the opponent, thinking, "This is going to be tough." Calm and collected, he used his lightning speed to charge at the blood zombie, piercing it into 100 pieces. Blood spraying everywhere. Gazin and Kim Bum were left in shock at the sight. Gazin quickly realized, that is the holy white fire. Divine power. In that moment, Jihan, with a cold, determined gaze, gripped his weapon tightly, preparing to attack the swarm of blood zombies. They were numerous and grotesque, charging relentlessly, each powerful. Decisive strike left them unable to counter even once. He smashed his weapon hard against the cheek of a blood zombie, causing its face to contort in pain. Not stopping there, another one charged in, its eyes blazing with fury, mouth wide open, ready to devour a human. But Jihan only needed one strike with his weapon to bring it down quickly. Once done, he sheathed his sword and spoke, "I did not know if I could pull it off." Jihan moved towards the edge of the building, where other blood zombies were actively climbing up. He told himself, "But hey, just give it a shot." Then, along with the monsters climbing up non-stop, the system chimed in with a notification. 1,000 zombies. You have eliminated 6 out of 1,000 zombies. Jihan continued fighting without rest, his eyes sharp and resolute as he overwhelmed each terrifying monster. One after another, notifications rang out continuously. You have eliminated 12 out of 1,000 undead. Just as he killed the next one, another notification popped up. You have eliminated 13 out of 1,000 zombies. After a flurry of slashes, the zombie elimination count reached 19 out of 1,000. The massacre continued. The linked number mission has wiped out 26 out of 1,000. Jihan noted that these blood zombies were no joke when it came to physical attacks. You see, when I spot them, I just unleash a small burst of holy power and take them all out. Right after that, Jihan continues to unleash his deadly skills on the undead. On the other side, Gajin and Kim Boon were just frozen in place. Watching Jihan fight, Gajin could not help but exclaim, "This support is unbeatable," he continued excitedly. "Even though he is a bit of a klutz, I have to admit, he is really good." "Well done. Fantastic." Gajin was utterly confused about what he was witnessing. She thought to herself, he is effortlessly controlling the holy power while fighting without wasting any. This level of control is just insane. Gajin's eyes widened in shock. And more importantly, this guy. She kept watching Jihan slay the undead, noting that from the very start, he was always aiming for their heads with pinpoint accuracy. With his clean white shoes, Jihan dispatched the gruesome blood zombies one by one. The system announced that the linked number mission had eliminated 211,000, and he had qualified. He stood there, receiving the system notification, fully grasping the faith in the other world. His holy power had increased from 6 to 7. Upon hearing the notification, Jihan smiled with satisfaction. Realizing he had found another way to boost his holy power, he looked up at the sky and exclaimed, "Awesome." Jihan realized that it was really effective. Sacred items. They are divine artifacts. Back in 2010, when the Earth Guide class first started, they were sold at a very high price, and it was rumored that all items contained secrets. After 10 years, no one found any secrets, and their value plummeted instantly. Especially for sacred items from the other world. They were worth nothing. Many people did not even know they existed. However, the top-ranking Saintess Sophia from the US said, "I enhance my holy power with sacred items from the other world." Jihan, upon hearing this, was a bit taken aback and asked, "Zika, at the top branch, Sophia explained that you can enhance your holy power with sacred items from the other world, but after you complete the guide class, it won't be effective anymore." Jihan heard this and found it hard to believe. Asking again, "Is it really possible?" She confirmed, "Of course. That is how I became a saintess." Sophia elaborated, "If you hold sacred items from the other world for an extended period and pray, you can gain holy power. But each item has slightly different requirements." Jihan was surprised and scratched his head, exclaiming, I can't believe nobody knows about such an easy method. Sophia replied. It is tough. Even if they have heard rumors about it. These sacred items are offered in very limited quantities. And good luck finding them. Jihan silently agreed. Thinking, that is true. And it is only effective during the training course. I wonder, with so many, how could she have exclusive access to sacred items? Sophia thought for a moment and replied. It is not entirely like that. High-quality information is not something everyone knows about, and another player is also aware of this info. She recounted that someone has been continuously buying items from another world. Jihan reminisced about the past, remembering when he returned to the apartment powered by the electric sword. In the dark room, items were piled up, making him wonder what they were. He realized that all of them were artifacts from another world, and all their powers had been drained, leaving them completely empty now. Artifacts from another world. The Holy Grail Nullifier, the Cross Nullifier, the Pendant Nullifier. Jihan stood there staring at them, questioning if this was really the case. The identity of the player who collected artifacts from another world, a female player, he knew well. It was none other than his sister, Swangjia, who had partnered with Jun Sejin. His sister was the strongest supporter in Korea, known in legends as the hero. Although the tale of her death happened in the past, the artifacts she left behind lingered on. Jihan put on a coat, his face slightly melancholic as he remembered his sister. He looked over and found the steel staff that was the artifact she had left behind. The rank steel staff, an artifact from another world. Clerics in that world bolstered their faith by striking this staff on the heads of their cult members. Jihan held it, based on the item's description. In the present, he shattered the skulls of the zombies. The item rank was dropping, and Jihan thought to himself that there could not be much holy power left to absorb, but it was still a solid weapon for smashing these things. Both teammates were thoroughly amazed. At this moment, Gazan was still dumbfounded watching Jihan fight, silently impressed by his incredible physical strength. But is not the keyboard control level even more unbelievable? Meanwhile, Kim Boon, standing next to Gazan, was less contemplative, continuously exclaiming in awe. His eyes sparkled as if he had encountered divine intervention, saying to Gazan, "There is a tall red tower over there. It is a high-level one. Top 5. He kept rambling on, completely unaware that behind him, a bloodthirsty zombie was wide-mouthed and ready to bite. Gazan thought it would be a good idea to help them out. Without hesitation, she drew her sword to fight. She swung decisively, her body and stance incredibly agile and practiced. Gazan's actions caught Jihan's attention. He turned to observe. Jihan could not help but wonder what was up with that guy. She looked so familiar. He vaguely guessed it was the flower sword. Lim Gazan. Right. Jihan fought the monsters while thinking. She had once been famous as a temporary sword queen, but it did not end well for her. He recalled that she had died at the hands of Jun Sejin. No. Right. Hi. Somehow, he was saving the flower sword again. Austin thought. Gazan announced. Support. If we fight together, I think we can reach a higher level. Jihan's face was cold and emotionless as he silently opened his status window. Then, Jihan checked his ranking. 5th place with 398 kills. The linked mission to eliminate zombies showed 397 out of 1,000. Meaning there were still quite a few left. The system announces. There is only 1 hour, 28 minutes, and 67 seconds left. Jihan realizes they are running out of time. If it were the flower sword, she could handle it without him right now. Kim Bum is still being obnoxious, bragging like a bull in a china shop, claiming they are the best team out there. Jihan reluctantly agrees to the proposal for a 3-person squad to fight together officially. He ponders, letting everything unfold, then directly steps away from his initial spot. After that, Jihan tears off towards another place, telling Gazan to handle things here. Both she and Kim Bum are left dumbfounded, staring after Jihan's retreating figure. Meanwhile, he is letting himself free fall from the tall castle down to the ground. The spear in his hand glows as if infused with power, and Jihan's eyes reflect a fierce determination. He silently vows to himself. He is going to take everything down and blow it all to pieces. At that moment, up on the castle, Kim Bum still has that dumbfounded look on his face. He exclaims in awe, "Oh my, we are at the top." The system reminds them, "You are the last survivors. You have completed the limited mission, standing at the top of the 10 towers." Jihan sighed, thinking, just as he predicted, he wonders if this is getting a bit too much. The mission requires him to kill 1,000 specters, and he is only at 560 out of 1,000. Soon after, with the game-ending announcement, a teleportation circle appears beneath his feet. Kim Bum sees Jihan reappearing at the tower's peak and immediately expresses his gratitude. "Thanks for the support, man. You played like an absolute champ." Jihan, on the other hand, does not care about him at all. He thinks to himself that once he is a bit stronger, he will give it another shot. Meanwhile, Kim Bum keeps babbling endlessly, thanking him for carrying the load, calling him number 1, the peak of the job. Jihan worries if another mission like this will pop up again. while that useless Kim Bum keeps showering him with praise. I always believed in you, he says enthusiastically. Let us team up again next time. Gazin is standing alone, her emotions in turmoil, her mind racing with thoughts. No way. Could a solo player really pull this off alone? Gazin looks at the pile of bizarre corpses, questioning everything. And to top it off, he is a lower tier support than her. Is this a game glitch? She turns to Jihan just as Kim Bum tells them, well, I'm heading out now. The system then announces an allied player is departing. Jihan, still covered in dirt, thinks it is time to claim his reward. But just as he is about to leave, Gazin suddenly calls out, "Wait." Jihan. He looks over at her and thinks of a name. The Flower Sword. Jihan questions, do you know me? He reflects. At this point, they really should not have met each other yet. Gazin reminds herself she needs to talk to him. She scans Jihan from head to toe, then concludes, based on the potential and achievements he has shown in the recent battles, they need this guy in the Division Guild. I's a member of the Division Guild. So I am here to recruit you. She takes the initiative and asks, please give me your number. Then, Gazin fell silent, leaving an awkward stillness in the air. It was as if he just realized what he had said, and his face went blank. Jihan asked, wait, what did you just say? At this moment, she began to feel flustered and stumbled over her words, trying to explain. What I meant was, I realize this process is not quite right. Have I explained everything? This was the first time she had asked for his number, and it felt so out of line. Asking for someone's number on the first meet, so old-fashioned. Gazin hesitated to introduce himself, saying, I am a member of the guild division. While Jihan looked at him with a concerned expression, she hinted that it would be convenient for work. But before Gazin could finish, Jihan directly replied, He explained, honestly, I really can't remember my number right now. Gazin was left speechless, wondering, what did he just say? Jihan then scrolled through the system and added, if we get the chance to meet again, I will give you my number then. For now, goodbye. With that, Jihan quickly logged out, vanishing right before Gazin's eyes. System then announced that an allied player had logged out. Gazin stood there, puzzled, asking herself why he could not remember his own number. She sighed, reflecting on the strange experiences she had just witnessed. Gazin wondered, did I just get rejected? The scene shifted to Jihan the next morning as he wandered the streets. He recalled, thinking, I have been using my American number for so long. What is my Korean number again? He felt helpless, thinking, how can I even ask someone what my own number is? Jihan's face was cold, showing no emotion, and he pondered, did I just get a chapter update? Jihan looked up at the billboard showcasing chapter updates and muttered, looks like I am standing out a bit too much. He reminded himself, actually, I could ask for her number too, but right now, I am not planning to join any guild. Then, he opened his status window, reminding himself that the most important thing right now was the rewards. Jihan. Level 8. Link info. Gangnam Area 1. Strength 10. Mana 6. Holy Power 7. Support class. F rank Traveler's Eye ability. He could see the information of other players, aiming to dominate the guide. G1500. He needed to calculate carefully to see that he had leveled up twice and earned 1500 GP. Jihan thought to himself, considering that his holy power had also increased, so that was not too bad. The gift shop displayed a list of items. E-rank holy artifacts from another world. Hammer 3000. Rake 3000. Work gloves 3000 AP. Jihan felt a headache coming on. 1500 GP could not even buy a single artifact. He recalled that in 2020, things were generally cheaper, yet prices were still this high. Jihan reminded himself that he should head home and rummage through his sister's stash a bit more. Inside the building, the elevator doors were slowly closing, displaying the 67th floor. Jihan placed his finger on the fingerprint lock of his room. Then he opened the door and stepped slowly into the house. As soon as he entered, something caught Jihan's eye, making him pause. He froze, his eyes wide with shock and surprise. A beautiful pair of women's shoes was neatly placed outside the entrance of his room. Jihan picked up his bag, feeling a mix of confusion and suspicion. You were so stunned that you dropped the bag you were holding. Jihan knew that everyone has moments they regret for a lifetime. In his past life, he had so many regrets. Jihan wondered, could it be that his own hands were trembling? Wanting to open that door, Jihan knew that the thing he regretted the most was the fact that he could not protect that person. The woman's hair brushed gently past Jihan's face, leaving him momentarily speechless. The woman's voice rang out, clear and sweet. It is surprising, is not? You are up and about at this hour. She was worried and asked, are you still feeling anxious? Jihan had promised himself that if he ever saw her again, he would have so much to say, remembering old memories. The woman approached Jihan to comfort him, saying it won't be long now. He was then falling deep into the abyss of his emotions, feeling reckless. Jihan blurted out, "Sia, you are really strong," she affirmed with sad eyes. "That is right. I am very strong." Sia gently reached out to take the bottle from his hand and comforted him. "So from now on, I will protect you." Jihan was incredibly grateful, saying thank you for protecting me, and when those words echoed, "Just trust me." "Okay." Jihan was crushed, feeling utterly broken as he had to accept that he was sorry for not being able to protect her in the scene of devastation, where Jihan was completely overwhelmed by the immense pain of holding Sia's cold, wounded body. He cried out, realizing it sounded utterly shameless, but he truly missed her. Before his eyes was the image of little Sia, innocently smiling, reminding him, "Why are not you answering? Hurry and wash your face." She smiled brightly, her clear voice calling out, "Uncle." In the empty, cold room, two people, as if returned from the dead, could once again see each other, feeling each other's warmth and presence. Jihan then painfully called out a name with all the tenderness and respect, as if it were so fragile it could shatter in an instant. Sia was in the living room now. Standing before Jihan was Junsia. This year she is 18 years old, the daughter of Junsi Jin and Jihan's sister, making her his niece. Jihan asked, "So your group activity in Jeju is over?" Sia shyly nodded, responding, "I was the only one who finished it early, since she was born while Jihan's sister was working hard to support both of them. He had taken care of Sia since she was very little." She said everyone was going crazy because of Dad. On the TV screen, breaking news flashed. The King of the Sword, Juns, has joined the new defense forces. Will the future of the Korean season be safe like this for Jihan, who lost his family at a young age? Sia was more important than anything, because she was his family. Right now, she was shyly announcing, "It is just you and me at home now." Jihan then remembered that jerk Jun. Sia did not hear him clearly. She asked back, but Jihan explained, "It is nothing. Has your dad been in touch with you?" After hearing that question, her attitude changed. Sia recounted, "Well, I tried to reach him earlier but did not." Sia continued. Jihan anxiously asked, "But what?" She hesitated, saying that he had fallen for someone, recalling that moment when that man flatly told her, "Anyone will do. You just need to know that much." Sia, hearing this, anxiously asked, "What did Dad mean by that, Dad? Suddenly you say you have fallen for someone. What does that even mean? Are you losing it?" The voice on the other end replied, "I do not expect you to understand." She shouted over the phone, "So what am I supposed to do now? Are you really going to just throw me away and leave like this?" He flatly replied, "Exactly." Jin had no hesitation in stating that this was the condition that girl set to accept my feelings. Sia felt her body freeze, pain lacing her voice as she asked, "Dad, are you saying I have to accept that ridiculous condition?" He had completely disregarded his own daughter and responded coldly, "I am just saying." After hearing the whole story, Jihan was instantly filled with a boiling rage. "That jerk down there." Sia looked at his face, slightly taken aback, while Jihan helplessly sighed, thinking to himself, "No way. You always play the good guy act. That ungrateful, irresponsible jerk. Abandoning his daughter and betraying the country just for some girl." Jihan stood there, fists clenched, boiling with anger, while Sia remained innocent. Just when she was drowning in a whirlpool of resentment, she suddenly questioned, "Oh my, the family photo here was broken by you, right?" Jihan was jolted awake. "Oh no," he awkwardly explained. "Sorry, Sia, I got too angry and lost control for a moment." Jihan chided himself. "Maybe I overdid it. After all, that guy is still Sia's father." But her next statement left Jihan completely at a loss for words. "Why did you break it in the first place?" She innocently raised her fist and said, "I want to do that too." Sia, naive as ever, was the one comforting him. "Do not worry about it." Really? He realized. That is right. This is the real Sia. If her mother or Jihan's sister died, even if Sia's dad or Jin betrayed and left, that girl would still wear a bright and cheerful smile. Sia cared more about Jihan than herself, but he looked at her now and silently vowed, "Do not be like that anymore." His face softened. Jihan gently reached out, softly ruffling the little girl's hair. Then, Jihan gently pulled her into his embrace and whispered, "Sia, you have grown up. You even know how to take care of your uncle now." Sia, bewildered, could only respond, "It is," and Jihan silently promised himself, from now on, he would protect this little girl. Jihan gently reminded her, "Do not overdo it." Sia, after hearing his initial words, was a bit surprised, but then she softly closed her eyes, feeling the warmth radiating from his affection. She replied, "Yep. Thank you, Uncle." Then, Sia spoke up to start a conversation. "But, Uncle, Jihan curiously asked. What is it? Sia straightened up and whispered. You smell too sweet. The scene shifts to the early morning in the bustling city of Seoul. Nina? At the syndicate. Gaijin was still in a gloomy mood from yesterday's battle. Gaijin also heard that story, noticing her trying to suppress a smile. So he spoke up. You can laugh freely. You know, miss. Gaijin could not hold back any longer, and Junjai replied. Gaijin coldly said. Just keep laughing. As if she was waiting for this moment. Gaijin suddenly burst into loud laughter in the hallway, catching the attention of passersby who paused to stare. She forced herself to say, I am really sorry. Gaijin. I mean it. Even though Gaijin said that, she still seemed a bit bored. Gaijin laughed so hard that tears streamed down her face, exclaiming, that guy is truly a funny one. Lim Gaijin, feeling a bit low, asked what his number was and got turned down like, what is up with that? The weirdest part is, I can't even remember my own number anymore. Gaijin felt extremely down about this. Sharing. I can't do anything. People say that when someone first appears in front of the opposite sex, they get judged by their looks. I am not as pretty as you, miss. I look more like a boy. Hazion turned around immediately to look at Gaijin after hearing this. She frowned, thinking there is one problem. Does she even realize how famous she is? A random guy passing by overheard this and started spreading the word, saying Gaijin is a real heartthrob. Should I ask her out? Someone reminded him. She will slice you up like a melon if you do. Hazion then walked ahead of Gaijin and casually warned, if you go out and talk like that, you will get chewed out. The scene shifted to the lobby area of the building. Gan sighed and asked Hazion, this is the only place where I feel the most relaxed. What are you planning to do about recruiting Jihan's car? She calmly blew on her tea to cool it and said, what do you mean? What am I going to do? No matter what, I need to recruit him. That crazy old man said I have to do it. I am feeling a lot of pressure about it. Gaijin suggested. I think Jihan's car is a talent we should definitely recruit. Hazion did not respond to this suggestion. She calmly sipped her tea while something made a noise on the table. Hazion's phone lit up, showing information about predictions for the winner on the battlefield. She immediately focused on the system board and wondered, what is this? Why is this guy suddenly broadcasting? There must be a big match today. Gaijin smirked and said, miss, are you still watching this kind of silly broadcast? Hazion replied a bit annoyed. Silly. This is just a strategic analysis broadcast. After hearing that, Gan suddenly felt a tickle of realization. Simple. Then she pointed at the system board and asked, miss, what is that? Hazion also paused and looked closely, then recognized a name. Jihan's car. On screen. He was adjusting the filming equipment and asked, is car ready yet? Instantly, the viewers were taken aback, saying, wait, is this the winner's broadcast today? It has been a while since we have seen Jihan on screen. Today he looks so good. Does this guy even read the title of the broadcast? Then, a silly voice of hers came through the screen. Okay, uncle. The phone side is good too. Gaijin, watching the stream, was surprised and asked back, is this the broadcast you are watching to guess the winner afterward? Hazion, lost in thought, muttered, it does not matter anymore. Jihan's car. This guy. The screen displayed a text. I am the brother-in-law of the Sword King. Hazion interrupted sharply. He said he is the brother-in-law of the Sword King. Just hearing the name is enough to make everyone glued to the screen, gasping in shock. Seriously, look at that sword wave statue. It feels like he is in the sword electricity zone. You know about the sword wave statue? The comments are flowing in like crazy. With every emotion from negativity to positivity, this is the rooftop of the sword electricity realm. If you are not family with Junsi Jin, you can't come in. How dare you casually call him the name of the Sword King? You should be calling him the traitorous scum instead. Meanwhile, Jihan stands in front of the camera and requests, sit up. Can you step back a bit? She obediently replies, sure. The people in the comments are still firing off their opinions nonstop. Sit up. The daughter of the Sword King. If Junsi Jin is a traitor, could his daughter be one too? The Sword King is not a traitor. He was just deceiving the Japanese to bring benefits to our country. The comments suddenly turn into a battlefield as people start asking each other questions. When Jihan begins practicing his magic. Whoa, wait a minute. What is he doing? His power looks incredible. Does he practice regularly? Hold up. No way. Jihan subtly presses down on his feet, then stumps hard on the ground, creating huge puddles. From the center, Jihan. The puddles on the ground grow larger, forming a circle around him like a formation, channeling power to the twin swords mounted on the tall wall. Gaijin and everyone else are left utterly stunned by this scene, and viewers start commenting in awe. That insane shrine, the turning point for South Korea. The proud twin sword statue recognized worldwide. Along with the puddles on the rooftop, a comment pops up. Your twin sword statue is getting wrecked. At this moment, the area around Jihan becomes a chaotic wasteland. The ground shattered. Yet the twin swords on the wall remain defiantly standing. Jihan then decisively raises his hand, charging toward the twin swords, ready to attack. Viewers are instantly shocked and flood the comments. Stop. I am warning you. Wait. Goodbye. You traitorous scum. Do not do it. But Jihan ignores those comments completely. He does not care how people perceive his actions. The view count skyrockets. And the comments are buzzing. Look at that view count rise. Who leaked this? How dare you mess with the Sword King? That jerk. Are not you scared of the Sword King's family? You still support the traitor. Ah. What a clown. Oh my. See Jin. Your family is falling apart. The Sword King will be furious at this kind of talk. You guys are bold. Is she really Jun's sister-in-law? What a crazy situation. Speak in English already. The system then announces that a feat has been achieved. Jihan's outfit has torn at the shoulder from the intense shock. And he sighs in relief. Feeling lighter now. His fist clenches, gathering strength as he recalls his plan. Next up, he has achieved a feat. I am going to talk about the citizenship of the Sword King Jin on BattleTube, a live streaming platform of Battle.net. It is a popular platform that holds the largest market share worldwide, and since this is part of Battle.net, the BattleTube achievements draw in Viewer 1, Viewer 2, hitting 1,000 dislikes, reaching 1,000 likes, the number of views, the subscribe count, and views allows Jihan to earn bonus points once he hits certain milestones. For Jihan's vehicle, this easy-to-earn fame is a golden opportunity for him to rake in all those rewards. After that shocking punch that shook the internet, the system kept ringing with notifications. Achievement unlocked. You have reached Viewer 1. Achievement unlocked. You have hit 100,000 dislikes. One user commented, asking everyone if he really broke that with his bare hands. Jihan's eyes darted over to the system boards flashing continuously beside him. He felt a sense of satisfaction. As expected, so many dislike. Who would have thought Jin would become useful one day? Comments flooded in. People were venting their frustrations, writing the harshest insults. How dare anyone tarnish the great Sword King's legacy? That is the symbol of the Sword King. What if the Sword King never returns because of this? Jihan thought, staring at a black logo featuring a sword. He frowned slightly as he realized it was the Sword King's clan. The loyal fans of Jin. The ones who had pushed Vehicle into a corner. Even though they supported Jin wholeheartedly, their anger was growing, and that fury began to shift towards the only blood relative of Jin. They used harsh words to pressure the girl, saying the Sword King left this country because of that ungrateful daughter. Junsia must die for the Sword King to return. Kill her. Kill her. Ultimately, their actions inflicted wounds on the girl. Their words like sharp blades stabbing Sia, just remembering that made him clench his jaw in anger. The muscles in his face tightening, because they needed someone to vent their rage on. With that thought, Jihan did not hesitate to speak up. I hope everyone listens closely to what I am about to say. He told himself, I would be more than happy to become that target. Then, he raised his hand decisively, unleashing a force that shattered the stone monument behind him, and the crowd grew even angrier. They furiously sent out comments. Stop right there. You brat. You told us to listen. But you are already smashing things, Jihan boldly declared to all the viewers. Ederia 1TB coming back, and Sia stood frozen, dumbfounded for a month, as everyone watched the young man's every move and facial expression on screen. Some realized. Was not he the vehicle Jihan, that guy from the bronze tutorial? He is just a bronze rank too. Look at how he is blowing things out of proportion. Can you believe he broke the Twin Sword Monument and still says that I do not care about the Twin Sword Monument? But I can tell those Sword King clan members are definitely a bunch of idiots. Jihan, on the other hand, did not care about those comments at all. He leaned forward towards his phone screen and announced, I am going to let everyone hear a recording. This is a call between Ryuai and his daughter after deciding to take Japanese citizenship. Then, every word in the recording was magnified, featuring a young girl's voice asking, Dad, what is going on? Why did you leave so suddenly? The man's voice replied, I found the one I love. What do you mean? I just wanted what was best for her. Hearing the recording, Hazian and Gaijian felt a chill. Nian Jiang fumed, thinking, that bastard. The voice of his car echoed again. Is he really just going to leave his child here like this? The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Their expressions in disbelief. Did that really just happen? Those in the window were frozen in shock. The man's voice replied, almost to confirm. Yeah. He explained. That was the condition she set to accept my feelings. After that, Jihan turned off the recording. He looked over at his expression, while fans eagerly speculated in the comments. How can we stop an international marriage? We can't trust this. It is definitely fake news. Seriously. Does this even count as news? It is more like gossip about the neighborhood. On the other hand, did not seem sad at all. She nodded slightly, signaling to Jihan that his actions were spot on. Then, appeared on screen, introducing herself. Hello everyone. I'm the daughter of the Sword King. The moment they saw her youthful face, the comments flooded in. So cute. She then calmly shared. This has really been a shock for me. And I am here to make an important announcement. My father said he would leave the Sword Palace to me. At this, the audience reacted with admiration and envy. What is her dad up to? Why does not he just earn his own money and buy a house? But then dropped the bomb. However, I can't accept an inheritance from someone who abandoned his country and family like that. I would like to donate the building he left me for the benefit of our nation. The viewers exploded with excitement. They questioned each other in disbelief. Is she crazy? Did we hear that right? If that is what she plans to do, then let me out of this. Confirmed. I hope my contribution will support training players in Korea. Jihan was left speechless for a month, standing beside her. Jihan could not help but smile happily after hearing his little niece finish her speech. Concluded. I will share more details very soon. Flashback 30 minutes earlier. O was shocked and asked Jihan. Uncle, do you want us to donate our house? She pinched his cheek playfully and asked. You do not look drunk. Do you? Jihan, towel drying his hair, replied grumpily. That hurts. She still could not comprehend his actions and asked. Why do you want me to donate everything we have? Are you out of your mind? Jihan reassured her. I am completely sober. He glanced away, secretly admitting that he was not sure he could convince her. But just wait and see who gets convinced. Because at that moment, Jihan had dragged her to check out the building. She still asked skeptically. Are you serious about this? Confirmed confidently. Trust me. We are not selling a building that a normal person would take a lifetime to earn. We are donating it. Yet Jihan had to pull out all the stops to convince her. He just wanted the best for her. After Jun Seo-jin defeated Korea as Japan's representative, the outrage among South Korean citizens grew to uncontrollable levels. During a match between Korea and Japan, Jun Seo-jin participated as Japan's representative. Korea suffered a heavy defeat against Japan, with the biggest contributor not being the Sword King, but Idoi. The citizens were furious, demanding the Hunting Association eliminate Jun Seo-jin. Anyone who benefited from Jun Seo-jin was held accountable, including his family and all those connected to the Sword King. The government can't calm their fury and must seize all of Jun Seo-jin's assets. That traitor Jun Seo-jin will remember our faces. Jihan desperately wants to tell his little niece, sit up. We have nowhere else to go. We can't stand the royal family's constant lurking, threatening, and taking her life away, since we are getting seized anyway. Better to donate and keep them happy to protect her safety. After carefully considering everything, he suddenly realizes that Sia probably sees him as just that goofy uncle who lounges around drinking all day. There is no way he can tell her he is from the future right now. Sia is glaring at her uncle, her eyes sparkling with hope for a detailed explanation. But before Jihan can say anything, Sia unexpectedly chimes in. All right. I agree. Jihan, taken aback, asks, sit up. You really see it? She coldly turns away, then asks again, what is your reaction supposed to be? You agree, and suddenly he changes his attitude. He hesitates. It is a bit unreasonable. Right? And stammered. I am not the type to just blurt out things like that. Besides, he could not finish his sentence. Sia turns back, teasingly remarking, it has been a while since I have seen this confident face of yours. Jihan, hearing this, is caught off guard, not knowing how to respond. Then he smiles and thinks to himself, I wonder who this kid takes after. Jihan glances at his niece and affirms, she is really impressive. But what he did not expect was after Xia's declaration, a ton of people with sword icons started commenting with nasty words. As a representative of the royal family, let me tell you, sit up. You have been fooled. That guy's a fraud. Jihan is not a royal family member. Is he? He is definitely a Japanese spy planted here. Reading those comments, he chuckles to himself. Bring it on. Keep slandering me just like you are doing. If that is the case, the royal family would not mess with Xia. But I need to make sure I achieve my ultimate goal. The Samsung camera is still flashing, and Jihan remembers a name, Jun's. To prevent his niece from seeing those nasty comments, he decides to step in and say, actually, I think I have done pretty well. After watching this segment, everyone is a bit confused, wondering, what is he talking about? Jihan continues to ramble. He says it is all for a woman. But the truth is, anyone who knows him will understand. Sia is left speechless, bewildered as she calls out, Uncle, thinking to herself, this is not in the script. He ignores everyone and firmly insists. It is because he is past his prime, and the viewers explode with emotions, flooding the comments. This guy's off his rocker. He continues, do you really think we do not know you ran over to Japan because you could not do anything in Korea? Someone with a sword icon warns, watch your words. Jihan, while another laments, Jihan is a bronze tier, proclaiming Junsejin as washed up. Both the G1 and Gajan are equally blown away by these words. He presses on, tearing off a sleeve of his shirt and warning, "Be careful in Japan. Because when I see you again, it will be a showdown." The viewers were in for a refreshing laugh, bombarding the comments with playful jabs. "Bro, you are in deep trouble now. Can you even speak English? South Korea is always in turmoil. Look at how jealous they are of us. Why are you here? Shouldn't you go back home? I can't wait for the match between Korea and Japan." As the sunset draped the city of Holo in golden hues, it transformed the scene into a peaceful, beautiful, and poetic landscape. In Jihan's house, Sia anxiously asked, "Is it really necessary to do this, Uncle?" She was scrolling through her phone, flustered, saying, "Right now, both Korea and Japan are going completely wild." Jihan calmly reassured her, "It is. Just ignore them. Don't watch it. It will just stress you out." Sia looked skeptical. "But Uncle, something feels off. You seem like a different person since last night." Hearing this, he felt a pang of guilt. It is understandable. How could he act normal after coming back from the dead? Then, Jihan playfully asked, "You think I look like one of those drunkards?" Sia quickly denied it. "No way. Why would you think that?" Although it was true. Just as they were chatting, a sudden knock echoed from outside. The sound made Jihan and Sia turn their heads toward the door. She wondered, who could it be at this hour? He seemed to predict who was coming, calmly sticking his hands in his pockets. Surprised. "I did not think they would come this fast." Sia seemed to have a hunch and asked, "Please do not tell me they are looking for you." Jihan reassured her. "Don't worry. It is not them," he thought to himself. "All right, let us see if we can make some extra cash." Meanwhile, in the nighttime of Tokyo, Japan, a man sat in front of a computer screen, with a system dashboard displaying notifications in Japanese. The relationship between Japan and Korea is expected to remain tense, especially after the Sword Master acquired Japanese citizenship. I guess Korea is bound to be furious about losing their best player. Amidst a pile of women's clothes strewn across the floor, the notifications continued. They are throwing shade at him, blaming everything on a woman. I wonder how beautiful this woman must be. Right. The thing is, Ryuhai's sister has thrown down the gauntlet. I'm curious how the Sword Master will react. I think it is quite understandable. They can say that his sister represents the wrath of Korea. The woman sat on the bed, putting her clothes back on, softly asking, "Does this news bother you?" Sejin replied, "Not really. Did you get up?" Shizuru responded, "It is. I can't sleep anyway after playing." She confided, "Sejin, I am just worried that you are going through a tough time." Sejin, feeling annoyed, reminded her, "Shizuru, stop calling me Sejin." He confirmed, "I have taken your last name, so now I am Ida Ryuhai." Shizuru denied it. "You are wrong." Sitting on the bed, he insisted from behind, "I am Junjin, the #1 player from Korea, the Sword Master Jun Sejin." Hearing that name, he turned to look at his lover and called out, "Shizuru." She raised her hand to caress Sejin's cheek, trying to mesmerize him, then asserted, "That is a truth that can't be changed." The faces of the two were inches apart, the atmosphere quickly thickening with tension. Shizuru whispered into Sejin's ear, "I love you." The two on the bed shared a passionate kiss in that intoxicating air, and she confidently declared, "He's my Sejin." Turning towards Jihan, the door swung open, and he excitedly greeted, "Hey there." A man stepped inside, quickly slipped off his dress shoes, and said, "Thanks for the ride." The Jihan, "Looks like you have been waiting for me." Jihan politely replied, "Not all. I was just waiting for the government's involvement since a small issue has turned into a big deal." He called out the name, Minister North Yun-sik, from the South Korean Ministry of Combat. Jihan recounted, after Jun Sejin left, the government ceased its visits. He gestured to Yun-sik, "Come on in." The man walked in with a warm smile, saying to the girl in the house, "Long time no see. Sia." This guy really only looked after him and Sia for monitoring purposes. She dutifully responded, "Hello, Minister," as the three stood there exchanging glances. Then Jian smiled. "All right. The showtime has come, and I am ready to take everything I need." After that, they invited the minister for coffee. Unsik got straight to business. "It may sound a bit harsh, but I have gone over it," he explained. "The government admits we can bring the Sword King back." Upon hearing this, Jihan felt a wave of disgust wash over him as he thought, "They know full well," and Sik added, "But we can let the public find out about this right away. The Korean fight is coming up soon." Jihan did not wait any longer and bluntly suggested, "Why do not we cut through the fluff and get straight to the point?" Jihan asked, "You want me to retract the donation for the Sword King, right? because it would be an official acknowledgement that he won tea return as soon as it is accepted. Unsik felt a bit awkward hearing this. He picked up his coffee cup, his face a bit stiff, thinking to himself. He jumped right into the issue, looking at Jihan now. Unsik felt some doubt. This was truly a pathetic guy he once knew. After all, as far as he remembered, he was just a hopeless unemployed gambler. Then he voiced his agreement. You are right. We have not completely given up on the hope that the Sword King will return. We would like to propose a management contract instead of a donation. Jihan seemed to have anticipated this. A management contract would change ownership in managing an organization or industry. Sia, upon hearing this, paused in astonishment. That is a tough one. Meanwhile, Jihan realized they were indeed clever, taking on the responsibility of management until the rightful owner returned. He said. So the condition is to return ownership to the Sword King when he comes back. Right. Unsik rummaged through his bag for paperwork and replied. Yep. That is correct. He pulled out the management contract and suggested. It would be better if you continued living at the Sword Mansion. Both of you, Unsik explained. It contains terms that benefit both sides. Please read through and think about it. Jihan scanned the paper and realized they had really put a lot of thought into this. He calculated. After all, he wanted to hand everything over. But if they were willing to go this far, following through would be better for him. Then, Jihan placed the paper on the table and said, I get it now. But we also want to make this work. Unsik is curious. What is going on? His face shows a scheming expression. While the car remains frozen in confusion, the scene shifts to a new system announcement. Streamer Hu Kwang has started broadcasting. And everyone is eagerly commenting in the chat. Wait, he is where's that little brat up on top of the Colosseum statue? What a show-off. Hu Kwang takes off his mask and greets everyone. Welcome to my stream. He starts talking like a pro host. Today, we are diving back into the blood-soaked, dusty Colosseum. The traveling streamer beams at the camera. But then he suddenly falls in an awkward position. This moment catches the viewer's eyes, prompting one user to casually comment. Is that his underwear? Huan Kwang grips a shimmering gold sword, embedded with a glowing red diamond. He proudly introduces himself. I am streamer Hu Kwang. But contrary to his serious demeanor, the viewers are flooding the chat with hilarious comments. Hey, Goldie. I have been waiting for you forever. Then a notification pings. Boss has gifted you 100 Jeep. Leaving a comment. Teach those silver losers a lesson today. Huanei Kwang, after reading the message, he can't contain his excitement and exclaims. Oh no. My rich uncle is here. I am going to bust out the 0-2 dance. Even if it is just a death match, watching him jump around in awkward poses makes everyone cringe. Viewers send comments flying. Dude, that move is so old. Get a grip. In the background, two guys are fuming, gritting their teeth. That jerk. Damn it. Oh my, they wish he would get flattened by a truck. That jerk deserves it. Meanwhile, Huan Kwang's face looks like it is glowing with excitement. He is a well-known streamer famous for his looks and over-the-top persona. A notorious prankster. Once a gold-tier athlete. He demoted himself to bronze just to create content and called it an underwater adventure. Huan Kwang is no longer invested in the game. He is just here to have fun. Living the high life of a prankster. He enjoys the chaos. Saying, there are plenty of noobs down here. His gear and stats are still gold tier, so it seems Hu Kwang gets a kick out of messing with and taking out weaker players. When faced with others, he tries to downplay things. I am not a monster. You know, but others do not see it that way. They are right. He really is a lowlife. After hearing their judgment, Huan Kwang takes a solid 5 minutes to ponder life's moral lessons, but since he can't think of anything, he goes back to his exaggerated self, speaking into the screen. Whatever. Enough of this boring talk. Let us see who the first victim will be. Just a few players should do, but as soon as he laid eyes on the person in front of him, Huan Kwang froze for 3 seconds in confusion. Is that him? He immediately asked back. The content was full, and those watching saw the image of the young man pausing on the screen and started blowing up the chat. It is Jihan's car. That idiot. It is Jihan's car. And he still treats Jihan like an object. Hu Kwang also read those comments. And he boldly shouted, is that Jihan's car? He naturally brought the mic closer and said, I really want to interview you. Jihan looked at Hu Kwang with disdain and thought, what the hell? He just keeps rambling even though I have not said a word. The brother-in-law of the Sword King. The best player in the bronze tier. The destroyer of the dual sword statue. You have got a ton of nicknames, man. And lately, you have been stealing a lot of attention. Jihan, slightly annoyed, turned away, thinking to himself, see a streamer from Bat type. What a racket. Now that I think back, it seems like there are still some Bat type achievements I have not snagged. And he opened the system panel. Contemplating. I will bump up my viewer count a bit. Huanyi Kwang, not getting a response from Jihan, decided to create his own content. Hey everyone. I have completely been ignored here, the comments section reminded him. At least you should reach the Sword King level before talking to him. Dude. Look, Jihan's car is streaming too. Oh right. There is a live broadcast symbol over there. Let us check it out. Huanyi Kwang quickly glanced over at his rival and was shocked to realize. Wait, he is live streaming. He gritted his teeth in annoyance. Thinking, crap, I just gave him free advertising. Looking back at his own stream. Huanyi Kwang pondered. I need people to watch my broadcast. Not his. Then, his system pinged with a notification. Sword King Loops 52 has registered a mission reward. Kill Jihan's car to drop him to the bottom rank. The reward if successful is 2000 P. Huanyi Kwang read it and was skeptical about life. What? 1 P is about 1000 troops. So that is around 2 million troops. A user later commented, Huanyi Kwang, please kill Jihan's car for the Sword King's family. And we will raise the reward. He doubted. The Sword King's family. Then, the system continuously notified him that the reward had been increased. Along with a flurry of excited comments cheering him on, Huanyi Kwang looked at the reward amount and thought, I know they hate Jihan's car, but I did not expect it to be this intense. He asked himself, wait a minute. Who are these people? Another notification sounded. Kill Jihan's car to drop him to the bottom rank. The reward if successful is now 31,978 B. The reward had been continuously raised. Huanyi Kwang's mind exploded as he realized. It is over 30,000 now. And it is about to hit 40,000. If this keeps up, I might actually get 50,000 P. The announcement board chimed in. All players have been summoned. The match is about to begin, sending him into a panic. One final notification wrapped it up. Kill Jihan's car to drop him to the bottom rank. The reward if successful is 42,713 AP. Upon hearing this, Huanyi Kwang went wild with joy. Sitting in the arena laughing so hard his mouth could not open any wider. Those watching could not help but exclaim, damn. Is not that enough for you? This guy is insane. So this is how he makes his money. At this moment, Huanyi Kwang is drowning in the intoxicating thrill of newfound wealth. Lamenting that he has almost hit 50,000, the mysterious user pops up again, stating that if he can truly defeat Jihan's vehicle, he will reward him with 10,000 P. As soon as he hears the announcement, Huanyi Kwang's cloak billows dramatically in the wind. He declares with all seriousness, Huanyi Kwang can feel your determination. Leaving the viewers in awe. Just look at him. He is so serious he is practically turned into a black and white movie. The greedy persona is successfully activated. Honestly, I would feel the same way for just 50 million coins. But Huanyi Kwang is smiling inside. Thinking, this is such a sweet deal, confidently proclaims. Jihan, you are about to fall into despair. With a flourish of his arms, he asserts, from now on, Huanyi Kwang will end this game and become your personal Grim Reaper. The system then announces, preparing the player's active skill to accelerate towards the target at lightning speed. Without missing a beat, Huanyi Kwang charges at Jihan. A force so powerful it sends gusts of wind that leave everyone gasping. Jihan quickly senses this and pivots sharply. But before Huanyi Kwang can even make a move, his sword mysteriously vanishes into thin air, rendering it useless. Jihan glances at his item and remarks, what a sturdy sword. Weapon info. Cooking set. Vegetarian. Item grade 1. Interdimensional rarity. On some alien planet, extraterrestrials use this to cook up something bad. You can unleash its full power when equipped with both knife and stove. He reaches into his cloak and looks at Huanyi Kwang, saying, I have unleashed all my strength. Seeing Huanyi Kwang still not giving up, Jihan notices that clueless expression and warns. Looks like it will have to pull out an outsider-s sword, but Jihan won't let him get a word in. He launches a fierce counterattack, slicing through the air, propelling Huanyi Kwang high amidst a dazzling storm of swords, completely flipping the battlefield in an instant. Huanyi Kwang's mouth drops open in shock at the brutal power of the attack, unable to fight back even once. Viewers watching this are just as stunned, bombarding the comments with, what the heck was that? Is that sword energy? Yep. It is. Good grief, a silver rank using sword energy. But that guy is not someone with divine white flame power. If he is using divine power, does that mean he is a support player? After that jaw-dropping moment, the system announces that player Jihan has earned a first achievement bonus. Now worth 100 billion. He stands there with 2 weapons in hand, energy radiating powerfully from him. Item info. Cooking set. A knife. Item grade 1. Interdimensional rarity. On some alien planet, extraterrestrials have used this to cook up something bad. You can unleash its full power when equipped with both knife and stove. Viewers are left wondering, but what exactly is his weapon? Jihan looks at the sharp knife in his hand and recalls. It has been a while since he has been in the kitchen. He gets lost in thought, reminiscing about how he once fell into an endless night of death, unable to see anything at all. It is as if every bright morning of life has dimmed, yet the darker the night grows, the brighter the stars shine. As the showdown with Jihan begins, an announcement rings out. The Chimmer has returned for you all. This leaves viewers scratching their heads. Wait, how did he come back to life twice? Seriously, this is wild. Must be some kind of cheat. Right, this time, the item used is a resurrection cross, which can revive the user just once. However, it can't be used within the National Alliance. Team merges, or promo game, after reading the item description. Viewers react. But what is the point of coming back now? Anyway, he is just going back to Bess since Jihan's taking him out. Right. Mission failed. I am so disappointed. Chimmer. Man, what a letdown. After reading the viewer's comments, he smirks and says, "Oh wow. It seems my indifference has made a lot of you hit that like button, but hang tight. I will be back to give Jihan a run for his money soon enough." But just as he finishes speaking, Jihan appears right behind him, and the atmosphere turns super awkward. Their eyes meet, but neither wants to linger like some sappy love song. Then, with no mercy in his exclusive moves, Jihan takes down the bland streamer Chimmer in an instant, so fast that he can only gasp out 3 words. How could this happen? Followed by a system notification. Player Jihan. Crush mode activated. He squints, remembering it has been ages since he saw anyone use that. In the future, hardly anyone will anymore. Not because of penalties, but because of the loopholes. Jihan looks up at the stands and realizes the crowd is way bigger than usual today. Maybe it is because the audience has come to watch the game starting today. He spots each individual, and the audience today consists of elves, who are just as surprised to see her and comment, "Real elves over there. Look at how they are eyeing Jihan." Jihan looks at them with no emotion, knowing these jerks made him sick. The ones who contributed the most to humanity's downfall. He turns away, deciding, but I will deal with that later. For now, I need to focus on the issue at hand. As he scans the battlefield, Jihan realizes he is being isolated, because as soon as he turns to face them, the crowd scatters in all directions, running like they are being chased by ghosts. They are shouting to each other that now is not the time to fight. We would better run away. Even that gold rank player is getting wrecked by Jihan. Jihan sees the current situation and thinks, at this rate, our hunt is going to be a total flop. He looks at the 2 weapons in his hands and calculates. I finally found a legendary item at night, but to meet the display condition, I will have to keep fighting. Just as he is deep in thought, the system board pops up right in front of him, startling Jihan a bit. He smiles and eagerly asks, "What is this?" System notification. Regular mission. Subdue the goblin. Eliminate all goblins gathered around the Goblin King. Jihan watches the approaching monsters and can't help but think, what a twist. Suddenly, a goblin charges at him, teeth bared and ready to bite. But it is not attacking Jihan. It is actually fleeing from him. The goblin is so terrified it can barely scream as it runs away. It manages to utter just one desperate cry before Jihan delivers a crushing blow to its head with immense force. His dagger is raised, ready to plunge down. The goblin hangs in midair, a gaping hole in its chest from Jihan's dagger. As he lands, the system chimes in, announcing that he has used the holy artifact correctly, causing them to surrender. And the cooking gear reacts as well. Jihan suddenly realizes. So that is how you use it. He calculates the steps. Break their skulls and then stab their hearts. Since it is a sequential equipment thing, he breathes a sigh of relief. Lucky to have figured this out before the game ended. Looking at the battlefield littered with fallen goblins, he feels a twinge of disappointment. Thinking, if only I had figured this out sooner, there would be way fewer of them left. He glances ahead and realizes he is not out of the woods yet. Standing before him is a towering boss monster with glowing red eyes. It is the Goblin King, a colossal creature standing 10 feet tall, 3 times the height of ordinary goblins, and far superior in both strength and intellect. The chaotic information about it makes Jihan's head spin, trying to make sense of it all. Then, he applies the strategy he just figured out directly on the Goblin King with a powerful strike. It crashes down, its head hitting the ground with such force that the earth shatters. Jihan grips his dagger and whispers, "What is so special about being strong? You are just a big goblin." With that, he drives the dagger down, delivering a fatal blow to the legendary Goblin King. The system then announces that he has completed the quest, defeated the goblin, and earned an additional 500 achievement points as a reward. The weapon in Jihan's hand glows with energy, and he receives a boost in holy power. With he still in play, he knows he has one more chance to gain holy power. But these things are taking too long to hunt. He glances over at the group standing far away and considers his next move. Jihan confirms he needs to take out the other players, since they are too far away. Feeling a bit annoyed, he rolls up his sleeves and says, "This is frustrating. But it is what it is." The Jihan recites a little rhyme he made up. "If the mountain won't come to me, then I will just go see the mountain." His fiery spirit makes the viewers gasp. And they finally start to breathe again. Look at that guy's terrifying expression. It is too scary. But man, Jihan is not really great at this broadcasting thing. The scene shifts to the upscale district of Gangnam in Joksam. A user named Barking Dog commented, saying, "But honestly, this is still 1,000 times better than that useless guy." This comment makes the viewers seethe with anger. He keeps rambling about barking. Is he talking about me? And what was that about me being talentless back when you guys were praising me? I have my own strengths too. It is just that he is ridiculously strong. Do not you guys ever watch any analysis videos? During the match, his estimated stats were 33 for power, 37 for agility, 30 state, and 34 mana. And he was just tearing it up, just like in this video that estimates his stats from the recent battle against the goblin. The average was a whopping 35. He then realized how ridiculous his own words were and lay back on the keyboard, lost in thought. The stat cap in the National League is only 25. So how on earth did he reach 35? Total hacker move. As he pondered this, he froze for 5 seconds when he heard a blood-curdling scream from the old lady in the video. The system screen popped up with a message. Player Jihan has achieved a kin. The sounds from the video made him look up, puzzled, wondering what kind of noise sounded like a pig getting butchered. He suddenly stopped in shock. He could not take his eyes off Jihan's attack style, questioning what this one-sided assault was all about. Meanwhile, Jihan was slicing through the arena floor with 2 artifacts in hand. Inside the arena, Jihan was coldly taking down opponents one by one, with notifications ringing out continuously. Player Jihan achieved kin. The viewers witnessed such dramatic gameplay that they could not stop praising it. Calling it art, how could he run straight and take down 4 opponents in one go? Jihan did not care about the praise. He kept focusing on the fight. The system notifications kept coming. Triple kin. Quadra kin. Pentakin. This horrifying scene left other players terrified, urging each other to call for a temporary truce. "Hey, you better take that head of yours out of your butt," someone from behind shouted back. "Who is talking about heads here?" Jihan took a breath to regain his composure and glanced at them. They were scared but still called him a damn hacker. They were furious, shouting, "What the hell? There has got to be a limit." Just as he finished, one of them opened fire in his direction. Jihan did not bother listening to any more of their nonsense. He swung his arm and knocked that guy down. Then, with a powerful strike, he delivered a fierce blow to that guy. Jihan's gaze remained unchanged throughout the battle. His movements were precise and showed no mercy. After dispatching one group, Jihan continued his journey towards others. But this time the targets seemed to frustrate him a bit. The other players were equally terrified, staring at him and continually gasping in disbelief. The viewers, seeing all this, were equally baffled and commented in frustration. "What the heck? Speak normal Korean. For crying out loud." Then, the system announced again. Player Jihan achieved a kin. This news made the viewers stop in their tracks, shouting in disbelief. 10 kins in a row. This guy has totally lost it. Isn't he the first to pull off 10 kins in a row after Jin? Don't even mention that traitor again. But despite those comments, Jihan focused completely on the items in his hands as they began to change one by one. The legendary cooking artifact was reacting, gaining another divine power. The legendary cooking artifact dropped from rank E to rank F. The system announced he had completed the hidden quest and achieved 10 kins in the Lamb Arena. You have just earned an extra 500 achievement points as a reward. After reading that, Jihan realized holy power and achievement points. He had everything he needed now. He reminded himself, but there is still so much missing. I need something powerful and decisive to turn the tide. That thought, Jihan froze for 5 seconds. He stared suspiciously at the system board. Here it is. An epic. Find the Dark Queen among the spectators at the edge of the Lamb Arena and provoke her. He realized this was, indeed, an epic. He was skeptical an epic quest appearing in the Xiangyang realm. More importantly, the reward was 50,000 achievement points, catching the attention of the Dark Queen constellation. The attention of a constellation. A constellation is a supreme being representing a star, a divine entity in the realm of Bath and Net. Gaining the attention of a constellation means you will be under their patronage, helping you achieve abilities you normally would not. He suddenly realized this was something that would only be effective in the Diamond Kingdom. Happening right here and now. Jihan made a serious promise to himself he had to get it at all costs. If he could just pull one of them to his side, the other constellations would surely take an interest in him too. He felt a bit uncertain, his gaze serious. Jihan looked up at the stands, wondering, could he even find her? He scanned a row of elf tribe members, who all looked incredibly similar. She was blending in among a forest of elves, and his mission was to find the Dark Queen right now. Jihan was one of the first in this country to achieve the record of taking down 10 consecutive kills. The previous record was held by Jun Sejin, and news of this was starting to spread like wildfire through the media. As a result, he gained 10,000 followers and 4,000 views, with him being the predicted winner of the Battle of the Net. Those from the Sword King clan who once wished for Jihan's defeat were now rallying behind him. Viewers commented, "Is not the Sword King clan just boosting Jihan's fame now? If watching the Sword King clan get played like fools means a tasty meal, then I suggest everyone follow suit and do what I did." Now all the hate was directed at Huer Kwang, the streamer's viewer diary. "This jerk needs to just die. He can't even handle one guy. So how did he manage to get so lucky? I hope you try your best on your tough journey." Huer Kwang. New comments flooded in. Viewers were furious, saying Jihan took down a guy. And one of those was Huer Kwang. Streamers who get that last kill become famous. And after reading these lines, Huer Kwang had to curse, "Damn. My reputation is in shambles." He could not do anything but sigh. "Whatever. There is no point in doing anything now. Now I will have one more fan. The great Jihan. And streamer Huer Kwang dreams of becoming Jihan's editor. Will turn you into the star of the show." Jihan heard this and was skeptical. What on earth did he mean by that? Of course. Who knows what Jihan thinks about that? That night in a high-rise building glowing with lights, Jaya sat bewildered, wondering, what on earth did I just watch? She glanced at Jihan as he drank water, suspicion creeping in. When did he get so strong? Noticing her little cousin's erratic mood, Jihan walked over to Weaklings and said, "I really feel sorry for those people. It is so sad." He reassured her. "Confrontations are usually cold and ruthless." "Right." Weaklings chimed in. "Uncle, what you just said made you sound like a total jerk." Then, Jihan scrolled through the system board while Weaklings wondered. "A lot of people want to give you donuts. So why are you blocking them?" Jihan replied. "It is just that I forgot to change the default settings," Weaklings suggested. "But when you were about to accept the donuts, why did not you raise the minimum donut level?" She continued. "If the donut notifications keep coming in non-stop, it is hard to focus on anything else." He took her suggestion seriously, thinking, "Yeah, should I set it back to 10 million? Weaklings was taken aback by the number, asking, 10 million? Isn't that a bit excessive?" Jihan stayed silent while Weaklings pondered. Or maybe not. Is that actually too little? He fell into deep thought. And more importantly, the legendary mission he received required him to find and provoke the Dark Queen. Jihan looked up at the audience stands and realized he could not even think of a way to spot her in such a crowd. Weaklings observed her uncle's expression and asked, "Do you need my help?" She teased. "Whenever your face looks like that, I know something's bothering you. Just tell me what it is, and I will lend a hand." Jihan tilted his head and sighed as he looked at his little cousin, realizing how much she resembled her sister. Then he replied, "Oh really? Let us see just how capable my niece is." Jihan leaned in and elaborated. "I have a mission to find the Dark Queen in the arena." Weaklings, hearing this, burst out with curiosity. "The Dark Queen? What does that even mean?" He answered, "I am not quite sure either. All I know is she is sitting in the stands." Weaklings exclaimed, "What a bizarre mission." Then, with enthusiasm and excitement, she accepted the task. "Yep. I will review the footage and find her." Jihan complied. "I will be counting on you for support." He then stepped into his room feeling a bit guilty for asking his niece for help. After closing the door, Jihan sighed, thinking this was no different from asking for trouble. He felt a mix of helplessness and pride for her, knowing she wanted to be a good niece, and decided he should be grateful for that. He reminded himself that after a long delay, he needed to get his work in order. The screen displayed 2 job slots with 2 options. Job position 1. Support. Job position 2. Tank. Do you want to add a job? Jihan contemplated buying an additional job slot with the achievement points he had accumulated. Adding a level 1 job slot required 10,000 points. With that, he could unlock another job. The system reported, "You can choose one job. Warrior. Defender. Mage." He smiled as he made his decision. "This time, I will choose Mage." Jihan reached out and tapped an icon on the screen. As soon as he pressed the button, the air around him swirled, and the system announced, "You have added the Mage job." He put his hand in reverse and thought to himself, "I can feel a new source of power emanating from my heart. A feeling different from holy power." Jihan told himself, "I am going to try it right now while it is hot." The reason I chose the Mage class after picking support, that is because the unique stat can only be obtained after getting these 2 classes. His left hand gripped his right. Jihan muttered, preparing to take action after acquiring the new skill. In his hand was a glowing gem gathering a stream of magical power with swirling air around it. It was called Reaching Power. Jihan recalled. Before the regression, there was one day when he heard Bei Ren saying something while drunk. It was so annoying. Jihan, he helplessly responded. Chairman. How many more times are you going to talk about that? Ren replied. If you had just been a bit more flexible back then, I would have accepted you as an American and treated you better. Whenever he was drunk, he would confide in Jihan. He continued, I think one day you and I could become good friends. Jihan recalled that day when he said something really strange. Ren raised a finger, using his magic to control the bottle of beer in Jihan's hand. Mumbling. Just like when I reached power. Jihan froze at this. Wondering. Power? Do you mean your skill? Ren, slightly drunk, asked back. Did not I already tell you that before? He started rambling on. Power is a stat that appears when you perfectly combine holy power with mana. Ren explained while drinking. Of course. It is not that easy. Others can't even try because in the end, I am the only one with 2 classes. He was both support and mage. Something only he could do because he had 2 status windows. That was the reward for achieving SSS rank from Ren. Jihan, after hearing this, questioned. Is that really the only requirement? Ren replied. That is right. Also, holy power must be at least at human level. You are wondering. Can I not know this since I am not American? Ren confirmed. I told you. I am the only one who can have 2 classes at the same time. And even if the whole world knew, it would not matter. Jihan then realized. He really was arrogant. But he was right, so he could not argue. Truly. Only Ren can possess power and an overwhelming force that dominates the galaxy. But that won't be the case anymore. Now you know the requirements and have met them all. Back in reality, energy radiated around Jihan. He curled up, tensing and trying to hold on to what was in his hand. The whole room was enveloped in purple. This swirling gem was absorbing even more power, amplifying it along with a distinct red hue. Jihan realized. This ability had propelled Ren to the #1 position on the world leaderboard. Even though he had already exploited and manipulated it terribly. If I want to be ready for what is coming in the future, I need to go all out to get it. He whispered to himself. I have to endure. I need to channel my holy power into my hands. And Jihan channeled mana from his heart to his hands, merging 2 sources of strength. He grimaced, struggling to focus on the energy in his palms. I need to condense it so the power does not slip away. After a moment, he smiled and muttered, I can do this. But before he could finish his thought, the power erupted, sending Jihan flying backward. He crashed against the wall, his eyes squeezed shut. Jihan's head slammed against the door, shattering it. While he lay there, clutching his head, trembling from the pain, he rubbed his head, realizing he could not do it. This was not something he could stabilize with just his strength. He did not understand. Jihan leaned back against the wall with a sigh, thinking, maybe I need more mana to even try. I have already drained all my mana after just 1 attempt. He looked at his hands, wondering, can I combine them in both palms? I can hold on to that power forever. He hesitated, then thought, can I really keep that energy in my hands indefinitely? Then, Jihan resolutely stood up, as if he had figured something out. He tightly shut his eyes and thought, what if I can maintain that power in my hands? His arm shot up again, and an energy sphere reappeared, radiating dense power. A question arose as the position of the sphere shifted. What if I could draw it inside my body, combine the holy power from the upper Dan with the mana from the middle Dan, and stabilize both sources of strength using the lower Dan while they attempted to merge? A perfect form where not even a hint of energy could escape if all 3 sources were compressed into that state. The black and purple energies gradually shrank and clung tightly to the energy sphere. Jihan's eyes were shut tight, fully concentrating on the feeling. But then he felt a bit disappointed when nothing happened. A miracle occurred. Jihan found himself enveloped in an incredibly powerful surge of energy. The system also announced that it was attempting to combine all 3 Dan energies. Suddenly, a red alert flashed. Danger. Exceeding the maximum tolerance thresholds for players seeking life-threatening elements. The shockwave was so powerful that even someone in the next room wearing headphones could feel it. She turned her chair to gaze at the neighboring room. Puzzled. Uncle. With the fusion of the 3 energy centers, Jihan's vehicle tried to merge holy power and mana to attack. You are holding back a painful warning. The minimum requirement is 100. If you do not meet that threshold but still attempt to merge the 3 energy centers, you could lose your life. Jihan braced himself in the raging storm of red energy, his entire body trembling violently, power surging like it was about to shatter all limits. In the next room quickly sensed something was off. The ominous voice of the uncle. She dashed outside, shouting, Uncle, what is wrong? Anxiously opened the door, her heart racing. Say something, Uncle. But the scene inside left her completely stunned. She could only let out a horrified gasp. Uncle. Then, a strange item was brought into the room, along with a chilling question. Is this for real? I wondered aloud. Are you feeling this way because of a headache? Jihan placed a cloth on his forehead, Groaning, "This is tough." She further questioned, "How come you are recovering so fast?" Jihan, not wanting to elaborate, simply shrugged. "The human body is mysterious. You know, I was furious." "Get serious, uncle." As soon as she said that, she realized her mistake and quickly added, I did not mean to yell at you." With tears in her eyes, I felt small and wanted to explain. "I was just so scared. I thought something bad would happen to you." Jihan looked at his little niece, feeling guilty as he realized he had overlooked her feelings. Then, she asked again, "So you were okay?" "Right." Jihan, a bit flustered, confirmed. "Yeah." He took the initiative to apologize. "I am sorry for making you worry." Stood there, momentarily stunned by his words, then wiped away the remaining tears. Quickly regained her composure and playfully punched Jihan's stomach as if to let off steam, cheerfully announcing, "What is the big deal? Thank goodness you are okay." She then happily left the room, saying, "Now I am off to find the Dark Queen." Jihan could only helplessly respond, "Thanks, kiddo." He sighed as he watched her little figure disappear, thinking to himself, "From now on, I should not show any weakness." Clearly, the fusion process had failed, along with the system notification stating the fusion of the 3 energy centers was unsuccessful, due to Jihan lacking both experience and level. Jihan glanced at the icy water still in the room. He approached it, exerted force, and squeezed the red mana out of the cloth, saying, "But at least I have got the power I wanted." Jihan clenched his fists, slowly lifting the wet cloth with concentrated strength. The system explained, when combining holy power and mana, they are replaced by a strange stat, which is force. He failed to merge the 3 energy centers. Upper energy center for holy power, middle energy center for mana, lower energy center for strength, but by combining holy power and mana, Jihan gained force. The connection of the 3 energy centers would be maintained for weeks. He thought, this force stat is kind of bizarre. He realized, now it is 12 for strength, 16 for mana, 10 for holy power, and 12 for force. The connection of the 3 energy centers would last for weeks, with the strength and force stats interacting, sharing values rapidly. Jihan pondered, they share values too. He reached into the strength stat, which was 14, and speculated, so if I just increase one stat. System then announced, strength increased by 2, strength now 14, mana 16, holy power 10, force 14, and the force also increased. Jihan, wiping his forehead, realized this was cheating, but he reassured himself, having strength is already amazing. So how great it be to merge 3 energy centers. Jihan reminded himself, but let us just leave it for a while. If I try at this level again, he opened his eyes wide, realizing he had what he wanted should he try using a mage skill. With that thought, Jihan reached out, summoning a flicker of fire. The system then announced, causing Jihan to feel a bit embarrassed. You do not have enough mana, he sighed inwardly. That is cute. The faint moonlight lingered in the night sky. But where the dawn broke, the sun shone brightly between the tall buildings, painting a mystical and poetic picture. Inside Jihan's bedroom, the sunlight softly illuminated his face. Jihan squinted his eyes to see. Then suddenly, the system chimed in with an announcement. You have gained 10 holy power. Now you can absorb holy power from D-grade relics or lower. Please use relics from C-grade or higher. Next to him appeared 2 items. An acupressure tool, D-grade item. A relic from another world that can't be used for acupressure, but is still called an acupressure tool. A ball, E-grade item. A relic from another world that aliens might also play with. Jihan sat up, yawning, lamenting. Thought I could use it, but it is useless. What a waste. I spent points buying these. I need to sell the leftover stuff or something. Then, Jihan opened the door and called out, Sit up. Are you up yet? His feet slowly descended the stairs, wondering if she was still asleep, but suddenly, Z appeared with dark circles under her eyes, asking, Uncle, are you awake? Jihan looked at his little niece's haggard face and asked, Sit up. What is wrong? Did you stay up all night? She wondered. Do you think I look sleep-deprived? He reminded her. You really do not need to push yourself that hard. Sit up. She ignored his concern and pointed to the computer screen, saying, Uncle, look, I found something good. He asked, Is it a video about other creatures? Sid confirmed. Yep. There are people with zoom skills, focusing on the other creatures, and filming them. Jihan realized the way she described it made him feel helpless, and thought, they are using skills to film them. But then Se added, Uncle, check this out. This is footage of your battle. The screen played a voice. Everyone. Look. The elves are beautiful. They have no blemishes at all, she announced. Sounds intense. I muted. She explained. Both of them are nobles. But one side is dark elves. Do you think she fits with the Dark Queen? I think the Dark Queen would suit her better. Sia turned back to ask. What do you think? Jihan felt a bit pleased and said. That makes sense. Sit up. You are so smart. She affirmed. But it is still a bit early to conclude. I will research more. He then frowned. Thinking he did not expect them to be found so easily, Sia said again. Starting tomorrow, I will watch foreign videos. Jihan continued to praise his niece. You are like a pro. She cheerfully replied. Of course. And I will edit videos with you. Curious. Asked. You know how to edit videos? Sia replied. Yeah, just a bit. I have done videos for Dad before. As Jihan heard that, he immediately felt uneasy when she mentioned her father, which brought to mind the name Jin. Then, a wave of discomfort washed over Jihan as he stood up and glanced at the picture on the wall. The shattered photo of the tall man made Jihan's heart ache as he wondered. Did he really leave his daughter all alone like this? What a pathetic jerk. Flashback to 2 days earlier, when a man named Duns appeared in Jihan's home. He said, I think I know who the Sword King's girl is. Sit up. Intrigued. Asked. Really? Who's it? Yanks replied. Her name is Ito Shizuru, he added. And she possesses rank beauty that could topple kingdoms. This information left both Jihan and Sia utterly shocked. Jihan asked again. So you mean Jin might have fallen for her skills? Yanks shyly admitted. Well, I had a feeling about that. Jihan thought to himself. I have never heard about this before. At that moment, Yanks reminded him. Be careful. Jihan, he explained. We believe that her ability does not just control. It also manipulates people's thoughts. This has happened multiple times before. When our stars suddenly fell into the hands of Japan, if her skill has no limits, she could easily charm another player. After that, he researched both the captivating beauty and Ito Shizuru. But he found nothing at all. Japan is indeed very careful with her, Jihan told himself. Now that I can't find anything, just like Minister North Junsich said, I must tread carefully. He stepped inside, reminding himself, I need to prepare. If what he said is true, then they must have already started moving. An aircraft flew across the city skyline. On the side of the plane, a message read, the defense forces have landed in Korea. Transitioning to a day later, Sia stepped out of her room in a stunning outfit. Are you done yet? She reminded him. We are running late. Jihan, dressed in a tailored suit and wearing an expensive watch, replied. Almost ready, he took strides towards Sia and urged. Jihan adjusted his clothes and excitedly said, It is time to greet our special guest. Inside the elevator, as it reached the 32nd floor, he noticed his niece's slightly uncomfortable expression and asked worriedly, Are you nervous? Sia sighed and replied, This is my first public appearance since the Chanlin incident, so I am a bit anxious. Jihan comforted his young niece. Just be brave and confident like before. We have nothing to fear about what others think. We have not done anything wrong. Sia felt reinvigorated and responded. Okay. Moments later, the elevator doors opened in the lobby. Jihan stepped out confidently, stating, Most people already know what they want to hear. In front of them was a crowd dressed in formal attire. In the vast space of the party, a guest unexpectedly called out. We have been waiting for you. Jihan, he reported. Everything you requested has been prepared. You can go in. Jihan gratefully acknowledged. Thank you. Then I will ask you to handle everything until the event concludes. He called out to the man. Manager Parkinsick. He replied. I was quite surprised that you remembered me. Remember that day? Jihan slammed his hand on the table and said. I never thought I would be auctioning off the Sword King's collection. But there it was. The announcement for the auction of assets and the beloved items of the former Sword King. Juns. Hosted by the Korean Net Earth Department. Junsi and Sik glanced at the party setup and confidently stated. I think I get it now. He bluntly asked. You want to lure Japan here, do not you? There was a sign on the table marking the seating arrangement for the defense forces. Jihan did not hold back, replying. Exactly. The auction items I picked are meant for that purpose. He added. The connection devices of Jun Sejin and the combat data within them are exactly what they are after. Jihan confidently asserted. Japan will definitely make a move. Depending on the situation, a luxury car is bound to show up. Inside the car were two men, one of whom was wielding a pair of Japanese swords. Along with that, Jihan confirmed he would take matters into his own hands. No matter what he had to do, this event would force people to confront reality and realize they had no choice but to accept it. Wei Yun carefully observed the young man's expression, his mind swirling with chaotic thoughts about Jihan's car. He silently thought, it is like he is destined for greatness. Jihan continued, this is the last chance to change public opinion. Please request the reporters to keep an eye on the securities table. Just as the two were talking, a group of strangers suddenly approached and caused a ruckus. Junsia was caught off guard. Seeing this, The building's security quickly stepped in to intervene. You are not allowed in here. Please step back. They tried to explain. Just give us a moment. We are CS family. She knows us. Upon hearing her name, she turned around and froze in shock. What? You again? The people connected to Sia firmly protested. Sia, are you out of your mind? Even if you need money, why would you hold an auction for those precious items? She turned to Jihan and accused him. Is this your doing? How dare you sell someone else's inherited property? You fraud. Sia, furious, shot back. You call him a fraud. You are the real con artists here. You do not even deserve to carry my father's last name, she affirmed. You folks underestimate me. Do you really think I am that knave? Sia, without hesitation, declared. You think I do not see that your goal is to steal my father's money while he is not around? Friend heard this and exclaimed. Oh my, watch your back, Sia boldly proclaimed. The GE left me is mine. I can do whatever I want with them, and you have no right to interfere. After that, she coldly turned away, not forgetting to instruct the security outside. Get them out of here. They should not be here. Uncle. Meanwhile, the three others continued to shout and cause chaos, and the security shouted back. Stop right there. Outsiders are not allowed in. Please leave. Jihan looked at his little niece, who had grown so mature, and praised her. You are really something today. Sia, she proudly replied. Of course. I know how to stand up for myself. Yulsik, who had been ahead, opened the door and announced. Jihan, Smith, we have arrived. I will lead everyone inside. They were then guided to the stage for the auction of the former sword master Jin's assets and favorite items, hosted by Junsa. The reporters, spotting them, buzzed with excitement. There they are. That is Siwang Jihan. Quick. Take pictures. As soon as they saw him, everyone scrambled to ask questions. Siwang Jihan, what is the purpose of this auction? I heard you are allowing other countries to participate. What is the reason behind that? Another reporter chimed in. Miss Judd, look over here. Is not the donation of the sword and this auction all because of outside interference? Another reporter questioned. Do not you hope the sword master will return? What do you think about people saying you are just cashing in on the sword master's legacy? The questions kept getting more absurd, forcing Jihan to suppress his annoyance. Siwang Jihan, could you please share a few words about your performance in the recent sword master catch event? Just as the question hung in the air, the mana in his hands was unleashed. In an instant, the lens of a camera shattered, leaving the cinematographer and everyone around in shock. What the heck just happened? One by one, other cameras also cracked their lenses, and no one had a clue as to why. Why did the cameras break out of nowhere? They were not even turned on. How could this happen? Invited guests turned their heads in bewilderment, wondering what was going on. Is something up? What is happening? What is the hold up? Jihan did not care and stepped up to the podium. This is not a press conference. It is an auction. And we are about to kick off today's bidding, he announced. We have prepared 3 items for you. Jihan introduced the first item, a connection device from Jin that reduces injuries by 99%, complete with stored data. In addition, we have the analysis data of Jin, drafted by him personally, along with analysis data from other top players in East Asia. The auction attendees began scrutinizing each item. The data on the Sword King is incredibly valuable, and this analysis will be a game changer, especially with the upcoming Korea vs. Japan match. Jihan chuckled to himself as he watched everyone discuss. They definitely would not want to miss out on any of these items. He was certain that high-level player data was not something you could find just anywhere. And sure enough, a hand shot up with a voice calling out. Excuse me. Jihan turned towards the voice and was taken aback. That familiar-looking hair made him suspicious. Who the heck is this guy? The man introduced himself. I'm Taketa Zo, the recruitment manager for the Japanese Self-Defense Forces. He boldly asked. Since the auction has started, can I place a bid? He made his offer. I would like to bid 5 billion yen for all the auction items today. Taketa's voice continued to resonate. And there is more. I want a private meeting with Miss A and Mir. Jihan looked at the man, thinking to himself, I know exactly what he is after. Then, he slowly approached and cleverly replied, I am very sorry, but I find it hard to agree to that request. Jihan stood firm in front of him and demanded, if you have something to say it here. He asserted, this is not the right time or place for private meetings, and I am sure Japan knows this better than anyone. Takeda chuckled and replied, Jihan, do not look at me like that. It is a bit scary. I am just a guest at the auction, so there is no need to be cold with me. He ambiguously taunted. If you keep provoking like this, others won't let it slide. At that moment, someone next to him stepped forward, drawing a sword in front of Jihan and getting into position. Takeda introduced. Specifically, this is my bodyguard, and her gaze flickered with a fierce golden glint. He bragged. She may not compare to the Sword King, but she is also a skilled player. Takeda continued to speak up in front of his bodyguard's cold expression. I mean no harm. I just wanted to let you know. Jihan's eyes locked onto her, his gaze radiating lethal intent. Then, Jihan threw a powerful punch straight to her face. The sudden attack sent her staggering backward. Her face twisted from the punch, and for a moment, she was completely at a loss for what just happened. She was so furious, you could practically see her teeth grinding. He coldly raised his hand and asked, "Do you want to continue this?" Her eyes were wide open, ready to draw her sword. He placed his hand on her shoulder and warned, "You would better back off while you still can. This auction is being live-streamed worldwide." And she was shaking all over. The screen suddenly flashed Jihan's image, along with comments welcoming everyone. It has been ages since he last streamed, has not it? This is a personal broadcast, showcasing the prized items and assets of former King Jin at today's auction. While she was live streaming on the Netseong platform, Jihan interjected, "You are not seriously planning to shove that weapon in my face while we are live, are you?" Viewers watching this scene started commenting, "Whoa, breaking the rules. Look at her scrambling for that sword because she thinks she can win against him." Takeda, sensing the tense atmosphere, decided to step in. "All right, let us calm down." He proactively stepped forward, bowing his head in apology. "My bodyguard got a bit carried away. I would like to apologize on her behalf." Then, Takeda took the initiative to say, "But you need to move aside. There are some things we need to clarify." He reiterated about the 5 billion, including the private meeting. "And I think I need to hear a response to that offer." Takeda pointed to the woman standing behind Jihan and spoke, "From that lady there." When she heard her name, she immediately asked for clarification. The viewers then exposed, "This jerk is trying to exploit that girl. Protect her, man." Takeda pressured Jihan, saying, "The Sword King's assets are under the ownership of that lady, are not they? This is true." Making it hard for you to refute, Takeda sarcastically remarked, "So the rightful owner of this auction should be her." Then he moved closer to her and said, "This is an invitation for a secret meeting. Do not you want to know where you currently stand?" Hearing this, her face momentarily flashed with sheer confusion. Takeda subtly adjusted his collar and ambiguously said to her, "You can ask me anything." "Of course. I have a lot I want to discuss with you too." He looked at her with a wicked glint in his eyes. "Now, what are you going to do?" Under the overwhelming pressure from the man, she stuttered. He noticed her expression and could already guess she would absolutely agree. How could she refuse such an offer when she is acting like a fool? But completely contrary to Takeda's expectations, she straight up replied, "I decline your offer." Her answer left the man dumbfounded, and the viewers were laughing their heads off. He turned into pixels right there. Takeda, flustered, tried to explain. "Wait, what I mean is, are you really willing to give up 5 billion yen just for this secret meeting? That is 50 billion won in Korean currency." Kara calmly responded, "Yeah, but my uncle is right. We need to be extremely careful from now on. And if my dad can only communicate with money, I do not want to know anything more about him." Takeda felt as if lightning had struck him. He froze, his limbs contorting into awkward shapes that made the viewers stop and cringe, wondering what that awkward hand was doing. "Why are you posing like those girls from 90s manga?" Kara cheerfully continued. "Besides, I am still a minor, so I have to follow my uncle's orders." The auction participants saw the situation unfold and breathed a sigh of relief, chatting amongst themselves. "Thank goodness. I was worried those items would get sold to the Japanese, but we still can let our guard down." "Yeah. Even though she declined the private meeting, we do not know how much the defense forces will bid." Right now, the atmosphere between Kara and Takeda was a bit tense. He spoke up. "Did she really decline a private meeting? I guess there is no other way now. So we, the defense forces." The audience buzzed with comments. "I bet he is planning to lowball this. Look at him cutting it down to 50 million. Takeda, on the other hand, confidently stated, "We will bid 5 billion. He explained, "To be honest, the secret meeting was just one of the options I decided to throw in." Jihan, listening from behind, felt a headache coming on, thinking, "What the heck is going on? Is he trying to con us?" Then, Takeda pulled an envelope from his jacket and added, "I was instructed from the beginning to propose 5 billion right off the bat." Presented the white envelope and announced, "From Sir Sword King." With that name written on it, Takeda handed it to her and explained, "This is a letter from Sir Sword King to you." Kara, he suggested, "Could this be the final offer?" Kara looked down at the white envelope, where a name was written, Itori Wahai. She hesitated a bit, but ultimately accepted it. Takeda turned around, satisfied, and exclaimed, Is it really that easy to get the Sword King's items? Or is it that the Korean 8 trigram team just does not have 5 billion yen to buy them anymore? This made the bidders furious, cursing under their breath. That bastard. Takeda happily stepped in front of Jihan and teased. That auction wrapped up pretty quickly. You remember that the manager of the Defense Force's recruitment was someone banned from entering the US. Before he was dismissed. He was great at luring foreign players to a strange extent and earned the nickname Japan's Disaster. Excited, Takeda rubbed his hands and suggested. So how about we get Jihan to start drafting the contract right away? Jihan silently assessed. He probably has something to do with a player using a woman whose beauty is unmatched. Thinking that, he replied, sure. Jihan silently affirmed. I need to keep an eye on him. He scanned the auditorium and thought. With this tense atmosphere, things seem off. Japan snagged these items so easily. It is like we promised to hand them over beforehand. This would be seen as a huge blow to our public image. The other guests at the auction voiced their displeasure. 5 billion right from the start. Is that even fair? If so, what are we even doing here? The onlookers were equally frustrated. Are we really just handing this over to Japan? Can we be sure this is not staged? There is no way this is not rigged. At that moment, everything seemed fine. We just needed a turning point. Anna was standing at the microphone, ready to speak. She stood up at the podium, holding the letter written by her father, reading it aloud for everyone to hear. I heard through the news that you donated the electric sword. I do not know why you did this, but it is truly regrettable. This is the last asset I will leave to you, so use it wisely. She continued reading, tears streaming down onto the paper. This marks the end of our father-daughter relationship. Everyone fell silent, listening closely, so do not expect to meet again. Although the paper had no words, the content was entirely created by a. Yet she still cried her heart out. Shyly told everyone. That is what was written. This must be my father's handwriting. Jihan felt a pang of sorrow. Closing his eyes and turning away without saying a word, he furrowed his brows, thinking, how could someone so beautiful be capable of such mind control? Truly incredible. Jihan already disliked his brother-in-law, but at least he was a good father to a. He appeared shocked, unable to believe he could do this to a. At that moment, she tore the paper to shreds so no one would discover this secret. Then, said, take it. Please pass this message to Matt. For me, I have received his asset. Her voice dropped, firm and cold. And I am also happy to sever our relationship. I felt a bit sad. Rambling. Right. If I say it like this, it will just give more work to the cleaners. Jihan coldly walked over and reassured her. It is. Sit up. Just use your mana to quickly clean up those scraps of paper. And I will handle this. Then, he decisively used a fire spell to burn all the paper debris. The people there were utterly shocked, their faces displaying the tension in the auction room. The crowd buzzed in panic. Fire magic. Is that person a wizard? How could he possess the skills of a warrior along with mana and holy power? Takeda focused on his back, feeling overwhelmed. The Jihan. That guy. He wore a twisted, ecstatic grin. Thinking, I want him. That is the person Japan needs. While he was still lost in his joy, everyone at the auction rushed towards him. Takeda wondered. Since when did this happen? The crowd clamored, vying for Jihan. The Jihan. You do not belong to any group yet, right? We will meet any of your requests. I came first, so you will prioritize me. Right. They handed out their business cards and urged him. Let us talk. Jihan raised both hands, signaling for them to wait. Hold on. Everyone rushing at me like this makes me a bit uncomfortable, he bluntly admitted. I am really not in the mood to talk about this kind of stuff. Sia called out from behind. Uncle. Jihan turned around to remind his niece. Sit up. You can go ahead. I will catch up with you soon. Sia's face darkened. She gasped, trying to speak. It is not that. She held her head, her body swaying. Uncle, my head really hurts. Then, her eyes closed as if she had fainted. Sia suddenly collapsed onto the floor before Jihan's eyes. He was stunned, feeling as if his heart had stopped, loudly calling out, Sit up. She lay there motionless, the cause of her condition unclear. Jihan rushed to hold the little niece in his arms and shouted, Sit up, open your eyes. Please. Exhausted, she slowly opened her eyes. Weakly calling. Uncle, he anxiously asked. Sit up, are you okay? Just hang in there a little longer. I will take you to the hospital. She grabbed the hem of Jihan's shirt and whispered. Uncle, she softly said in his ear. I am just pretending. Then, Sia subtly winked at Jihan. Thinking. I think he is struggling with the crowd. So I will put on this act. Jihan was bewildered, wondering. Why are we acting right now? We can T-bid like this. She glanced at her uncle and thought, I did well. Did not. Jihan sighed in relief, thinking, oh my, that girl looks just like my sister. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, grew furious, shouting, it is all that traitor White's fault. Sister, do not get hurt. After that, he stepped forward and addressed everyone. I am very sorry, but I have to end today's event here. My niece is not feeling well and needs to rest. Jihan helped the little girl stand and asked, sit up. Can you still walk? She nodded and replied, yep. I want to go back and rest. At that moment, Takeda was being blocked by security guards. He tried to shout loudly. Excuse me. Could you step aside for just a moment? I am sorry for the trouble my presence has caused. Takeda proactively pulled out a card and said, I just want to officially extend an invitation and have a polite chat. Can you get in touch with me later? The card was quickly lifted by Jihan's mana. Then, in an instant, he crushed it and replied. How ridiculous. This scene left Takeda stunned, exclaiming with excitement. Oh wow. Jihan coldly added, that is my answer. Viewers watching this dramatic moment flood the comments. Did you see that? The head of the Fourth World Guild just got rejected by a bronze rank player from Korea. That bald guy must be fuming, but Takeda, on the contrary, does not feel that way at all. He continues to smile widely, his whole body trembling with excitement, saying, but I predict, he is the best. Move aside. The Jihan. He realizes that power is real, and that mysterious strength could easily shatter that business card too. With that kind of power alone, he is already worth investing in, even if he is just a bronze rank player. A rising star that will only grow in the future. Takeda thinks to himself, no matter what, I have to recruit him. Outside the hall, Jihan and his uncle step out, excitedly high-fiving each other. Uncle says, nice job. You really pulled it off there. I was fooled too. Uncle beams with pride. What do you think you are not good at? You are great at everything joking and cooking. Just as they are chatting, a system notification suddenly rings out. You have unread messages. Jihan pauses to read the new notification. Puzzled. What is this? Thich-chan has sponsored you 10,000 AP. Uncle San. Great to meet you today. Let us catch up privately next time. Always a fan of yours. Thich-chan. Jihan stares at the donut-shaped number in shock. 10,000. I turned off the stream. And he is still sponsoring me. Uncle laughs so hard he almost trips. His way of speaking is so over the top. I can't believe my first sponsor is this jerk. I might have to block him. As they are enjoying their conversation, a strange woman suddenly speaks up. Hello. Uncle Jihan. Junsia. The uncle and nephew look surprised as she continues. It is a pleasure to meet you both. The woman introduces herself. I am here on behalf of the 3rd Division of the Guild. I am Lia Xian, the head of Department 3. She smiles and adds, I wanted to meet the two of you personally. So I came all the way here. Sorry for the sudden visit. Jihan feels a bit suspicious. You can just waltz in here unless you are involved. How did you manage that? He wonders. Her voice sounds so familiar. Have I met her before? Xian calmly replies. I maintain close ties with the department handling events in Korea. I am just leveraging my connections. She elaborates. In my office, I am known as the Little Flower. Hearing that name makes Jihan pause. He is sure he has encountered her before. With her confidence so brazen and that tone of voice, I definitely met her somewhere, Xian says, extending her hand. Before we get into the main business, she mentions his nickname, the Herald of Victory. Uncle. Meanwhile, Jihan tries to recall, his expression showing a hint of hesitation. Right now, Xiana's image reflects that of the masked woman he encountered earlier, along with her words. I am a longtime fan of yours, Jihan silently confirms. It is definitely her. I saw the expression on his face and wondered, what is going on? He is frozen in place. She glanced over at Xian, startled, and thought, could it be that he has fallen for her? Jihan then speaks up, saying, this world is full of temptations, so it is really hard to ignore them. Half-jokingly, he adds, that is a famous quote from Dostoevsky, a great writer known for his gambling addiction. Which leaves the two in front of him shocked. Jihan bluntly asks, do you like that quote? Gazan catches on to his intent immediately, stepping in front of Xian and saying, Miss, let me handle this. Gazan seriously asks, who are you? And how do you know her motto? She shouted fiercely. The fact that she is a genius gambler is known to only a few. How could someone like you know that? After hearing this, Jihan could not help but laugh. No doubt about it, he silently confirmed. She is definitely from the top-tier guild in the US. Managing Zero, the only Korean besides Jihan was a slacker who only knew how to eat, drink, and gamble. Yet he became the leader of the second-rate guild thanks to his voice powers. Starting off, voice powers were skills only used to receive support effects. After the potion ended, The growth range expanded to all other aspects, including stats and levels through gifting, voice gifts at rank, FP growth, and the stats of designated players increased. That skill started to become effective. And the strongest among the users of voice powers was her. 0. And Gazan, curious, asked, Miss, are you here to play at the casino too? Jihan, feeling embarrassed, quickly reminded her. Don't he say anything more, Gazan. Jihan sighed, thinking, from the peach blossom sword to 0. It seems like the guild is doing a great job of recruiting, he casually explains. I have seen her during a previous stream. Jihan adds, I'm on my fan. Her messages are the most valuable. So I just asked. Sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable. Gazan turned and asked. You were watching the stream too? She bashfully lowered her head and reminded her friend word for word. Please be quiet. Then, Jihan widened her eyes. I am not too happy about being labeled as a gambler like that. Jihan glanced at her and smiled, thinking, who labeled you? The truth is what it is. I noticed he was smiling. Definitely smitten with her. Jihan ignored that and moved forward, saying, but it is fine. I do not mind being proactive in this relaxed atmosphere. And oddly enough, I feel like we will be seeing a lot of each other from now on. I saw Jihan pull out her phone and thought, oh my, she is taking out her phone. She must be into my guy too. She did not say much and got straight to the point. The Division Guild wants you. The Jihan. We will meet again. Just the two of us. Immediately envisioned a romantic date with pink bubbles floating around, shaking her head happily, thinking, oh my, am I about to get something special? Jihan, feeling very shy, rubbed her neck, thinking to herself, I was so sexy just now. I am really good at maintaining distance, but still keeping it professional. Her gaze locked onto him as she silently reminded. Take note, Gazan. This is how I handle men. Meanwhile, Gazan appeared calm, almost perplexed. Jihan gently tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled confidently. Just watch this. Contrary to her expectations, Jihan awkwardly declined. Sorry, but I do not even know my own phone number. Jihan and Gazan both stood there, stunned into silence. He turned to his niece and asked, Wait, what is my number again? She looked just as bewildered, thinking, what a weird excuse. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. Wait, is he playing some soft game to tie me up? But looking at Jihan's gaze drifting towards her, it did not seem like that was the case. She judged silently. He must have planned this all out. I need to help my uncle, but not like this. Then, aside, Uncle, I am feeling dizzy again. Jihan pondered. Does she really want to go back and rest? A thought. If that is the case, I will just roll with whatever he wants. Then, he spoke to Jihan. My niece is not feeling well. I have to head out. If you give me your business card, I will get in touch right away. She held out her card, and with a shy smile, replied, sure. As they walked away, I smiled cheerfully, thinking, I do not have to worry about my uncle's love life anymore. Meanwhile, Jihan was still in a daze. Calling out, Agagent, she quickly replied, Yep. Miss Jihan. Feeling furious, declared, I heard you laughing. I am about to lose it. Keep laughing. Gaijin could not hold back anymore and burst out laughing. It is not even funny. The sunset faded behind the skyscrapers, and in the air, the sound of a woman's playful reprimand lingered. You really know how to annoy me. Inside the elevator, I confided. But uncle, do you know what really surprised me? She admitted. I never thought you would wear my dad's clothes. Jihan sighed. They are way too big. What can I do? My clothes do not fit girls, he added. The clothes are not the problem. I agreed. Exactly. As long as you look good in them. Who cares? Then she teased. But uncle, that earlier comment was not cool at all, Jihan questioned. What comment? I replied. It was too old-fashioned and worn out. She bluntly added. You are the first one to ever reject me. I lost count of how many times. Jihan is confused, feeling a bit itchy with all this. Wondering, what on earth is she talking about? Zia continues her rant. Looking all high and mighty, but forgetting your own phone number. Now that is just sad. She reminds him. It is only because you are quick on your feet that you managed to save the situation. But Jihan straightforwardly admits, I really do not know. Sit up. His cluelessness hits Zia like a bolt from the blue. The atmosphere between them suddenly becomes awkward. Zia asks again. Really? Jihan honestly replies. Yeah. She is left speechless by this guy. The silence hangs for a moment until Xia scolds him. Are you for real? That is not how it is. The story shifts to a new chapter. Welcome to the battlefield of Gangnam, where this mission is all about defense. Protecting the valve and surviving the demon army, Jihan logs into the game. Letting out a long sigh. I'm exhausted. He thinks to himself. Cheering Sia up is really draining. Reflecting back. Sia cried nonstop after realizing she misunderstood her uncle. Heartbroken, she exclaimed. Did I just ruin my uncle's chance at love? I messed up and became a third wheel. Who even likes that gambling girl anyway? Jihan looks calm. Never expected to see Zero again like this. On the screen. An angry voice belongs to a man named Gwyn Diego Marcet from Argentina. Cursing. Damn it. Lost again. A Zion. Wearing a mask. Complains. This is ridiculous. Jihan. How did that guy even score? He recalls how they quickly became close because both were outsiders. Often betting together during their days off. Zero was really into gambling. Jihan confidently states. I told you Diego Marcet was going to score. Right. Zion angrily retorts. But how can that be? She whines about a washed-up gift like the football god Diego Marcet. From Argentina. Age unknown. Profession. Wizard. The football god gifts us. He reminds her. I told you to keep an eye on that gift. It is an SS rank. Zion sighs and promises. Next time. I will definitely win. Jihan seriously advises. You should really stop betting. Zion replies indignantly. Do not say that, she confesses. It is hard to ignore temptation. You know. Just do not bring up your little mantra again. I am sick of hearing it. Jihan then asks, by the way, are not you going to remove that scar on your face? Zion honestly replies. I never intended to. I have said it before. It is the price I pay for messing with the wrong crowd. Besides being Wojakusa, they share many more similarities. At that moment, Zion calls out to him. Hey. Jihan. She wonders. How did you get so strong so fast? If I were still as strong as I was back in Korea, friends should not have died like that. And the biggest thing they share is the feeling of guilt and torment. Zion raises her glass. Blaming herself. Oh no. I have no right to say that. It is all my fault. They clink their glasses. Burdened by guilt and torment for not being able to protect their loved ones. Jihan, upon hearing this, fell silent, lost in a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts. Back to reality. He lowered his gaze and recalled what had happened. At that moment, Jihan was in a match. And as his mind wandered, unexpected comments from viewers began to flood in. Wait a second. His right hand. Oh my. It is practically leaping off the screen. Last time it was a kitchen knife. What is it going to be this time? Let us see what he does. As soon as they spotted Jihan's weapon, they exclaimed. Look at how tight he is holding that thing. Oh man. These monsters are in for trouble now. That is the machete of Poparuka. A relic used as a sacrificial blade by Poparuka. Perfectly designed for slaying all sorts of creatures. Jihan looked at the weapon in his hands and thought, why is this C-tier item so cheap? This hefty blade is both big and heavy. Not everyone can wield it. He then swung it around a bit and assessed that, well, it is still manageable. Jihan gripped the weapon with both hands, raised it high, and prepared to strike down. As viewers saw him swing the blade through the air, they erupted with comments, saying he is as strong as a warrior. Some viewers were curious. Jihan. Buy a status window. I want to see that too. He wondered. Do they really want to see my status window? Then he smashed the ground with a powerful blow, and the viewers buzzed. He fights like a god of war, but his skills were odd. Truly, he moved like a warrior yet cast magic. His class is a wizard. Show us the status window. Jihan stabbed the blade into the ground and noticed that the number of viewers was increasing. People were starting to demand more. He had 12,000 viewers. The viewers commented. Come on. Jihan, just show us. Warrior. Support. And wizard. He hesitated, uncertain if he should reveal it to the public. But they definitely would not let it slide. They were the audience. After all, the system displayed a notification. Channel 1's goal of attracting subscribers was completed. Channel 2's goal was not completed. Channel 3's goal was not completed. Jihan realized he had to lay it out straight. Thinking this, he spoke up. Hey everyone. It is your guy Jihan here. It seems like a lot of you are curious about my status window. The viewers chimed in. How can we not be curious? Dante provoked him. Seriously. Jihan then said. I will reveal it to you all. As soon as they heard that, the viewers commented. Yep. Now I can relax. Life is truly meaningful. He raised his hand and continued. But only if I get 200,000 subscribers on my channel. This is my promise. Hearing that number, the viewers started commenting in disbelief. You already have 10,000 subscribers. It is not like you are going to die anytime soon. This guy is just a bronze level player with 10,000 subscribers. That is already pretty good. Just say you do not want to show it if that is the case. Jihan finished reading the comments and knew for sure they would complain, because hitting 200,000 is no easy feat. He decided to speak up and added another condition. Jihan boldly declared, "From now on, if I can't maintain my top spot, I will immediately reveal my status window." Viewers perked up at this, with one fan commenting excitedly, "Are you planning to go on a winning streak? Good luck with that." After seeing the audience's reaction, he thought to himself, "Well, I guess that'll do. People are so easy to read." The comments kept rolling in. If it is just a battle arena, maybe he has got a shot. But in a team game, luck plays a huge role too. One wrong move and it is game over. All they can do is wait and see. Jihan tightened his grip on his weapon. A viewer asked, "Who is going to team up with Jihan?" At that moment, bright lights shot down from above. Jihan glanced over and was taken aback, wondering, what is going on? His expression was blank with a single thought racing through his mind. They are all here together. Han Kuang then appeared and exclaimed, "Look who is here." There were two more people behind him. Han Kuang could not stop talking. "Jihan, running into you like this feels like destiny." Jiu Hu also showed up, glaring at Jihan and thinking, "What is with this guy?" He scanned the area and realized, "Wait, there is one more person. I have never met him before." Jihan felt a jolt. Kim Jiu Higu and Han Kuang had become quite the duo. But that other guy, he was a wild card. A complete firecracker with that idiot ball Diego Masset, the top player from Argentina before Jihan's reset. And viewers were buzzing. "Even Daigo's here. I met him once in real life. He is so annoying. But why is this Argentine guy at a South Korean tournament?" Jihan recalled. Back when he was still an unknown. Fragile and a little rough around the edges. But then he realized something did not add up. Wait a minute. This is strange. Jihan thought it through. I am support. Han Kuang is the warrior. If that guy's the mage, does that mean he is the archer? An Argentine archer. Diego Masset, Jihan remembered. Before his reset, he was a mage. What happened? Meanwhile, Jiu Hu was still fuming, clenching his teeth and thinking, I can't believe I am running into this jerk. He bitterly recalled the dark past. Because of him, I lost all my skills. Damn it. I do not even want to look at his face. While he was busy swearing in his heart, the announcement for Jiu Hu suddenly blared. The Sword King Clan 898 has registered for a bounty mission. He wondered, what the heck? Who is crazy enough to give out missions? But before he could finish his thought, he froze at the number displayed on the screen. What the hell is this? In disbelief, he asked. What is this mission about? The system announcement chimed in. Destroy the crystal and prevent Jihan from reaching the top spot. Reward, 50,000 gold. And the game began. As soon as the announcement echoed, a surge of power shot down from the sky, leaving the audience in shock. What is happening? Diego jumps up and kicks the soccer ball down below. A moment that leaves the viewers in awe. Even a soccer ball can knock someone out. Some things just never change. After that, he casually keeps playing, completely unfazed by the undead golems climbing the tower. Diego's relaxed stance blows the audience away. Truly the legendary Diego. No leash needed. Then he tilts his head and says to Jihan, give me some corn. I still need more power. Diego explains that in a team game, everyone needs to pull their weight. Jihan looks at his hands and thinks, corn. My stats have never been high enough to use it much. He reaches out and decides. But now that his divine power is higher, he might as well give it a shot. Jihan softly speaks. Power. As soon as he finishes, a part of the aura surrounds the players standing on the tower. After receiving the power, Huan Kuang beams with happiness and exclaims, oh my. Jihan, you gave us so much corn. You are definitely a top-notch support. The viewers watching this scene can't help but marvel. This support is amazing. Wielding a huge sword with just one hand. Jihan asks directly, are you going to play fair this time? Jihan pauses, confused by the question. What do you mean? He hesitates before answering. Of course. Huan Kuang has the perfect material to broadcast. He steps forward to tease. What is going on between you two? Are you guys friends? He glances at Jihan, thinking, if I do not listen to him, he will just toss me aside again. That jerk? Hearing the response, he stumps his foot and says, fine. Jihan assigns. All right. You take care of things here. And with that, he confidently jumps from high above the tower. This move leaves the three standing above confused, wondering what he is up to. Diego turns to Ji and asks, is he out of his mind? He replies as if it is nothing new. Can't you see? That jerk loves to kick a ball. Jia. Feeling furious, grinds his teeth and thinks, oh, I hate. Does he think he is some kind of superior? He suddenly realizes, no way. I will just do what I want. Let us see how long he can keep being impulsive. The mission on his screen shows, break the crystal and prevent Jihan from reaching first place. Reward, 51,800. He is still in the air. diving down into a swarm of monsters below. Down on the ground, hundreds of undead golems are waiting with open mouths for prey to fall. Jihan raises his hand and uses the fire spell. Flames erupting instantly. He calculates that his magic and holy power have been boosted since merging into his force, turning a horde of zombies into nothing more than a bunch of paper dolls. The fire spell is unleashed, and the green flames slowly engulf the undead golems, causing them to scream in agony. Then Jihan above wields a massive blade. He raises it over his head, ready to swing down for the attack. In this moment, the undead golems continue to scream in despair. Jihan grips the blade tightly, diving down from above like a green comet. A massive explosion of light erupts, shaking the ground and turning the golems to dust. After Jihan's devastating attack, the undead golems were engulfed in fierce blue flames, their twisted bodies slowly dissolving into shadows crushed by sheer force. Up above, Diego witnessed this scene and gasped. Supporting this guy is absolutely insane. Hu Kuang seemed unfazed by the chaos. He cheerfully exclaimed, "Oh my. Everyone. Are you watching this? I swear. This is all being live-streamed. The viewers must be losing their minds." Comments flooded in. "Whoa. What is wrong with him? Didn't he just take down 100 monsters by himself?" Another chimed in. "Where did this guy even come from?" But Jian's battle was far from over. He was now facing a massive undead golem charging straight at him, its fierce face and glowing red eyes growling menacingly at him. Without a word, he decisively plunged his sword deep into the ground, right in front of the undead golem. Jihan smirked. Just as he had anticipated, he realized that though he faced numerous challenges, achieving this was still worth it. The true value of his spatial manipulation and force was becoming clear. Jihan thought of one word: domain. As a thin barrier enveloped him and the golems before him, anyone caught in this domain would find their actions restricted, controlled by the user. That is why the undead golems were not attacking Jihan, even though he was not doing anything to provoke them. Jihan's eyes turned bright red, mirroring the golems. He knew that most people were unaware of the existence of this invisible power, but he was all too familiar with it. Baron, the one whose control was far weaker than his actual power, often trained alongside him. Jihan, having sparred countless times against Baron's abilities, had come to fully understand the strength of this force. He pulled the sword from the ground, leaving a large wet mark on the earth. It radiated destructive power, charged with his mana. Ready to clash against the flames of battle, Jihan was a supreme existence, capable of wielding both holy and dark powers, while simultaneously possessing strength and combat skills. A small twist of fate, how could they possibly stop him? Jihan then unleashed a horizontal slash at the monster. After his devastating attack, the system announced 124 out of 1,000 monsters eliminated. He looked at the count and made a vow. Last time, he could not finish off 1,000 monsters. This time, he was determined to succeed. Then a new notification popped up. Quest: eliminate 1,000 monsters solo. Reward: 3,000 achievement points. He gripped his sword and charged towards the monsters. Just a little more. Move faster. With his eyes shining brightly, Jihan swung his sword, creating streaks of blue light that tore through the air, violently spiraling into the undead golems. The force crushed them into fragments amidst the blinding light. His eyes were filled with determination. Faster. The battlefield shook violently as waves of energy erupted from Jihan's attacks, sweeping away hordes of enemies, rocks and debris flying everywhere. The dawn shattered the night, leaving Hoen Kwang speechless from above. It is unreal. Diego next to him chimed in, totally agreeing, hands up and all. The online viewers could not help but comment, look at this dude. He is probably going to take the top spot again. No wonder he is so cocky. Just needs to snag 200,000 more subscribers. Hoen Kwang suddenly remembered. And now I'm curious about Jihan's status window. The viewers were puzzled. What are these guys up to? It is like a messy setup where three guys can't help but win. Someone wondered. But why is that Kim Ki-RC so quiet? He is just standing there looking all gloomy. Contrary to his appearance, Kimi-RC suddenly flashed a wicked grin. One viewer commented, "Hey Hoen Kwang, give us the lowdown on Ki-RC." And he immediately turned to look and said, "There is the top player. They want to see this guy's face." But he had to pause at what he saw. Han Kwang gasped. In his hand was a flame he had prepared. Ki-RC stood there silently channeling his mana. And Han Kwang panicked. "What the heck are you doing?" He did not answer, his eyes dark as if controlled by some force, his face completely expressionless. While Jihan was struggling down below, a voice echoed, "That damn Jihan. That punk who can't catch a break." Just that one line had the viewers buzzing. Oh wow. This is getting intense. Ki-RC was like a madman. Relentless. This voice is really something. Just a lazy bum. How did you manage to get that girl to believe in you so much? Jihan frowned, silently taking in every word he said. And the viewers were on the edge. Even targeting Jihan now. He has crossed the line. Oh man. Is he asking for trouble? Kikiyu kept mocking. Really? So you actually want to be nice to her? How the hell did you make her believe you so much? The viewers saw Jihan and commented. He is calmer than I thought. Jihan's got some serious composure. Maybe he is not even mad. Kiyuase was still going off at Jihan like a lunatic. Or maybe they have got some secret deal going on. Another viewer felt uneasy and commented. Guys, I am getting a bad vibe here. Jihan's face was tense, mana flickering in his eyes, and a fierce aura radiated around him. This mission had a reward of 55,000 G from Kim Jiuc. It came from the Sword King clan, who had always despised Jihan. The mission was to shatter the crystal and prevent Jihan from ranking first. With that sweet reward of 55,000 GB, if you convert that to cash, it is about 55 million, plenty of motivation for Kim Jiuc to start causing chaos. He continued his lewd games, loudly cursing. That damn miserable punk. Jihan stood amidst a bunch of golems sprawled on the ground, staying silent and not responding at all. However, Jihan had seen through him long ago. His eyes subtly glanced at Jiu. Thinking, a crazy person who always played it safe suddenly bursts out. There are only two reasons for this. Either someone's backing him, or he has been provoked. Jihan scowled in disdain. What a useless piece of trash. Inside and out. He is clearly plotting to pull this off while being far enough to escape. Jiuk was getting bolder. Looks like you have gotten pretty good at this lately. Ah, just a coward. Always retreating. He fell silent. Contemplating. Truthfully, he did not care much about the insults directed at him. But the moment Jihan heard those words, he could not control his emotions. How dare he mention a, remember that day when we revisited and encountered Kara? I could not help but think about it, the thing I tried so hard to forget, but just could not. The memory is like the worst nightmare ever. It is the memory of Kara's death. The scar left on the girl by a horrifying monster from the Wang Dao clan made her face wrapped in bandages. And Kara's body in my arms at that moment was as cold as ice. Devoid of any warmth. The one who witnessed Kara's tragedy felt completely powerless. All he could do was hold his knees tight and scream in pain. Right now, mana waves are starting to appear and swirl around me. Jihan glanced over at him, sensing the ominous energy radiating from his presence. Which is why I decided I would not let this happen again. I will protect her and ensure nothing bad happens again. Viewers started commenting. Look at Jihan. He is furious. Just look at the energy coming off him. Seriously. Mentioning family is pushing it too far. Jihan, go teach him a lesson. But he is already so far away. Jihan vowed everyone would remember what would happen if anyone touched Kara. The moment he tapped into his power by merging the three energy centers into one. Jihan discovered something. He found he could use the nameless sacred technique. Right now, he is channeling two streams of power simultaneously, and Jihan is ready for battle. Of course, since his martial arts are only at level 30, he can only imitate the moves a bit, but Jihan truly felt that moment when he fused the three energy centers into one. It was something very familiar. Just like when Jihan used the nameless sacred technique. Jihan's eyes sparkled in the darkness, his face cold and filled with fierce energy, hiding the torment of the intense transformation he just underwent. He felt the mana flowing out from the soles of his feet. Beneath Jihan's shoes, a powerful mana surged. All the golems charging toward him were scorched by the deadly mana. The transformation turned Jihan's entire body into a bolt of lightning, a spell capable of tearing the sky apart. It is called the Divine Thunder technique. At the top of the tower, three figures stood frozen, with Gi Wuhiyu aiming a fireball at the crystal. An announcement rang out. The Sword King family has donated 100 P. Ji Wuhigu quickly destroyed the crystal. Jihan is starting to take action. He replied. Got it. I understand now. Cursing him feels good. Humo Kwang stood behind him, insisting. Stop. Don't go any further. Ji Wuhiyu said nothing and launched a direct attack, knocking him back. Ji Wuhu coolly warned. Don't get in my way. If you do, I will burn you alive. Hu Kwang remained unfazed, seizing the moment to rally everyone to create content everywhere. Everyone, if you want Jihan and me to be safe, please hit that like button and subscribe. Those who heard this paused their harsh comments, thinking, is something off? At this hour, he is still trying to profit. Then, Ji Wuhigyu used his power to create magical formations, saying, all right, let us wrap this up. He crossed his arms with his staff, and a sphere was created among the three formations. Declaring, let us end it here. Ji Wuhu roared loudly, ready to make his move. He decisively unleashed the fireball, aiming straight at the crystal before him. But just as the flames charged forward, Dago's ball successfully turned the tide, got scorched and then spread outwards, leaving the spectators in shock. What the heck is a soccer ball doing here? Ji Wuhigu turned around in disbelief, taking in the current situation. Over here, everyone gasped in awe. It is Daigo Masid. How dare he block such an amazing shot? It is infuriating. Is he really the Prince of Swords or what? Ji Woohoo did not care about that. He angrily shouted, "What the hell is wrong with you? You jerk who loves kicking balls." Daigo shot back boldly. "You are deliberately trying to mess things up. I won't let that slide." He added, "Plus, you just insulted the teammate who is carrying us. And even dissed his parents. I can't let you get away with this nonsense." Ji Woohoo's face turned red with rage. His jaw clenched tight, struggling not to swear. Jihan suddenly appeared behind him and declared, "You lolif dare to talk back." As soon as Huo Kwang spotted his idol, he chimed in cheerfully. "Everyone. Look. Thanks for the attention. Jihan has arrived." The spectators admired how he created content, saying, "Huo Kwang. You really are persistent." Ji Woohoo's eyes widened in panic, his face pale and drenched in cold sweat. He could feel the deathly aura and lightning-like pressure from Jihan right behind him. His expression darkened, saying, "That is right, you are getting bold." His bloodshot eyes asked, "Looks like you have a lot to say." Ji Woohoo's mouth dropped open, his gaze a mix of confusion and terror, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. His face twisted, taut with extreme fear as he faced overwhelming power. Ji Woohoo was bewildered, thinking to himself, "What the heck? This is ridiculous. What am I supposed to do now?" He hesitated, deciding to take a risk. Damn it. I am done. I might as well just curse you out." "Screw you. Jihan, you look all fierce." Fingers pointed. Ordering. "Shut it." Jihan continued. "Honestly, I was just about to blow your head off the moment I got here. But I changed my mind." Jihan declared. "How could I let you die so easily?" He subtly moved his finger up and down, controlling Ji Woohoo, adding, "The pain will usually be dulled by the gaming device." He was brought to his knees by Jihan, who continued, "So even if I kill you, it would only drop you a level." Jihan restrained Ji Woohoo and asked, "That is common knowledge, right?" he announced. "And now, let me show you some things you do not know." Ji Woohoo's mouth was literally locked shut by Jihan, his hand resting on his shoulder. Ji Woohoo cursed inwardly. "You idiot. You know this but you still want to just kill me. I have lost all my skills anyway. How can I drop a level now?" He regretted missing out on that reward, but this also made him furious. "I have already won." But just when he was lost in thought, Jihan delivered a mind-numbing blow to Ji Woohoo. He collapsed, the pain overwhelming him to the point where he could not even form a complete sentence. Saying, "What is this? It is just too much pain." Standing before Jihan's icy face, Ji Woohoo could only beg, My body. My body." He coldly retorted, "Why are you already in pain? I have not even really started yet." Woo! His face smeared with milk, yelled, "That is enough. Please. It is enough already." His voice echoed through the castle, begging for it to stop. Hon Kwang stuttered nervously. This guy has some serious patience. While Jihan and Daigo chimed in. "I agree. He is pushing it," but he added, "Isn't it strange? Most people using the connection do not react like this. Just look at that glow." And Kwang watched as Jihan held the glowing orb in one hand while treating Ji Woohoo with the other, saying, "He is continuously healing him with just one hand." He could not believe it. "No way. Is that a side effect?" Suddenly, a question appeared on the screen. "What are the side effects?" Kwang rubbed his chin, explaining, "Well, simply put, it is like a doctor." He began to elaborate. "If you keep using healing skills on a damage effect like poison or burns, it can overload, and then a strange phenomenon occurs. The connection device will ignore 100% of the damage. On the other side, Goo, still smeared with milk, screamed again. And Hong Kwang thought, this is terrifying. But he is really in pain. What skill is he using?" Jihan, calm yet contemplative, was using bone manipulation, causing bones to break and muscles to tear. He gazed at Gi Woohoo's body and thought, this is a technique only a few martial artists know. It channels energy into the opponent's body, destroying them from the inside. Ji Woohoo's eyes widened in pain as he thought, I am using a connection device that should reduce 95% of the pain. What the heck is happening? He felt like his insides were being ripped apart, as if thousands of needles were stabbing into his body. Ji Woohoo began to wonder, if this keeps up, just kill me already. You bastard. Right after that, Jihan swung his sword, severing his head clean off. He calmly lifted his gaze towards that direction. Comments flooded in. Jihan's car is ready to roll. Then the notification blared. Player Gi Woohoo has died. He looked around, wondering, is it coming back to life now? Hong Kwang paled, whispering to himself, I need to be more careful. Fans and streamer Hong Kwang were terrified by Jihan's rampage. Then, Ji Woohoo screamed in agony, and a comment popped up. Is this deja vu or what? He calmly watched Giwoo Hugu wailing. Spare me. Please. I was wrong. Comments poured in. Jihan, you are scaring me. Suddenly, his hand fell to the ground. Comments flew in. Wait, guys. He just randomly died. As he collapsed, the announcement rang out. Player Giwoo Hiu has died. Others were startled and exclaimed. Oh man. He must have been shocked. Jihan, do not spare him. Jihan quietly watched Giwoo Higu's body slowly vanish. He raised his hand, glancing that way. Thinking, you could not handle it and died. I need to control my strength better. Then the notification immediately appeared. Player Giwoo Hu has respawned. He shot up. Startled. Yelling. Back to life again. Giwoo Hiu saw Jihan approaching and panicked. Shouting. Don't come near me. I know I was wrong. Your face is about to go dark. If you can't handle the consequences, then do not do it. Jihan was startled when he saw the notification. Karaho 822 has raised the stakes to 10,000 GB. Outside, Kara was shouting with all its might. Hey, stop. So please stop. This is too much. She looked worried and mentioned that if he kept messing up, she would lose all her subscribers. As comments flooded in, I am way too obsessed. If I keep pushing, this will go too far. Jihan, I want to see you in action. But at this rate, Kara pleaded, just stop and focus on the game. Please. Jihan was taken aback. Thinking, Kari is calmer than I thought. He furrowed his brow in contemplation. But it still was not quite enough. Jihan looked at Giwoo Higu in front of him, wondering if he should stop here since it was still peacetime. Surely, this was enough to scare a monkey. He tried to push forward, yelling, help. Just help me. He thought about it. But then, Jihan quickly decided he needed to confirm one more thing. Almost immediately, his voice rang out. Who are you? Giwoo, with tears in his eyes, let out a confused shout. His eyes glinted with red questioning light as he yelled. Who gave you the guts to act like that? He panicked and shouted. I confess right here. I remember it well. I am from the 898 Sword King clan. They tested me with 50,000 B. Giwoo Higu clasped his hands, begging. I am just a madman. Go ahead and kill me. Comments streamed in. Confess right now. This guy is hilarious. His voice echoed as he explained. The Sword King clan supports you. And I got blinded by greed. I am really sorry. Comments appeared on the screen. Ungrateful dog. You have failed today. There won't be a next time. I can't believe I assigned this mission to you. Hearing, something felt off. A reward of 50,000 B for each one of them. Maybe it was not just one person but an entire group. He grabbed Giwoo Higu by the collar. Analyzing. I need to remember this, Jihan calmly said. You should be thankful to Kara for stopping me. His eyes immediately welled up with tears as he shouted. Absolutely. Giwoo Higu was thrown high into the air, joyfully yelling, thank you so much. Kara. Notifications popped up instantly. Player Kim Giwoo Higu has died. Kim Giwoo Higu has been eliminated from the game. A shining figure with a bright smile announced. Today, a buried player has been punished. Jihan gently clapped his hands. Calculating. I should probably go hunt some zombies too. He frowned, angrily thinking. If I had not been interrupted, I would have completed the mission by now. Jihan imagined himself slicing through zombies, receiving the notification that he had taken down 921 out of 1,000. He looked ahead and shouted. Status window. Then he glanced at the screen, thinking. Whatever. How long could it take to kill 80 more zombies? Jihan was startled, yelling in confusion when he saw a reminder. You have unread notifications. Wondering to himself, did I finish? The screen displayed the message. Mission Guild. Zombie Origin 1 has been completed. Jihan glanced to the side in disbelief. How could that be? He saw the bodies lying scattered on the ground and shouted. That is, the Thunderbreaker. Jihan recalled the scene from earlier and realized. So that is what happened. He remembered concluding that he had wiped out the zombies nearby. Jihan pondered silently, thinking to himself that he could not control it, and the power he unleashed caused an explosion. He stroked his chin, furrowing his brow in contemplation. I could not execute it perfectly because I only used my chi, not my full potential. How embarrassing. Jihan stared ahead, thinking, I need more time to train. Just then, a voice called out, making him turn. Jihan, the twinkle in his eye. Daego asked, are you heading down? Can I come with you? He looked over when he heard Jihan call out. Hey, Masset. Jihan shook his hand in gratitude, and Masset replied, I am just doing what I have to do. As comments flowed in, just a regular convo. Jihan chuckled softly. I hope to see you again so I can repay you. Just as he was speaking, the ground began to tremble. I wanted to tell you something important. He managed. The three of them on the high tower gasped. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? This has never happened before. Diego glanced at the ground, exclaiming, it looks like something just exploded. What should we do? He looked forward, shouting, Korea, look over there. Jihan furrowed his brow, and the viewers saw something emerging from the ground, commenting, what the heck is that? His eyes widened in shock as question marks appeared in his mind. He shouted at the sight of something rising from the ground. That is. The three of them stared at a hand with a mouth in the middle, yelling. A hand, the mouth gaped wide open, emitting a terrifying scream. The hand reached up, letting out an eerie laugh. Diego panicked. What the heck is that? That hand is horrifying. Huo Kwang gasped. If it is this big from here, how massive must it be? Below the hand, hordes of zombies were gathering. Jihan shuddered, shocked at the sight of that giant mouth opening. He gritted his teeth as the zombies were crushed to the ground. Struggling and screaming, Jihan furrowed his brow, questioning what that thing was as he saw the hand pressing down on the zombies. Thinking, it is swallowing them. He watched as that massive hand bore down on them. The hand propped itself up with its fingers, and the mouth and the palm gaped wide. A stream of thick black liquid flowed from its tongue, splattering down to the ground. A skeletal golem emerged from that mass of liquid. Huon Kwang gasped in disbelief. Wait! How is that thing appearing in a bronze-ranked game? Isn't it supposed to be exclusive to gold ranks and above? Jahan's eyes widened as he analyzed the situation, realizing that the monster was born after the hand separated the bodies. He gazed at them thoughtfully. A skeletal golem. Just like the name says. It has never appeared in bronze ranks before. Jihan bowed his head, staring at the screen in front of him, pondering. Is this because of the quest chain? The screen displayed a line of text. Zombie Origin Quest Chain to defeat the Death Golem without the assistance of the Fail Stone. He raised an eyebrow, thinking, what do they mean by no assistance from the Fail Stone? A notification sound rang out. You have breached the defensive line of 10 buildings. Jihan frowned, questioning. A notification. A line of text immediately appeared. Side quest has been unlocked, the system's voice announced. Side quest. Eliminate the Death Golem. A crowd gasped and exclaimed. A side quest? Do we usually get stuff like this at the edge of the zone? Are they seriously asking us to kill that thing? The screen flashed with a message. Thousands of death golems created by the Herald of Destruction, the Dark Master. That hand quickly burrowed back into the ground, from the tall tower. The system's voice echoed. You can close the power gap by using the blessings of the Fail Stone. Take them out and bring a nuclear bomb while you are at it. En Kwang shouted in disbelief. How are we supposed to pull this off? Those low-level guys can't handle it either. Jihan shut his eyes, deep in thought. This mission seems impossible. He opened his eyes and mused. If it was not difficult, there would not be such a huge reward. The screen displayed a notification. Side quests to stop the Death Maidens created by the Herald of Destruction, the Dark Master. Reward. 1,000 points and fragments of the Fail Stone. Jihan was taken aback, thinking, the Fail Stone fragments are the main reward. The bonus points and other stuff are just a bonus. He glanced down below, speculating that this must be at least an epic quest. En Kwang shouted that since it is a side quest, they need to give it their all. The sword on the ground was quickly lifted. A golden voice requested. Wait. You should take the blessing first. Jihan calmly declined. No need for that. Comments began to flood in. Is Jihan scared? Did he give up? Is he gonna reveal his stats? The audience could not help but doubt. Come on. How could a bronze rank beat a gold rank boss? Stop defending him. Jihan's foot glimmered with a flash of lightning. Jihan now dashed forward with a spark, heading toward the death golem. He stared at it thoughtfully. Golems are undead, making them tough to kill. You can only take them down by destroying the core at their center. And given their massive size, and that they are made of various corpses, that is a tall order. Besides, the death golem is considered a medium difficulty boss at the gold rank, which means even as a bronze rank, Jihan's got a tough challenge ahead. Jihan calmly called out, two of you, step back a bit. Hun Kwang was startled and asked, He did not bother explaining and quickly dashed toward the death golem. The ground was left with a footprint that crackled with electricity. Hun Kwang and Diego stared at it in shock, his eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend. He shouted. Jihan now raised his sword high, using all his strength to swing at the death golem. There is a technique that serves as the fundamental basis of the anonymity technique, the triple slash. Martial arts based on heaven, earth, and humanity. With three meanings: heaven refers to the sky and a vertical slash, earth to the ground and a horizontal slash, and humanity to humans and a diagonal slash. That is the foundation of the anonymity technique. Jihan grips the spear tightly in his small hands. This technique symbolizes breaking the mountain. He uses the three-stage technique, slashing the undead golem in half. Hun Kwang and Diego are instantly stunned. The ball in his hand drops. On the other side, The entire body of the undead golem dissolves, leaving only its core behind. Jihan smirks slightly. The name sounds grand. He watches it fall to the ground in contemplation. But it was just a vertical slash after all. The notification sound rings out, announcing that player Jihan has defeated the undead golem. The screen flashes a reminder. The 4th tower has completed its side quest, and comments flood in. Going wild. Don't mess with Jihan. I declare this guy is a nuclear bomb. That is the only reasonable explanation. The moment Jihan unleashes his sword, Han Kuang feels a whirlwind of different emotions, fear and jealousy, anticipation and desire, all those emotions mixed together, transforming into respect. Han Kuang kneels on the ground, panting heavily. His eyes widen in thought. This is the first time he has felt like this. At first, he only thought of him as a good topic for streaming. Han Kuang closes his eyes, silently denying it. But now it is more than that. He thinks about Jihan's determination, wanting to capture the moments of this person who will rise to greatness. On Han Kuang's face, there is a fierce determination. I have to do it. He sees Jihan transform into a streak of blue light. Thinking, I must document his journey to become a legend. Along with Han Kuang's unwavering commitment to Jihan, he looks over excitedly and shouts, Jihan, you did great. He gazes ahead, unaware that from this moment on, the bond between Jihan and Daigo begins. As the crowd looks forward and exclaims, oh my, they watch the undead golem raise its hand, angrily shouting, this game is really pushing it too far. It strikes towards the tower with a loud scream. At the 3rd tower, the undead golems surround the area, continuously attacking. The screen displays a reminder. Side quest failed. The side quest has ended. Players who completed the side quest will receive triple experience points and GB. Jihan smiles slightly, thinking, the rewards in this game are truly amazing. He glances to one side, thinking, but of course, I still need a few more things. Jihan turns to him and calls out, Massith, see you outside. Diego looks over and shouts, I am not that interested in the rewards anyway, thanks to you. I have already racked up a decent amount of bonus points. Jihan smiles slightly and asks, I want to talk a bit about your abilities outside. Do not you want to hear? Diego is surprised. Abilities? What do you mean? Jihan raises his hand, emitting red flames, laughing as he says, here's a hint for you, mage. If I reveal everything here, it would not be fun. Let us discuss it over dinner instead. Diego is taken aback. A mage. Is he suggesting I switch my career to a mage? If it were anyone else, he might have brushed it off as nonsense. But Jihan has shown Diego a truly amazing scene, so he can't help but be eager about what he is about to say. He immediately smiles and thinks, if I really find a career that suits me then. After a moment, Diego finally agreed. Okay. I will message you later. Jihan shoved his hands in his pockets and shouted, awesome. Do you have a specific dish in mind? I will find a place first. Effing Kwang immediately raised his hand to suggest, let me tag along with you. Hearing this, he quickly declined. But that sounds like a hassle, especially since it is a reward just for Masset. He immediately shouted, stream. I want to discuss something with you about the livestream. Jihan coldly rejected. I will. Eng Kwang yelled out, I want to be a solid teammate for you. Right. Editor. I want to be your editor. Jihan softly agreed. And hearing that, he excitedly shouted, really? So Jihan slowly faded away, saying, wait, that was me rejecting you. He immediately left, only leaving behind one phrase. Thanks for your hard work, everyone. Tears streamed down Enuhaj Kwang's face as he raised his hand to ask. Wow. Comments flooded in. How to turn someone down in style. Did you see him getting rejected and then losing? Hilarious. But Ening Kwang is not happy about it. At the tall building where Jihan was staying, the lights were still on. The screen displayed reminders. You have completed the zombie origin quest chain, earning an additional 10,000 achievement points and a shard of crystal. A notification popped up. The next quest chain, the trace of the color apostle, is about to be unlocked. Seeing this, he could not help but feel emotional. 10,000 points. No wonder the quest was so tough. He thought to himself, the reward is indeed amazing. Jihan looked at the screen thoughtfully. Luckily, he had already gathered some power beforehand, holding the shard in his hand. He felt a bit let down by it. The screen displayed an introduction. The crystal shard grants the user the blessing of the gods. This item can only be used once, at the bronze and silver levels. The god's blessing can only be used by those at the supreme support rank, the holy maidens. It is one of the most epic items that boosts all stats by 50%. A must-have for the highest ranks. Jihan raised his hand to tuck it away, saying, it is only usable once and limited to silver and bronze. That is disappointing. He looked at the screen, calculating what the next reward would be. Thanks to being the first to complete it, both his GPV stats increased by 50%. Notifications popped up. You have leveled up. You have gained an additional 6,000 P. Jihan calmly murmured, I am at level 13 now. The screen showed an introduction. Combat power and strength at level 17. Nayan? Level 13 in the Xiaozeng team. Junam in Zone 1 with combat power 17. Strength 17. Support class. Wizard. He thought to himself. I still need to level up 12 more times to participate in the silver rank promotion match. To be honest, these stats are quite incredible. He looked in another direction and whispered. Has there ever been a player who grew this fast? The remnants of the alternate world. The pain of Veruca's monk. Are responding. Notifications appeared. You have fully understood the faith of the alternate world. Holy power now +1. The holy power has merged with strength. Jihan glanced at his hand. The screen displayed a reminder. The name of the alternate world's remnants. The pain of Veruca's monk. Has dropped. He slightly raised his eyebrows. Stopping himself. Wait a minute. Jihan looked at the screen, thinking to himself. The stats are not that impressive. 17 combat power. 17 strength, so the holy power and strength are not equal. He glanced at the sword, deep in thought, when a reminder popped up on the screen. The remnants of another world. The pain inflicted by the monk Veruca can no longer contain its inner power. Jihan quickly raised his hand to shield his face as the sword exploded, realizing that this equipment was being destroyed. He covered his eyes from the blinding light, thinking to himself. The power of the triple wine sword is leaking out. Jihan looked in that direction and thought. Can it really not withstand the destructive force anymore? The energy beam quickly sliced toward his shoulder. Jihan immediately raised his hand to analyze the situation. Thinking, if this continues, I am in big trouble. I need to absorb its power back quickly. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. A golden light burst forth from his body, illuminating everything around him. The glow did not waver. Inside a nearby building, a voice sighed. My head really hurts. I even managed to move in next door. Japan's Takeda Kazuo and Fee Sword King 898 sighed, holding a chicken leg. Their plan had crumbled. He recalled sending out the notice. Fee Sword King 898 had assigned a mission to someone. Giedu gasped as he looked at the notification screen. Like, what just popped up? Who sent this to me? His eyes widened in disbelief. What the heck? Giedu could not believe it. Thinking, what is wrong with this mission? The screen displayed the message. Break the gemstone and prevent Jihan's vehicle from coming in first. Reward. 50,000. Takeda, watching the screen, commented. Nothing special. Just someone with the same goal wanting to lend a hand. He smiled, saying, you will get your revenge on Ji-san's vehicle. And I will get a peek at your status window. Takeda looked at the comments online, angrily shouting. These fools. As messages popped up on the screen. Sword King fan family. Let us band together to take down Jihan's vehicle. Pouring massive sponsorship into the Sword King. Those so-called patriots online turned out to be aiding a traitorous jerk. Shut up. Go take care of your parents. You little milk-scented brat. He calmly thought. Even after losing the strongest player, the Sword King, they are still bickering amongst themselves. But thanks to them, stirring the pot is much easier. Takeda laughed loudly. I can target Ji-san's vehicle while pretending to be part of the Sword King FC easy as pie. His hands clasped together. He chuckled softly. Ji-san seems to be on high alert around a guy like me from Japan. But really, the ones he should be wary of are his Korean buddies. Then, the screen showed Jihan and Ji-woo Hugyu. Takeda leaned in and whispered. That wizard better get destroyed quickly. Then, he raised his hand and shouted. Let us make Ji-san taste the bitterness of defeat. Back in reality, Takeda gnawed on the chicken leg, saying, that is what I bragged about, but in the end, I lost. I might need to stop messing with the game and just pretend to be part of the Sword King FC. He looked at the notification on the screen. Mission failed. Break the gemstone and prevent Jihan from coming in first. Reward. 50,000. Unable to hold back. He lamented. If I could just succeed once. It would be too smooth sailing. What a pathetic player. Takeda thought about Ji-woo Hugyu. At that moment he was way too big for the game. If that idiot had just smashed the crystal right away instead of stalling, would not it have been so much better? He gritted his teeth and said, if he could pull that off, everyone's wishes would be granted, and San's car would reveal his status window. Takeda's face was flushed with frustration. His plan had hit a snag, and he was feeling like a total fool. Raised his hand and shouted, about to burst from the pressure. If this keeps up, I am gonna lose San's ride. Takeda slammed his hand on the table, cursing. Damn it. Director of Recruitment Takeda Kazuo from the Self-Defense Forces is in deep trouble. With years of experience in picking out talent, he realized that Jihan was a gifted player who needed to be teased out immediately. But his superiors at the headquarters would only consider his request if he had clear information and solid evidence about the target, and they demanded proof. Since Takeda's whole request was based solely on his gut feeling. To validate his instincts, Takeda needed to get his hands on Jihan's status window. In other words, he needed the actual stats to showcase Jihan's true power. He stared at the computer screen, shouting, "Time's running out. These amateur strategies won't cut it anymore." Takeda kept shouting. "But wait, Jihan's ride is coming." He thought about that person yelling, "And I will get your status window. Then the headquarters will approve it." Takeda's voice echoed. And then he got it. Using the same special method applied to the Sword King, the screen flashed a notification. "Your divine power has increased by 1. Integrated into strength. Strength increased by 1. Jihan gasped in shock. He sat down on the ground, concluding that every 3 points of divine power would convert into 1 point of strength. A reminder popped up. Strength and martial power connection increased by 1. He looked at the system board, deep in thought. Thanks to that, his martial power is now 18. Jihan glanced at the scattered fragments around him, pondering. The remaining divine power was absorbed when the magic instrument was destroyed. It is a shame to see such a weapon end up like this. But if the reward is high enough, notifications kept popping up. Strength points surpassed 17. From now on, you can only absorb divine power from artifacts on the B list. He was furious. Seriously, just the B list? Isn't that like telling me to dream in broad daylight? Jihan closed his eyes, muttering how stingy they were. Just then, Kara pushed the door open and yelled, "Hey there." She was on the phone, laughing, saying, "My account has 50 billion. He calmly asked, "Is it over?" Kara exclaimed in confusion. "Hey there." She looked at the wounds on Jihan and asked, "Why do you look like that?" He glanced at his hand and explained, "Oh this. My weapon just exploded out of nowhere." Jihan smiled lightly, saying, "It is nothing." Kara saw blood gushing from his head and yelled, "You have got to be kidding me." She angrily pulled Jihan outside, shouting, "I seriously can't understand you. Hurry up and clean that wound so I can bandage it. I thought you had grown up, but you are acting like a child." You jumped in surprise, and the next day, Jihan looked at the grilled meat in front of him, feeling thrilled. It was the first real meal he had since his regression. He smiled to himself, thinking that eating out like this is not so bad, but he still joked, "But the Korean BBQ is way better." Responded with a playful pout, saying, "But you should treat me to something expensive." Jihan waved his hand in refusal. "Come on. We eat together 3 meals a day anyway." He immediately questioned, and upon hearing her voice continue, he thought, "Is that really okay?" Jihan was shocked to hear her say, "I am going back to school soon." She scratched her face and laughed awkwardly, adding, "You would not guess it, but I am actually the student council president. So I can take a break." Jihan replied, "But taking a week off would be way better. Right?" Us face was filled with embarrassment as she replied, "Well, about that." He thought about that moment and remarked, "Actually, it is almost time for your blessing ceremony at the academy." Jihan picked up his phone and realized, "Oh right, I just remembered." He looked at the notification on the screen, pondering. Us birthday is coming up soon. On August 22nd. She will be turning 18. Despite the struggles, she had always looked forward to this day. Having received blessings from the academy's top gifts, she hoped that things would turn around if she received a good gift. But that hope was shattered soon after. As the gift she received was from the top gifts list, that moment made her feel crushed. Even though she tried to push through everything. Thinking about this, Jihan lowered his head and said nothing more. He took a bite of meat, analyzing, "If I tell her she will get a top gift, she will be so disappointed." There was no other choice but to gradually lower her expectations. Jihan's voice rang out, "So you are going tomorrow, right?" I smiled brightly and replied, "Yeah. Tomorrow's Monday." Perfect timing. He looked at her and suggested, "All right. Starting tomorrow, I will take you." Aghast in surprise. Why all of a sudden? She quickly waved her hands to decline. "I'm not a kid anymore." Jihan countered, "But we are in a situation right now. I have made up my mind. So just listen to me." I furrowed her brow and asked, "Why are you acting like this out of nowhere?" She pouted and turned her face away, adding, "It does not make any sense." Jihan's eyes widened as he looked at the corners of her mouth lifted slightly into a smile. I noticed him covering his mouth to stifle a laugh and questioned, "What is going on? Why are you laughing?" Jihan replied, "It is nothing. Just eat." She immediately retorted, "What is it? Are you planning to ride the bus by yourself?" Jihan's serious voice rang out, "Don't act like that. When I care, just listen to me." The next morning, the sun began to rise over the tall building. He took her with him and exclaimed, looking at the scene before him, "What the heck?" He stared at the empty parking lot and shouted, "What happened here?" Jihan thought loudly, "Where did all the supercars go?" I asked, Are you saying they sold every single one? He heard that and murmured to himself. So that is why I did not see any car keys. She laughed and said, then I will take the bus. Okay. Jihan glanced to the side and said, there is another one over there. The Ajit mine car is all beat up. That is it. She pointed at the car in front of her, saying, it is my mom's car. And he hesitated, replying, it is not that it can be sold. It is just so cheap they left it as is. Jihan grabbed the handle and asked, can it open? He hopped into the car and said, the key is still here. Right. Ajit Mun asked back. Wait. Do not tell me you are planning to take me to school in this thing. The moment Jihan started the car, black smoke belched out everywhere. He asked, what is going on? Are you embarrassed or something? She immediately denied it, saying, no way. The Ajit mine car hesitated and replied, I am just a little worried. And Jihan asked, worried about what? Brown was seething, yelling, you piece of garbage. Back that thing up right now. She sighed and said, I am worried about this mess. Can't you hear? I said back it up. For long, the two arrived in Seoul, at Gangnam Goose Academy. Ready to get into trouble, Jihan calmly thought to himself, I know this beat-up car will attract attention. But does someone actually want to pick a fight with me? He heard that and asked, what is your problem? Brown angrily shot back, how dare you park this junk here? Back that car out of here right now. Jihan stepped out and asked, we parked here first. What is your deal? That guy fumed. We have always parked there. You bum. Jihan, with his hands in his pockets, shouted back, why do not you shut your mouth first? I am a parent at this academy too. People around gasped and exclaimed, is that Jihan's car? Yeah. That is right. The murderer of the century. Someone raised their hand and turned to gossip. Why is he at the academy? His daughter is supposed to be studying here. Right. I heard she took a break. Is she back in school? That guy's voice rang out. Wait. I am online right now. And suddenly news popped up. Hot news. Jihan's daughter runs to BattleNet Academy and fights Rolls-Royce. And Jihan's car is at the academy too. He is 27. Still studying. Studying forever, how cool is that? Bro. Scene shifts to a car in Gangnam-gu in front of the Jin office building. A voice called out. Lim Gaejun. Follow me. She held her phone up. Confused. That person raised their phone and shouted, just go to BattleNet Academy. She gasped. Muttering, Jihan's car. A voice asked, what is going on? Holding a lipstick. Replied, what else is there? She frowned and said, we are going to confront him. Thinking angrily, how dare he ignore me? I am going to meet him. Hagion gritted her teeth and said, just wait. Jihan's car. Jihan calmly listened as Brahm yelled, can T believe a bum like you dared to show up in that junk? He raised his fist and shouted, get your head down now. His eyes gleaming with a bright red light. Brahm swung hard at Jihan, yelling, get your head down. You jerk. The Ajit mine car yelled. Wait. Mister. The two staff members nearby gasped, saying, we can't hold him back anymore. Can we? That was way too close. He saw Brahm's punch nearly landing right in front of his face. He clenched his teeth, thinking, why can't I move? Then, Brahm startled as a flash of red light shone, clenching his mouth tight and asking, what is that? Jihan swung his arm and knocked the guy down to the ground. He looked down from above and shouted, stop cursing already. Aren't you supposed to be taking the students to school? Jihan calmly replied, at least try not to act so clueless. Sit up. Anxious. Exclaimed. Wait. People are watching. Just let it go. Suddenly, a voice called out, sit up. It was Kim Hee-soo, the 17-year-old vice president of the BattleNet Academy Student Council, sticking her head out of the car and shouting, oh my god, it is really you. Sit up. Jihan turned his head towards her and thought, looks like a friend of XA. She immediately shouted, Hee-soo, long time no see. Stepping out of the car, she asked, what are you doing? Brahm quickly replied, just slipped. Sorry about that. Both Jihan and So were taken aback, thinking, really? The guy bowed his head, admitting his mistake. I, miss. Hee-soo covered her mouth, gasping, oh my god. Sit up. Why are you in this car? Where are all your other rides? Sia looked at the car and replied, this one. Well, she chuckled softly and continued, Brahm sold off all the other ones. She then patted her chest and exclaimed, you better call me. Hee-soo grabs his hand and shouted, this won't do. Her eyes sparkling. She said, I will give you a ride to the academy. She was startled and exclaimed, wait, why all of a sudden? Hee-soo's voice rang out, explaining, a car like this will definitely attract attention. Sia quickly refused, true. But I do not want to be a bother. Hee-soo shook her head, saying, bother? Not all. I will tell Brahm not to worry. Jihan looked at Xia, hesitating, and said, but, he turned his gaze elsewhere. lost in thought. Jihan looked at her smiling face and thought, does Exia really have a friend like this at a time like this? Something feels off. After a moment, Hexan suddenly shouted. What the heck? She exclaimed. Where's Jihan? I rushed here in under 10 minutes. How could he be gone? The security guard replied. He just left. Madam. Gajan closed his eyes and said, I told you so. Hexan fumed. Shouting. How can you have a fight in just 10 minutes? She frowned, biting her nails and murmured. If this keeps up, those foreign clubs will come after him. Gajan immediately raised his hand to stop her. Hold up. Hexan was startled, looking at the hand resting on hers. With a calm expression, she reminded her. Don't you remember what I said? Biting your nails won't solve anything. So I am stopping you. Hexan smiled lightly and replied. Right. Thinking to herself. Don't say anything else, or I will like her. Gajan watched her turn to leave and asked. What are you planning to do now? Hexan asked back. I have no other options. Do I? She tapped the screen playfully and said. I will keep an eye on him. A notification popped up. You have entered the stream of the battle. Net predictor. Hexan smiled and said, let us see who wins. On the other side, comments flowed in as they saw Jihan charging forward. San Jihan is definitely winning. Why watch if you already know the outcome? He threw a powerful punch at someone in front of him, and a message popped up. Total wreckage. Then, Jihan kicked hard at the person next to him. The audience watched him fly backward, commenting in awe. He shattered the shield with his bare hands. He closed his eyes and unleashed his hidden techniques. His eyes flashing with a white light, Jihan used his lightning footwork skill, creating bolts of lightning that sliced through the crowd. Immediately after, the crowd behind him fell to the ground simultaneously. Jihan looked at his fist and exclaimed. Not bad. He thought to himself. I am getting the hang of this faster, because I am focusing on the feeling when I use it. He glanced at the other two and thought. Let us give it another shot. He and the other guy shared a wry smile. Just do not let it be Jihan again. Jihan sliced through a death golem, a gold tier monster. With just one strike. They looked at him, thinking, a bronze rank player has to face him. It was just like being struck by lightning. A natural phenomenon you can fight back against. As soon as Jihan appeared on the rooftop, a message popped up. Game over. He calmly read the message. You came in first, as comments started to roll in. First again. Jihan is always number one, with the notification chiming repeatedly. You have placed first 5 times in a row. Experience NP earned will increase by 200%. He gasped in surprise. A new message appeared. You have leveled up twice. Jihan stared at the reminder. You have reached level 15. The dungeon game has been unlocked. He took off his outer jacket and exclaimed. That is right. It unlocks at level 15. The dungeon is a new map that opens up at level 15. Unlike regular games where you just fight, dungeons also have puzzles and traps. Jihan pondered silently. There is a limit to what solo players can achieve. So even though teaming up is labeled as encouraged, it is basically mandatory. The elevator doors opened, and he looked ahead, pondering the issue. With one hand in his pocket, Jihan thought. Too many people are targeting me. He scratched his chain. Calculating. If my teammates decide to team up to mess with me, there is nothing I can do. Should I temporarily join a guild? Then, Jihan immediately shook his head. It does not seem worth it. He thought to himself. It would just be annoying when I want to leave. He touched the system analysis screen. And even if it is annoying, I will have to endure for now. I am about to hit silver soon. Jihan's gaze sharpened as he calculated. And when I reach silver, he bowed his head, silently resolving. I will start my own guild. Later, Jihan cooked dinner. And in the frying pan, 2 eggs were sizzling. Jihan held the pan in one hand and a plate in the other, saying, Can you set the table? She immediately agreed. Sure. They looked at the 2 plates of bread on the table and exclaimed. Done. They sat down and began to taste the bread on the table, aghast in surprise. Oh my god. Uncle. How do you cook so well? Jihan quickly rebutted. This is not even cooking. She shot back immediately. It is really good. He smiled slightly, saying, Really, the next time, I will cook for you properly. He thought to himself. Looks like cooking something new every day in America is paying off, exclaimed excitedly. Really, that is awesome. Suddenly, Jihan asked, Is your friend coming to pick you up? She lifted a piece of sausage to her mouth and asked back. Izu. Right. She nodded and replied. He is not coming to pick you up anymore. He asked in confusion. Why not? I gently chewed her food and replied. I do not want to talk about it. When I got home, he made me really uncomfortable. And I felt a bit overwhelmed. In her mind, she replayed the scene where Izu, with a curious expression, asked, Sit up. What are you going to do now? You must be really upset. Is there anything I can do for you? What kind of dad treats his daughter like that? Jihan, overhearing this, chimed in. Right. That is so annoying. She nodded in agreement. Exactly. Right. Uncle. You could see a flinch when she added. And there is this other thing too, with a bright smile. She exclaimed, Mom's car is way more comfortable. Jihan was suddenly taken aback, frozen on the spot. Then, he found himself lowering his head with a gentle smile. Jihan's voice echoed back. Yeah. I agree. After that, he used that same car to drive her to school. In the schoolyard, a crowd turned to look, and there rolled in Jihan's car. He looked ahead and asked, Is it the recruitment team with the reporters? She replied, looking defeated. Yeah. We made a huge scene yesterday. Jihan calmly added, more like stalkers than reporters. The car drove into the premises, leaving behind a loud shout. This is a private area. Clear out. Unauthorized personnel. Stay out. Jihan sighed. We need to use a different car. Suddenly, she gasped. Uncle. Sia looked towards Hazian and Gaejon in the distance and shouted. Those guys over there. She scratched her head and exclaimed. You are here. Xian immediately spoke up. Hey. It is your car. Right. Jihan opened the door and stepped out. Puzzled. Why is the atmosphere so tense? He called out. What a coincidence to see you here. She stepped closer and replied. I came early to wait. Sia thought. She is really obsessed. Hazian immediately began. I gave him my business card. And he has not called me at all. She raised her fist, saying, Good luck, uncle. I won't bother you this time. Jihan quickly exclaimed. I already explained that. Suddenly remembering. Oh no. I forgot the business card. She stepped up to him and said. Anyway. Hazian crossed his arms and asked. Can I borrow a moment of your time? Jihan. A crowd gathered, staring at the coffee shop ahead. They shouted angrily. She is getting ahead of us again. I was supposed to get that platinum contract. If we can't get it to him, what is the point? We can negotiate too. They are not the only big league in town. Jihan looked at the crowd and asked. Since we are sitting outside, we are attracting too much attention. Are you okay with this? Hazian picked up her coffee cup and smiled, saying, I am used to getting stared at. Jihan could not help but think, you seem even more relaxed than usual. She set her cup down and replied, well, I graduated from this academy, so I am used to it. Hazian looked up at Jihan and said, but seeing your reaction, I find it hard to accept. Jihan immediately backtracked. If it is because I have not contacted you, he added, I have been so busy. I forgot. Hazian sighed. It is a bit different. Her voice added. This is the first time I have pursued someone like this. Then, Hazian raised her hand to accept the contract, saying, that is why I prepared a contract that fits you perfectly. She placed the contract on the table, saying, we are offering you a platinum contract. Outside, the crowd gasped. A platinum contract? For a bronze level? Forget it. I am out of here. Jihan is quite a surprise. She is really preparing for this. You could see Hazian jump in, confidently declaring that the only reason this deal could happen is because of my determination. Hazian smiled softly and added, do you get what I mean about him? The quiet girl thought to herself. She is so determined. While the folks outside looked gloomy and turned to leave, time to head back. Jihan looked up at Hazian, his eyes wide in curiosity, wondering if her perfume smelled like Zero. Noticing Jihan's silence, she raised an eyebrow. Like, what? Hazian stared at his puzzled face, questioning why he was so calm at this hour. What is up with him? The corners of his mouth slightly lifted as he concluded. I bet Hazian's scent is definitely Zero. Jihan pondered as he looked at her, wondering if it was similar, feeling a bit lost. Hazian, sitting down with her arms crossed, suddenly remembered. Oh right. I do not even have his number. I can let this slide. She looked at him and asked. I will send you a copy of the contract once you check it out. How should we stay in touch? Jihan's voice rang out. You want my number? Right. Hazian smiled, secretly scolding. This guy. While the quiet girl whispered. Right on the money, she calmly asked. And if I do? He did not answer but suggested. What if we make a bet? Hazian chimed in. A bet. Jihan smiled confidently. Yeah. I just leveled up to 15. And my next match is a dungeon raid. She gasped in surprise. You have reached level 15 already, Hazian thought. I was just wondering when he would get there. And he managed to level up in just a month. But why is he suddenly wanting to bet? She immediately asked. What kind of bet? Jihan pulled out a chair, responding. I am heading into the dungeon now. He smiled gently, declaring, if I do not come in first, I will sign a contract with Twinsa and give you my number. Hazian was taken aback. But so many people are going to be gunning for him. Gaijin was shocked, thinking, He plans to dive into the dungeon alone without a team to back him up. He casually put his hands in his pockets and replied, "If I am guaranteed to win, where's the thrill in that?" She affirmed, "That is true. But it makes me even more worried." Jihan smiled wryly. "What are your conditions? If I need to check things out for myself." He thought of that request. "You need to show me your stats window." Jihan whispered to himself, "I need to see if she still has the nurturing skills like before." Hazian blushed and muttered, "The stats window." Her voice shot back, "My stats." He calmly admitted, "Yeah, that skill is considered useless by most people now." He glanced over, deep in thought. "It seems like she has agreed. But I gotta see it for myself." Hazian sighed and responded, "Fine. But do not regret it later." She immediately asked, "You have to log in, right? Should we go somewhere else?" Screen displayed a reminder. "You have logged into Battle.net." Jihan quickly declined. "No need for that." He touched the screen and added, "Just wait here." A notification popped up. "You have started a live stream." Moments later, comments flooded in. Jihan shouted, "Are you all ready? Get set," as he radiated blue light, saying, "I will be back soon." One comment quickly appeared. "Something big is about to go down. The mission is a dungeon raid." A notification sound echoes through the invader's dungeon. The screen displays an introduction. The Royal Tomb of the Trial Executor. High difficulty level. A massive dungeon lies beneath the earth, the final resting place of a great trial executor. This dungeon is infamous for its overwhelming number of monsters and lacks any traps or complex mazes. However, there is another reason why the difficulty of this dungeon is so high. Jihan calmly explains that to complete the game, every member of the team must survive until the very end. He closes his eyes, thinking to himself, that is why being lucky enough to be placed in a good team is incredibly important. The screen displays a message. Player Jihan has entered. Notifications pop up one after another. All players have been summoned, and the game will start shortly. He opens his eyes and looks ahead. Realizing that his teammates are not looking too hot this time, a guy adjusts his glasses and says, "No way. Is that Jihan?" Another player exclaims, "Is it really him?" Jihan quietly observes them. Noting that all three are from the same guild and their gear looks solid, he raises his hand to greet them. "Hey there. Nice to meet you." Jihan responds, shaking their hands. "Glad to meet you. Let us give it our all." The audience glances at the emblem on the players' jackets and starts chatting. That is the Black Eagle Guild. They seem pretty chill. Wait, did he just reach level 15? One player beams and asks. With this lineup, should not we aim for first place? He turns back and grins. Of course, with Jihan here, it is a no-brainer. Looking ahead, he suggests, "All right, Jihan, we will lead the way." Jihan quickly declines. "Let me go first," Sung exclaims in surprise. "Ah, shouldn't he that be the warrior's job?" He turns back and assures, "It is. I am confident in my frontline combat skills." Comments flood in. Sounds reliable. He is right. Everyone remembers the undead in the defense map. Right. Sung quickly follows up. "All right. We will stick close to you." Jihan grips his wrist, thinking, this time it looks like there won't be any trolls, which is a relief. I am a bit worried about completing this mission. He should start sprinting now. The screen displays. First level of the Tomb of the Trial Executor. Underground. Jihan scans the ground ahead. Sung exclaims in shock. It is. He points at a pile of earth golems and shouts, "Tome Guardians." Sung looks over, puzzled. What should we do? Jihan. I think we should use magic to clear the way. Jihan does not turn around as he replies. It is. He strides straight ahead, saying, "Just follow my lead." The Tome Guardians raise their weapons and charge forward. Jihan immediately dodges to the side. Then, he swings his fist and crushes one of them. Jihan quickly retracts his fist from the golem's body. Without pause, he continues to slice through them, ultimately grabbing the head of one guardian. The group stares in shock, wide-eyed, and yells, "What are you waiting for?" Jihan crushed the head in his hand, turning around to remind them, "I said to follow me." The Tome of the Fake Punishment has 10 corridors, and each team will be placed in one of those corridors, all connected to the 7th level underground. This is also the last area of the dungeon. Jihan's team was placed in corridor number 8 and is leading overwhelmingly. He took out all the Tome guards along the way with ease. The moment it fell, a notification popped up immediately. Tome of the Fake Punishment. Level 3 underground. Sung exclaimed. It is truly impressive to see him fight in person. While Sang was shocked, saying that those soldiers were definitely tough as nails. He saw Jihan effortlessly taking down the Tome guards, and did not expect him to smash them like they were made of sand. Jihan looked ahead, thinking, indeed, it is very simple. Comments kept streaming in, and he had not even used any weapons yet. From the previous match until now, Why would he need to use weapons against these small fries? Seriously. He even defeated a golem. A message popped up. He had supported 10,000 B. Jihan swiped over, exclaiming, "What is this?" He thought about the old man, wondering what he was planning to do. As a reminder appeared on the screen. The old man had supported 10,000 GB. He told the old man, "You have not checked your inbox yet. Can you read my message?" Just once. I even prepared a massive support already. This style of writing is really annoying. How dare he show up in a place filled with dignity like this? One person immediately commented that the defense forces were obsessed with having to protect him now. And Jihan kicked the guy away. Soon after, comments kept pouring in. "Jihan, please do not abandon us. If you go to Japan, I will follow you there too." He reached out and touched the screen, saying, "Do not worry. No matter what happens, I want to move to Japan. I will deal with this old man." Comments came in. "I am so moved." Sang shouted in excitement. "I can't believe we have already cleared level 3. If it were a normal dungeon, we would probably just be finishing level 1 now." Mukio looked around, amazed. It is as fast as taking a bus. More like a shortcut. Knelt down, swinging his sword lightly at it. Gasping, "How did he smash those tough guys?" Sang bowed his head, saying, "Thank you. I can deny we are counting on you." Jihan touched the wall in response, saying, "No need to thank me." He calmly continued, "Just not messing things up is already a huge help." Upon hearing this, he laughed loudly, wishing he could keep playing with you. Old man. Jihan rushed out of the corridor. Looking ahead in astonishment, the screen showed a notification. 4th level underground. He looked straight ahead, pondering. A straight path. Sang let out a gasp, and Jihan exhaled, unable to believe it. He looked around, shouting, looking at the walls and the floor. Sang closed his eyes, responding with a wry smile. "It is obvious they are traps. It seems all the traps in this dungeon are concentrated right here." Jihan's voice rang out, asking, "Would you mind if I move faster?" He was startled and quickly denied it, saying, "Of course not." Sung Hyuk jumped a bit and replied, "No problem at all." Jihan looked ahead and said, "All right, I will set up some traps." Jihan hurried forward, adding, "You guys handle things back there." Mangakap gripped his sword tightly, thinking, "Yeah, just go ahead and let us take care of this." Sung Hyuk raised his bow and whispered, "This is the moment I shoot forward." They thought about that announcement and silently vowed, "The 1 million P will be ours." FE 787 of the Sword King has sent out a viewer mission. Takeda, who was halted by Jihan, was the mastermind behind it all. He looked at the screen and exclaimed, "It is." Takeda raised his coffee cup and laughed loudly. "I am not using the same strategy twice. But right now, spending money is all I can do. I have no other choice." His face fell as he continued, "So what is your plan to get through this?" "I have bought them all out." Takeda looked at those people and said, "And I even told them to act as discreetly as possible." He glanced at Jihan and muttered, "You know what this means, right?" Takeda saw Jihan charging forward and said, "The moment you shoot ahead." He stared at Jihan's face and shouted, "That is also when you will fail." Takeda raised both hands high in excitement, laughing out loud. "This is my victory." Inside the building, laughter echoed mockingly. "Unless someone warns you ahead of time, nothing can ruin my plan." Meanwhile, on this side, a figure with a high ponytail trembled in the wind. He hugged himself and looked at the broadcast screen, then saw Jihan sprinting ahead, quickly following suit. Inside the mechanism, arrows glinted with sharp light, then simultaneously shot toward them. He frowned and thought, "Here it comes." Arrows flew toward Jihan and the other guy. He raised his hand and shouted, "Jihan, dodge. I will use my skill to make the arrows disappear." He calmly replied. Jihan was enveloped in red light, wielding the power of spatial domination, an absolute force. The arrows pierced toward the red radiance. They all got halted outside, unable to move an inch. Comments flooded in. "He blocked those arrows. What skill is that?" The other guy looked in shock at the arrows hovering in the air and shouted, "What the heck?" The audience immediately started discussing. Jihan and that guy could work together. I want to be stuck with Jihan too. He turned to the two behind him. "Did you all see that?" Moments later, the other guy stared at them, his face beaming under the weapons. He looked horrified, yelling, "Jihan, retreat." Jihan's eyes sparkled with bright red light as he gritted his teeth, thinking, "They are logging out on their own." The other guy was startled, waving his hands and shouting, "What are you doing? Stop them." Mangakap remained calm, nonchalantly chopping down. From Jihan's feet, bolts of lightning immediately flickered. Sung Hyuk shouted in astonishment, "Ah, him too." He unleashed a thunderclap skill, sending lightning toward the two. He got hit, gritting his teeth and crying out in pain. Jihan threw a powerful punch at the two, sending their weapons flying. Sung Aishe struggled to get up from the ground. Munkyo shouted in pain. My hand. Then, he turned his head, his eyes flashing red, and raised his hand towards them. Jihan clenched his fist tightly. Their faces filled with dread. Sanks rushed over from behind and asked, Jihan, are you okay? We are not done with the game yet. Right, Jihan replied. That was close. Munkyo grimaced. Damn it. We almost took ourselves out, Sung Ae asked in disbelief. Did you also get a mission to self-destruct? That is insane. Right, Sanks looked over. Puzzled. Are they arguing again? Jihan touched the system screen and replied, makes sense. It seems both of them received a self-destruct mission. He was shocked to hear Jihan's voice. If one of them died first, the game would end. Sanks placed his hand on his chest, admitting his mistake. I'm so sorry on their behalf. Jihan shrugged and replied, good thing I stopped the drama. He noticed the hand on his chest and said, no need to apologize. A flash of red light burst forth, knocking Sanks' hand away. Jihan raised his hand to control his own. Continuing, because I know you are the same. Deep down, all members of the Black Eagle Guild received the termination mission. Sanks frowned and shouted angrily. How do you know? Jihan calmly listened to the chaos, thinking, there is nothing suspicious at all. How does he know this? Comments instantly flooded in. Who snitched? Han Kwang is going wild, who else but me? A notification popped up on the screen. Han Kwang just donated 10,000 G. Jihan. Watch out. The Black Eagles are all bought off. They will self-destruct and get a billion GB. He responded with a bright smile. Thanks to my reliable streamer assistant. Han Kwang. Comments flooded in. What is that supposed to mean? Han Kwang pointed to the screen and explained. I am a true fan of Jihan's car. I always follow the stream. His voice rang out. The stream of his teammate too. And a comment popped up. Sounds like a stalker. Han Kwang shouted. And then I saw it, he calmly recounted. The moment SUF 898 dropped a billion GB mission, a reminder popped up on the screen. SUF 898 has released a mission with the following reward. I am just saying it straight. Self-destruct quietly. Complete it and receive 1 billion B. The audience gasped at this. Commenting. 1 billion. Are you kidding me? That is insane. Wait. Is not that the name SUF 898 from before? Han Kwang lamented. So I tipped Jihan off. And a message appeared on the screen. The recipient of the winning prediction is Suong. Jihan. Be careful. The Black Eagles are all bought off. Around 10,000 GB donated. An unbelievable sound rang out. 10 million military B. He clenched his fist tightly and shouted. For justice. That is not expensive at all. So let me, your loyal fan, be your editor. Han Kwang exclaimed in confusion as he heard Jihan's voice. Isn't that a little too much? Inside. He waved his hand to control the red power beam. Jihan glanced over at Seong sprawled on the ground. Continuing. No matter how you look at it, a billion is still a bit much. Right. Jihan bent down and pointed at the sword, saying, even if you risk your lives, it is not worth that much. The live audience immediately flooded the chat. Agreeing. Right. Even if it is the Sword King, that is just absurd. Are they really from a Sword King family? He gripped the sword tightly and declared. So I have come to a conclusion. Then, Jihan swung the sword down with all his might. He calmly looked ahead and shouted. This must be a well-known association. Or perhaps the influence of the Sword King is being exploited. Lines of comments instantly appeared. It is possible. Of course it is. It is definitely that. Take it a frowned. Hearing Jihan's voice echo. They actually spent 1 billion on just one data window. That is really haunting me. A comment popped up. Am I the only one thinking of that guy? Jihan's voice rang out. Who could it be? Hearing this, Take-It wiped the cold sweat from his brow and asked, what is going on? Comments began to flood in. Take-It. I have not heard from him in ages. Jihan looked at the screen and said, looks like he wants to see my data window. That is why he left. I will change my promise. And immediately, comments started rolling in. What is this? Are you backing out? He pointed at the rope image and declared, I will change it from 200,000 subscribers to 1 million subscribers. And the promise for the top spot remains unchanged. The audience was taken aback, murmuring, when will he ever get to 1 million? That bastard. Good thing he did not plan to back out. Jihan closed his eyes and thought, well, that is good. He looked at the rope appearing in his hand, wondering, I am still worried since I am aiming for 200 million. Jihan gripped the rope tightly, contemplating, thanks to this, I will earn more with the movie too. I will squeeze it dry until I hit 1 million subscribers. Comments started rolling in. Look at that smile. Holding the rope, looking so sly. But where did the rope come from? The screen immediately displayed a reminder. Control rope level. Restraining. The rope disables enemies. He used the rope to tie those three together and received praises. Good. Very tight. Comments quickly appeared. Too easy. Those bastards. Those three were immediately dragged along as Jihan's voice rang out. Then let us go. They could not stop themselves from slamming hard against the ground. The comments saw him dragging those three forward and asked, "Are we going straight like this? This guy is completely nuts." On the rooftop, a tomb guard looked down in shock. Dong Hyuk exclaimed in surprise. And him too? Jihan frowned, hearing the sound echoing in his ears. Do not disturb the sleep of the person. The tomb guard's eyes lit up with a golden glow as he mumbled. Emperor. Do not disturb the sleep of the person. The Emperor is immortal. Don't disturb the sleep of the person. Beneath the earth, on the 6th level, hundreds of eyes glimmered on the ceiling, staring at them. The three of them lay on the ground, unable to believe. This is just insane. The audience saw them being dragged by Jihan and burst into mocking comments. This is hilarious. What a mess. But why are not they saying anything? A message suddenly pops up. The worker thinks, it is too quiet here. Moonkaio tries to speak up, but a red light seals his mouth. In shock, he wonders, could he really be of the same kind as me? Then why is he so ridiculously strong? 10 minutes ago, he shouted at Jihan. Wait. You bastard. Moonkaio grit his teeth, demanding, we won't let you off the hook. This is your final warning. Just as he continues to threaten, Jihan instantly raises a finger and strikes. If you do not want the entire Black Eagle gang as your enemies. He presses several pressure points on Moonkaio's body. He stares at the hole in his armor, stunned, thinking, what the hell? Jihan looks at Moonkaio as he falls, asking, do you really think the guild will step in for a bunch of losers like you? He bows his head, puzzled, wondering why his body feels completely drained of strength. Moonkaio glides over to Jihan, speculating, could it be? But how could that even happen? He quietly thinks, could he have hit our pressure points? Meanwhile, Jihan examines his hand, pondering, it has been a while since I used that move. Looks like I still got it. Moonkaio thinks in shock. That technique can only be mastered by someone who has reached the level of a martial artist, a warrior class that has been upgraded. He looks at Jihan, who is continuously hitting pressure points on him, whispering to himself, I thought he was just a support character. Moonkaio grits his teeth, thinking, at this rate, we are going to get dragged around like ragdolls. He remembers Ji-woo, who always gets sensitive whenever his niece is mentioned. Then, Moonkaio instantly decides, fine. I will show you the skills I learned during my keyboard warrior days. Just as he shouts, he is sealed off by a red beam of light. The niece of Jihan smiles slightly as he watches Moonkaio struggle to make a sound. He grips one end of a rope, teasingly saying, why do not you try shutting up for once? After being dragged for a while, he cries out, I can't care about anything else anymore. Being dragged on the ground like this hurts too much. Jihan calmly shouts, healing. And the feeling of being healed instantly brings relief. How wonderful. The vehicle immediately yells, shut up, and comments flood in. He is constantly healing them. That is hilarious. Barking dogs never bite. Well, he can let them die anyway. He looks at the screen, thinking, we are now on the 6th floor. Jihan recalls that map, secretly thinking, conquering this floor means we are at the final boss. He passes through the tunnel toward the 6th floor. Then Jihan gasps in shock at the scene before him. The screen displays a message, 6th floor underground. He sees dozens of pairs of golden eyes looking down at him, gripping his sword tightly, cursing. Damn it. Jihan stares intently, wondering, am I too focused so I can't see clearly? He observes the tomb guard stuck inside, thinking, but they all seem to be grounded. From behind, a sound of movement startles Jihan. He turns to see the tomb guards approaching from behind. Their eyes gleam with a golden light, staring intently. The three of them in the vehicle are terrified, eyes wide open, looking over there. The moment a tomb guardian lunged at the three, Jihan swiftly swung his arm to counter. As he turned, he saw the stick stop right in front of him. Panic surged, and he reached out to grab the tangled ropes. Ignoring their loud shouts, Jihan hurled them away with all his strength. Next, he raised his sword to block the tomb guardian's attack. Jihan lifted his sword and sliced them into countless pieces. The tomb guardians that were struck immediately shattered into fragments. Falling to the ground, he stood still, watching the debris fall. Comments immediately started rolling in. A new life is tough, but it is glorious. It has been ages since we saw him with a sword. One tomb guardian, perched in the shadows, watched from above. Suddenly, its eyes blazed with a dazzling golden light. Jihan felt the tremors around him in shock. An alert popped up. The tomb is shifting. He gasped, eyes wide open, letting out a startled cry. He tilted his head in silence, listening to the tomb guardians muttering, do not disturb the Emperor's rest. Hundreds of bright yellow eyes looked down, whispering, Long live the Emperor. Do not disturb the Emperor's rest. Long live the Emperor. Jihan thought to himself. Noticing their eyes glowing, they must have switched into attack mode. He pondered. A notification appeared on the screen: the mission to eliminate all guards. Reward: 1,000 achievement points. Seeing this, Jihan chuckled softly. It has been a while since I got a mission. The last one was when I was still in the defense map. He raised his hand, conjuring a protective barrier around the three of them, declaring, "Shield." Then, Jihan swung his sword against the protective barrier once more. The Guardian gasped. What the heck? Why are you cutting like that? What is the point of giving us a shield? He observed the red sparks above. Contemplating. With the force field up, the shield had become significantly tougher. Jihan glanced back, thinking, I do not need to focus on protecting them anymore. He immediately unleashed a barrier, encasing all the Tome Guardians inside. No matter how many times he used it, Jihan was still amazed by its sheer dominance. Every movement of anyone within the barrier slowed down, and with just one arm, he could overpower everything. The bodies of the Tome Guardians instantly shattered into pieces. He raised his sword, looking at them, declaring, "This is my territory." Jihan closed his eyes. Thinking about the man's regret, he felt embarrassed. Baron, such an extraordinary skill, and he only used it to boost mana. Gripping his sword tightly, he raised it high, thinking, enough playing around. Jihan looked at the surrounding Tome Guardians and shouted, "Let us end this." A surge of blue energy erupted from his sword. That flash of light swept around, obliterating them all. The corners of Jihan's mouth lifted into a smile as he surveyed the wreckage around him. A notification popped up. You have completed the mission. The Tome of the Punisher can only be cleared if all members of the group survive. He opened his eyes, glowing with a fierce golden light, and stared straight ahead. The condition to conquer the final challenge is... He looked at everyone and said, "Show some respect." The players fell to their knees in complete subjugation. Jihan held his sword, reading the comments popping up. Science is magic. He actually made it to the final challenge. If they all bowed down to the chandelier, would not that mean the game was over? He furrowed his brow, astonished as he gazed ahead. Jihan led the group into the 7th underground floor of the final challenge. The audience watched the glowing white circle and murmured, "It is like an eraser. Everyone there has to bow to that chandelier." He pulled on the rope and tossed the three down into the crack. As comments flooded in, "Whoa, he just tossed them down. But how is he going to make them submit?" Jihan raised his hand, trailing red sparks. An audience member speculated, "Maybe it is some kind of telekinetic power." He raised 2 fingers and illuminated them. The audience saw Jihan close his eyes and immediately dismissed it, saying, "No way. How can he do that from such a distance?" He opened his eyes with conviction, thinking, "Maybe." Instantly, the bodies of the 3 floated high into the air, and a comment popped up. "Are they balloons? What the heck? My body is moving on its own." Jihan maintained a calm expression, staring straight ahead. Currently, his strength stat was at 18. The area and influence of the boundary had been upgraded from before. The Punisher, Yang Gong, yelled ahead, now looking at the 4 standing in 4 different circles of light, declaring, "Let us begin." Jihan stood tall, contemplating the considerable distance. The others simultaneously crouched down, calculating that if they stood in the middle, they could control everyone. As the chandelier slammed down to the ground, they cried out in pain. "Damn it." Alone, the audience immediately praised him. "Awesome. The controller's skills of Jihan are on point now." He crouched down, thinking, "With this, it will be a perfect conquest." Then, Jihan bowed his head. The Punisher, Bong Gong, laughed and commanded, "All right, you can go back now." Intruder. He glanced at the notification that popped up. "You have conquered the 7th underground floor." Comments immediately lit up. He actually did it. The sneaky group is still stuck on the 4th floor. The announcement sounded. The return portal has been opened. And a comment flashed. "Barking dogs forever." Jihan is leading again. The audience thought to themselves, "I may not get the 10 billion. But at least I am number 1. The other player glanced at him, contemplating. Good thing he conquered it. But he looked at Jihan, who was standing still, covering his eyes, wondering why he was not moving. A comment popped up. "Cheater. Doesn't he know he has to leave the dungeon for it all to end?" He covered his head with his hands, letting out a mocking laugh. "This is ridiculous." Jihan silently cursed. What the hell kind of mission is this? The screen displayed information about it. Hidden mission. Show your sincere respect for the statue of the Enforcer, and you will earn a reward of 5,000 achievement points and an Enforcer's arrow. He glanced at him, thinking to himself, 5,000 points. That is a pretty sweet deal. Jihan's eyes were drawn to the Enforcer's arrow. He sighed thoughtfully. It was so big it looked like a giant spear. Am I actually getting that too? Jihan gently smiled at the man in the vehicle, filled with sincere reverence. He wondered, what is he doing just standing there? What if the second arrow arrives here? Suddenly, the man in the vehicle was yanked away, gasping in surprise. Jihan had grabbed the collar of his shirt, pulling him back toward himself. He looked up and shouted, Enforcer, King of the Marauders, this is my tribute. The enforcer's whole body glowed with a golden light as he looked over. The man in the vehicle stared, mouth agape, letting out a doubtful sound. Then, Jihan hurled him toward the enforcer. The battle horse's eyes widened, flashing with bright golden light. The man in the vehicle slammed his head into the horse's mouth, and the notification popped up. Player has died. The onlookers gasped in shock at the scene before them. A message appeared on the screen, barking like a dog. Had he just been eaten alive? Wheat fish. A staff member. What the heck is he doing? Jihan's eyes glinted with blood-red light. He looked up at the enforcer before him. Jihan smirked and said, The enforcer is just another thief, and I am here to show my respect to you. He shouted toward the pile of gold. Instead of all that gold, I will take what truly holds value. Jihan pointed at the enforcer, laughing. The arrow you are holding. His gaze zeroed in on the glinting golden arrow in the enforcer's hand. Jihan analyzed. The enforcer's arrow is part of the rewards I will receive. Knowing its worth and claiming it is my way of showing respect. The notification flashed in his mind again. Hidden mission. Show your sincere respect for the statue of the enforcer. Reward. 5,000 achievement points and the enforcer's arrow. This was the condition to complete this hidden mission. The enforcer silently stared at Jihan. Then, he cracked a wicked smile. Teeth glinting, the enforcer's laughter echoed throughout the area. He looked at Jihan and praised. Good. Very good. I like this. The conqueror turned to Jihan and exclaimed, I will reward you for that. He eyed Jihan as he snatched up a sword, saying, I am truly moved by your sincerity. Jihan raised his sword, hearing the conqueror's booming voice. I shall grant you my treasure for showing your reverence. He slightly parted his thin lips and calmly replied, Thank you, my lord. Jihan pointed the sword directly at him and shouted, Then I am more than ready to receive it. The conqueror raised his bow, aiming directly at Jihan, saying, All right, try to take it. He smiled widely and shouted, Each of my phoenix arrows. The audience watched as Jihan faced him with his sword, murmuring in disbelief. So there is something like this in the tome. How does Jihan know all this stuff? Sweat dripped down his face as he gasped for air, feeling like he was about to suffocate. Suddenly, he jolted as he noticed flames erupting from his own clothes. He screamed in pain, and comments flooded in, saying, That is it. They are toast? Too hot to handle. Jihan held his sword steady, hearing the piercing screams of the others. My body is on fire. He glanced back, thinking, This is too dangerous. Jihan watched Monkhouse blood flow, whispering to himself, At this rate, they are going to die. He turned his gaze to him, contemplating, I do not care if they live or die. But there is one thing. Jihan thought about the sword in his hand, realizing that if they died, he would lose his weapons too. He looked at the conqueror, determined. I need to finish this before that happens. The audience gasped as molten gold flowed out. It is so hot. The gold is pouring out. A comment popped up. We have not even shot arrows yet. And it is this hot already. Moments later, the shooter groaned and collapsed. The system announced, Team a member has died. Members remaining. 2-4. Jihan closed his eyes, feeling the arrow aimed at him. This is terrifying. I can fight against that. He opened his eyes, looking ahead, deciding, if that is the case, I need to aim for the bow. The conqueror grinned, carefully aiming at Jihan. He lifted his sword, aiming at him, predicting, before he shoots, a long time ago, a sage had appeared in front of a lost soul. The sage said, I will guide you. He pointed forward, saying, just follow that path. Straight and true. Jihan recalled those words, realizing, that is the key in the chaos. His eyes sparkled. He bit down hard and shouted, executing a perfectly precise thrust. On the other side, the conqueror's arrow continued to gather flames. The fiery light expanded relentlessly. In that instant, Jihan swung his sword fiercely toward the arrow. Instantly, the bow was sliced in half. Jihan used the sage's guidance to strike straight at it. The arrow dropped, embedding itself in the ground. The audience gasped as the bow shattered in two, asking, what just happened? The bow broke. The conqueror, surprised, questioned, who are you? Thief. Jihan thought to himself. All right then. And smiled. Ein? He looked at the nearby arrow, shouting, Ein? The conqueror pulled the arrow from the ground, praising. Impressive. You are a great warrior. He threw it forcefully toward Jihan, The conqueror, seeing him catch it, said, "You have earned my highest respect." He saw Jihan holding it and said, "The phoenix arrow is now yours." Comments flooded in. "What the heck? That looks more like a spear than an arrow." The conqueror shouted directly at him. "Thief." Jihan instantly turned his gaze toward him. The conqueror's figure slowly faded, saying, "I hope our next encounter is a more honorable battle." Jihan thrust his sword firmly into the ground. He stood tall, staring intently at him, replying, "All right." Jihan raised both hands to grip the shimmering arrow, realizing that with so many arenas in the battle royal, we might just cross paths again. Then, he immediately started spinning the arrow, dancing it through the air. Jihan smiled softly and exclaimed, "What a rush." He thought to himself, "I could totally ditch the fur on the tail and use it as a spear." His eyes darted to the comments. "What is that technique?" Jihan, "Yeah. I do not see anything at all." The audience watching the live video just said, "Even in slow-mo, nothing stands out." Jihan closed his eyes, thinking to himself, "There is no way they could see it. My technique is not just fast but precise." He recalled the earlier scene, where he used a thin sword aura to hit the target dead on. Jihan raised his hand high to admire it. The corners of his mouth curled up as he calculated. "My control over the nameless divine technique has definitely improved." He pictured that moment in his mind. The first time he used it was a bit shaky, and he had to put in a lot of effort. But the more he used it, Jihan smiled as he analyzed, the faster and more accurate it became. "At this rate, I will soon be using even higher level techniques." Notifications started flooding in. "You have been recognized for your achievements. You are exempt from the level 7 underground challenge." He stared at the system screen. "Is this really the end?" Comments poured in. "Exempt? Why does everything go smoothly for this guy? Even with his teammates wiped out, he still cleared the level." Jihan turned to Mukio, making a decision. So he gasped when he saw the text above. "Ah." Mukio glanced over, muttering, "When did we all die?" Jihan twirled the arrow, looking down from above, thinking it is time to wrap this up. His voice rang out, "Sorry, but I am not generous enough to let a traitor like you get a free ride." His whole body shook, tears streaming down his face. Jihan tightened his grip on the arrow, a soft golden light radiating from it. Then, he quickly thrust it through Mukio's body. Jihan glanced back, a slight smirk forming as he said, "That is right." A notification popped up. "Team a member has died. Remaining members 04. Another notification appeared. "The game has ended." The boys around him yelled at the screen. "He is out." "Oh my." Moments later, Jihan appeared here, spear in hand. The crowd gasped at the sight of him. Where did that terrifying spear come from? A reminder popped up on the screen. Ranking #1. Hazion exclaimed. "Did he get that in a bronze dungeon?" He smiled and asked, "You all followed the live broadcast?" "Right." Jihan's voice echoed. "I am on top again." Hazion thought to himself, "Even though it is not the first time I have seen this, I still can't believe my eyes." Hazion turned off the screen, replying, "Yeah. Very impressive." He spoke up. "So it is your turn to fulfill your promise now?" Jihan's voice questioned back. "You are not going to back out, are you?" She awkwardly responded, "Get it?" But Hazion looked at the golden energy radiating from the spear and suggested, "Can you put the spear down and then we can continue? This is too scary." She thought. This overwhelming power. She gritted her teeth and covered her face with her hands, silent and scared to say a word. Hazion, embarrassed, hid her face and said, "I told you. You would regret seeing this." Jihan looked at the screen, smirking quietly. Knowing she had this, the screen displayed information about Hazion and a rank support talent, allowing the owner to train a player. This is a support type talent that helps other players become stronger quickly. She blushed and insisted, "Do not tell anyone about it." Gajan glanced at Hazion, wondering if she was okay. She thought anxiously. She really hated revealing her talents to others. Gajan reflected quietly, feeling frustrated after spending a fortune just to get a half-baked talent, which made her very upset. At that moment, Hazion picked up her phone in admiration and exclaimed, "Lately, the new recruits in the guild have been getting great talents. I am so jealous. I spent all that money and prayed for so long just to get this support talent." She clenched her teeth and muttered, "Why did I even go to that damn academy?" Gajan remembered this, realizing she always badmouthed the academy and her talent whenever she had the chance. "If you dare to reveal her talent to anyone, I am pretty sure you won't get off easy." Hazion blushed as she looked at Jihan, wondering why he was not saying anything. Her face turned pale when she saw Jihan smiling. Was he laughing at her? Hazion crossed her arms, feeling cornered. "Don't you think it is rude to mock others like that?" Jihan, hands in his pockets, retorted with a smile. "I am not mocking anyone. I am just having fun." Then she blushed and let out a confused gasp when she saw him pull out his phone. Jihan held the phone out towards Hazion and asked, Can I have your number? Jihan froze in shock, responding. But I lost the bet. What do you mean by that? He pushed the phone forward, responding. What do you mean? I just want your number. Jihan crossed her arms and replied. My number was on the business card I gave you last time. Jihan's voice rang out. That, he calmly said, I lost. She immediately froze in place, thinking, what the hell? This guy. Jihan looked at Jihan, questioning. He said he had no interest in me at all, even lost my business card, and now he is asking for my number. She took the phone hesitantly, wondering if it was because he was interested in the training. But why? Jihan frowned in irritation, feeling like he was just playing with her. Her pride would not let her give out her number so easily. She opened her eyes wide, suddenly thinking, fine. I will play it this way. Then, Jihan saved her phone number with a heart symbol at the end. Her voice rang out asking. Satisfied now? Jihan looked at the number on the screen, thinking. A heart. Next, Jihan turned to leave, saying, it is time to roll. With a proud look on her face, she glided toward him. What do you think? Jihan. Surprised. Right. Jihan was taken aback when she saw Jihan sigh and smile. She thought blankly. He is smiling again. As he lifted the phone and said, I will call you later. Jihan watched as Jihan turned away, his whole body shaking as he gritted his teeth. What was wrong with him? It felt so frustrating. He clutched his phone tightly, repeatedly dialing a number. The sunlight flooded the entire hallway. A classmate was glued to his phone, watching the live stream of Jihan's dungeon debut. Exclaiming in shock, a classmate behind him excitedly shouted, Sit up. Your uncle is awesome. She laughed and replied, Yeah. It feels like he gets stronger every day. Sue, listening to the chatter, was astonished that they could conquer the Emperor's tome like this. She silently fumed, biting her lip hard. A voice called out, Sue. She jumped, looking over. Auntie, the classmate beside her questioned. He looks completely different from the last time we met. Right. Sue chuckled and asked back. Are you talking about when we visited Xia's house last month? He looked like a total slacker back then. Another classmate clasped their hands in excitement. Sit up. Introduce us to your uncle. A nearby male classmate chimed in. Yeah. Come on. Xia had tears in her eyes, thinking, thank you for finally waking up, Uncle. Suddenly, she was startled by a question. Right. Sit up. Is not it almost time for your birthday? Sue quickly added. Your 18th birthday is coming up. The day you officially become a player. Everyone awakens as players when they turn 18, allowing them to see their status windows. The classmates around her chimed in. That is right. You must be really anxious. And soon we will be able to battle together. The mock battles between students were highly anticipated by countless classes and training centers. The gifted room was the main reason for the academy's existence, and most students were eager about their talents. He wondered silently. Would Xia receive a talent? A classmate beside him confidently said. Of course. He will at least get its rank. He thought about Xia's relatives. His dad was an SS rank, and his mom was an S-ranked saint. Furthermore, there were rumors that his uncle must have at least an S-ranked talent. Xia immediately waved his hands in denial. No way. They prove that Dana has nothing to do with talents. The classmate laughed and replied. But the stats say otherwise. Sue chimed in. Your birthday is on the 22nd. Right. She lowered her head and smiled. Well, I hope I get a good talent. Her voice rang out. Today is the 13th. So it is coming up soon. Xia pinched his fingers nervously and replied. Yeah. So I am a bit worried. Sue placed her hand on hers reassuringly. I am sure you will be fine. Sit up. She cheered with a bright smile. Don't worry about a thing. Sue laughed. Just look forward to the talent you will get. Xia smiled back. Now, I do not need any talents. Still, thanks a lot. Sue. She responded with a laugh. No big deal. But then Sue's face fell. Her eyes fixed on Xa as she mumbled. Just accept my feelings. A man covered in wounds lay still on the ground. In Tokyo, during the first training session, the defense force was anchored, and Seijin held two swords radiating a purple light in his hands. The man gazed over in awe, amazed that the Sword King was still this strong. The person next to him quickly shook his head. After this trial round, it seems the Sword King has actually gotten even stronger. Seijin turned his head this way, glancing at the stack of documents in his hand, replying that all his stats are higher than before. The guy next to him crossed his arms and chuckled. Got it. That person looked at him and said, I am really looking forward to Ito Ryuhi's performance in the first round. Screen immediately lit up with a reminder. The International Battlenet Tournament, on the south side. Seijin, head of the Divergent Association, let out a loud shout. Is it 3 black already? Jihan shouted at the phone. How dare he think about marrying off his daughter to a guy like that? Do not act so recklessly. Whatever they were saying on the other end made her so furious that she stormed off. Whether to marry or not is my decision. Hazian snatched the phone out of her hand, yelling angrily. I said I do not want to get married right now. Then, she pressed the power button to hang up. Jihan walked in from outside, worriedly asking, Are you okay? Right after that, she gasped hearing Hazian yell, Not all. She turned her head, face full of rage. Do I look okay to you? I am really mad right now. Jihan heard this and quickly added, Yeah, you really do look angry. Hazian instantly replayed the scene in her mind. I thought it was the fat guy from the defense ministry. I was already furious about being dragged to a blind date. And then I ran into another bald fake. Can you believe it? Jihan chimed in. For real. Just because you are single does not mean you are happy. She sat down on the nearby chair. Grateful. Thank you. You are the only one who gets me. Jihan also sat down in a nearby chair. Concerned. You must be exhausted. Why do not you go home and rest? Hazian calmly replied. It is, I can rest here. Jihan fell silent, staring off into space. After a moment, her voice responded. I understand. Suddenly, a faint voice echoed in the space. Sorry. Jihan. And she jumped in surprise. Hazian's voice explained. Because of this job, I hardly have any time for myself. With her rank ability and talent, she probably manages just fine. Jihan laughed brightly. So that is what you meant. It is all good. Jihan's voice came back. Being your bodyguard is my duty. I will keep at it until you inherit the company. Hazian exclaimed. Oh come on. But I do not even want to inherit it. She locked eyes. Serious as she declared. I want to go out and do my own thing. I will earn my own money and live my own way. My parents will have no reason to push me into marriage anymore. Right after that, Hazian fell silent as she heard Jihan's voice. All right. But your way of earning money involves gambling. She bit her lip and retorted. Predicting the winner is not illegal. It is just like investing. She gestured with her hand, looking away and repeating. Not illegal. Jihan raised both hands. But you have got to make a profit for it to be called investing. Right. Hazian slammed her hands down, declaring loudly. This time I am going to win big. She heard that and confirmed. The round against Japan. She immediately affirmed. What else is there? Jihan heard that and shouted out. This investment is super safe. It is a bummer. But all the Korean teams totally crushed Japan 3-0 on the screen. As they discussed the bets on the game between Japan and Korea, one comment got the most agreement. When it comes to money, patriotism is just a joke. Without Jin's car, how could Anne win against Lamau? Her voice rang out. People were not saying it, but everyone knew Japan was going to take the win. Hazian tightened her grip on her phone, retorting. Winning easily is still winning. Jihan nodded in agreement. Yeah. Exactly. She glanced at the message popping up on her phone, puzzled as she asked. Jihan's car. Why is he texting so late? Then, Hazian's eyes went wide, exclaiming. What is this? The next morning, sunshine poured over the entire building. On the grill, pieces of beef sizzled away, cooking perfectly. Diego could not help but drool as he stared at it, letting out a gasp. He looked across the table and exclaimed. This is my first time trying Korean beef here, and I am so touched. I really am. Jihan thought to himself. He looks way better now. Diego nervously asked. But is it pricey? Everyone looks so fancy. You chuckled and replied. No. It is all good. If you need anything, just let me know. He then asked. Can I get a drink? Jihan smiled as he picked up his chopsticks, saying. Sure thing. All right then. Diego said, gently picking up the bottle and giving it a little shake before popping the cap off. He carefully poured the drink into 2 glasses in front of them. You were amazed as you took your glass, raising it to clink with Daigo's. Jihan grasped his glass, thinking to himself, he mixes soju with beer even better than I do. That is impressive. Meanwhile, Diego grabbed a piece of meat and popped it into his mouth, savoring it. Then, he covered his face with his hand, stammering. Delicious. I am speechless. You chimed in. As long as you like it, that is what matters. After a while, Diego noticed the grill was completely empty and said, feel free to chat freely with me. Jihan calmly responded, sure. I enjoy casual conversations too. Just as you raised your glass, you froze when he said, honestly, I feel a bit resentful. Diego, his face flushed, cradled his head and mumbled, if it were not for getting benched, I would not be living this life. I used to be a soccer star. And now look at me, just another face in the crowd. He slumped over the table, saying, I do not have money, so my wife and kids left me. Jihan across from him could not help but feel moved. Your Korean is really good, he said. You sighed softly, thinking, well, I get it now. Jihan thought about him. Diego Masis once a star. Diego Masis from Argentina. a soccer player who had it all. But with the rise of online streaming, interest in sports dwindled, and he lost all his fans. The FIFA disbandment and the emergence of online streaming made other sports lose their popularity. And soccer was not spared. People began to forget about the game. Jihan sighed, thinking, there is nothing more to say. A once glorious soccer star now has to teach kids how to play in Korea. Diego looked up at you and exclaimed, I have vented enough. Let us get straight to it. He hesitated before asking, do you want me to become a French-based player? Jihan smiled at that and confirmed, that is right. You opened your hands to reveal the screen, asking, your talent. Does it enhance every piece of gear like it is a soccer ball? On the screen, an introduction appears. The king of soccer. Skill ratings. When you stand near the soccer ball, all stats will significantly boost every soccer-themed equipment. The longer you use the equipment, the more powerful your stats become. Diego raises his glass and shouts, that is why I always keep the ball close. Let us be real here. I am not cut out to be a French player. His voice booms, pointing out that my mana stats are terrible. Jihan leans in, asking, what do you think of this item? Diego jumps back as a sphere slowly materializes in front of him. His face is a mix of shock and awe as he gasps. What is this? Diego immediately exclaims, a celestial sphere. The screen displays its stats. The sphere of Arad, an item of legendary magic once wielded by Arad, wrapped in mystical vines. Since the vines only have legs, this sphere is considered a ball, making it the perfect equipment for Diego. Jihan looks across and asks, what do you think? Isn't it intriguing? He thinks to himself, this will really bring out his true self. He remembers the figure from his past life, the most powerful wizard to ever exist. Diego glances at the sphere and inquires, what is its price? Jihan calmly replies, 500,000 gold. How about 50 million? Do you know that? He immediately pulls back, exclaiming, whoa, I am awake. That is even more expensive than my house. Diego's voice rings out, even if I saved for 10 years, I could not afford it. But thanks for the heads up. Jihan clasps his hands together and smiles. I have not finished yet. He then surprises Diego by saying, I was planning to gift you this, and I can support you financially if you need. Diego freezes in place, puzzled and asking, what do you mean? Well, Jihan smiles gently and explains, I want you to join my guild. Diego gasps and asks, guild? Jihan calmly confirms, yeah. When I hit silver rank, I will start my own guild. Diego's voice confirms, do you have enough money for that? Jihan pulls out his phone and replies, absolutely. He then shows Diego his phone screen and says, I am about to make even more. Diego's eyes widen in shock. Are you out of your mind? Meanwhile, Jihan grabs the phone from him. She furrows her brow, staring at it intently. After a long moment, Jihan mumbles in confusion, this makes no sense. Why would you choose this? She looks at the message on the screen and mutters, how could you lose in March? Jihan thinks about Sejin's rebuttal. Dream on. The Korean team looks serious, their eyes locked on the opponent. He closes his eyes, standing firm, sensing the opposing team. After a moment, Sejin opens his eyes, which gleam with a red light, and says, nice to meet you, representative of Korea. On the arena, the voice of the host rang out, hello, BattleNet fans around the world. The screen displayed the message, International BattleNet Tournament. The round begins with Korea. Diego looked at Jihan's phone screen and exclaimed, this is insane. He could not believe it. South Korea was ranked number 1 in Asia. Diego countered, I know the South Korean team is strong, but do you even know who the Sword King is? He thought of Sejin, saying, he could take on an entire team by himself. That beast is our rival. Jihan pressed on the newly activated screen. Clearly skeptical, he turned to the TV and said, you have to see it to believe it. Right. Jihan glanced in that direction and shouted, let us. He focused intently on Han on the TV screen, saying, let us watch. The system screen suddenly lit up, announcing that the official international tournament had begun. South Korea versus Japan. With the goal of defeating every member of the opposing team to win, the announcement boomed, stating that the first team to win 3 out of 5 matches would be the victor. Sejin held 2 swords in his hands and instructed in Japanese. Follow me. The 3 Japanese team members exchanged glances, sharing intel. After a moment, Han looked back in confusion at the call for Ryo High. He led the way, saying, we have no intention of following you. One of the Japanese team members replied, that means we do not see you as an ally. Sejin calmly asked, is it because I am Korean? Han raised an eyebrow, putting in all his strength, adding, there is a more serious reason than that. The 3 of them looked at Han, loudly pointing out, that is not your position. That is our longtime teammate Sejin's. Sejin listened to Han's claims with calmness. But because he participated, they had ousted Sejin. He was the victim. The Japanese team representative frowned in anger, saying, How can you be so arrogant? Shouldn't you be apologizing to Jin? And calmly looked at the three of them. After a moment, Jin shut his eyes and remained silent. Then, and opened his eyes, staring at a golden light striking towards them, saying, "You are misunderstanding." That powerful energy hit him hard. The Japanese team member gasped. Holy smite. They are attacking. Jingu raised his hand, looking ahead and shouted, "Wait. Am I really going to hit them?" The two South Korean members were shocked, exclaiming, "Whoa, that is awesome. Did Jin just take them out? Did you just beat the Sword King with a support skill?" Jin's body immediately reappeared, hearing the South Korean team member's voice saying, "This is our chance." The two of them charged at hand, shouting, "Let us defeat the Sword King first." Jin raised his sword high and yelled, "It is too noisy." The South Korean team member stared wide-eyed at the mark and left deeply in the ground. He gritted his teeth and shouted to stop. "Wait," the Japanese team member paused, asking, "What are you doing?" Jin's voice replied, "Didn't you say you would not follow me?" And used his sword to end his own life. While Jin calmly stated, "Fine. I won't participate in this match." The audience gasped in shock as the announcement echoed. The South Korean team has made a kill. Diego was equally stunned by the announcement. Something unbelievable had happened. Ida Riwai, the Sword King, had ended his own life in the first round. Legit. A player from the Ryujin team made that incredible move. So he is definitely getting recognized. Looks like Lee Jin-guk is on his way to becoming the MVP of the first round. Jihan glanced over, hearing the commotion, and asked, "Hey, did you know this was going to happen?" Diego slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "What the heck? Why did he leave?" Jihan replied, "Sorry, but I can tell you. It is a business secret." He turned his attention back to the screen. "Let us keep watching." Jihan opened his phone, thinking to himself, everything's unfolding just like before. He stared at the screen, lost in thought. And the odds were the same. It flashed the message. "You have successfully placed your bet," and then showed current betting odds. 1 win. 3 losses. Korea's losing. Jihan recalled that match, pondering deeply. Even before the comeback, he suspected the game was rigged due to the ridiculously low odds. The members of the Korean team were taking down the remaining Japanese players. And the screen lit up with the announcement. Korea has won the first round. Moments later, the system's voice echoed, declaring a conclusion. "Thanks to Ryuhai's unexpected move, our team emerged victorious." The screen displayed the announcement. And the MVP was the player who took down the Sword King, Lee Jin. Both teams must be really confused right now. Everyone's figures instantly vanished as they all entered halftime. The representative from Japan grabbed Jin by the collar. He was fuming, questioning, "What the hell were you thinking?" The Japanese representative shouted angrily, "How dare the national representative take himself out? How long are you planning to stay quiet?" Instantly, he froze as he heard Jin yell, "You are just pretending not to get it because you are a kid." He looked over and continued to speak. "How does a loser like you even make it to the pros?" Jin's voice rang out. "You are wondering how you lost to Korea." "Ah." The other 2 Japanese representatives snapped back. "What did you just say?" He glared at them threateningly. "I am not playing along with your silly friendship games. If you do not acknowledge me, I will just keep taking myself out." Jin, glaring at the furious guy, asked, "So what is it going to be? Do you want to win with me? Or do you want to lose embarrassingly in front of everyone again?" The Japanese representative clenched his teeth, bowing his head in silence. He glanced to the side, continuously fidgeting. The Japanese representative yelled in frustration. And just then, the announcement rang out. "Round 2 begins." Over on the other side, the Korean representative exclaimed in confusion. "No matter how many times I think about it, I just can't figure it out." He wondered aloud. Why would he take himself out? Is he a snake or something? The Korean representative looked up. He saw Jin glowing with a purple aura, shaking his head in denial. "No way. This time he is here to take us out. Is not." Korean representative watched as Jin raised his sword high in response. This time it is completely different. He held his shield forward, reassuring. "Don't you worry." The Korean representative spoke up. "Our enemy is the Sword King. Whatever happens." Before he could finish, Jin's sword sliced through the shield, taking all 3 of them down. Jin-gu stared wide-eyed at the scene unfolding before him. He let out a perplexed gasp when he saw his 3 teammates reappear. The audience in the stands was stunned, their mouths agape as they looked down at the arena. Jihan was equally shocked as he stared at the screen. Jin radiated a powerful purple glow as he scanned the crowd. Jin gripped his sword tightly, raising it high. With a mighty swing, he cleaved the representative of South Korea in 2. Jin calmly sliced through him. He frowned, unfazed, and kept his gaze fixed ahead. The audience in the stands gasped in disbelief, their lips pressed tightly together. Then, All the spectators erupted in excitement. Shouting Ryu Ahai, Sejin stood still, absorbing the chants of Ryu Ahai. Echoing around him, he paid no attention to the commentary. Having taken down the Korean team with just 2 strikes. Unbelievable. On the scoreboard, the match score for the Korea-Japan International Tournament changed to 1-1. Moments later, the announcement rang out the 4th round had begun, and Sejin lunged at the Korean representative with his sword. The commentator looked at the score and exclaimed, "Japan has won the 3rd round. The current score is 1-2. Come on. We need to step it up." They yelled as they watched Sejin single-handedly take down the crowd. At the very least, they had to put up a fight. Don't throw in the towel just yet. The 3rd round was already a disaster. And now Korea is getting pummeled again. The Korean representative yelled out, raising his sword and charging forward. Sejin dodged back effortlessly. Avoiding him, the Korean representative kept slashing at Leto, not giving him a moment to counterattack. Jingu clenched his fists, gathering his strength. Got it. Immediately, a dazzling golden chain appeared, wrapping around Sejin to restrain him. The Korean representative shouted with all his might, "Our team may be injured, but as long as we take him down, it is all good." He lifted his sword high towards Leto, preparing to strike. In an instant, Sejin's sword shot away. It soared up, blocking the attack aimed at him. The Korean representative looked on in disbelief at the sword that had blocked his path. What? Can't he trust Leto? The sword moved on its own. Then, he used his other hand to break the magical chain. Sejin swung his sword, piercing through his body. Jingu gasped in shock. Wait, what? He just broke the magical chain with his bare hands. He looked at the sword pressed against his neck, disbelief etched on his face. How is this even possible? Sejin effortlessly swung his sword, eliminating Jingu. The Korean representative turned to his remaining teammate, shouting for help. Shoot him already. Do not let him advance. He yelled, cursing loudly. Damn it. Just then, he was startled to see one of his teammates hit by an arrow. The Japanese team shouted, "We are here too." He looked up angrily. "Wait. Do not underestimate us." Moments later, the Japanese team stared back in shock, saw Sejin floating in mid-air near the body of the last Korean representative. Shouting loudly, he raised his head and shot a glance at him. Sejin's voice echoed, "You guys are still a bunch of useless fools." He hesitated, looking toward him and asked, "Do not tell me it is the sword technique." He hovered in mid-air, completely unfazed as he looked down. He let out a mocking laugh. It seemed like since leaving for Japan, he would been practicing to look cooler. That sword technique does look pretty cool. Sejin frowned and said, "It is really disappointing. If your fighting skills were as good as your flashy moves, you would not be struggling like this." The representative from South Korea raised his hand to gather blue energy and asked back, "Oh really?" His eyes lit up, releasing streams of bright blue energy. "Well then, check this out." Blue rays of light shot swiftly towards Sejin. He grabbed the sword in front of him and shouted, just in time. Then, Sejin simultaneously raised 2 swords and slashed down, saying, "I need to test this new sword move." From the 2 swords, a blinding golden light erupted as it fell toward him. His eyes sparkled with golden light as he looked down from above. A massive illusionary golden sword also plunged fiercely toward him. The golden light shattered the entire arena. The audience in the stands gasped. Jaws dropped in shock. Black dust rose from the deep pit in the arena. The whole place fell into an eerie silence. Sejin took steps toward that massive pit. The announcement sounded, "Match," and he looked toward the South Korean representative in the pit, hearing the system's voice resonate. "Japan wins with a score of 3-1. The commentary continued to echo. "We really got crushed like this. It is tough to swallow. But it is what it is. We will be stronger in the future." Diego stared at Jin on the T screen, raising his voice. "How is that possible?" He pointed at the screen, shouting loudly, "How could you predict the details of the outcome like that?" Jihan replied calmly upon hearing this. "Just think of it as I dreamt it." Diego exclaimed in disbelief. "Unbelievable. How much did you win?" He looked at his phone and replied with a grin, "Quite a bit. Actually." Jihan glanced at his phone, thinking to himself, "Winning a lot of money is great. But that last part really caught me off guard." His gaze narrowed slightly. The tension was razor sharp. Jihan recalled Jin's move, deep in thought. He is definitely stronger than me. At this rate, I want to be able to defeat him. He looked thoughtfully at the system screen. Just the basic skills won't be enough. The basic skills, ranked skill, a skill with just a tiny part of the basic divine skill. Upgrade conditions. Adjust 3 techniques to fit yourself or uncover the true nature of the basic skill to fully unlock the basic divine skill. Jihan thought about him quietly. He also has an SS ranked skill, and that top tier sword skill is S2. He bit his lip, reminding himself inwardly, it does not matter. After that, Jihan glanced at Jin on the TV screen. He stared intently at him, thinking to himself, no matter how strong you get, I will be even stronger. He imagined that day, shouting out, "Just wait. We will meet again soon." Meanwhile, feeling all fired up, was glued to her phone screen, yelling. A G1 looked at the words on it. Ecstatic. I really won. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she shouted, turning $5,000 into 200,000 with a bright smile. She exclaims, I never expected to see this day. Deep down, she is silently thanking Jihan. Thanks to Jihan, a G1 raked in nearly 180 ki. But unfortunately, when all was said and done, she still came out 20k in the red. After taking Jihan's advice, she was sure Korea would lose 0-3, and she went all in. She bet the entire 20k on that scoreline. Jihan gazes at her phone screen, thinking to himself, I am definitely going to win. But she ended up losing big. A G1's face drops, her heart sinking as she thinks, not only did I lose 20 ki, but I might have just lost my future. She closes her eyes, letting the tears fall as she curses under her breath. Inside the room, Jihan turns to Diego and says, Now, let us get to the main topic of today. He looks across the table with a smile and asks, Do you want to sign a contract with me? Diego falls silent for a moment before replying, Honestly, I still do not understand why someone like you would want to sign a contract with me. Jihan just stares at him, saying nothing more. Diego raises his hand, puzzled, and asks, Am I really that impressive? Hearing this, Jihan beams and responds, You have seen it. I predicted the match results perfectly. I am just as confident in this decision. Diego questions, What are you talking about? Jihan pushes the sphere toward him and says, Diego, you see, this sphere will hit you, and you will become the strongest wizard in the world. Jihan chuckles softly and adds, This contract is just an investment for me. Suddenly, he grips the sphere tightly and exclaims, Come to me. Diego looks down, pondering. When was the last time someone believed in me like this? He recalls memories from his time on that team, thinking about how it felt to be valued by others. Diego covers his face with his hands and whispers, After I lost my chance, I thought I would never feel that way again. He peeks through his fingers at Jihan. Diego stares at the sphere on the table, feeling a glimmer of hope ignite within him. He reaches out to grab Jihan's hand and states, I have no reason to refuse. Diego looks at Jihan with determination. I will give it my all. I promise. With a serious expression, he declares, I won't forget your kindness. I will repay you 1,000. 10,000 times this amount. Jihan smiles in response. I love your determination. He looks toward the arena and shouts, I will wait for that day. One fighter raises their sword, aiming for the target, as Gaijin draws her blade. Then, she swings her arm down hard towards the approaching foe. Gaijin grips her sword tightly, ready for battle. Next, she effortlessly slices through the attacker. She glances at the audience, hearing them chant her name. A Gaijin. The crowd, armed and fierce, charges at Gaijin, determined to take her down first. Let us work together. They shout, their faces twisted with aggression, ready to strike hard. The corners of her lips curled up slightly as she muttered, How pathetic. 2 deadly blades flickered in the shadows. In the blink of an eye, Gaijin had wiped them out. She glanced back at the notification sound echoing. Only 60 survivors left. Game over. The system screen in front of Gaijin displayed the message. You ranked first. He reached out to touch the screen thoughtfully. A guy ranking first. Not bad to look at. Gaijin frowned in dissatisfaction, thinking, I can settle for this result. She thought of Jin and Jihan, whispering to herself, I have to become stronger than the Sword King who has overwhelming power in the Japan match. Korea and Jihan are on their way to becoming an unbeatable legend, and I am still lagging behind. Gaijin looked up and thought, after joining the Twin Star Guild, I have adjusted my network a lot. I need to try harder. A glance at the news on her phone. The Sword King has gotten stronger and become the perfect Japanese citizen. Her whole body slumped as she lowered her head. Looking down below, Hisu looked worried and asked, Are you okay? I forced a smile in response. Yeah. Her voice came out with doubt. Lying. With that expression. How can you be fine? She retorted softly. It has only been a day or two. I am. A heavy sigh echoed from above the car. Hisu raised her fists in a proposal. I will stay with you today. Would not it be better to have someone around right now? I smiled brightly and replied, It is. Do not worry. She looked at her and said, Thanks for bringing me back. My uncle's busy. So I am still worried about how to get home. A brown, sitting in front, spoke up. If you need help with anything, just let me know. I made a big mistake the other day. I chuckled in response. At least you know you messed up. Hisu clapped her hands and laughed. Have you thought about my suggestion yet? If you are okay with it, let us get ready right away. She pondered for a moment and said, Actually, I am not sure. She raised an eyebrow and asked, Why not? Isn't there any reason to refuse? As I was carefully explaining, the car suddenly slammed to a stop. I think everything. Hisu covered her cheeks with her hands. Flaring up, Why did we stop all of a sudden? Brown looked ahead and shouted. Miss, she exclaimed in confusion. Ah. They both looked forward, hearing the voice of the guy saying, we have arrived. But, shouted. What? She looked at the people blocking the front of the car. Who are these people? Jihan leaped lightly into the air, soaring gracefully, heading towards the building across. Jihan quickly zipped through the buildings. Jumping forward, he glanced at the rooftop of his building, then slowly descended. Jihan landed with one hand on the ground to keep his balance and stop. He stood there murmuring, I definitely feel lighter. I have made a lot of progress. Next, Jihan focused his gaze in one direction, his eyes fixated there, thinking to himself, it is so high up here. Jihan looked toward the distant sun, thinking, it really is much better. Sitting there, he could not help but reflect on the past. Back in the United States, I used to climb to high places like this and sit lost in thought. It really makes me nostalgic. Jihan closed his eyes, thinking about him. Now I really understand what kind of person Jun Si-jin is during this time. His mind can't help but picture Si-jin's figure. Truth is, Jihan has never fought Jun Si-jin before. In a time when half the world seemed to vanish and top players started gathering, Jun's, the warrior who continuously held the #1 spot, suddenly disappeared. He looked at Jun Si-jin, still puzzled about the reason why. Jihan analyzed in his mind. But the current Jun Si-jin is as strong as I was in my peak back in the day. Just because I have gotten stronger quickly does not mean I can let my guard down. Propped himself up on one knee, determined to become much stronger than his past self, Jihan fixed his gaze ahead, reminding himself that he needs to master the nameless divine technique faster. He glanced back at his home and shouted. Then, he transformed into a flash of lightning and vanished. The guy saw reporters still rushing toward Lado, and I told them to get out of the way. They kept pointing their cameras, frantically moving toward Lado. Miss, I am from the Rights Channel. Can I interview you for a bit inside the car? The reporter's voice rang out, asking what she thought about today's match and the Sword King's interview. Hisu immediately patted her shoulder reassuringly. Just let them go. Car for listening to the questioning sounds, with someone saying her previous statement had fired up the Sword King even more. Outside, the reporters frantically pointed their cameras at Miss Lado, begging her to say a few words to the people. They called out to Brow. Hey, old man, move aside. The guy was furious at Lado. What is wrong with you people? Akara cringed in pain hearing the reporters saying, while more, Jihan is not here. Let us interview a little. This is our livelihood. Jihan approached from afar, hearing Brow shout. Can you tone it down a bit? The reporters simultaneously turned around when they heard his voice, thinking, what do you think? Jihan stepped closer to them. He raised both hands, intertwining them, and shouted, what the hell am I doing? His eyes glinted red as he forcefully shoved the reporters aside, yelling at Lado. Get lost. They immediately stumbled to the sides, clearing a path to the car. The reporters quickly got back up, yelling accusations. Wait. Jihan, do you dare lay hands on a reporter? They threatened Jihan. Don't you care about your image? His low voice replied. I do. Jihan's face contorted in anger as he enunciated each word. That is why I am reacting lightly. The reporters bowed their heads as he shouted. It is my first time, so I went easy on you. Jihan left the crowd and headed toward the car, saying, you should be grateful I only reacted a little. He grabbed the car door handle, and she looked through the gap in her fingers when she heard Jihan calling. He smiled gently, ready to say, let us go home. Then, Jihan turned and smiled, thanking him for protecting the car. Ra replied, no problem. Do not mention it. Jihan heard this and sang out, Uncle, please take good care of the car. He turned back, smiling. Yeah. Thanks for your concern. Jihan's voice echoed. Goodbye. And she raised her hand in response. Goodbye. Jihan stood still, watching the silhouettes of the two figures fade away. She raised her hand, waving goodbye. Suddenly, Brow was taken aback as he saw Jihan cover her face, bursting into laughter. She could not stop laughing so hard that tears streamed down her face. Jihan's voice rang out. Holding back laughter is so tough. Meanwhile, the reporter glanced over and said, is not that the student girl? Yeah. That is her. They looked at her, thinking, the granddaughter of the CEO of Tegan News, the #1 media company in Korea, Kim Hee-soo. She wiped her tears and shouted joyfully, our little car. You are done for. Ji's face darkened as he declared, I do not have a daughter. Jihan held her phone tightly, hearing him say, I have buried my past to come to Japan. So I do not have a daughter. Please do not ask personal and pointless questions like that. He noticed and replied, So that is why they came for this interview. Ji nodded in agreement. Yeah. Jihan gritted her teeth, clutching her phone, and shouted, "How dare you? You should really give him a piece of your mind." He glanced over, thinking, what should I do? It seemed like the girl was starting to feel better. Jihan stared at that blank expression, deep in thought. But this interview had already ruined her mood. Ji was biting her lip, struggling to speak up but held back. After a moment, she finally said, "Wait. Remember when you said you would make one of my wishes come true?" Jihan questioned, looking at him. His voice echoed back. "A wish for when I find the Shadow Queen." "Right." She smiled softly, nodding. "Yep." Jihan let out a puzzled sound upon hearing Ji's words. "I think I have a wish." She raised her phone, exclaiming, "I think I found it." Ji calmly replied, "The Shadow Queen." Jihan gasped, eyes wide in surprise. "What?" On the battlefield, an announcement flashed. "The match begins." And comments started rolling in. "Wait. Did I enter the wrong room?" Jihan raised the arrow he got from the Conqueror High. The audience was puzzled and questioned. "Jihan, what are you planning to do?" Jihan smiled slightly and replied, "I am going to break it." He looked ahead, mumbling, "Here we go." The crowd murmured, and comments popped up. "What is he up to this time? I actually love this." The Shadow Queen faced Jihan from the darkness, and he thought to himself, "Let us see if you really are the Shadow Queen." A day earlier, he was shocked, staring at Ji's phone screen. Jihan gasped, eyes wide in astonishment. "That is her." He pointed at the girl on the phone, concluding, "Yep. I think this is the Shadow Queen." Ji replied, "Unsure." "Not sure. But she is definitely the strongest cadet." Jihan questioned, "What makes you think that?" She thought back to those who pointed out, "At the beginning we all raised suspicions about the elf queens sitting on their thrones." "Right, exactly. Because both of them are trying so hard to act like queens." Then, Xa looked up and pointed at her phone, saying, "And this elf seems more like a dark sorceress." Jihan repeated, "Dark sorceress." She immediately confirmed, "Yep. You should check out the photos I sent." He looked at the phone, listening as Xia meticulously counted. Starting with the eye color, she glanced at the phone screen, explaining, "It is not that there are not any elves with pitch black eyes, but even among humans, black eyes are really rare, are not they?" Jihan stroked his chin, thinking, "That is true." Xia calmly added, "But that is not the only strange thing." Her voice rang out, before the game even started. This elf had already set her sights on the one who would come in first. He furrowed his brow, asking curiously, "Set her sights?" Xia replied. "She always looks at you in a strange way." She was typing on her phone as she responded, "So keep an eye on the other matches and see for yourself." Xia pointed out the other matches and said, "But look here, and here too." She always stares at whoever's going to come in first. Even before the match begins, Xia stared intently at the Dark Queen, asking back, "It is like she knows the future." "Right." Xia focused on those eyes, asking, "It is really strange, is not?" Jian looked at the phone screen, thinking, "So this definitely is not a coincidence anymore." He was surprised to hear Xia continue. "And the most important thing lies in the last video." Xia pointed to the circular shadow at the feet of the Dark Queen, saying, "Look at the shadow under her feet." Jihan immediately focused on the shadow beneath her. Xia calmly explained, "The video quality is so low that it is not clear, but it seems I am not the only one who finds it odd." "Right." He chuckled softly while staring intently at that shadow, pondering, "This is definitely worth checking out." Jihan turned to Gid, asking, "Wait, sit up. Did you gather and analyze all this by yourself?" She quickly admitted, "Yep. It took a lot of time." He looked back at Jid, asking, "You are not overdoing it for me, are you?" Xia burst out laughing, denying it, "No big deal. I have plenty of free time anyway." Jihan's voice rang out, "Thanks. Sit up. I will check the next match." She beamed back, "Yep. I hope your analysis is correct." Then, Xia jumped a bit when she heard him exclaim, "Okay. Then I guess I should keep my promise." Jihan softly asked, "Do you have any wishes?" He calmly encouraged, "Just say it. I will grant anything you want." She widened her eyes at Jihan. Then, Xia smiled and said, "Yep. Thank you, sir." As she pursed her thin lips and said, "I want." In the arena, Jihan forcefully thrust the arrow into the monster in front of him. Soon after, the screen lit up with a notification. "You have defeated 10 enemies." He gazed ahead, contemplating. This is enough to secure first place. Jihan looked up thoughtfully, then decided, I should just destroy the stands as planned. The screen displayed a barrage of attacks. Was he really going to obliterate the barrier? Did everyone think he was planning to blow the stands to smithereens? The opposing team had a barrier set right between the arena and the stands. Its power was equivalent to a diamond tier support skill. Its purpose was to block all attacks coming from the arena to the outside. Jihan's eyes glimmered with a blue light as he calculated. To see my true state, I need to use the eye of the traveler. He looked at the barrier and thought, I need to create a breach to see outside. Jihan gripped that arrow tightly in his hand. Immediately, comments started pouring in. Is he really going to break it? The farmer's about to farm some chaos. Jihan. Honestly, I think this is a bit hard to believe. He glanced at the arrow in his hand and thought, no way. If I have this, it is totally doable. With the phoenix arrow he got from the dungeon. The phoenix arrow and a rank item was crafted from phoenix feathers. When thrown, it would unleash immense power and return to its owner due to the sealed phoenix flames inside. But it would vanish after being thrown 5 times. Jihan looked at the description on the screen and murmured. Even though I can't maximize its potential due to the risks, he stretched and calculated. But if I want to break the barrier, piercing through it should be enough. Jihan raised his head and looked directly at her. Leto, now, show me your true face. He used the immortal needle technique, thrusting straight toward that barrier. Jihan stared intensely at the Dark Queen. A small hole appeared on the barrier. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, and comments flooded in. I thought it would be successful. But why are those two not even blinking? With a dark expression, he raised that arrow high. Leto. Infinite needle. Jihan relentlessly stabbed into the hole. He stared wide-eyed, gripping the arrow tightly in his hand. Jihan used the immortal needle technique, thrusting straight at that barrier. The audience stares at the massive hole in the wall, commenting in disbelief. No way. He actually broke it. He glances over there, thinking to himself. Right now. Suddenly, Jihan's eyes gleam with a blue light as a notification pops up. His traveler's eye has been activated. He focuses intently on the Dark Queen, realizing he needs to check her out quickly before the barrier regenerates. Jihan locks eyes with her, internally shouting, now, show your true self. His gaze meets the pitch-black eyes of the Dark Queen, questioning who she really is. In an instant, Jihan's eyes widen with shock, frozen in place. He looks around at the surrounding darkness, shouting, where the heck am I? Suddenly, a beam of white light appears from behind him. Jihan whips around to look back. His eyes widen in astonishment as he faces it. Behind Jihan looms a pair of gigantic, piercing eyes. The sunlight slowly rises, illuminating that towering building. Jihan shuts his eyes, letting out a long sigh. He lies still on the bed, exclaiming, man, I am so exhausted. Jihan cradles his head in his hands, lamenting how tired he is. Peeking with one eye, he contemplates. I still can't calm down. The scene from earlier flashes in Jihan's mind. Remembering how he faced that thing with his body, he closes his eyes, feeling a chill. It is terrifying. Even compared to his past self before regression, that power is truly phenomenal. The corner of Jihan's mouth lifts into a faint smile as he thinks. Alright then, sitting comfortably, he realizes that the strength of that guy will be incredibly useful. Jihan exclaimed. Achievement shop. As he looks at the screen calculating, I have used the reward points I have earned so far to upgrade the achievement shop to level 5. He gazes at it thoughtfully, noting the added feature is extra constellation slots. Jihan touches the screen, thinking, with this, I will be able to choose more constellations. He stares intently and concludes, but of course, it is still too early. A notification appears on the screen. Earth is currently in rehearsal mode, even if you purchase additional constellation slots. This feature will not appear in your status window. Jihan swipes the screen aside. Analyzing. Not necessary right now, so I will just set it aside. He presses a spot, saying, let us add a title slot first. A notification immediately pops up. You have purchased an additional level 1 title slot. Jihan looks at it, shouting. Status window. Jihan's character, now at level 22, has just 3 levels left to reach the silver tier. Level 22. Belonging to the bronze class. Zone 1 Gangnet. Combat power 27. Strength 27. Support class. Mage class. Gift. Upgraded Traveler's Eye. Understanding the other players deeply, he possesses strength, combat power, and titles, making the silver tier practically his to claim. The only reason Jihan added a title slot is for the title of Heir of the War God he will achieve in the future. Jihan's combat power will soon reach 30, allowing him to connect with the War God and earn the title of Heir of the War God. A notification appears, showing combat power 27, strength 27. During this process, he can link with the War God and achieve the title of Heir of the War God. Jihan closed his eyes, reflecting on his past life. That was the title he had held before dying. And no matter what happened, he had to reclaim that title. He opened his eyes with determination, thinking, Soon enough, Jihan would have to face that guy. His entire body was engulfed in red flames. The agent looked at the scene before him and introduced. This is the heart of Gangnam, and is not just a highly influential area. It also boasts prestigious schools that focus heavily on education. He gazed at the view and said, "This is the symbol of success. And the top floor here has the most beautiful view of the Han River." The agent pointed at the scenery and exclaimed, "What do you think? This is the best place I have." He turned to Jihan and Askar, asking, "Is 200 square meters enough for you two to live comfortably?" Upon hearing this, she glared, thinking, "It is too small." The agent pointed to a spot and said, "Let us go check out the room here." Anna followed him, replying, "All right," Jihan observed, thinking, "I guess she is not too thrilled about it. But then again, her reaction is pretty normal." He thought about her past and whispered, "She has lived in a luxurious palace her whole life, so she would not be excited about a regular apartment." Jihan looked out the window, considering, earlier, he had never expected her wish would be to move out. At that moment, bowed her head and fell silent for a long time. Finally, she quietly admitted, "My wish is to move away from here. Willa wants to leave the palace." Jihan looked at pondering, since it is filled with memories of Junsejin. It seems she wants to leave as soon as possible. Staying there must be really tough for her. The agent raised his hand to indicate inside, saying, "This room is spacious. And the layout is perfect. Right, as you both know, even at this price, the room has always been occupied for a reason." He noticed her determined expression and thought, "I need to find her a place she likes as soon as possible." I smiled and nodded.
Yep.
Jihan immediately spoke up, "Looks like we need a place with more space." He stepped forward and added, "My niece is about to become a player, and she will need room for her gear." The agent replied, "I understand. I will try to find a house that fits your needs." He smiled brightly, complimenting, "With such a strong and handsome uncle like you, I bet she feels really safe." Jihan smiled back, thanking him for the compliment. "But I still have a lot to improve," the agent exclaimed. "I will continue to support you." Jihan chuckled and said, "Thank you." The next thing he said caught Jihan off guard. "I should be the one thanking you more." The agent laughed loudly. "Actually, I am also part of the Sword King's family. Although after the Sword King's incident, I changed my nationality to Japanese and left right away. I was very worried about He looked at her with concern, guessing that everything must have been really tough for her. So I worried she might be thinking negatively. But when I see her giving it her all to overcome her problems, I feel reassured." Her eyes well up with tears as she listens to the reporter. "There is still so much to worry about. But congratulations on your awakening. Chan." His voice rings out, and she is about to receive an amazing gift. Jihan silently watches Chan in his mind. He can't help but recall the moment she was surrounded by reporters, lamenting about her troubles. After the battle between Korea and Japan, interest in Chan surged again. Especially now. Who would not be curious about her awakening and gifts? Watches the reporter and Chan chatting happily in front of him. Jihan can't shake the memory of her breaking down in her past life. But once she receives the forced gift, all that attention will become poison for her. He recalls the vicious comments from her past life. Determined to prevent that from happening this time, Jihan stares intently at Chan, thinking that in the near future, he must limit other people's access to her as much as possible. His face is filled with a fierce determination, especially against the reporters. Meanwhile, Kimisu, the granddaughter of the Sunday newspaper owner, smiles at her phone as she exclaims,
"Yep.
Reporter, I am on the couch."
Yep.
It is August 22nd. That is Chan's birthday. So he will be at the school's gift hall. "Come on, do not worry. I will help you interview him." Kisu hangs up the phone, saying, "See you that day." A nearby guy smirks. Look at that fake smile of hers. She is definitely from a journalism family. She overhears him and snaps back, "If you do not like it, then just leave." He stretches and laughs. "You are making me sad. Without this opportunity, when would I get to meet Chan?" The young man's voice chimes in. "But why do you hate that pretty girl so much?" Hisu raises an eyebrow, tossing her hair sarcastically. "What else is there? She can't even compete with me, but keeps trying to stand on par with me. If it were not for Betanet, I would not even have to deal with that poor girl." He laughs, asking, "So why do you want to interview that loser?" Hisu strokes her chin, smiling as she replies, "Isn't she the perfect subject for a news article? Plus, I should help out your uncle." Cheerfully recounts. And if her gift turns out to be a flop, it is the perfect chance to make her the laughingstock. The young man bursts into laughter. "You really are a sly one." Hisu lifts a picture of him, resting her chin on her hand, saying, "And that is why your job is the most important. Jihan, the guy who has been super famous lately, is that loser's uncle." And he is stuck with her all day. She looks at him, questioning, "Are you sure you can beat Jihan?" The young man grits his teeth and mocks, "That crazy girl. I would not even bother glancing at that bug." His voice echoes, "Remember to keep your promise." Hisu scolds playfully, "You disgusting creep." She sees the young man twisting his neck, exclaiming, "Don't he worry. After I finish my part." Hisu looks straight at him, saying, "Then I will let you do whatever you want with that loser Achan. The Bayonet Academy in Gangnam-gu. Seal. 14 hours until Achan awakens." Hisu desperately pleaded, "Come on. Please do not do this." She turned back to interrupt. "Just stop." Hisu. The car stubbornly rejected her. "I already told you I do not want to be interviewed." And he raised a finger pleadingly. "Think it over. Please just do it." Hisu frowned and said, "This is all because of you." And the car responded firmly, "I said I do not want to." She pretended to be annoyed and advised, "If you keep being like this, I will be sad. Just because of that king of fortune. They are humiliating an innocent person like you." Hisu shouted, "Is not it better if there is good news to grab everyone's attention? To help you? I had to plead with my grandpa a lot." The car stood up and said, "It is. I am. Thanks. But you really do not have to do that." She quickly replied, "I am just going to the restroom for a bit." Hisu heard that and frowned, secretly cursing, "What a country bumpkin. I do not get her at all. I thought she would be more compliant." Hisu ran her fingers through her hair, exhaling and said, "Whatever. I will just head to the gift hall and play around for now." Hisu looked up and thought, "Tonight's the night. I wonder what that bitch will get as a gift." The corners of her mouth curled up, forming a calculating smile. "While I am at it, I should pick a reporter and send her straight to hell." Hisu thought about Kara, hoping she would get a gift that would really hit hard. She murmured to herself, "This is just too much." And deep down, she knew everything. Kara closed her eyes, thinking, "I know what Hisu thinks of me." Memories flashed in her head of Hisu asking, "Wait, are you still clinging to a car?" The girl smiled and asked, "So you two are best friends?" She looked annoyed and said, "Do not even mention that." When she heard this, she shot back, "I heard that once she hits rock bottom, you are going to kick her to the curb." Sue confidently replied, "Of course. Before I cut, I have to use her first." The girl raised an eyebrow and asked, "But Askar is just a tool. What does she have for you to use?" Hisu rummaged through her pockets and replied, "This bunch. My family runs a press." Hisu grinned wickedly, saying, "When she falls into hell, it is best to take full advantage of her." Hisu shouted, "Come on. I hope she gets a killer gift and goes nuts. I need to capture her reaction and post those pics online." Inside the restroom, I gripped the hem of her skirt, overhearing the gossip, thinking, "This crazy girl sounds like she is having fun." She lowered her head, hearing their mocking laughter, thinking, "Better pay attention. The readers are going to love this." I was already shocked by Hisu's true colors. From that moment, she began to feel uneasy. She thought, "Maybe I really will get a killer gift." Standing on the game stage, I clasped her hands together, thinking, I am sure Hisu is not the only one hiding her true self. I can accept a killer gift. She furrowed her brows, pleading, "Come on." I looked up at the machines, silently wishing, "Please let me get something really good." The lights from those machines burst into bright red flashes. Then, she curiously lifted her head to look up. I stared blankly at the beams of light in front of her. She gasped at the sparkling lights in front of her and exclaimed, "This is at school for 5 hours until it wakes up." Jihan pulled up his sleeve to check his watch. He looked at it and thought, "Just 5 more hours." The government official pointed ahead and said, "Please go this way." "Sir." He went up, asking, "Is it still safe in the gift hall?" The government official immediately replied, "Yep. The guards are keeping her safe." Jihan gently reminded, "Thank you. Do not let outsiders in, especially the reporters." He quickly assured, "Do not worry. We have even kept the school staff out." Government official looked over at the other guards and replied, "The government is also paying special attention." About yesterday, Jihan had talked to manager Park Yeon-sik about the donation for the electric sword. And the other side asked, "Oh right. Tomorrow is the day it becomes a player. Is not?" You calmly replied, "Oh yes. So you already know. Even with the current situation." Jihan softly recounted, "I am worried someone might break into the awakening place. Manager Park Yeon-sik is well aware of the current situation." He responded, "If you agree, I could try to have the security on site back off. The government has provided personal safety for vehicle A." Thinking of this, Jihan smiled lightly. "Looks like I am getting backup once again." Just then, you jolted at the sound. "He is." The government official pointed inside, introducing, "This is the grand gift. We also prepared seats right up front. You can rest while you wait." Jihan bowed his head and smiled. "Thanks." See you again at noon, he immediately replied.
Yep.
If you need anything, please let me know right away. Then, you sat down by the door waiting. Jihan clasped his hands together. Letting out a sigh, he sat in silence, so worried he bit his lip tightly. Then, Jihan immediately shook his head, thinking, do not stress out too much. This time I can stay by her side and protect her. He opened his eyes, whispering to himself, I have no other choice now. Jihan looked at the string in his hands, pondering, hoping this gift would bring great comfort to Weaklings. Time quickly flew by. It was just 5 minutes until Weaklings awakened. You were shocked to glance over when you heard Hyesu's voice. Just as expected, she was here. She brought a reporter with her, smiling slyly, asking, are you doing well? Hyesu grinned, asking, we do see each other often. Do not. Jihan looked over, questioning. I clearly remember her saying she was a friend of Vehicle 8, but the person next to her is a reporter. Right. His face immediately darkened, eyes filled with resolve. Jihan immediately stood up, angrily questioning, how did you get in here? I thought they were keeping everyone out. Hyesu laughed in response. You know, media companies often have wide connections. Her voice rang out. I know plenty of people to get in here. To which you asked back, so you are not even trying to hide that you snuck in here? Hyesu quickly retorted. Are you saying I snuck in? I had business to take care of. That is why I am at your school. You know, her voice called out. I decided today would be the day I interview Weaklings. Jihan shoved his hands in his pockets and shouted, stop rambling and go back. After awakening, Weaklings is going home right away. I am warning you. This is your first and last warning. The reporter looked panicked, thinking, is this really okay? Looks like we are in for some trouble. Hyesu crossed her arms and smiled. That is not good at all. She spread her hands in response. I have to interview him at all costs. And you yelled back, if that is the case, I won't let you sleep easy either. Hyesu rested her hand on her cheek, pretending to be sad, asking, what should I do? How can he possibly win against your uncle? She raised a finger, exclaiming, how about this? Hyesu squinted her eyes and shouted, while protecting her niece. The player supports level 27. Jihan's vehicle. She looked at the young man, throwing punches at you from behind, adding, ambushed by a level 50 warrior. Over there. Weaklings knelt on both knees on the ground, inside the room. The moment for Weaklings to awaken had arrived. On the screen, the message appears. Congratulations. You have awakened as a player. Your gifts include a late blooming flower and a gift cup. She could not believe it and gasped. Seriously? I was hoping it would not be this bad. Outside, the young man punched Jihan hard on the back. Inside, his eyes welled up with tears as he bowed his head, mumbling, but now it is really over. Out there, Jihan was getting hit. Leaning a bit forward, Jihan was suddenly ambushed by Tony from behind. The punch was so strong that he stumbled forward. Tony smirked, lying there, thinking, I will take great care of Ara. Jihan remained silent after that sudden attack, but then he looked at Tony with eyes full of rage, like arrows piercing right through him. Jihan shouted, how dare you mention her? He stared at Tony, who looked confused, pointing ahead, asking, you have gotten yourself into this mess, and you are still acting normal. You are tougher than I thought. Without missing a beat, Jihan threw a punch right at Tony's face, marking his response. Then he looked up and noticed something. A rubber shield. That is right. Jihan's punch was blocked by that, leaving Tony completely unscathed. He laughed triumphantly. You are pretty knowledgeable. But why are not you surprised? His eyes lit up as he landed another blow on Jihan. Tony asked, you are that confident? Meanwhile, Hisu stood back, arms crossed, watching nonchalantly. Really? Then she chimed in sarcastically about their fight. Is he really winning? Tony turned around, preparing to unleash a powerful punch. He mocked Jihan. People are using that flashy new star power to hype you up, so you do not know your place. Right after, Tony confidently swung a punch at Jihan, believing he would win. Answer me. You piece of trash. How many times do I have to hit you for you to finally speak up? Did he even open his mouth? Just as he finished that arrogant line, Tony received an uppercut straight to the jaw from Jihan. Jihan calmly sent Tony flying, blood spraying everywhere. The cameraman was stunned, eyes wide, while Hishu stood there, equally shocked. Jihan used his magic, conjuring a red magical arm that grabbed Tony's hair. He was suspended in mid-air, flailing like a fish out of water, yelling, what is this? What just happened? But Jihan ignored Tony's words, focusing on controlling his magical arm. With his eyes glowing red, Jihan mocked, you look just like those thugs, and your actions match. Jihan furrowed his brow, filled with fierce energy. I will brand you so you can never pull stunts like this again. At that moment, He swung his red fist back, and Tony's head was pulled along in a terrifying manner. The cameraman, panicking, ran away, leaving Hisu frozen in shock for a few seconds. Tony's body crashed down in front of her with a loud thud. She stood there, her face pale, gazing down in disbelief. Suddenly, fear consumed her, eyes wide with terror, teeth clenched tight. Hisu screamed in horror, as if wanting to tear apart the very fabric of reality. On the other side, O was just waking up, slumped on the ground, drowning in disappointment and despair. Her gaze radiated sorrow, a wave of helplessness crashing down in her mind. Warm tears began to well up in his eyes, heavy with the weight of her sadness. Immediately, she wiped them away, comforting herself. Come on, no more tears. She pulled herself together, determined to think that sulking alone would not change a thing. And, lifting herself up, she said, let us get up, the uncle is still waiting for us. She stepped out of the awakening area, each stride moving closer to the door to meet Jihan, but still felt a deep sadness and anxiety as she stared at her system board, wondering what to do next. Even if I join the player's infection with class rewards, it is clear I will only be struggling to survive in the bronze rank. The system clearly stated that the late blooming flower, F-class reward, you will realize your potential later. Aside. And what is with this vague explanation? The door swung open, and as it prepared to step outside, she muttered to herself, I have been praying like a fool for days. Suddenly, she jolted at the sound of a loud scream. Once she grasped the situation, what stood before her was a floating head of blonde hair, and Tony lay on the ground with a bald head. A panikedly turned to ask, Uncle, what is going on? He remained calm, replying, he had it coming. Then came a sharp shout from Jihan, that crazy jerk. Stay calm and tell it to look over there. She stopped being malicious. Hisu was clutching Tony's bald head, glaring up at Jihan, screaming like a madwoman. How dare you do this to him? Do you even know who my grandfather is? My grandfather is the chairman of the newspaper Tio Kwan No. Ignoring her frenzied screams, he calmly replied. So what? He then gently maneuvered the orange hair straight at her. Jihan, with a cold expression, replied indifferently. Who cares about your family owning a big media company? Planning to use that to control the media. Hearing this, Hisu tossed her hair back defiantly. You think I would stop there? I will create fake news and spread it everywhere. Her eyes bulged as she glared at Jihan, clueless about the danger she was flirting with. I will turn you all into the dirtiest family in the world. People will be horrified when they see you. You know what? They do not care about the truth. And her venomous words made him boil with rage. At that moment, was filled with disappointment for her friend Hisu, who spewed such filthy words. The public perception was already negative because of the king of wealth. So maybe this is for the best. Jihan had heard enough. He would no longer remain silent. Daring her, go ahead and try it. Jihan stepped forward. His approach made Hisu back away in fear. All we need to do is get out of Korea. Seems like she is finally realizing what fear feels like. But Jihan's face was thunderous. His eyes locked on the flame in his hand, as if he wanted to burn everything to ashes. You threaten her back. But can she really handle the consequences of her actions? It seems like Hisu still does not grasp the seriousness of the situation. Responding with that arrogant attitude, stop trying to act tough. That dirty scumbag. If it were not for Betanet and Jun Sejun, you would not even be able to lay eyes on me. Hearing this, Jihan flicked a flame from his palm. Slightly amused. I get it now. Hisu was suddenly surrounded by the flames, shocking her into a panic. In response to her arrogance, he simply waved his hand and declared, she is the type who never reflects on herself to correct her mistakes. Jihan's eyes blazed with intensity, the flames flaring up even more, wrapping around Hisu. He warned her one last time. I need you to remember this well. If you mess with us, you will find out what happens. The window, viewed from the outside, was illuminated by the raging fire inside, accompanied by her screams. Once everything was settled, the two returned to their old, beat-up car parked in the underground garage and sat next to her. Nervously stammering, is this really okay? She hesitated before continuing. I am glad we can get revenge on Hisu. But I am a little worried. Jihan turned to her and asked, worried about what? Taegeun News is the largest media company in our country. Upon hearing this, he just chuckled and reassured his niece. Do not worry. Nothing is going to happen. He thought to himself. Because they are so big, they won't act recklessly. Besides, it is already absurd that a media company would do this just because the chairman's granddaughter is involved. As he pressed on the gas, he continued thinking, if they have any sense left, they won't touch a player who is currently under a lot of scrutiny. Jihan pondered internally. How can I be so confident? This is interesting. But now there is something more important. He thought, turning to her and softly asking, what gift did you get? His straightforward question caught Jihan off guard. She lowered her head, her eyes filled with sadness. and did not respond. Once she regained her composure, Jihan slowly spoke, "A budding flower. It is a tiered gift." Jihan looked at his niece and guessed correctly. "Just as I thought." He activated his status window and said to "If you want to be a successful player, it is going to be really tough." Then he turned to her. "Take a look at this," she asked. "Is that your status window?" "Yeah." "It is the first time I am showing it to someone else." As soon as she looked at the status window, his eyes widened in shock. "Wait a minute." It displayed a tiered gift of the counterfeit eye, which lets you see the information of other players. She exclaimed, "What is that? Is your gift also tiered?" Was starting to feel suspicious. She turned to Jihan and asked, "How are you so strong then?" He replied, "Just look at the stats up top." She countered, "What are they?" "Combat power. Strength. Are these really the full stats?" Jihan responded to her confusion. "They are unique stats. Most people do not know about them, because the conditions to achieve them are hidden. As you can see, the tier of the gift is not everything." Receiving this new information left utterly amazed, and he added, "You can also obtain unique stats too." And Jihan picked up a shimmering gold-tinted glass. He held it up to reflect his face, saying, "This will show you the path you will take." After revealing the treasure to Jihan began to reminisce, recalling a girl with brown hair and golden eyes, the one who had once stood at the second place in the world. Jin Zoha. She appeared with a serious, determined look, and notably, her gift was also a late-blooming flower, being ranked second. Zua's power was undeniable. With just a flick of her wrist, she could take out an opponent. Jihan had only seen her on TV back then, and he recalled how he could not believe his eyes. At that moment, Jihan was astonished, realizing now that a level F gift had driven it to despair and even to the brink of death. Hiding a secret of its own, that special glass with its golden rim could see the gift's details: a late-blooming flower. Level F gift, the number of battles required until upgrading to 50. The upgrade conditions. To upgrade, you must participate in beta net matches. Aghast in surprise, asking, "What is this?" She peered through the gold glass, her mind buzzing with questions, wondering if such a gift could actually be upgraded. And what about its basic effects? Jihan just sat there, pleased, with a smile on his face. He spoke up, "Isn't this gift amazing?" While thinking to himself, "Just as I suspected, that item is effective." Meanwhile, O was adjusting the glass to her eyes, revealing the glass's information. A monocle of Tomb. Item level. A monocle of the Olympus god. Tomb. A one-time use item that can discern the nature of a player's gift. A hidden item I got by fixing the broken monocle of the messenger. Jihan remembered the process of creating it. He had made it a day before his birthday. Back in reality, Jihan explained a few more points to her for clarity. The fact that the gift's level could be increased was surprising enough, but even its basic effects were not too shabby, because a 100% growth rate means your training effectiveness will be double compared to others. O was stunned. "So that is a really good effect, right?" He nodded in agreement. "Yeah, exactly. With this effect, you can quickly reach the rare stats I told you about." Her expression grew even more astonished as the glass slowly faded away. Seeing this, Jihan gently asked, trying to soothe her soul, "Do you think you could aim for the top player position?" "Really?" A questioned, a simple inquiry packed with emotions. Jihan's eyes widened as he witnessed the scene unfold. A tear rolled down her cheek as she incredulously asked, "Is it really true? The gift is really good, is not?" She stuttered, her body trembling with emotion. He could not help but respond gently. "Yeah, your gift is really great." I had no idea how much hope she had brought with her. Jihan thought back to the time O was enlisted by Japan, feeling a pang of sorrow as he recalled how she was used by her father and abandoned. Her father endlessly claimed he had no daughter, and people only used A as fodder for cheap gossip. Picture her sitting in the crowd, feeling isolated and discriminated against. Makes her reluctant to face the challenges ahead as the girl abandoned by the Sword King. But as an independent player named Jun, A carefully brings a tissue to her. His heart racing with worry she must be feeling so anxious, fearing she might get a useless gift. A's a bit surprised when she sees the tissue. Jihan is still there, encouraging her, "You did so well. It must have been really tough for you. So go ahead and cry as much as you want." But then it takes the tissue, wipes her tears, and says, "I am going to stop crying right now. I do not even have enough time to smile." Hearing this, he can only feel helpless, and with a slightly blushing face, A turns to him and asks, "Why do I always feel like you are so mysterious?" Jihan, called out by her sharp words, can only chuckle awkwardly. He comes up with some excuse, acting like he knows everything about the future. "Just consider me lucky." After it calms down and releases her pent-up emotions, she cheerfully says, "Now that I am feeling better, I suddenly feel really hungry." He hears this and gets ready to stand up and head to the kitchen. Let us grab a meal. I will cook something for you, she asks. At this hour, Jihan turns around, insisting. I promised. Remember, next time I will make you something even better. I have prepared a lot of birthday dishes for you. Hearing the word birthday, A is a bit shocked, her eyes widening. Then she smiles and happily replies. Okay. While the two of them are enjoying their delicious dinner, in a tall building, Hisu, with just a few strands of hair left, is in a panic, her face pale as a ghost. She sits in her room, cursing loudly. Everything is burned. My hair. My eyebrows. Everything. Damn it. Jihan's car. That crazy jerk. Oh my. How am I supposed to face my parents now? Suddenly, a man in a black suit walks in. Hi. Miss Hishu. She snaps back. Don't you know how to knock? You are driving me crazy. He bows, apologizes, and hands Hishu a phone. I brought the footage from the security camera you requested. Hisu covers her head with one hand and takes the phone with the other, shooing him away. Just get out. The bodyguard, hearing her disrespectful attitude towards someone of his rank, mutters under his breath. What a spoiled brat. Hisu cries while scrolling through the phone's screen. I can't live like this. I need to find something to ruin that guy. Suddenly, she pauses, as if struck by a dirty idea. A wicked smile spreads across Hisu's face. Our little so cute. On the phone screen, A is just waking up, looking at her gifts with a sad expression. This is exactly what Hishu wanted. You are not good at hiding your feelings at all. Are you? She gazes at the screen, pleased, mocking that almost crying face of yours is perfect for a reveal, staying true to her wicked nature. Hishu adds, looks like you got a forced gift. How can you make a face that makes people want to ruin you just by looking at it? Hisu, still unaware of her mistakes, is in for a lesson she won't forget in the near future. She sent it out like a madwoman who just found her new favorite hobby. And you are all doomed. For now, just ignore her and let us catch up on some recent news about that long-forgotten guy. The Glimmer. He is sitting in a corner, mindlessly fidgeting with his empty hands, caught up in unrequited love and a shattered heart. The frame in the screen starts buzzing, and he is still watching Jihan's stream. What a dork. Just admit your feelings for him already. Will you? You have been rambling on forever. Glimmer. Those taiyaki ice creams. It's been ages. He just keeps on whining. I have spent days feeling hollow, drowning in sorrow because I was not chosen by the one I admire. That ugly, disgusting fire mage and those stinky, cowardly hawks. Then the Glimmer imagines himself heroically carrying Jihan, looking incredibly cool. Why? Glimmer dealt with all the obstacles in his way. My buddy pipes up cheerfully. Yeah, sure. But it seems like things are not that simple. Right. Meanwhile, that old lady in the garden is laughing her head off. Then he stands up, striking a totally awkward pose, and shouts. But then I realize something. He is clutching his chest like no one else is suffering. And I have been destined to become Jihan's manager. The one who comments, not a chance. The terrifying forms of the zombies show up, and he starts acting all dramatic. So I beg you, almighty Jihan. Then comes the moment when he grabs his spear and unleashes a powerful move that sends those monsters flying. Please, read my message. Jihan waves his hand decisively. Everyone dives into the comments. See on everyone. It is game time. Public Cannon. King of Red Jelly. This is crazy. Barking dogs never stop. But what is his team doing? Kimbap is soloing in paradise. Seems like he joined Jihan's group, just to watch him become the trendsetter. I can picture the three of them sitting together, munching popcorn. Jihan is one of a kind. Well, I guess I get it. If I do not bother him, he will be at the top, no doubt. Do not even ask. They are still eating corn over there. At this moment, Jihan is like a storm of lightning. He directly unleashes the nameless divine technique, Thunder Break Technique, delivering a lethal blow that takes the head off that monster. Final move is Thunder Break Technique. Jihan's gaze is icy. He looks at the scoreboard. The match is over, and you have secured first place in this battle. His three teammates, seeing the fight is finished, stand up and relax like they are on vacation. Eating popcorn is way too hard. Next time let us get half caramel and half butter. Okay. Jihan is laser focused on the status window. You have reached level 25. You can now participate in the silver rank promotion match. A commentator's voice cracks. He is still a bronze rank. Jia's #1 fan complains, stop messing around down there. Just level up already. The system sends another notification. You have earned the title of Bronze Rank Dominator by finishing bronze matches with the highest win rate. You have been selected for a spot in the global top 100 of your bronze rank. He looks at the notification in shock. On August 25th, you will be ranked in the top 100 for promotion matches. 2023's sheep meat count. This is insane. Top 100 globally. Who cares if you lose? It has been ages since I saw that notification pop up in Korea. Just look at him at 700. He is definitely ranking up to silver. Top 100 worldwide, he thinks to himself. This means my Betonet score has reached the threshold for the global top 100. And those selected for the top 100 are sure to rank up, even if they only participate in the promotion match. Being in the top 100 guarantees silver rank. Plus, there is something special about the promotion match, and there is Jihan standing among thousands of foes. The atmosphere is eerily quiet as he continues. The promotion match will be in the form of a survival game. Fight until only one remains. Jihan swings his sword, slicing through a player. The blade glints with an intense light. And the battle won't end until only one stands alive, one victor to rule them all. He is totally in the zone, comments a player, while Koka cheerfully adds, Senza's already got the top 100 list. Jihan looks up, thinking to himself, just as I predicted, I am about to join the global top 100 during this time. A half-face image of a man appears. It has been a while since I last saw him. Baron Williams. Ranked globally. Baron Williams. Number 1 in the USA. He is a foreigner with distinctive blonde hair. Checks the announcement board. And I guessed I would run into him sooner than last time. But not this soon. Jihan feels uneasy. His gaze wavering. This is not good. This is a bit unexpected. Could I actually lose? But I have never beaten Baron before. The screen lights up, showing the decisive factor that got Jihan into the top 100. It is his mana stats. Jihan's eyes blaze red as he forms a magic circle with his hands, a red aura enveloping him. Of course, power is just as crucial. When the anonymous divine skill activates, a stat combining all his strength, endurance, and speed appears. Absolute domain, enhancing magical power. Remote control. The strength of the divine energy is overwhelming. The orb in Jihan's hands bursts forth with power. But even with its potential, there is still a gap in levels. The image shows Baron conjuring magical rings, flames roaring and shaking the heavens. The screams of the unfortunate are drowned in sheer terror. But all they receive in return is his indifferent gaze. Jihan knows that the divine energy used by Baron is on a completely different level. So what is divine energy? It is a stat proportional to both magical and holy power. Baron possesses an incredible amount of mana, making his divine energy twice as powerful as Jihan's. No matter how well Jihan can control his mana, it is still futile against absolute strength up there. It is like a god above and a mere mortal below. From the very beginning, Baron maintained the top spot purely through his divine energy, without any need for control. Thinking about this only makes Jihan more anxious in the present. Leaning heavily against something while training his body, he closes his eyes and reflects. It is no surprise he is at the top of the leaderboard. He has been famous for his diamond-level mana from the start. Jihan slowly opens his eyes. Facing the harsh reality confronting him directly is like signing his own death warrant. He resolves to train until the city lights come on. Now he must unlock the anonymous divine skill. Sitting in his room, Jihan scrolls through the system information. The image of Baron appears before him, his gaze sharp and piercing. Jihan sweats nervously, a powerless smile on his face no matter how he looks at it. It is hard to believe this is the same person. Two images side by side, Baron now on the left, and him before regression on the right, a clear difference that leaves him no questions. Heard when he became the guild leader. He worked hard to appear mature. Baron now. Baron before regression, how could he change so much? The phone on the table buzzes, and the caller is Hakshine. He glances at the name on the screen, feeling a mix of doubt. Hakshine. Jihan ponders silently. Could she be calling to thank him? He answers the call. Hello. The voice on the other end responds. Jihan. I have something to discuss with you. Can you give me one more option? Her words make him pause for a moment. Jihan looks back at the phone screen, checking if it is really her number. The next morning, the sun is high in the sky, shining brightly at the guild headquarters. Gazin speaks up, Miss, and Hakshan jumps a bit when she hears her name. Turning awkwardly, she responds, What is it? Gazin. Gazin gently replies, I am here to take you to the meeting point. It suddenly hits Hakshan. Oh right. It is. But wait for me 5 minutes. Hearing this, Gazon can't help but wonder, what is going on? Hakshan decides not to hold back, so she spills everything. Actually, Taunt. Jihan to give one option this morning. Gazon, beside her, asks, Aren't you embarrassed? Hakshan sighs tiredly. I am already heartbroken over the money lost. Can you not tease me? Gazon suddenly questions. Who are you betting on? Hakshan scrolls through her phone and asks, Gazon, did you hear the news? Jihan is in the top 100 in the world now. I think the American Baron is in it too. Hearing this, Gazon looks a bit shocked. Hakshan, caught in her thoughts, wonders aloud. Do you think I should place a bet on Jihan? Gazon replies. Absolutely. It is worth it. Right. But if the opponent is the Baron, that is tough. How can you defeat someone who constantly attacks while circling around? Haxan unexpectedly chimes in. You think so too? Right. Still fiddling with her phone. Haxan turns back. Feeling uncertain. The Baron has a higher chance of winning, does not he? In the Korea vs. Japan match. I was a bit shaky because he guessed so accurately, but I will still bet on the Baron. Haxan firmly states her opinion. For some reason, Gazem seems to want to disagree. And then Akshan suddenly turns to her, catching her off guard. What about you? Aksan continues. Is your dodge rate good? Hearing this, Gazem quietly lowers her head. Saying nothing, Akshan praises her. You have been working pretty hard lately. Gazem is a bit surprised that the miss has such a positive view of her. After saying that, she falls into deep thought, her expression slightly sad, while Hakshan speaks. Anyway, what I told you. Gazem clenches her fist, and Hakshan continues. That is the reality. On Jihan's information board, details about him appear. Jihan, level 25, affiliated with Gangnam 1, combat power 29, spirit power 29. Support class. Mage class. F-grade traveler's eye. Knows the information of other players. Nickname. Guide master. Jihan closes his eyes and breathes deeply. Suddenly, he opens his eyes and thinks, now I meet the requirements. Then he touches the status window. It shows that his combat power has risen. Reaching 30. Jihan closes his eyes again. A notification pops up. Traveler's eye is activated. And then he opens his eyes wide. A golden light emanating from them. In the stars, the wandering martial god discovered you through the shimmering traces of that day. Jihan felt like he was transported to another dimension. His whole being enveloped in a sparkling hue like the stars. Jihan's eyes widened. He could not see anything, but he could feel it, just like last time. A notification appeared again. The wandering martial god was watching you, and we meet again. The wandering martial god told him that you would be the successor of that day. A shimmering link shot out like a thread connecting the two. Jihan kept looking up, thinking to himself that in his past life, he had received so much help from that god. The system popped up again, revealing the unnamed divine skills. His hand felt charged with an energy of karma. Usually, the constellation's guardians would bring about good results. But the wandering martial god asked nothing of him. The two stood facing each other, the god continuously channeling power into Jihan's body. A notification chimed in. You have learned the martial arts technique Triad Spirit, and the technique E Heavenly Breakthrough Steps. He realized he had achieved a martial power of 30, and the wandering martial god frowned. But suddenly, the system encountered a glitch, and Jihan clutched his head in worry. Oh no. The connection has dropped. The system displayed that the god was displeased, because your Triad Danshan was already open. The system regretted to inform him that the wandering martial god was on high alert towards him, and Jihan panicked. Questioning himself, on high alert because his Triad Danshan was open. Are all gods this suspicious of others? Sweat trickled down his face. The system announced. Successfully cancelled martial arts technique. And a bolt of lightning sparked in one of Jihan's eyes, leaving him stunned. The wandering martial god withdrew the shimmering trace. And just as the notification ended, his body emitted a blinding flash of lightning. Jihan held his head in pain, gritting his teeth. Then he opened his eyes once more. Before him now was not the dark void but his familiar room. Jihan blinked in disbelief. What the heck? He then hurried to check the status window. The status window. Jihan peered in with one eye, the other still hurting from the earlier shock. The system now displayed. Jihan, former champion of 7 worlds. Jihan could not help but exclaim, what a disaster. Before the top 100 match, he realized, the gift has disappeared completely. The system chimed in with a notification. The gift does not exist. He lost the most important thing he had. A moment later, Askar joyfully announced to Jihan, you are here. She quickly hopped into the car, sweetly greeting him. You have arrived. Uncle. Jihan smiled at that. Great job. On the way. The traffic was not too heavy, and he asked feeling better yet. She gently brushed her hair back before replying. Yep. I feel much better now. After awakened, she decided to drop out of the academy since the main reason for joining was their talent. It is completely normal to drop out after awakening. I went online to seek advice. I have awakened. Should I quit school? I have got a C-level talent, and most people drop out right after getting a C or higher. But I am seriously considering finishing my studies. I am really worried. And the online community has been super eager to offer advice. My friend dropped out and signed with a guild. Now he is in training. Specifically, Kara decided to stay put because he will be the one training her in a serious training setting. Jihan shouted. Meanwhile, Kara was struggling to do push-ups one by one, begging, please, sir, I can't take it anymore. Now, he feels a little more at ease about her. Yeah, from now on, Kara won't run into any more issues. Which is my biggest concern right now. Inside the vehicle, both Jihan and Kara were silent. Not a word was spoken. He was driving while lost in thought about himself. Then Jihan became contemplative again. Tomorrow's top 100 has already been set. Losing the traveler's chance is one thing. A hint of anxiety crept into his heart. I still can't get the nameless divine skill. At that moment, an info panel suddenly appeared. Nameless divine skill. Level skill. A skill somewhat like the nameless divine skill. It includes basic combat skills and thunderbolt techniques. Once you master this martial art, you will get a chance to shine. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. It's crazy. It is just N's level skill, not SSS. So why does it include thunderbolt techniques? I have already got all that stuff. It is infuriating. Kara sitting next to him could feel Jihan's anger. She worriedly asked, "Are you mad? Is it because of the top 100 battle?" At her question, Jihan awkwardly scratched his face and casually replied, "Yeah," but deep down, he felt helpless. Thinking, my future is even more complicated than the top 100. Even after getting a definitive answer, she still firmly believed in Jihan. But you will win. Right. He turned to look at Kara in shock, while she gently reassured him. You always find a way. Kara exhaled deeply, as if it were obvious, saying, so you do not need to worry. For sure you will show up and say you have won first place. She got even more excited. Maybe I should go predict the results. I will bet everything on you. But Jihan seriously interrupted. Dante, if you do that, I will be mad. Kara felt let down by his words. Pouting. Why not? But you do that too. You are allowed to be a kid. Right, Jihan replied nonchalantly. Yeah, but that stuff is not for kids. Just as he said that, he noticed Kara turning away. Sulking. How funny. Fine. I won't compliment you anymore. Jihan was about to throw in another teasing remark. Good idea. But before he could finish, his left eye suddenly flashed with a strange light. Jihan frowned in surprise. As he raised his hand to check, the light vanished, and he quietly mumbled to himself. What was that? That night, in a city park, Jihan sat quietly on a small bench. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind on meditating. Jihan frowned, carefully sensing everything. Something felt really off. An uneasy feeling stirred inside him. He could sense something strange in his left eye. This is the first time I have experienced such a strange sensation. I need to eliminate this energy. Jihan cautiously worked to handle the unusual energy in his left eye, using his inner strength to slowly locate it and then destroy it. Just as your inner strength was about to shatter that bizarre energy, it suddenly retaliated fiercely. Your left eye flickered with an unusual red light. A wave of pain shot through you, and Jihan could not help but cry out as the pain subsided. He rubbed his head and sighed. Ouch! Is my eye about to pop out? Tears streamed from the pain. Jihan grimaced and strained to read the message that just appeared. The trace of the wandering martial god has been removed. As he read the next piece of information, his eyes widened in shock. Player Jihan was completely free from the control of the constellations. Jihan stood up in disbelief, still stunned inside. What? Free? What does that even mean? The system quickly clarified his doubts. From now on, you can receive blessings from other constellations. Jihan was still a bit taken aback. He slowly absorbed the new information and thought. Does this mean I could not get support from the constellations until now? Jihan blinked, carefully reflecting on everything. This system never lies. So that means the martial god had been meddling all along. He smirked slightly. Jihan casually sat down on a nearby bench. He could not help but feel a bit rueful. Honestly, I thought back then they were being generous. But turns out I have been leeching off them all this time. Suddenly, the system flashed a notification. The wandering martial god was now more cautious with player Jihan. He glanced at the confusing message. What the heck? Huge question mark appeared on his face as he read the new system notification. The wandering martial god had quickly concealed their traces. Jihan was baffled, thinking, what is up with this constellation? Is being cautious with one player not enough? Is that guy still hiding? Jihan wondered. Still puzzled. What kind of martial god acts like this? He groaned, feeling a headache coming on. Even in this second life of his, he still had way too many questions. Jihan quickly pushed those thoughts aside. Well, I can't rely on the martial god's power anymore. He stood up, looked at the system, and resignedly said, guess I have no other choice. Jihan was carefully considering. I have no choice but to seize this opportunity and find a new constellation. He smiled softly, his hand lightly touching the system screen. In his heart, he had a plan. Just in time, he had a chance. As he walked, he focused on reading the mission notifications on the system. Epic quest. Find and challenge the Dark Queen in the Roman arena. Reward: 50,000 achievement points. The interest of the Dark Queen constellations. Jihan scrolled for more information. Thinking carefully. If I want to take down the Dark Queen, what do I need to do tomorrow? Suddenly, a thought sparked in his mind. I need to fill the void left by the martial god first. He immediately thought of it. Right, I have that. At the battle site, the system screen displayed a notification. The top 100 tournament begins. And a comment appeared right after. Bolly Crocker. Everyone's exhausted. Right, information about the match appeared. And the battle would continue until only one player remained standing. Jihan gripped his sharp spear tightly. He was surrounded by other players teaming up against him. And a comment popped up. Forever bucking dog one. The system does not forget to pump up the players, proving that you are the best. Jihan just stands there without taking action. As comments keep flooding in, all in on Jihan. He closes his eyes, as if sensing something, while cheers for Jihan keep pouring in. Korea and Song Jihan. Push forward. Push forward. Go for that number 1 spot. Moments later, he opens his eyes. A cold glare sweeping over the players surrounding him. Then he coolly states, I am not here to take down every side character. Jihan shouts loudly, now. Everyone come at me. And in an instant, all the players charge toward him at once. Jihan, with a fierce determination, resolves the situation swiftly, raising the spear in his hand with strength. The sharp force of the spear quickly takes down 2 players. Yet, the other players do not hesitate to attack Jihan. One player swings down his sword heavily, only to have it easily blocked by Jihan's spear. The comments are buzzing. Are they really targeting Seong Jihan? Even the foreigners are going wild. The scariest man around, while Jihan is struggling to block the sword. Suddenly, a magical orb comes flying at him from behind. Still, the viewers trust and praise Jihan. He truly is a legend. Unbeatable. For a moment, his eyes flash with a chilling aura. Jihan channels a powerful force around the spear in his hand. In an instant, Jihan drops to avoid the attack. The magic strike hits the player trying to sword him. Next, Jihan rushes towards the player casting magic. He shows no fear and immediately takes an offensive stance. That player confidently challenges him. Little did he know he would drop his weapon and run away, just as he is busy mocking Jihan. Feeling cocky, Jihan does not hold back and throws a straight punch to the player's face. Caught off guard, the guy gets blasted away by Jihan's punch. Still, Jihan's expression remains cold. He is somewhat distracted, realizing that not only is Baron here, but also half of them. He is a bit aloof from the battle, thinking he should not waste energy and should wrap things up quickly. When suddenly a sharp sword thrust comes straight for Jihan's face, he quickly reacts, raising his hand to block the strike. The player who just attacked Jihan does not hesitate to charge in again, caught off guard by the sudden attack. He is stunned and glances back to assess the situation. Just as he looks, Jihan is even more shocked. What the hell? The attack just now came from someone Jihan knows very well. Lim Gaejun. She looks at him with a very cold expression, and Jihan wonders in disbelief, why is she here? After the coup's announcement, as they slowly come to terms with the fact that dying in the game also means death in real life, the system rigidly announces, game over. The game is about to start, and the Northeast Asia Coups finally begins. Cold text appears on the battle net system screen. Northeast Asia Finals. Representing Japan in the finals is, of course, the Sword King, Ida Ryuoi. At that moment, no one in Korea can stand against Ryuoi. Terrified of facing death, the top players in Korea have been avoiding the fight with him. The one stepping up to face the Sword King as Korea's representative is none other than the Sword King's successor candidate, the Peach Blossom Sword, Lim Gaejun. But as Gaejun fiercely swung her sword at Jihan, he remained calm, skillfully dodging her strikes. Jihan's gaze at Gaejun was filled with astonishment. He was puzzled, wondering why she was here. She had never made it into the top 100 before. The two continued their fierce back and forth battle, each move sharp and powerful. While Jihan could not shake off his curiosity, the future had twisted unexpectedly. Just as she was about to unleash another strike, he quickly reached out and halted Gaejun's arm. Seeing her attack blocked, she struggled desperately to break free. The Jihan was already one step ahead, locking Gaejun's sword arm in place while activating his skill to launch a counter kick, breaking her stance. She barely had time to think and raised her other hand to brace for his kick. The skill was so powerful that it sent Gaejun flying back. But before she could retaliate, Jihan swiftly controlled his spear and charged forward. He did not hesitate, gripping the spear tightly, and clarity began to dawn in his mind. It took Gaejun a moment to recover from Jihan's kick. She endured, not letting out a sound. Just as she was about to regain her strength, Jihan lunged with his sharp spear. She quickly leaped back to avoid it, but the spear slammed down into the arena floor, instantly shattering the ground. Gaejun, fooled by the momentum, rushed forward with her sword. Witnessing her strength, Jihan could not help but wonder, had she always been this strong? Neither held back, unleashing their most powerful moves in a fierce and relentless exchange. After some time in battle, Jihan was now shocked to realize no, she had gotten stronger. Compared to the last time they met, She was on a completely different level. He recalled Gaijin's fluid yet powerful moves. She had eliminated all unnecessary actions. And every strike of hers packed a punch. Jihan examined each of her movements closely, noting how even her footwork was lighter. He tightened his grip on the spear. His sharp gaze locked onto Gaijin's next move just as she swung her sword down. Jihan was ready to block. Gaijin's gaze at him was now filled with fierce determination. And Jihan could not help but wonder what had happened to her during their time apart. In her mind, the scene from the day before the tournament flashed back, along with Ji-won's concerned voice echoing in her ears, asking how her Bayonet score was doing. She gently inquired about Han. Seemingly aware that Gaijin had been grinding for points lately, Gaijin furrowed her brow slightly at this question. As if contemplating something, keeping her usual cold demeanor, she cautiously replied, "Actually, I made it into the top 100. Ji-won gasped in surprised disbelief. "Wait, top 100? Hold on. Did you reach level 25 already?" Gaijin nonchalantly confirmed. "Yeah. I just happened to level up." She did not show any excitement about leveling up, merely stating flatly, "I always come in first, unless I run into you." Jihan. In stark contrast to Gaijin's indifference, Ji-won burst into joy, exclaiming, "Why did not you tell me this good news sooner?" At this point, she hesitantly revealed her true intention, saying, "I need your help with something." Ji-won was taken aback for a few seconds upon hearing those words. "Help." Gaijin clenched her wounded hand, as if summoning all her determination to speak up. Her hand gently rested on the hilt of her sword at her side, her voice slow and deliberate. "Could I request new equipment? I do not want to blame my gear, but after using it for so long, I have come to realize." Ji-won stood frozen, staring at Gaijin's injured hand, and her voice echoed, "This sword is too heavy for me. I tried to get used to it, but my hand just can't take it." Gaijin carefully chose her words for Ji-won. "This is the precious sword you gifted me, so saying this makes me feel really guilty." Hearing this, Ji-won struggled to contain her frustration and exclaimed, "Gaijin, are you crazy?" She stepped closer to Gaijin, her voice rising with reproach. "You idiot. Why are you only saying this now?" Ji-won continued angrily. "That sword has been such a burden for you, and you still want to explain further. But my scores are still high." "It sounds like you are just making excuses." But Gaijin's words only fueled her anger more, meaning she could do even better than this. With determination, Ji-won declared, "Even if it means using my own strength, I will get you a better, lighter sword. So throw that weapon away right now." But Gaijin simply asked, "Aren't you the one who bet everything you had on this already?" As soon as she finished, Gaijin shyly retorted, "What is so hard about that?" Then, Ji-won picked up her phone, turning away with a frown. "Honestly, how silly. I will find you another weapon as soon as possible." But still uneasy, she asked again, "Are you sure about this?" Ji-won gently reassured her, "It is. Just remember that." Gaijin was momentarily stunned by her soothing words, realizing just how strong she was at this level of advancement. Inside, she felt a surge of amazement. She knew. Ji-won smiled softly, encouraging her, "If you focus completely, you can defeat Sewang Jihan." She felt incredibly emotional comparing herself to Sewang Jihan. Ji-won continued to uplift Gaijin's spirits, saying, "No matter what anyone else says, you are still the rising star of Korea. You just need to prove yourself." Gaijin thought, feeling moved, that she was genuinely cheering her on and saying she could rise even higher. Gaijin, feeling empowered, quietly accepted her encouragement. "Let us make a real splash in the top 100. She smiled slightly, promising Ji-won. "Okay." Just as the flashback ended, Gaijin immediately raised her sword, deftly blocking a fierce thrust from Jihan's spear. But deep down, she wrestled with guilt for not being able to fully keep her promise to Ji-won. "Thank you, miss. But I do not think I can keep that promise." Before she could react, he forcefully thrust the spear straight into Gaijin's face. Her face bruised from Jihan's strike. Yet Gaijin gritted her teeth, refusing to let out a single sound. He coldly stared straight at her, showing no emotion at all. Gaijin had come to understand that she could not defeat Sewang Jihan. Jihan's gaze pierced through her thoughts. It was true. She knew she could not win. But seeing Gaijin remain unfazed as he continued to swing his sword sparked a question in his mind. Why was she trying so hard? She did not hesitate to charge at Jihan, each attack more powerful than the last, stirring a whirlwind of thoughts in him. She could be survived much longer if she fought those weaker than her. Meanwhile, Jihan was lost in thought, just like in the Northeast Asia finals. When Gaijin suddenly spoke up, "I know better than anyone that I can win against you right now." He stared at her in disbelief as Gaijin fiercely attacked Jihan while confessing, "Maybe I will never be able to beat you." Jihan's eyes widened in shock at her next words. "If I give up, then it is all over." Gaijin's sword pointed skyward. Her voice softly emerged, If I can surpass you. Gaijin's eyes widened, her voice ringing with determination. Then I will do my best to catch up to you. She focused all her energy on unleashing her secret technique. Petals symbolizing Gaijin's power filled the arena. A stunningly beautiful yet sharp sight. Jihan stood frozen, watching her absorb strength. A strange thrill rising in him. It was true. She was always that kind of person. Players can continue fighting to improve, even knowing they can win against their foes. In the previous life, the Sword King had killed her with his twin blades. But this time, she made it into the top 100, leaving him curious about how much his regression would change the future. Jihan slowly looked up, excitement clear on his face. I have always thought that. He gripped his spear tightly, calmly facing Gaijin's impending secret technique. While the swirling petals thickened in the air, in his mind, he envisioned his teammates standing together. Balim Gate, I need you to help me. Gaijin's cold face flashed in Jihan's mind, her strong voice echoing. Go technique. Flower bloom destruction. As soon as she finished speaking, Gaijin swiftly unleashed her secret technique, charging straight towards him. Even so, Jihan remained calm as he prepared to counterattack, not forgetting to comment. That technique does not really suit spear fighting. Jihan skillfully utilized his internal energy, confidently stating, but there is one that fits this situation perfectly. The vibrant bloom representing Gaijin's strength continued to flourish as Jihan slowly uttered the name of the technique. Triple Calamity Martial Earth. The moment Jihan finished saying the technique name, Heavenly Army Sweep, a powerful force instantly blew away that flower. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a blonde man was surrounded by 4 others. One of them named Clark Jr. The top 3 player in the American Bronze League cracked his knuckles, sneering, so we meet again here. Baron Williams, the support and mage, number 1 in the USA, glared at the group before him. Above, the system announced that the battle would continue until only one person remained. Clark Jr. Speak up. The world is about to end. And who would have thought that a cowardly jerk, always needing help from others, would be the most dangerous talent seed? I will show you the difference between. Before he could even finish his sentence, Baron was interrupted by a long yawn. He lazily remarked to them, just a bunch of bugs. Why are you barking so much? The man next to Clark was nearly fuming, his veins popping as he cursed. Baron Williams, the number 1 player in the US, raised his hand and launched an energy ball. He declared war. Stop talking, as the mechanical voice of the system echoed. It challenged them to prove they were the strongest. Right as the system issued the challenge, Baron looked crazed, thrillingly excited, declaring, I will burn everything down. He was a true war maniac. Accepting his challenge, all 4 jumped into attack. Baron quickly grabbed Clark Jr., unleashing a powerful surge of energy from his hand, incinerating Jaden's head. His teammates were filled with rage. One shouted loudly, Damn it. Take that bastard out first. Hearing someone wanting to kill him, Baron happily turned around, a manic grin on his face as he asked, Kill that bastard. You bugs. As he spoke, Baron swung his arms, taking down 2 of them. It seemed like reason had completely abandoned him at that moment. Baron shouted madly, You lowly scum. For those who knew Baron, he was the strongest player, always brimming with confidence and never one to be humble. Suddenly, a beam of light caught Baron's attention, and in an instant, the whole crowd was taken out by someone. It turned out that the mysterious figure was Jihan. Baron stared at him in disbelief. He could not help it. He had to acknowledge Jihan's power. Just like in the world before the regression, Baron stomped toward him, saying, Hey, you are that guy? Right. Hearing his question, Jihan appeared cautious, but Baron pointed at him as if to confirm. Jihan. The Invincible. Jihan looked a bit surprised. He let out a sigh of relief, smiling as he corrected him. It is Jihan. In Korean, it does not mean anything special. It actually translates to boundary. Realizing he had made a mistake, Baron covered his face and burst out laughing. I am not great with the languages of those distant lands. Hope you understand. He said this while giving Jihan a piercing glare. Just as he finished speaking, Baron suddenly launched a surprise attack, his face unmoving only for it to change to shock. From thin air, Jihan suddenly appeared, rushing in to attack Baron, who seemed to sense his presence and complimented. Looks like you are not as bad as the others. Pulling out his spear, Jihan aimed to stab Baron, but he dodged. Jihan cautiously eyed him from above, while Baron calmly said to him, Yeah. Struggle as much as you want. After saying that, he conjured 3-4 magic circles. The energy from those circles surged toward Jihan, who skillfully dodged and charged at Baron. Jihan swung his spear at him, but Baron dodged again. Thrilled to face an opponent of his caliber, Baron cheerfully praised. Good job. He smirked and conjured another magic circle, casually saying, After all, You are just another ordinary bug. How dare you look up at the sky and talk back? Baron unleashed a powerful strike aimed straight at Jihan, shaking the very ground beneath them. Rocks and debris flying everywhere. Hit hard. Jihan stumbled, and Baron sneered at him, reminding him to know his place. Jihan sensed danger closing in and became alert. This was the end. As Baron continued to summon numerous magical circles, other contestants froze in shock, feeling the fear coursing through them. Above the arena, countless magical circles were conjured by Baron, who excitedly taunted Jihan, saying it suited a little bug like him perfectly. With a sinister grin, Baron hissed, and then swung his arm. A barrage of attacks rained down simultaneously. Attacks raged throughout the arena, showing no mercy. Even those who had stood back during Jihan's battle were caught in the crossfire. One by one, they were eliminated, surrounded by a massive amount of hidden weapons. Baron raised his arms, posing as if he were a king, confident of his victory. He shouted down below, "Have you learned your lesson yet?" "Thanks for that." Jihan's voice pierced through like a dagger, surprising Baron from the dark cloud of weapons. Jihan slashed through with a powerful swing, taking several lives with him. Calmly, Jihan expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thanks to you, I have managed to take out a bunch of people." With that, he mercilessly swung his sword, taking down each opponent, claiming one kill after another. Double kill, triple kill, quadra kill, pentakill. On the leaderboard, Jihan's name boldly shot to the top spot. He looked up at Baron, grinning fiercely, and declared, "I have claimed the #1 position." Baron stared at the leaderboard in disbelief, questioning how he could possibly still be alive. "I combined all my inner strength with fire, so if he touches it, he will be burned to ashes." Baron glanced down at Jihan, surprised to realize something. The flames did not touch him at all. Jihan smiled wryly from below. Baron yelled back, "I am using my inner strength too. I have 2 status windows, so I am the only one who can use it. What are you even trying to pull?" Jihan remained calm and replied, "What do you mean? That means you are not the only one. Right. Now that I have experienced it firsthand, I can see just how bad your skills really are." Jihan's words flowed smoothly, yet they struck at the very last nerve of Baron, blood rushing to his brain, veins bulging, refusing to back down. Baron poured his power into his inner strength, revealing a surge of energy. Baron mocked him. "You are just a bug trying to imitate. How dare you insult me? I will burn you to a crisp." What he said was not wrong. The flames around him erupted violently, all aimed at Jihan, but Jihan, unfazed, shot back with a hint of regret. "I can let you do that. I still have not shown you everything I have prepared." Saying that, Jihan pulled out a small bandage hidden in his hand. In the past, Jihan tirelessly scarred the system charts. He was scrolling while deep in thought. "Even if I pick the Dark Queen as my constellation, what should I do for tomorrow's level-up battle? I need to fill the gaps of the martial god." Suddenly something flashed before his eyes. "Oh right, I still have this." On the system chart appeared a piece of blessing stone, granting a one-time blessing to the player. This item can only be used at bronze and silver ranks. Back to the present. Jihan did not hesitate and crushed the blessing stone. The system chart appeared before him. "You have used the blessing stone and received a blessing." Jihan cheerfully talked to himself. Great. He had been waiting for this moment for so long. The effects of the stone kicked in immediately. All of Jihan's stats had increased by 50%. He confidently glared at Baron, ready to declare war. "I will destroy you." Before entering the battle, a flashback hit Baron like a wave. He saw his former weak self, the cowardly one. Baron had once been a coward. He was not tall or muscular like the others, and he was timid too. When it came to fighting, a player like him would feel terrified. Talking about Baron, others lament that he is a wasted gift, which seemed to become a psychological ghost for him. Then he fell into this world, granted power by the system, with 2 status windows and 2 classes. If he made the most of it, he could dominate BattleNet, but Baron chose to be a support and a mage. In other words, he would always stand behind his teammates. But after gaining divine power, Baron changed. He started to overpower everyone thanks to the mana he possessed, and countless rising stars fell to his hands. Players who fought him said that Baron held 2 calamities. The first calamity, Fire Wave, helped him sweep all enemies away with a massive wave of flames. No one has survived after facing this attack. Baron seemed to have solidified his belief in his own power. Grinning wickedly, he told himself, "That is right. That is the truth." Just when he thought he was about to win, a beam of light suddenly got closer. That light was Jihan, revealing the path of the illusion. Baron could not react in time. He could only stare in shock, wondering what the hell was happening. "You down there? Stay calm. It is just one strike, a single thrust, with just one launch. The massive wall of fire from earlier was shattered by Jihan. Baron looked at him in disbelief. How could this be? Jihan knew his weakness all too well. He grinned wickedly and said, I know. You look tough on the outside. But inside, you are just empty. As soon as he finished, Jihan launched himself straight at Baron. This time, Baron could not dodge. Jihan drove his spear right into his face, hitting him while taunting. Instead of making up for your lack of skills, you just keep hiding them. Then he swung another crushing blow. Before delivering the final hit, Jihan disappointingly remarked to Baron that attack was not even close to accurate. Baron crashed hard to the ground. The impact created a huge dent below, dust flying everywhere. After taking such a devastating hit, Baron could not get back up right away. While Jihan landed gracefully, Baron was silent for a moment, then softly spoke to Jihan. You talk like you know me well. Jihan smiled, confidently replying, You remind me a lot of someone I used to know. No matter how much he pretended or tried to show confidence, the image of Baron was clear in Jihan's mind. As Baron started to rise, Jihan continued, You still can't hide the inferiority complex and guilt buried deep in your heart. The shame and humiliation of being defeated consumed him. Baron transformed that into rage and fury, glaring fiercely at Jihan. But Jihan did not back down. He continued, You train to be buff, and change your appearance, and use those flashy skills just to console yourself. If you, yourself, do not change, then all those tricks mean nothing at all. Baron stood up, still reeling from the earlier blow. Baron calmly told Jihan, I really do not like your arrogance. Without a hint of caution, Jihan replied, Same here. Deep down, I hope this will teach you a lesson. So let us stop chatting and finish this fight. With that, Jihan took a stance and quickly moved in to attack Baron. However, contrary to his expectations, Baron calmly raised his hand. In an instant, he unleashed an electric sphere aimed straight at Jihan, leaving him stunned by the sudden attack. The lightning strike was so powerful it sent Jihan flying straight up into the air. Shocked by the jolt, he could not retaliate. Baron casually explained to Jihan, This move is called the second catastrophe, Baron's second lightning disaster. Unlike the wide-range fire attack, lightning is a high-level skill that focuses mana to pierce straight through the enemy. This skill suited Baron perfectly because its key point is the amount of power you have, not the precision of your control. Jihan clutched his etching body, while Baron soared back into the air, not acknowledging Jihan at all. But who would have thought you could take a direct hit and still survive? After taking such a painful blow, Jihan shot a furious glare at him. Baron recalled Jihan earlier, how he had used his spear to block the attack at the last moment to avoid serious injury. You are quick on your feet, Baron complimented Jihan. Even though he could not completely stop that attack, the back of his shirt was singed from the electric orb. Jihan still stood tall facing Baron. He wore a smug expression, raising his hand to concentrate mana. Sure, you might have blocked it once, but there won't be a second time. He focused his energy, his eyes glowing red with determination. This time, I will give it everything I have got. Just as he finished that sentence, a powerful surge of electricity instantly gathered at Baron's fingertip. Jihan remained standing, showing no sign of fear. Those watching from the sidelines quickly stepped back. It seemed Baron was serious this time. Jihan's ride was as good as done, and they all agreed even he would not be able to take that hit. Everyone had predicted that Jihan's ride would lose, but only Jihan believed he would win. He glanced up at someone observing from above. It was because the gaze of the Dark Queen was focused on him, as if fueled by newfound confidence. Jihan could not help but smile. He adjusted his stance. He twirled the spear at his feet, getting ready to attack. Seeing Jihan so calm, a hint of surprise flickered across Baron's face as he prepared to unleash his electric strike towards Jihan. Electric strike. However, before the electric orb could be launched, the phoenix arrow was released from Jihan's hand, piercing him right in the middle. The spear sliced through, splitting Baron's body in two. Jihan did not hesitate, even knowing that after 5 uses, the phoenix arrows would vanish. He could not help but shout out. It was because the true target of the phoenix arrow was not Baron, but the demoness casually standing above. The demoness was equally startled by Jihan's action. The spear making contact with her barrier caused a shockwave, the likes of which had never been felt before. The arena's shield shattered, and the battle officially ended. The host's excited voice rang out, declaring Jihan as the top contender in South Korea. Clips of Jihan knocking Baron out were played, and the host continued, stating he had the upper hand against the almighty Baron. How is Jihan so good at fighting? Hazian, watching from outside, expressed her disappointment because she had bet everything on Baron. She could not believe it and shouted in disbelief. How could he defeat Baron like that? It was just ridiculous. Hazian rubbed her temples, lamenting, Oh no, if this keeps up, I will lose all the money I made last time. Meanwhile, Gajin walked in, accidentally overhearing her. She cut into Hazian's despair. Realizing she did not even need to mention that she could win anymore, Hazian noticed Gajian had heard her. She hesitated before calling out the name in front of her. Gajian. Gajian showed a hint of sadness and helplessly replied. I kind of saw this coming. But it still stings a bit. Hazian, not holding back, bluntly said, no need to be sad. Once the match starts, you have basically already lost. Gajian could only muster a speechless response. Hazian continued. You need to push yourself further if you want me to notice you. Hearing this, Gajian felt her cheeks flush. Outsiders could easily guess that this girl was feeling a bit shy. Hazian sighed gently as she looked over at her bodyguard. She cheerfully stated to Gajian, looks like you are in a great mood. As if you have shed a heavy burden. Gajian lowered her head and smiled sheepishly, replying, that is true. From this match, I learned that I am constantly improving, and I am only going to get stronger. Gajian said to Hazian with unwavering determination. Hearing this made Hazian smile with satisfaction. She cheered for Gajian. That is the spirit. I will be rooting for you. Gajian felt a wave of gratitude. Thanking her, then, an unbelievable event unfolded, and the host's voice reminded Hazian about the ongoing match. She grabbed her phone to keep watching. Oh right. My love, Gajian observed with wide eyes. You are still in the game. Suddenly, both of them seemed to witness something utterly shocking. Gajian blurted out. Hazian stammered next to her. Wait, what? The host exclaimed in astonishment. Are you all seeing this? The image of the shattered shield is clearly displayed on the screen. Baron, defeated, felt utterly humiliated. Walhan gritted his teeth, struggling to contain his rage, his face turning pale, and also realized it. Questioning Baron, what about you? The Jihan. Wasn't I your target? The host's voice boomed. The shield has been destroyed. The spear that had just shattered the shield now hovered in the air, and in an instant, it shot back to its owner. Jihan stood with a commanding presence, catching his spear with one hand. Jihan grinned with delight, looking straight up at the screen. Long time no see. The Dark Queen shot him a chilling glare. The strike that shattered the shield was countered by the Queen using some hidden weapons as a shield. Suddenly, those hidden weapons erupted. Spreading everywhere, a massive wave of dark energy surged forth, leaving the players in utter shock. They gazed at the sky, which was slowly being engulfed by the dark mist. Jihan stood his ground, staring her down without a hint of fear as the system warned. Error. No signal. The broadcast screen suddenly lost its signal. Orida glanced anxiously at her phone, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. Wait. On your end. The Queen's dark mist has surrounded the competition area. It is way too dark, Jihan thought to himself, feeling the air grow cold and heavy. Even breathing felt difficult. He remained still, observing the shadow in front of him. Jihan speculated that she was definitely watching him. Yet no notifications appeared. So it seemed this was not considered a challenge. The system displayed a notification. Your mission is to locate the Dark Queen in the stands and provoke her. Jihan tightened his grip on his spear. Thinking, if that is the case, he decided to use his old trick. The hidden strike. The spear was instantly launched towards the dark shadow. A flash of light erupted, signaling that the spear had struck the dark statue. But suddenly, it looked like the spear was being swallowed by the darkness, leaving Jihan below utterly baffled. She is absorbing the sword energy. That got him on high alert. His attacks would not have any effect on her. And while Jihan was still analyzing the situation, a dark shadow started creeping up behind him. Jihan sensed that strange presence right away and spun around. He swung his hand, shattering that eerie shadow. Just when he thought he had caught the female demon lord, the shadow dissolved into thin air, leaving Jihan perplexed. He clenched his fists in frustration. Realizing he had not hit anything at all, was everything around him just darkness. Thinking that, he looked around, noticing that all the contestants were also facing those bizarre shadows. One player, attacked by the shadow, shouted in fear. What the hell is this creepy stuff? He could still fend off their attacks, so Jihan kept fighting while observing. He realized that physical attacks were totally ineffective against her, if that is the case. What about holy power? With that thought, Jihan discreetly conjured a fireball. He hurled the fireball straight at that dark shadow, and it seemed to hit its mark. Jihan watched closely. There was no direct damage, but a bit of darkness had been dispelled, so it was indeed darkness. And its weakness was light. Just as he felt a flicker of joy, suddenly a hand shot up from the ground, grabbing Jihan's leg. The sudden appearance of that shadow from below took him completely by surprise. The remaining shadow seizes the opportunity to lunge at Jihan, but they underestimated him. Jihan surrounds himself with a powerful divine aura, plans to unleash lightning in all directions, just like he did before when he could not fully control the thunderstorm technique. With a thought, a surge of electricity immediately surrounds Jihan, and just as he anticipated, it successfully disperses the shadow lurking below. Aware of the shockwave's effect, the remaining shadow retreats, leaving the other shadows powerless outside. Jihan smirks confidently. They can get close to him now, surrounded by light. It looks like this fight is going to be easier than he thought. Just as he is about to celebrate, Jihan notices the area above him seems to have darkened again. He looks up, and his jaw drops as he sees a massive shadow looming over him, ready to strike. Jihan feels utterly helpless. Seriously. Out of all the things, a gaming chair suddenly materializes, along with a system notification detailing its functions. Battle. Net connection device. This is essential for joining battle. Net. Its purpose is to reduce the pain experienced while playing, as injuries like burns and dismemberment are all too common in battle. Net. The battle. Net notification claims it can simulate 100% of real-life pain, encouraging the use of the battle. Net connection device. So now, this device has become a necessity rather than just an option for players. The recommended device model can reduce pain by up to 80%. High-tier players will utilize special skills. Most top players use a pain-reducing device that cuts down pain by 90%, allowing their gameplay to be more daring since their fear of pain has been eliminated. Jihan smirks, crossing his fingers in a gesture of refusal. But even so, Jihan does not use the connection device. Buy one appear, wreaking havoc across the city. The reason is simple. He knows that battle. Net is on the brink of becoming a reality. The entire city lies in ruins, with people sprawled everywhere. Using the connection device to numb the pain is just temporary. Dozens of sharp blades point directly at him. Once the real game, known as the Galaxy Reaper, begins, everything will be in vain. Always fighting for his life, as if this were reality. That is why Jihan refuses to use the connection device. He wields his sword, battling in a sea of fire, even as the flames scorch his flesh. Or he could be struck by 1,000,000 volts of electricity directly. Even as the shock hits his heart, Jihan's mind has weathered those wounds. He has endured that pain, something no ordinary person could ever imagine. You hold the arrow tightly in your hand as the ground shakes violently beneath you. And now, you are facing the terrifying threat of a 10-meter sword, ready to slice you in half. Jihan furrows his brow in frustration, his eyes wide with anger, cursing under his breath like, what the hell? The two players in the arena stare into the darkness for a moment, completely frozen, thinking, what the heck is going on? They hesitate to move forward to fight it. What even is that thing? It seems like it only targets Jihan's vehicle. The darkness strikes, but Jihan quickly dodges just in time. It keeps him in its sights, not letting up, not even for a second. He stumbles and drops to one knee. Bracing himself, Jihan gazes at it thoughtfully, realizing this is an unfair battle. He uses the arrow as a crutch to push himself up. But she is just too massive. How could he possibly fight back? Jihan looks at the darkness, sensing something soft, and it does not feel good. He subtly turns to glance at the others, slowly realizing that if he keeps dodging her attacks like this, he is a goner. She is not the only one targeting him. Recalling the earlier attack outside, Jihan realizes that Baroness Strike has drawn everyone's attention to him right now. A lot of players want to seize this moment to take him out. The players in the arena have their eyes glued to him, waiting for the perfect chance to eliminate him. He can't keep defending forever. He looks at them, his expression deep in thought. Jihan lets out a weary sigh, making the best decision he can. It seems there is no other way. With that thought, he grips the arrow tightly and points it upward. Jihan's eyes gleam with a fiery determination, like they are glowing red with power. In the next moment, the sword in his hand absorbs energy, a massive flame igniting in the air, enhancing both his mana and fire. He is ready to face them head-on. The darkness is slowly being engulfed by the sea of flames, and Jihan stands there, silent and unmoving. He has grown colder over time. If she wants to drown him in darkness, so be. Jihan's eyes shine with the resolve to fight until the end. Invoking the nameless divine skill of the three calamities, the dazzling light of the hero sang appears, causing all the players in the arena to watch in awe. Jihan does not care about them. He is focused on the immediate problem, saying, I will unleash something even stronger than what Hero Sang has to drive away the darkness. In an instant, he slams the arrow into the ground, creating a massive explosion, shattering the earth beneath like a quake. Jihan lifts the tip of the arrow, pausing in a steady stance, not moving an inch. Once he stabilizes, he finally looks up to assess the situation. In front of him lies a vast sea of flames. Now that is a show, Jihan wonders, glancing around to search for the other players. What happened to them? Other players in the arena are scrambling to get away, thinking, let us get out of here. What the heck is this? My old man always says that knowing when to back off is just as good as winning. He does not pay them any mind anymore. The only thing that can draw Jihan's attention now is the darkness. They are leaving, and now it is just her. The darkness lingers, waiting for him. The Dark Queen. It is no longer standing still. It begins to move to new positions. The darkness circles around Jihan, and he feels helpless against its actions again. Jihan sighed and said straight up, He gripped the arrow tightly in his hand, veins bulging. Clearly this would not end as long as his body was intact. Suddenly, Jihan's whole body shone with a strange brilliance. I won't let this drag on any longer. He thought as the triad of elements began to shift. He remembered how fiercely he had battled before. He could execute even higher martial arts. Like using the triad of chaos without relying on the anonymous divine art. Back to the present. Jihan unleashed a power that was hard to predict. He took a moment to think. Of course. At his current level, the ritual would not be perfect. Jihan held the arrow firmly, thinking to himself, but I can't just use the Phoenix arrow's power like that. The system flashed a notification. When the Phoenix arrow is thrown, the Phoenix fire will be activated. The Phoenix arrow, item level, is crafted from the feathers of a phoenix. When thrown, it achieves maximum power and returns to its owner after use. The Phoenix fire sealed within will disappear after 5 uses. Jihan closed his eyes, focusing on the battle. He would use it to make up for his lack of power. A mighty lightning bolt struck down from the heavens. Since ancient times, thunder has been associated with the wrath of the gods. The dark storm clouds unleashed a torrential rain upon the world, a punishment from the furious deity descending upon humanity. As darkness and chaos engulfed the earth, the townsfolk looked anxiously at the pitch-black sky. He aimed the arrow straight up to gather as much lightning as possible, then threw it. The force made the darkness shudder in fear. The image of Jihan firmly holding the arrow was distorted, the power exceeding a player's capability. The player's life was in danger. As the warning rang out, he suddenly opened his mouth and shouted loudly, his eyes a hollow white. Embodying the martial arts of the thunder god, Jihan gritted his teeth, gathering his strength. In the next moment, he pulled the arrow back, preparing to launch it forward to cleanse all evil and demons. Unleashing the anonymous divine art, Jihan spun around with all his might. The brilliance radiating from the arrow was astonishing. As he unleashed the thunder god's decree, the electric thunder strike, every bolt of lightning was gathered by Jihan's arrow, activating the anonymous divine art. The thunder god's decision. The electric thunder strike. He pulled the arrow back into position, ready to shoot. People said this martial art skill was on a whole different level. A dense current of electricity surrounded the arrowhead, unable to contain the power of the Phoenix arrow. Jihan threw the arrow straight ahead with all his might, having successfully activated another technique to enhance its power. He looked up, seemingly a bit disappointed. He had only completed about 80%. It sped off, whizzing away without stopping. Initially, the electric thunder strike was just a technique that gathered many lightning bolts to strike down. However, Jihan's lightning could not be completed perfectly. It flew off but could not match the speed of the Phoenix arrow, and was not flawless. The target he aimed at was none other than the darkness. It did not evade. It stood firm, facing the arrow head-on. Suddenly, the Dark Queen transformed into a human form. The image of the arrow racing forward was reflected in her bright eyes. Yet, that arrow stopped just inches from the Dark Queen's face. The power within the arrow was fading away. After a few moments, Jihan's arrow had turned into a useless, mundane weapon. The Dark Queen looked at it, completely unfazed. It merely revealed her Dark Queen's visage, doing no harm to her at all. In an instant, that was her thought. The very next second, a faint golden light suddenly appeared on her face. The Dark Queen was a bit taken aback. She furrowed her brows in confusion. Jihan, standing far away, got back on his feet. He wore a smug smile. Done. The arrow was now surrounded by a stream of red energy. Jihan smirked, quietly reveling in his luck. I really hit the jackpot. Since the spell was delayed, it only bought him a few precious seconds. The Dark Queen touched the wound on her face. Jihan called the arrow back to him. Who would have thought such a move would create a variable? Jihan stared intently at the arrow. His gaze was one of determination for a final showdown. It was time for his finishing blow. He wondered if he had provoked her enough. The Dark Queen parted her lips, revealing her teeth. She trembled as a smile crept across her face, laced with rage. Game on. You have completed the task of provoking the Dark Queen. Jihan's expression was one of pure bewilderment. Shadows shot straight down below. They charged towards where he stood. Jihan barely dodged in time. They attacked him from all angles. With just one arrow, Jihan could take them all down. His hand darkened, looking as if it was disintegrating. Jihan clenched his fist, questioning himself. Did I overexert myself back there? He looked ahead, thinking for a few seconds. At this rate, he would not last long, surrounded by darkness. Jihan seemed to realize something. Moreover, her attacks were becoming more frequent and faster. Without hesitation, she lunged to attack, but Jihan managed to block with his arrow. Suddenly, other players appeared. They were trapped by the darkness. Each of their faces showed sheer terror. Jihan looked at them, utterly puzzled. Why was she only blinding them and not killing them? He frowned, feeling uneasy. What was her game? In just a moment of distraction, Jihan found his legs trapped by the darkness. Damn. It was wrapping around him. He looked at the Dark Queen with suspicion. Did she want to kill him first? Not panicking, Jihan calmly used his special skill, the Sky Path technique. While the others behind him were frozen in fear, he felt like he could not move an inch. The darkness solidified into a spear, charging towards Jihan. He watched it and felt as if the attack was slowing him down, on the brink of death. Jihan did not seem too worried. He smirked and asked her if she wanted to kill him slowly and painfully. The Dark Queen smiled back, speaking in incomprehensible tongues, truly a wicked delight. Jihan scanned the crowd of players behind him, knowing that if this kept up, he would lose his top spot. Their smiles were too twisted and unpredictable. He had to take out the others first. He assessed them. Looking at their faces, were they really thinking he would go down first? Jihan's eyes flared red again. Even though his whole body was tightly bound, power surged into his fingers. Though they could barely move, the players behind him were still completely oblivious. They were still laughing and chatting away. I had no idea what was going on. But hey, this was great. I knew she just wanted to take out Jihan. Suddenly, they all froze for a few seconds. One of them screamed in pain. It was bizarre. His eyes darted in 2 different directions. And my body suddenly. 3 players vanished just like that. And the system announced 3 times. Player eliminated. 1 player left. 1 in 100. And the Shadow Queen's face was filled with shock. Below, Jihan wore a satisfied grin. Teasing her. Ooh. Looks like I took out all the players. Congrats, you have ranked first in the top 100. The Shadow Queen immediately turned furious. Clenching her teeth. You will be logged out in a few seconds. She quickly waved her hand, unleashing some kind of skill. Even as darkness closed in around his neck, he remained calm. It did sting a bit. Each sharp projectile formed from the darkness shot straight toward Jihan. He took the hit hard. Ouch. The darkness slammed down into the ground, shattering the earth into tiny pieces that flew everywhere. The Shadow Queen controlled it all. Now it took the form of a massive sword. She stood back, watching everything unfold. The shadow energy she was manipulating still lingered slightly on her hand. A familiar voice rang out, catching her off guard. What a shame. Jihan had easily survived that last attack. She almost had not dodged in time. He spoke about the game's mechanics. Once this game ended, the effects of the battlenet would gradually fade. Meanwhile, Jihan's legs had already lifted into a ready stance, and so did her darkness. The queen furrowed her brows in anger. It truly was a pity. His tone remained fierce, even with his left arm severed. But she should be happy she would manage to cut off my left arm. Jihan's smile twisted more and more. He reminded her, the game is over. You are being forced to log out. See you next time. You have logged out. The Shadow Queen's fury peaked, but she did not know how to vent it. The scene shifted to a high-rise apartment. Jihan was back in reality, lying flat on the floor beside a battle arrow. Jihan sighed. This game was tough. Lim Gaejon, Baron, and then the Shadow Queen fighting all 3 was just too much. He recalled what had just happened. Still shaken, he could not calm down yet. At that moment, darkness transformed into a sharp tip, lunging straight at Jihan. That had been so tense. If I had reacted just a tad slower, it would have been game over. The darkness crept up his face. Right before the Shadow Queen's sword could touch him, Jihan concentrated all his power into his fingers, focusing as much spiritual energy as he could. He stood back, trying to control the abilities of the 3 players behind him. The blood vessels in their hearts were severed, cutting off the life force of the remaining players too. While executing this, Jihan kept a close eye on the queen. She was a fierce opponent, and he worried she might interfere. The queen's expression remained unchanged. But luckily, it seemed she did not notice a thing. He smiled, grateful for his luck. In the end, he only lost his left arm. What a relief. Just thinking about it made him shudder. If that sword had stabbed him, he would have been crushed and exploded into pieces. Jihan sat up, reflecting that once was enough for such a high-stakes gamble. He summoned the system interface in front of him. And well, after all, the jackpot rewards for this round were substantial. You have ranked in the top 100 and received a reward of 1 million GB. You have gained extra experience points, reaching level 5. After all, being in the top 100 means the rewards are on a whole different level. Another notification caught his attention. You have earned the title King of Kings. The system reported the achievement Jihan had unlocked. Right. This is also a reward for the winner, the King of Kings. How fitting. The title is awarded to the winners of the top 100 promotion round, boosting all stats by 5 for silver matches and guaranteeing a 50% increase in experience points. He smiled, deciding to change his title. It was finally time to ditch the conqueror of the training grounds. Jihan clicked on another tab to understand this achievement better. You have changed your title, and with this title, I will be able to level up faster in silver matches. Let us see what special achievement rewards await. First up, 10,000 achievement points for completing the top 100 victory. The massive reward points left him stunned for a few seconds. 50,000 points for this special achievement. Reaching first place without any gifts. Did I just rack up 60,000 points? Thoughts of good fortune raced through Jihan's mind. Losing the divine weapon turned out to be a blessing in disguise. As he glanced sideways, Something caught Jihan's attention. It was part of his shirt sleeve. Torn away. He jumped up in shock. Wait, is my left sleeve ripped? Jihan had a ton of questions swirling in his mind. But just a moment ago, everything seemed normal. His face showed signs of dread. Could it be? Remembering how the queen had chopped his arm off during the battle, he realized he had been directly affected by Betanet. He stood there, lost in thought, contemplating, are we still in the tutorial phase? Could this really be happening, or could it be that the constellations are on a completely different level of existence? There is not a single trace left on my hand, let alone a scar. While Jihan was deep in thought, suddenly, someone burst in. Panicking. What is going on? Uncle, you are back. She hurriedly expressed her worries. Wait. You do not need to stress about it. The broadcast suddenly cut out, and I am really anxious. He was just as surprised. Wait, the broadcast is interrupted. She sighed and continued. Yeah. Ever since you broke the barrier in the arena, the transmission has gone dark. The media is buzzing with news about Jihan right now. Everyone, from the public to the press, is in a frenzy. Comments are flying around. By the way, did the barrier actually shatter? I have searched through all the broadcasts from National Diamond, and this is the first time I have seen the barrier break. At this point, it seems like Jihan has leveled up to Diamond. But if Battle Network has its own consciousness, it should at least promote him to a player at that level. Right. A bronze-level player with such potential broke the arena's barrier. And even the Battle Network broadcast got interrupted. He pulled out his phone to check the articles about himself. This is the first time people have seen this situation, so they must be blown away. I know. I am getting bombarded with messages right now. She suddenly remembered something and asked Jihan, by the way, is that elf girl really the Dark Queen? Yep. That is true. The expression on her face was full of excitement. Thanks to her, I was able to complete my quest. What a relief. As she was still talking, she suddenly stopped, her eyes fixated on something strange, and she urged, "Hey, can you help me look for it?" She anxiously asked Han, but it seemed like Jihan was not too concerned. "Hey, what happened to your hand?" It is nothing. I do not know why, but it is just my shirt. Wait, what am I even saying? The next words from her made him finally notice his arm. It was turning black. Jihan was utterly confused by this situation. What the heck? His entire left arm had turned a pitch black color, resembling darkness itself. What on earth is happening? He realized he had discovered a curse in the city of Xi'an, Gangnam District. The head of the guild was replaying the video of Jihan fighting. Even watching it again, he could not believe the magnitude of his abilities. Hsian stared at the screen, lost in thought. As the commentator's voice echoed on, it was already astonishing that he defeated Baron. But what happened next was even more shocking. That is right. He shattered the barrier. She rubbed her temples. Feeling exhausted, a bronze player broke the barrier. I am really curious about this contender's future. Just as I predicted, the foreign media is going wild too, with coverage about Baron and the top 100 winner. And then the barrier breaking. Hsian's expression was filled with contemplation. Jihan is getting stronger every day. We need to do everything we can to recruit him first. But now he has become way too famous because of this incident. Jihan's profile was placed prominently on the table. What should we do about this? The big conference was underway. We think he is worth it. And he truly is. The host urgently requested to get in touch with him immediately. Manhattan, New York, the United Guild Tower, and Tokyo, Japan. In Japan, the team was making demands to the recruiter. Everything Takeda reported was indeed true. Right. We need to recruit Midder, Jihan at all costs. We posed a question to our subordinates. The issue is right there. How do we manage to recruit him? Didn't you say that neither our money nor our sincerity could persuade him? We have our special team. Right. He slammed his chopsticks onto the table in anger. I told you not to involve them because of the Sword King. And if she comes to Korea, who is going to keep the Sword King in check? The next words from his subordinate made him furrow his brow in annoyance. We have our own ways. So please do not worry about it. Okay. I mean, we have a plan to deal with Mer. Jihan, while still keeping the Sword King under control, did not trust them. He had to double-check. Is that really true? Yep. It is. Up on the rooftop, they said a helicopter was landing. Shizuru is probably heading there now. She must be on her way. Shizuru stared at her silently. His tone slightly dropped. So you still won't tell me where you are going alone until the end? Shizuru spoke up to calm him down. Do not worry so much. You know. She smirked, radiating an unusual energy. It won't take long. He clenched his teeth, holding back his retort. All he had to do was wait quietly and love her like always. Sejin opened her eyes. Her pupils had turned a strange shade of pink. All right. I will do as you say, he advised her one last time. Be careful. Shizuru. She flashed an unusual smile and waved goodbye to Sejin. This enchanting girl is Ito Shizuru, the bodyguard next to her said. My lady. She lightly replied with a soft hum. Then Shizuru closed her eyes, looking up at the dim night sky, enjoying the moment. The sky is beautiful today. Not a cloud in sight. It is a perfect day to find someone. Then she opened her eyes. Her pupils shifted to pink. Shizuru transmitted her voice to Jihan. Do you think so? The expression on his face showed a hint of panic upon hearing his name. Jihan. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out. You should be grateful for being given the chance to bow your head in apology. But what is with this attitude? A glass of orange juice now hovered in midair, surrounded by a dark red energy, swaying as if it was about to spill at any moment. That voice echoed again. Louder. More biting. You will regret it. But there was no time to let that annoying voice continue. The glass of orange juice slowly tilted and poured down, drop by drop along Namte's fake face, soaking his suit. He was stunned for a few minutes. Speechless. His eyes wide open in disbelief that the other person would do this to him. The moment the last drop of orange juice fell was when he finally doubted himself, his body trembling uncontrollably, his face darkened without a clear expression, while the other person continued to playfully swirl the floating cup with their finger, showing no respect for him. After a moment of silence, Namte reached up to touch his own face. It had twisted in anger, grinding his teeth with each shaky word. Jihan. Then he opened his mouth wide and shouted, You crazy bastard. Have you lost your mind? Jihan looked down at him, expressionless, like he was looking at a fly, his hand still raised to control the situation, ignoring the curses. He just coldly turned his face away a little. Flashback to 10 minutes ago. The sky was a brilliant blue. Sunlight poured down on the world, and the weather was absolutely gorgeous. Right in front stood a towering building, impressively grand. Inside, a respectful voice rang out. Yep, sir. This man was a member of the South Korean government, the head of the rough capture department, Kim Nan. He stood in the elevator, a smile on his face as he chatted on the phone, his tone indicating he was speaking to someone he held in high regard. Definitely not an average guy. Yep. I just arrived. The voice on the other end responded appreciatively. I really appreciate your support this time. Namte casually strolled with his hands in his pockets, humbly replying, It is nothing, sir. Given everything you have done, I should be the one to handle this. As he spoke, he gestured to two bodyguards standing behind him, who understood the cue and bowed out. He continued, To repay all of your efforts. His tone seemed genuinely respectful, yet his face wore a mocking grin, and the contempt in his eyes contradicted his cheerful demeanor. What a phony. The door in front opened to reveal Jihan and Sia inside the apartment. Upon seeing them, Namte showed no restraint as he spoke into the phone. I will definitely convey your message to the two people who harmed Tethquan newspaper and the guests. Sia had no choice but to let him in and offer him orange juice and pastries, politely saying, We did not expect the head of the rough capture department to come visit us. He chuckled and inquired, I am really sorry for not being able to visit more often. How have you two been? Hearing this, Sia could not help but feel shy, stammering out, We're doing fine, I guess. Jihan, however, was different, not wanting to beat around the bush. He jumped straight to the point. But why are you here? Namte seemed to just notice him, glancing over with a smile and replying, Well. He then squinted and smiled, adopting a friendly demeanor as he said, The department has decided to reward you for all your contributions. Is not that great? Jihan could only smile in response, saying, Is that? Thank you. But his thoughts contradicted his words. It was not anything significant back then. Suddenly, Namte slammed his glass of orange juice down on the table. The atmosphere thickening, he said. But before that, you and Sia need to officially apologize to Taehoon newspaper. As he spoke, his hand gestured firmly, his expression unchanged but his posture rigid and fake, radiating an oppressive vibe. Sia immediately reacted, but skeptically asked, Apologize. Jihan remained silent, his expression unfazed. Namte continued, Seems you attacked the family of the CEO of Taehoon newspaper. Right. It started as a question, but coming from him, it sounded more like a blunt accusation. Namte even laid out a smooth resolution for them. If you sign a contract to be their promotional model and publicly apologize, they said they would let you off this time. As he spoke, he imagined Jihan and Sia groveling before the arrogant CEO. Iksu. Namte seemed to believe he was bestowing blessings upon them, adding a compliment. They are truly generous, not allowing Namte to continue his rambling. Jihan's firm voice shattered Namte's delusions. I refuse. Namte's smile immediately vanished. His hand clenched on the table. The others looked on in suspicion. Jihan suddenly pushed himself up, bowing his head to dismiss them. If that is why you are here today, then feel free to leave. Sia is sitting there clueless, just silently letting you handle this. After saying that, Jihan immediately stood up, threw on his strange coat, and walked out. Namte instantly switched gears. One moment he was smiling and advising. The next he was banging the table furiously, making it clear he was not backing down. I am the head of the department. How can you just walk out while I am still here? Despite the warning, Jihan did not even bat an eye. So the old man had to shout your name. Jihan. Do you know that the Taekwon newspaper is about to publish an article about your niece? His words were like a subtle threat, striking right at Jihan's psyche. Hearing that, he paused, taken aback but still did not bother to turn around. Seizing the moment, Namtiem jumped up, waving his hands around and making a threatening face. We are talking about the Taekwon newspaper here. Do you realize that if they wanted to, they could ruin someone's future? Even if you plan to donate money to charity to clean up your image, people will still look down on you because of your connection to the Sword King. You can keep up that fake persona any longer. He spat out malicious words aimed straight at Jihan and Xia, watching him flip like a pancake. Xia looked up in fear. She was scared too. He kept talking, thinking Jihan and Xia were too stunned to respond, feeling grateful for the chance to apologize. But what is with that attitude? Little did he know, the glass of orange juice that was once on the table was now hovering above his head, ready to spill. You are going to regret this, he said just as the juice came crashing down, droplets slowly trickling down his face and soaking his suit. He froze, eyes wide, pupils constricted in panic, unable to utter another word. Across from him, Jihan was still using his own power to control the glass, his long fingers swirling through the air, coldly stating, "You and everyone else want to use Say to threaten me." Namta finally reacted, his body trembling with fury, desperately trying to wipe the juice off his face, while grinding his teeth and calling out, Jihan. Then he shouted in anger, "Have you lost your mind?" Jihan ignored the insults, staring at him with an emotionless face. Though his gaze was chilling, slowly, Jihan lowered his hand, stopping the glass's movement and returning to his nonchalant demeanor. Old man Namta was fuming, banging his fist on the table. He threatened, "How dare you treat me, the head of the Korean net department, like this? You clearly do not grasp the severity of what you just did." He pointed his finger angrily, still with some orange stains on his face, talking non-stop. "But you have just made the South Korean government and the press your enemies. Do you understand? No more negotiations. The article about Sa. I will make sure it gets published everywhere. You better brace yourself," he continued ranting before turning his back and storming out, slamming the door behind him. Jihan and Sis stood there, having listened to the tirade without flinching, not only unafraid of the threats but also indifferent, as if they could read each other's minds. They glanced towards the door where Nam Tae had just disappeared, then back at each other. It was a funny sight, as if what just happened was nothing worth worrying about. Jihan spoke up, asking if he was concerned. Sia mischievously replied, "Not all." Over here at the Taegon newspaper headquarters, the sunlight was fading behind the skyscrapers, with a brilliant golden sunset signaling the end of the day. Inside the headquarters, Namtae was desperately trying to wipe away the remaining drops of orange juice with a handkerchief, his fiery temper distorting his features as he cursed those arrogant little pests. Then, without thinking, he shouted like a child throwing a tantrum, "I have never been treated like this before." He must feel pretty good about himself after racking up wins on Battle.net. Meanwhile, sitting calmly in a spacious room was none other than Kim Hyun Cheon, the coup of the Taegon newspaper. Completely opposite to Nam Tae's explosive mood, he exuded a quiet composure, radiating a calm demeanor. Everything seemed easy for him. He smiled subtly, placing his teacup down and softly reassuring, "It must be tough for you." Then he picked up the cup again to savor it when suddenly, the girl beside him raised her phone, shouting, "Dad, look at this. The action's about to go down." Turns out that girl is Hee-soo, Hyun Cheon's beloved daughter, excitedly showing her dad the article about Sia's gifts, which everyone was buzzing about. On the phone screen was the main page featuring a series of headlines about Sei, the daughter of the Sword King, receiving a so-called gift from the heavens. Below the article were countless malicious comments targeting Sia, calling her a fake star while her family was full of real stars. Seriously, with a family of all stars, getting called a fake is a talent in itself, right? Is this why the Sword King ditched her? Below was a picture of Jung-sa, daughter of Jun Sejin, looking serious after stepping out of the gift room. What is up with these comments? I feel a bit sorry for her. She probably should not have accepted the gifts at all. Hee-soo was just getting more and more encouraged, gloating over the victory. We definitely should not have waited this long to post that article. It is her karma. Hyun Cheon, unfazed, squinted his eyes as if nothing was going on, and said, "Now that this has happened, you should not let it get to you." Nam Tae pretended to agree, forcing a smile and nodding flatteringly. Right. It is really unfortunate. Before he could butter up any further, the door swung open forcefully, and a panicked staff member rushed in, shouting, "Sir!" Jihan frowned slightly, displeased with the staff's manners, but still maintained his calm, silently reprimanding, "What is all this noise about? Don't you see we have guests?" The staff member, eager and loud, quickly explained, But I think you need to see this right away." The player Jihan was mentioned clearly. The staff member had not finished his sentence, but all three of them immediately turned to stare at him. Finally, the staff member managed to get the words out. Taewon newspaper and the net capture department are streaming right now. As his voice echoed through the room, the scene shifts to Jihan and Xia, who are standing on the rooftop of a building, facing a large electronic screen broadcasting live. Jihan is holding a phone, and all the reckless threats from Nam Tae are being played back by Jae-yum. Currently streaming live, you should be grateful for this last chance to redeem yourself. But what is with that attitude? You have just turned the South Korean government and the press into your enemies. Do you even understand? I am going to make sure the article about Sia gets published everywhere. So you better brace yourself. Taking the old man's word, Jihan lifts the recording to the screen for verification, firmly stating that everyone should understand the situation now. This is what the Taewon newspaper and the net hunting department have done to me, and say. This has exploded in the comments section. The department head is threatening players now. He is really something. They should treat him better. What the heck? This is exactly why the king of gaming is leaving. Our country is amazing. The tables have turned. Jihan and Sia stand calmly and resolutely in front of the screen, speaking clearly. The family of the CEO of Taewon newspaper attacked me to smear Xia, and the head of the net hunting department collaborated with them to pressure us. When this tactic did not work, he resorted to releasing an article about SSS gifts. Hearing his name only made Jihan more determined, his sharp gaze fixed straight ahead, no longer showing fear or weakness. After speaking, Jihan smirked, quietly calculating in his head. I have analyzed SSS gifts with a 2M monocle, and once the true nature of this gift is revealed, everyone else will see it too. Back in that room, the three of them, I and Shea, are nervously watching his live stream, while Jihan continues to speak steadily on the other side of the screen. It is time for Xia to announce the gift for all viewers. Sit up. Are you ready? She replies immediately. Yep. I have opened the status window. As soon as she finishes, a series of details about the gift Xia received appears on the screen. A blooming flower gift. A rank. The required participation count to upgrade is 50, and to upgrade, players need to participate in battles on Battle.net. Rank boost effect. Daily participation counts will increase, and the natural growth rate of status will rise by 100%. After reading this, Hizu could not hold back. She is even more flustered than before, completely unable to contain her disbelief that a gift could actually upgrade. Does this type of gift really exist? The echo of her astonishment lingers as the scene shifts back to Xie. She is no longer as serious as before, seemingly shrugging off the heavy burden, a gentle smile blooming on her lips, while the screen floods with awe-filled comments. What is this? That is just too strong. Oh my goodness. Should we add incest next to F, leveling up alone? With a gift like this, every guild would want her. Seriously. This gift is going to get stronger and stronger. Jihan steps forward, gesturing to lead. As you can see, Sia's gift is not useless. I hope all misunderstandings have been cleared up. After he finished speaking, he smiled gently, thinking to himself, this might be better, even though I still want to hit them with a few more hard blows. Suddenly, a sound rang out from the screen. Regate has donated 100,000 P. And then a message popped up. Greeting player Jihan. I am Robert Gates, the recruitment officer for the First Union of America. A look of surprise crossed his face as he stared intently at the text on the screen, unconsciously repeating to himself, First Union of America, while the crew behind him was left speechless, shocked that someone would go all out like this to send another message to Jihan. They donated another 100,000 P, with a note saying, I am really impressed with your battles and today's stream as well. I would like to propose a contract for you to review. Can I message you privately? Jihan rubbed his chin in hesitation, thinking, maybe this is the way to strike back even harder. Then he did not hesitate any longer and went straight to the point. If you are offering such a large sum, I have no other choice. But can I show the contract to everyone watching? The other party sent another donation to include a message for Jihan, donating 100,000. Of course. I will let you know the advance payment. We can offer a price of $300 million. The live comments went wild. You have to understand that is a huge amount. How many zeros is that? What the heck? Is he really going to America? He is right to go. Look at how much they are offering him. Damn it. We are losing another talented player. With that much money, he won't turn it down. If it were me, I would renounce my South Korean citizenship on the spot. Jihan paid no mind to the comments, his gaze steadfast as he pondered. Good. This should be enough. After thinking it over, he spoke politely. Thanking you for your offer, sir. And the crew behind him gasped, repeating the same question. Just how much is that? Then he spoke softly as if sharing a secret. Actually, I have a small dream, which is to establish a guild in South Korea once I reach silver rank. But even big groups like Taewon newspaper and even the Seoul capture department treat us like this. Over here. Hyun Cheon bit her lip, while Nam Tae stood next to her sweating bullets, clenching his fists and cursing. That damn Jihan. Yet on the live stream, he continued to say, I feel like I can develop under these conditions, when I do not belong to any guild at all. Jihan slightly bowed his head, placing a hand on his chest, looking very sincere. But I truly love my country. So I would be very happy if everyone could help me. The comments exploded. Do not go pulling an American stunt now. You are leaving this country anyway. As long as he does not go to Japan. Jihan, I love you. Goodbye. Then he looked up and smiled warmly. So I can stay in South Korea. The afternoon scene bathed in the glow of the sunset. The comments were really restless now. Jumping up. Hey, stop saying goodbye. You guys go send your complaints to Taewon newspaper. Others chimed in. And what about the department head? Is this a nationwide romance? I do not know. Let us just do what we can. Jihan, please do not go. After he said that, the stream ended. He stood there with his hands in his pockets, staring at his phone, while the crew behind him wondered. Uncle, what are you planning to do now? Jihan was a bit quiet, but finally he said, Hey, you do not need to worry, catching his attention with wide eyes. After that, he turned around, waving his phone, leaving behind a quick, I will be back in a flash to handle a little something. On the phone, you could easily see someone calling Jihan. Probably the reason he was rushing like a madman. The scene shifts to Hakshine, who is in the middle of a hair-pulling crisis. Her beautiful brows furrowed in discontent, standing in a room filled with designer clothes and luxurious accessories. She groaned in frustration. What on earth am I supposed to wear? Why does he want to see me at this hour? Seeing this, Haksan could not help but wonder. What is she doing? But Akshan seemed to ignore the question, grabbing two trendy outfits from the rack, her serious expression turning playful as she asked, How about this one? Aksan, and this one too. Which outfit looks like casual wear but still feels natural and professional yet totally attractive? Rajin did not answer immediately, still stuck on her earlier question. Where are you even going? Now that caught Akshan's attention, changing her mood completely. Her earlier annoyance vanished, replaced by a self-satisfied grin. Why does he want to see me so urgently? Hearing that makes it pretty clear who Jihan was so eager to meet. Back on Jihan's side, he held his phone tightly, staring coldly ahead. In front of him stood a group of people dressed head to toe in black, each of them armed with weapons. Jihan did not want to escalate things, trying to convince himself that they were just a bunch of ninja cosplayers who happened to stroll by. But little did they know, he was giving them a way out. However, with their arrogant attitude, they brushed off his words and silently prepared to attack. Jihan, not wanting to waste any time, shot straight to the point. Did the department send a few of you? Or is this some kind of undercover gig? Seeing no one respond, he stuffed his phone in his pocket, answering himself. Probably both. Both sides fell silent, likely weighing their options. Jihan's icy gaze scanned the group in front of him, a flicker of indecision crossing his mind, wondering if he should seize this opportunity to unleash that. As if he had made up his mind, his voice echoed with an eerie, ghostly tone, calling out a name that felt both strange and familiar. Ariel. Just as he finished speaking, a dark energy enveloped him, gradually swirling around Jihan's feet. Not only that, but it spread throughout the atmosphere, casting a shadowy gloom over the scene. The group before him looked like they would seen a ghost, each of them wide-eyed and frozen in shock. But behind him, that dark energy coalesced into the shadow of a demon, its deep voice resonating. Arrogant humans. You called me here just to fight these pathetic little pests. Jihan replied nonchalantly, treating it like a warm-up, thinking they were the perfect opponents for him to test his skills against. In contrast to his calm demeanor, the black-clad figures took a few steps back, instinctively shifting from attack to defense. Suddenly, he raised his arm, now shrouded in a deep black hue, an aura of dark energy radiating around him. With a smile and a playful tone, It is funny that we are in this dimly lit underground parking lot, looking at them like they are just messing around. Let us get this party started. After Jihan's teasing remark, the guys in black are sprawled out on the ground. They are writhing in pain all over the basement, groaning in agony, while Jihan stands unfazed in the middle, the atmosphere thick with oppressive energy. He casually raises his hand, surrounded by dark power, and sighs. Not bad, with a deep voice echoing ominously, almost like a bitter reminder. Jihan is taken aback, shifting his gaze downward, staring intently at something. From the dissipating black mist emerges a pair of sharp, cold eyes. Still speaking. You should be grateful to me, mortal. As the mist fades away, a tiny demon appears, its body contrasting sharply with its menacing eyes, pointing dramatically. It says, I pity you. So I grant you this dark spirit technique. It keeps babbling on, bouncing around. You should understand how great this privilege is. It is a whole different level. As it keeps pointing and jabbering, Jihan does not even bat an eye. He slips his hand into his pocket, the other holding his phone. Completely focused. Suddenly, his phone rings. Someone's calling. Jihan picks up right away. Hello, Ariel. Noticing he is ignoring her, is furious. Are you seriously brushing me off? A familiar voice comes through the phone, calling his name. Jihan, I just got here. Where are you? After hearing this, Jihan's heart sinks, and he freezes for a few seconds, panicking about what to do. Meanwhile, Hazian is at the meeting spot, looking gorgeous in her outfit and accessories, just waiting for him. On the other end, Jihan keeps apologizing. I'm actually... She somewhat understands. It is unexpected. Is not alright. I am sure of it. Get it? She stands there chatting on the phone with him, the content unclear. Gauge on. Beside her, can't help but be curious. What is going on? Madam. Suddenly, Hazian turns to her and calls out. Gauge on. I think I just got subtly rejected. She says, her face dropping a bit, darkening, but mostly showing resignation. Gajin is taken aback, but with a round face. Her eyes widen in disbelief. They were prepared for something like this. Both of them stand there like statues, bracing against the chilly wind that sweeps through. In a different scene, in another space, Hye-in Jun, usually so arrogant, is now being hit hard, his glasses flying off, caught off guard as he turns his face away. The only one who could strike him like that is none other than Kim Tae-won, his father, who is blazing with anger, wielding a stick. With a grimace, Hye-in Jun pleads, I can explain everything. Hisu, standing nearby, can't help but feel uneasy. After all, the one getting hit is her dad. Just as he is about to strike again, Hisu rushes over, grabbing his arm tightly, desperately explaining, wait, they started it? However, she barely gets the words out before a slap lands squarely on her face. Kim Tae-won's cold demeanor leaves her stunned. Hisu, caught off guard, crashes to the icy floor. Still dazed, clutching her reddened cheek, eyes wide in disbelief, Kim Tae-won stood there, gripping his fist tightly around every word. I have always regarded you as my precious jewel, my only granddaughter. And you dare pull something like this? He was genuinely furious, his expression fierce enough to devour his opponent whole. He was none other than the CEO of Tae-won Daily, the only one bold enough to physically confront those two wicked father and son. The two of them were knocked back to reality, kneeling on the ground as they listened to his scolding. Do you have any idea how far our stocks have plummeted? If we can salvage this mess, I will make both of you pay. She trembled with anger. Her cheek, which had just been slapped, now swollen and red, a clear sign that the slap was anything but light. Kim Tae-won above continued to unleash a tirade. Do you even understand what is happening? Hisu could only grit her teeth and glare. What the hell? My plan was flawless. It is all because of that clumsy rookie. Then she felt a rush of anger. That rookie, meanwhile. She felt something in the air, her body stiffening as she stood still for a few seconds. Alone there. Waiting right. If only I understood the rules better. Suddenly, a pair of feet approached from behind. That path was staring blankly. Thinking, what the heck? The rookie still clueless. Awkwardly focused on the screen in front of him, Black Dragon remarked, look at her. She is clearly just a nameless newbie. This guy's name is Du Hyung Jun. He is related to Giju Hyu Hekshi from the guild, a potential player. He has gotten a rank skill. Quick on his feet. Screen displayed a flurry of information. Quicker rank gifts, boosting sensitivity by 25. This skill is not bound by guild restrictions. Then, without a word, Hyung Jun picked up his weapon and prepared to make a dirty move. Inside, he thought, I am so lucky to have a gift like this. I will hit the top 50 with it. And the first target. Exactly. He set his sights on the rookie, probably thinking she would be easy prey. Launching an attack with his sharp sword, all Hyung Jun could think was, her. And then he yelled, I am done, as he swung his sword, his face an image of reckless determination. But what happened next left him completely stunned. A question mark plastered on his forehead. The rookie blocked his sword with just a casual raise of her hand, her face seeming to experiment. This is how it works. Around her, a stream of information appeared, Turtle armor. A rank. Steel gauntlets from a craftsman. A rank. Speed boost. SS rank. Stealth necklace. A rank. And just like that, she effortlessly knocked the sword from Hyang Jun's hand, swiftly striking him before he could react, leaving him dumbfounded. The sword he had just wielded disappeared without a trace, and he stared at his trembling hands in confusion and fear. Turns out, that sword was now in the rookie's hands. She did not forget to say, "Thanks for the first kill." Then she quickly raised the sword, slashing at him before he even had a chance to process what was happening or defend himself. After swiftly taking care of business, she looked up with an innocent smile as the sword in her hand gradually faded away. Jihan was watching her through the text screen, silently observing for a long time. Then she spoke up, praising him. It was not bad for a first-timer. Ariel beside her suddenly flew out, her mouth spitting out a snarky remark, saying that no matter how good it was still just a lowly species. Jihan casually glanced at her and let out a remark, while she was busy serving a lowly creature. It was as if she was saying they had black hearts. Ariel, startled, immediately denied it, urging her to shut up. Embarrassed, she tried to justify herself but could not help but sound arrogant. "I am here to fulfill the grand mission that my original body has bestowed upon me. You should be grateful that I am helping you. Do you even realize the magnificent power you possess?" He knew she was always full of herself, so he did not pay much attention. But this comment truly caught Jihan's eye, making him glance down at his own hands in contemplation. He slowly sank deep into the fragments of old memories still lingering in his mind. That day was when he realized he had been tainted by something dark. Jihan's arm was engulfed by a dark, dense aura, and he could not even understand what was happening to him. The guy next to him freaked out, shouting loudly, "Dude, your arm is turning black." Suddenly, a strange red panel appeared before Jihan. It displayed a curse. Level. Magical attraction. And experience points until it was broken. He stepped back in fear, panicking and thinking, a curse. The guy next to him could not help but ask, "Is this bad?" Jihan slowly calmed down, his face serious as he pondered. This system notification looked just like an item description. After thinking it over, he decisively shouted, "Rapid recovery." Suddenly, out of nowhere, a brilliant light appeared, recovering from the shadow of the sun. A curse. Though he was the one calling it forth, he was more curious than ever about what lay before him. Suddenly, that strange red panel displayed a line of text. "The condition of the shadow of the sun is too severe. It can only recover partially." Jihan read it in shock, his eyes wide in disbelief, his brows furrowed in suspicion. A few seconds later, Jihan finally reacted, gripping his tainted arm in panic and yelling, "Rapid recovery." The red text appeared again. "The condition of the shadow of the sun is too severe. It can only recover partially." But he stubbornly insisted, "Rapid recovery." The dark atmosphere lingered, and he did not receive an immediate answer. A few seconds later, a green panel popped up, showing the text, "The curse has been dispelled." Then another panel appeared, unveiling the true nature of the curse had been unlocked, and his tainted arm began to dissolve, returning to its normal state. Jihan stared blankly at his arm while the notifications continued to flash. Shadow of the Sun. SS rank. Belonging to the Dark Queen. At the end, it could transform into an Eclipse Dark Sword, and you could upgrade it through the Dark Queen. Seeing this, the guy could not contain his excitement and rushed over. "Dude, your arm. What happened?" Jihan forced a smile and replied, "I am fine." Suddenly, a quiet voice echoed from the void. How dramatic. Both of them stood stunned, wide-eyed and frozen in place, their shadows reflected beneath them, merging into an endless darkness, within which lurked sinister eyes. Seeing this, he immediately raised his hand to shield his niece. Panic-stricken, the guy stepped back. The black aura crawled beneath them before swirling up, gathering above their heads. Jihan and she kept their eyes wide open, staying alert and watching closely. Suddenly, from that dark blob, a tiny chibi demon appeared. It was Ariel. Both he and S were left with their jaws dropped, staring blankly at the strange creature before them. Out of nowhere, Ariel proudly announced, "I am the clone of the Dark Queen's husband." After that, she lightly landed on the table. She called out to him, saying, "Jihan, my original spirit finds your power fascinating, and has ordered me to assist you in your endeavors." Jihan stared blankly at the tiny but fierce entity in front of him. She pointed at him and said, "From now on, I will serve you as my master." Her words carried an air of obedience, but there was no hint of subservience, just pure arrogance. Jihan felt helpless, staring at the pitch-black blob before him, wondering what on earth this was. Suddenly, a notification popped up in front of him. "Ariel, the clone of the Dark Queen's husband, has gifted you a skill. Dark Spirit." After reading it, he looked down at his hands, bewildered, asking himself, Dark spirit. Coming back to reality. Jihan was still lost in thought, staring at his hands in disbelief. A power that allows the user to wield shadows as weapons. I have not used it in BattleNet yet, but I am sure it will come in handy. As he drifted down memory lane, Ariel beside him began to chatter again. Are you even listening? If so, boost the stats of the dark spirit. He thought, utterly annoyed. Even though a pesky mosquito was buzzing around him, time flew, and in front of him was a safe map filled with delicious dishes laid out. He exclaimed, this guidance is hard to keep up with. Jihan, seeing this, praised her without holding back. You did great, especially for your first time. Hearing this, she happily indulged in the delicious food before her face beaming with satisfaction as she munched away. But then, she suddenly asked, by the way, are you going to accept the invitation from the #1 in the US? Jihan paused mid-bite, responding, I will probably decline. And when she pressed, but they are willing to spend so much money. You could totally do the same later. As he said that, he set down his spoon and closed his eyes to relax. I do not want to join their guild. I want to establish my own. And I know who can back me up in this venture. Meanwhile, a pair of long, stylish legs stepped out of a car, revealing a tall building ahead. Turns out the woman was none other than Jihan. And judging by her expression, she was not too pleased. Looking flustered, took off her glasses. Unable to believe what she was hearing, seated across from her was Jihan, calmly sipping tea as he watched her bewilderment, saying, I will repeat it again. Become the guild leader of the guild I created. Jihan said this as if it were a featherweight issue. Completely unfazed. But Jihan was the opposite. She was far from calm. After confirming his words, she jolted in shock, exclaiming, what the hell? Where did that idea come from? Jihan, seemingly having anticipated her reaction, was not surprised at all. Even if I say guild leader, I can handle the management, just let me borrow the title. After hearing this, she helplessly replied, I am part of the branch guild. You can just decide like that. She claimed to be the sales manager of the branch guild, but she was not a player depending on them. Jihan was genuinely stressed out, closing her eyes helplessly and sighing. But you do need a guild leader. Right. Club president should be a strong player who can represent the club. Someone like me is more suited for management. Why would you suggest that? Jihan did not respond right away. He quietly listened as if he already knew she would ask that. He gently set down his teacup and asked, you have a support gift? Right, everything adds 10% F. I bet you think it is useless because it does not combine with enhancement items. Jihan's face darkened at that. Gajan next to him was sweating bullets. Startled, wanting to remind him but could not. That is the one thing she hates to hear. Jihan held his head high, facing her with a determined look. But I believe that once you become the president, the true value of that gift will shine. Jihan listened, slightly panicked, wondering how he knew something she did not. She worriedly fell silent, lost in her own thoughts. How could he be so sure? He must be great, but experts say it is useless. Supporting gifts that help other players grow quickly. Jihan continued to tightly shut her eyes, sinking deep into her own concerns, forgetting the reality around her. I want to believe in him because he sees the value of my gift. But becoming the president of another club, suddenly Jihan said, I will reward you too. I will tell you all the future battle match results. At this, Jihan paused. Perhaps he hit a weak point. Seeing her silent like that, Gajan could not help but worry. Glancing down to remind her, Miss, it was no surprise. Just a second later, she jumped up and flew straight to the board. I am doing it. Gajan could not stop her in time. Miss, how could Jihan pass up this rare opportunity? He immediately took action. All right. Sign here. Jihan now stood before the choices on the board. Gajan could no longer stop her. He could only mutter, does she really agree? Then Jihan hesitated for a moment and pressed the button on the screen, not forgetting to think, if I am right. From the board, a blinding light burst forth into the vast space. Jihan was astonished by the sight before her, instinctively raising her hand to shield her body. The board displayed the content of the support gift. The benefits would apply to all members of the club. Growth rate increased by 200%. All club members will receive an additional 30 FB points. Jihan could not believe it and exclaimed, what? The scene shifted to the bustling buildings. Countless people passing by in the city. Suddenly, a couple on a date was surprised when the electronic board lit up with the word stream has started. Everyone was stunned. Even the comments were puzzled. What? Jihan streaming now? Quickly, news of him starting a club spread everywhere. Jihan's opening a club. Notifications kept popping up on electronic devices. The club has been launched. Seeing that, the comments could not sit still any longer. He really means it. But who is that woman on the stream? The beautiful face of Jihan appeared with a sweet, clear voice. Hello everyone. You all see the stream title. Right, the information board pops up again, showing the details of the 510-member association. Owner: Jihan. President: Live. Welfare level: Level 1 member. 510. Level growth index. Increase index. Growth rate level 11. Association blessing effect. All member stats rise by 1 for each type. All member growth stats boost to 200%. All experience gained by members increases by 30%. Growth stats: 200%, experience up by 30%. Comments are flooding in like crazy. 200% means double the fun. Right, to be at 30%. I thought the max was 10%, they are pouring all their points into that. But this number is wild. Then, 2 more people join the frame. And Jihan reaches out to give a brief intro. Our association focuses on nurturing. And we take pride in having a higher growth rate than other groups. However, our maximum membership is just 10. Right now, we are still a small club. Current members include founder Jihan. As the screen turns to focus on the main character Jihan, then she introduces herself and the other 2. I am the president, Live. And this is Daigo Masit, who just received a gift. Sees a comment pop up from nowhere. When did he become friends with Daigo? But Jihan is not done with C. She continues. And finally, through a sponsorship agreement, the screen shifts to the last person, revealing Gaejon, who looks like she has been annoyed by someone, sulking in a corner, finally mentioning Lim Gaejon. Her face is anything but welcoming, her eyes filled with exasperation, thinking only one thing, and then it is back to me. Jihan wraps up the introductions with a single line, 5 people in total. After spotting Gaejon, the comments start to get spicy. What is she doing here? Oh right. Sponsorship. Got it, this feels like a Pokemon training system. And she has got that confused look like, why am I even here? Next up is Jihan's section, where everyone can tune in through the stream. For those wanting to join the association or sign a sponsorship agreement, please contact President Jihan. Standing off to the side. When she hears her name mentioned, she smiles and waves, noticing Jihan seems to have forgotten. See outside reminds him, you need to explain the name too. Hearing this, Jihan suddenly remembers. Oh right. The reason our association is called the Great Tree is... Hearing that, so blushes. Maybe that name has something to do with him. Took it from the phrase the great tree blossoms, referring to flowers that bloom late. The first 2 words are great tree. That is the meaning behind our name. The scene shifts to the arena, where the sky is crystal clear. Perfect for showdown, indeed. A fierce battle is underway in the stands. With explosions ringing out one after another, Baron stands amidst the fiery blasts. And it is easy to tell he is the mastermind behind this chaos. Laughing triumphantly. Oh my, so boring. Right in front of him is Jihan, engulfed in flames, seemingly injured, his battered body curled up, but his eyes remain fiercely determined, locked on his opponent as Baron calls out to him. Jihan, after calling out, he smirks slyly and takes a battle stance. I will finish this with 1 blow. With that, he unleashes a powerful attack aimed straight at Jihan, leaving no room for defense. Right after that, a massive explosion erupted with an incredible force. After the attack, he stood up straight, seemingly having completely defeated the kid. But little did he know, a familiar shadow had appeared behind him without him realizing it. Suddenly, a deep voice mocked, "Is that all you got?" Then Jihan immediately gathered all his strength and launched a deadly strike from behind. But what he did not see coming was the dazzling green light radiating from his opponent. Caught off guard, Jihan was subdued by Baron with just 2 fingers. He was hit hard, crashing down to the ground like a ragdoll. The echo of a voice rang out, signaling the end of the training session. Space around him began to dissolve. Turns out, it was all just practice. Baron stood there with a wicked grin plastered across his face. Then he spoke with mock sympathy. How tragic. Really? I know you won last time purely by luck. It seemed like he was being compassionate. But his smirk said otherwise. The guy behind him even chimed in. Well done, Baron. You were able to easily defeat Jihan with just 50% of your strength. Next time, I will crank it up to 75%. It sounded like a pep talk, but it dripped with sarcasm, making him grit his teeth in anger. Suddenly, a new guy entered the room. Bowing respectfully. Baron, the guild leader wants to see you. In that moment, it was unclear what Baron had heard, but he looked furious, grinding his teeth and muttering, "What? A sponsorship?" He then dismissed the guy with a wave of his hand. The Jihan Guild is creating a sponsorship. Are you out of your mind? He did not show any anger or change his expression. Perhaps he was too used to this guy's antics. He replied softly, "Not all, Baron. You will understand if you watch his stream." With that, he snapped his fingers, and the electronic screen lit up instantly. The person on the screen was none other than the top guild leader in the United States. Robert Gates. As soon as Baron saw Jihan's figure displayed, he could not help but scowl. Then he completely lost it, his eyes wide with fury. Everything around him seemed to shift under some unseen force. Robert Gates did not react much, just glanced over and moved on. After all, this was all Baron's doing, and he was angrily threatening. What is this nonsense? He then really lost his cool, flailing his arms wildly. As he waved, objects began to move around him, and his voice rose in anger. This is clearly a scam. Do I look like someone who needs to fix these things? I am the strongest in the world. Don't you dare mention that loser in front of me again. Robert Gates remained calm, sitting still with his hands clasped, waiting for him to settle down. But soon he could not take it anymore and rubbed his forehead, thinking, I get that he has issues with Jihan, but this is just out of control. After a moment, he spoke up. If Baron is not leaving, it is best to send her in. The her he mentioned is a sporty girl with distinctive blonde hair. She probably just finished working out, sweat still glistening on her cheeks, smiling as she looked at the information screen in front of her, saying, the Jihan player. She is the top player in the United States. The legendary Saint Sophia. The scene shifts to Jihan. In the middle of a conversation between Hazian and Jihan, Gaijin stands nearby, seemingly enduring something, her eyes tightly shut, a bead of sweat lingering on her cheek. Hazian's piercing scream rings out, catching everyone's attention. To Jihan, the #1 in the US, offered us a ton of cash in exchange for the secret to scoring guild points, even from China. Jihan sits across from her, as if he anticipated her reaction. Calmly sipping his drink, he replies slowly, I am just warning you to be careful. But do not ever let them know. Hearing Jihan say that, she instantly replies loudly and clearly, of course. What do you think I am? Although she feels a bit awkward chatting with him. Deep down, Hazian is overjoyed, thinking to herself, no way. I never imagined my gift would be this amazing. Suddenly, an unpleasant memory flashes through her mind, a harsh voice, and half a face revealing a sinister smile appear. Did he really need her gift? This man stood across from her in the office. Every word he uttered felt like a knife piercing Hazian's heart. She could not believe what she was hearing was real. I am sure this is just a lie to hide the fact that he is interested in me. I should seize this chance to charm him. At this moment, she feels incredibly small, lonely, and lost, having to choose a path that is completely wrong in every way, with no way back. How cunning. The last words of the man in her memory once again cast doubt, overshadowing her efforts. After all, she had not done much for our guild yet. Back to reality. After a whirlwind of thoughts, Hazian speaks up first, suddenly calling out Jihan's name, making him jump a little. To Jihan, I am really going to give my all for this guild. Her words surprise him, making him think, why is she saying that out of the blue? Though he is filled with questions inside, Jihan simply explains to her, thinking she does not fully understand. You just need to hold the guild title. That is all. It is as if Hazian had been waiting for him to say this. She quickly counters with unwavering determination. Her firmness makes Jihan a bit uneasy. A sweat starts to bead on him as he murmurs internally, I plan to leave the guild once I hit our achievements, and the other members were solid enough. The atmosphere around them feels stifling and awkward. Hazian suddenly stands up, slamming her hand down on the table, creating a loud noise. With a fierce energy, she shouts as if pouring out every ounce of strength to prove her point, dragging Gaijin into it too. My dream really is to become the guild master. I have already started saving up to establish this guild. Right, Gaijin? Caught off guard by being pulled into this, Gaijin can only nod along. Yeah. I guess. Not much longer for me either. You would think her temporary answer would discourage Hazian. But no. It only fuels her willpower. Could I be announcing a recruitment for editors for the channel? But I am a bodyguard, not a secretary. Right now, Jihan sits across from me, choosing to stay silent on the outside. But inside he is thinking, is it okay to tell her the truth? A few days pass, and the scene shifts to a room with a sign that says interview room. Inside, Hazian's cheerful voice warmly welcomes guests, her face adorned with a professional smile. Thank you all for coming. A small interview session is underway, hosted by her. In front of her are 3 applicants, and she wastes no time beating around the bush. Can you introduce yourselves? The first to speak up is Shizuru, but this time she is rocking a simpler style. Plus, she is using a fake name. Yep. Hello. Candidate number 1. Yuji. She continues her pitch. I have created ads, and I have worked on her commercials. Her introduction wraps up, and Hazian steps. Her gaze shifts to the next man. Thank you. Next up. Your name is quite unique. Just as she reads his name, the guy responds eagerly, his eyes shining with passion for the job. He's got that perfect military posture. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, I have respected Jihan since the early days of his streams. As he speaks, his emotions intensify. He poses like an artist. Winking, one hand raised in a high gesture, the other pointing forward. My head is filled with brilliant ideas for Jihan's channel. If you hire me, I will dedicate everything to the Grand Guild. It is a pleasure to meet you. The moment he finishes, the air feels frozen. The silence so thick you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's attention is locked on his lengthy speech. It takes a while for Hazeon to regain her composure to speak up, though her expression is not any better. Thank you. Please take a seat, the vibrant energy replies.
Yep.
Madam, at this moment, she feels a wave of regret. I called him in for an interview because he is a rising star on BattleTube. But what the heck was that? The last candidate is a handsome man with a serious demeanor. Calmly, he introduces himself. Hello, I'm Kim Jihan, candidate number 3. Kim Jihan. I have 4 years of video editing experience at my previous guild, and I proudly say I am a veteran in BattleTube videos. If you hire me, I will leverage all my experience to ensure that I become the most valuable member of the team. Seeing that he already had a perfect job, Hajian is surprised and asked, that guild is quite famous. Why did you apply with us? He stood calmly in front of this question, maintaining a serene expression as he answered. Although the Great Tree Guild is a new organization, one day, Jihan's name will be legendary. And he continued, I believe this position will help me enhance my skills. His confidence rattled Hein Kwang and Shizuru, making them worry about being overshadowed. Hein Kwang, feeling frustrated, thought, is my rival really that experienced? Kim Jian's charm did not just leave his opponents speechless. It also earned him silent admiration from the judge. He was experienced and had nailed this interview. On the outside, she could not hide her praise, cheerfully asking, Thank you. Do you have any questions for us? But the surprise came next, as he suddenly asked, Isn't Timar Sewang Jihan participating in this interview? Hearing that question, she was momentarily taken aback. Looking up in disbelief, thinking it was just a casual comment from a fan, Hajian regained her composure, chuckling a bit before replying, I am the one in charge here. Han is a fan of yours. Kim Jian smiled back. But there was an undertone of darkness in that smile. I get it now. Not stopping there, he went on to ask more uncomfortable questions. Which floor does he live on in this building? At this point, she and Gaijan could not hold their composure anymore. His expression shifted from shock to suspicion, then to anxiety. Hajian stuttered. That is, just when the tension hung thick in the air, Hein Kwang's voice broke the silence. As he spoke, he slowly stood up, saying, Hold on. I have been eyeing you for a while now. As he finished his sentence, he grabbed Kim Jian by the collar. Hein Kwang acted so swiftly that Jian did not have time to react, his eyes widening in shock. In that moment, Hein Kwang could not contain his pent-up anger any longer and unleashed a torrent of words. But I have been waiting the longest to meet Jihan. I know you like him, but do not meddle in his private life. Just then, a loud crash echoed as something fell to the ground, cutting him off mid-sentence. All eyes turned to the object lying precariously on the roof beam. Although he did not fully comprehend the situation, Hein Kwang instinctively asked, What did you just drop? He felt confused, but it seemed Shizuru had figured it out. Her face showed clear signs of fear. As he bent down to pick up the item for Kim Ji-won-gu, he moved closer and panically exclaimed, A knife. Realizing the situation had been exposed, he felt rage bubbling up, his teeth clenched in fury, every muscle in his face taut. In the next moment, he grabbed the knife off the floor, drawing it decisively. Ji-won-gu had completely lost his mind, brandishing the knife and glaring fiercely as he shouted, You pathetic minions of Jihan. Do you really think you can run the guild smoothly after tarnishing the Sword King's reputation? Seeing the dangerous situation unfold, Gajan immediately stepped forward to protect Haji-won, the sound of his curses still echoing. Where's that bastard? The Sword King was not coming back because of that jerk, and with one surprise after another, Haji-won found herself questioning the Sword King's family. Without any hesitation, Ji-won-gu lunges forward, a knife in hand, determined to take her life. I am gonna kill this bitch to teach her a lesson. But things do not go as planned. Before he even reaches her desk, a hand grabs him from behind, pulling him back with a fierce grip. That hand belongs to Hein Kwang, who slams him down onto the floor without a shred of mercy. Ji-won-gu sprawls on the ground, aching and soaked in humiliation. But he forces himself to sit up, ready to unleash some insults. Looking up at Hein Kwang, he appears towering and menacing, his face fierce, eyes cold as steel, adding to the pressure. Unable to bear the humiliation of defeat, Ji-won-gu musters all his strength to get up and throws a punch at him. But Hein Kwang dodges it swiftly. You wanna die? Just as he dodges Ji-won-gu's punch, Hein Kwang retaliates with a thunderous blow right to his cheek. The force is so intense that Ji-won-gu stumbles, his knife flying out of his hand. the sound of bones clashing echoing painfully with just one punch. Han Kuang knocks out two of Ji-Won-Gu's front teeth, leaving his eyes white and lifeless. Ji-Won-Gu loses consciousness, crashing backward, his face hitting the hard floor. Han Kuang's sheer power leaves everyone in shock. Ji-Won and John, standing behind, are utterly astonished. Suddenly, Ji-Won think, wait, who is this guy? Right now, Han Kuang looks like he is radiating a golden aura of strength, just like him. She recalls every bit of his strength. He once was a gold-level athlete, but intentionally downgraded himself. His main goal, to stand out by being better than everyone else, competing against players of lower skill levels. As Ji-Won's thoughts continue to race, she is interrupted by Han Kuang's cocky laughter. His personality may be a bit odd, but his skills are undeniably impressive, absolutely amazing. To say the least, the fierce guy from just a moment ago has suddenly transformed, striking poses for the camera, from cool to excited, all while shaking the still body of Kim Ji-Won-Gu lying motionless on the ground. I have got to snap a pic, he says. I will caption it. I protected Jihan from the tyranny of the Sword King clan. And I am streaming right now, so do not bother me. Got it, now devoid of any emotion. Stares blankly, coldly issuing orders. Ga-John, call the police. Though Ga-John is still in shock, she maintains her composure and replies. Yep. Madam. Meanwhile, outside a towering skyscraper, voices drift from the rooms above. It is Jihan and Ji-Won in a heated conversation. Jihan furious, fists clenched, gritting his teeth as he stares into the distance, cursing under his breath. That guy was chasing me, not the car. That bastard. Knowing he is fuming, Ji-Won tries to calm Jihan down. The situation has been resolved. That can't possibly soothe the anxiety inside him. Without thinking much, Jihan quickly picked up the phone to call Ning. Sorry, I should contact Ning. Maybe we should keep looking for an editor. Hearing this, she quickly dismissed it, saying that is not necessary anymore. She continued, we already have another great candidate. I will notify him right away. The candidate Jihan mentioned is Huo Kuang, who is currently sitting in his room, nervously biting his nails, holding his phone like he is waiting for something. As he sat there, his patience was wearing thin. He stood up suddenly, pulling at his hair and starting to yell. When will there be results? It has not even been a day since the interview. A flood of negative thoughts rushed through Huo Kuang's mind. There is no way I will get rejected. Right. Or am I just being too anxious? I should have defeated that loser from the Sword King clan myself. The more negative thoughts he had, the more tears streamed down his face. Suddenly, a notification ping echoed in the chaos of his mind. Hearing the sound, Huo Kuang hurriedly bent down to grab his phone, his fingers trembling as he tapped on the notification. The moment he saw it, his mouth dropped open, and the longer he looked, the tighter his brows furrowed. The screen displayed a simple yet devastating notification. The interview results. Congratulations. You have passed the interview for the editor position at the Great Tree Guild. We will send you more detailed information via email in the coming days. Please prepare yourself. Thank you. Meanwhile, Shizuru received the exact same notification, but she was much calmer than Huo Kuang. Suddenly, Takeda appeared from behind, rubbing his hands together, and exclaimed, no doubt, you are a goddess. As flattering as that was, he still felt nervous inside and hesitantly asked Shizuru, is it really okay to join as an editor? I do not want to overstep, but being a video editor seems a bit tricky. Sensing his anxiety, she reassured him, do not worry. Shizuru continued, speaking while removing her glasses and adjusting her look. The moment she took off her glasses, she transformed into someone else. No longer the innocent girl but a sharp, cunning expert. In the fully equipped live streaming room, a sigh echoed through the air. Han Kuang was sitting at the live streaming desk, but his mood was far from good, feeling completely drained. While a viewer expressed their confusion, what is wrong with him now? Another viewer explained, I heard he applied to be an editor for the DJ Guild but got rejected. Seeing everyone discussing him, Han Kuang erupted, slamming the table in anger. Why was not I accepted? I swore loyalty to Jihan. I even uncovered the Sword King clan's plot, and I defeated them. Everything was perfect. At this point, the viewers started mocking him. Kimmer Han Kuang. You idiot. Wasn't he it because you shoved someone to the ground during the interview? Han Kuang's writes, the good qualities of an editor. Shoving others to the ground. Another viewer donated to grab attention. A fan of Han Kuang gifted 10,000. Why do not you apply to be a security guard? Your storytelling skills are something else. That comment, while a bit cheeky, struck Han Kuang as a solid idea, making him act instantly. But then he clenched his fist tightly, filled with worry, affirming that Jihan must be really anxious about the upcoming attack. Seeing his strange actions and words, the chat erupted with suspicion. What the heck is he talking about? Han Kuang has no brains. Are we even talking about the same Jihan here? At that moment, Han Kuang felt a rush of hope, imagining Jihan in his arms, and made a decision. I have made up my mind. From now on, I am stepping onto a new path as Jihan's protector. The viewers, overhearing this, could not help but tease him, saying things like, "Is Han Kuang actually smiling?" But I can only laugh. Hearing him talk about protecting the puppy like this makes me so happy. Suddenly, someone in the chat burst the bubble of Han Kuang's beautiful imagination, saying, Jihan just gave Han Kuang 10,000 to pee. But hey, Han Kuang, Jihan is playing it super safe right now. Right after that, the viewers all seemed to have the same thought. They wanted to check out Jihan's channel. When did he start streaming? Well, goodbye. I am off to watch Jihan stream now. I am going to check out Jihan too. By Han Kuang. See ya. And with that, a flood of goodbyes filled the chat. Watching everyone leave, Han Kuang screamed in desperation. Wait! Everyone. Don't leave me. In the game world, amidst the red ruins, Jihan appeared in the game, causing the chat to go wild. I have never seen this map on Jihan's stream before, commented a silver rank player. What is this? I just got wrecked. So this is the spot. Jihan, look at me. This is a silver rank mission. Once he fully entered the game, the system announced, Welcome to the Silver Kingdom. Welcome to the Gangnam area. The scenery around him gradually revealed itself as an altar, surrounded by guardian beasts. With a dense forest ahead, looking at the familiar scenery, Jihan fell into a moment of reflection. It has been a while. At the same time, Gajan appeared, questioning him. What do you mean? This is your first invasion mission. Right, the two locked eyes in silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. It turned out that Lim Gajan and Jihan had teamed up to complete the mission smoothly. Specifically, Gajan struggled to recall what Ajun had directly requested. Join the game with him and promote our guild, if we get the chance. Let us level up together with that event master. Back in reality, he broke the awkward silence, saying, I have only seen this map on live streams. Standing in this map with his team felt a bit strange. Hearing this, Gajan pondered and stayed silent. Seeing her appear, the chat suddenly buzzed with excitement. It is Lim Gajan, commented Imushi. Are they competing for personal points? Jihan, with a sincere expression, reached out in a gesture of collaboration. I am really looking forward to playing this game with you. Miss Lim, this is our second time. Right. Gajan, however, appeared deep in thought, unsure of what she was contemplating. Eventually, she reluctantly shook hands and thought, I can believe I am being pulled back to his team by the very person I wanted to impress. Jihan, who had just arrived, was surprised to see that the others had already formed their teams. On the other side, Gajan inwardly sighed and accepted her fate. Since things had turned out this way, she needed to train harder. Suddenly, a voice snapped her back to reality. Hey, are you Gajan? A girl from a newly arrived group asked. Which was the promotion guild? Kian could not help but feel speechless at the situation. I want to get out of here. Why are they putting me in the same team as them? I want to bite? Come on. Just announce the song title, the background music, and you have got the wrong girl. Jihan smiled warmly, realizing it was the Origin Guild. While Gajan's face showed signs of distress, beads of sweat rolling down her face, the group quickly gathered, exchanging greetings. Hey Gajan, I heard you were borrowed by Deji Guild. It is great to see you here. Hey there, Gajan replied, greeting everyone. Akina was surprised at how friendly they were, thinking they were getting along better than expected. Someone else commented, well, she has not switched guilds completely. It is just temporary. While the girl from the guild kept asking about her, the bespectacled young mage remained silent. How have you been? How's the Deji Guild? When are you coming back? Gajan, you are not leaving for good. Right. He gazed at her beautiful face, words failing him. Gajan, suddenly, he dropped to his knees, feeling despondent. She is still as beautiful as ever, just a few days apart. But since she left the promotion guild, I feel so lonely. At this moment, he found himself thinking ahead, imagining when Gajan reaches silver rank. He wanted to be the first to join her team and guide her through everything. It felt like Gajan sensed his feelings, causing a chill to run down her spine. Victor, lost in thought, turned to Jihan, fiery with anger. Hey Ji, this is all your fault. It is because of you that my guy John left the guild. Meanwhile, the girl from the guild remained friendly and asked, is this your first invasion mission? Do you need me to explain? Gajan did not refuse, responding, of course. Thank you. With her approval, the girl began to explain the game rules. In the invasion mission, 10 players will be split into 2 teams, Angel Base and Akma Base. This is a 5v5 team match. The first team to navigate all 3 lanes and destroy the opponent's nexus wins. The team that crosses all 3 paths and destroys the opponent's best base first will emerge victorious. She emphasized that both teams should keep in mind that there are jungle areas outside the 3 lanes. Every time a player kills a monster in the forest, they receive various types of corn that can give them an edge. Jihan thought to himself, in this battle, we are on the Akma side. Then he raised his hand and asked, has anyone from our team gone into the forest? The listener calmly explained that it was his first time playing, so he might not know. But the monsters in the forest are at least level 65. And we can take them on. 2 guys in the guild were around level 40, while the Gadon was level 25 plus 5. With those 5 points being the bonus for winning in the top 100, Jihan replied. Really? I know we can handle this. They are all at the top of the national rankings. Hearing that, Victor seemed to come up with a plan. He faced Jihan and cleared his throat. Then he casually said he wanted to push him aside, because he was new and did not really know anything yet. You do not need to worry about this mission. Jihan, just follow our lead. He directed his comments toward the guild member. I will guide the Don and Jihan. So you two just head down first. The girl in the guild happily agreed. Alright, we are off then. Seeing the plan succeed, he urged. Let us go then. Secretly pleased with himself. Jihan, no matter how impressive you are, in this national ranking, you are still just a newbie. In a team match like this, playing solo would just ruin everything. He planned to use this opportunity to show the Gadon his experience. Spotting a fierce battle breaking out ahead, Victor asked, do you guys see those little things over there? He rambled on, explaining the minions, which we call soldiers. Their attacks are pretty basic, but silver-ranked players will struggle to dodge them. So we will have to take them down together with our team, even if we die. We will respawn in a minute. But do not just charge at the enemy recklessly, because we might get pushed back. He wanted to add more, but Jihan cut in, saying it would be easy then. You start using your skills while activating your limbs to put it all together. Basically, we just need to stay alive during the fight. Right. To his surprise, Jihan stepped forward. You extend your darkened hand towards the green soldiers. Jihan just activated a skill and thought to himself, this is the first time I have used Dark Blade in BetaNet. I wonder how effective it will be. The soldiers noticed someone was coming. At that moment, Jihan recalled the terrifying power this skill unleashed. His strength might not compare to the Dark Queen he witnessed that day. Soldiers quickly rushed toward him, and he silently resolved to use it to fight an opponent like this. With his hand darkened as if locking the noisy soldiers in place, countless dark blades began to materialize above them with a calm expression. Jihan's hand gently fell. In an instant, countless dark blades plunged down, piercing through the soldiers. They were instantly obliterated. Not a single one left alive. Witnessing that power, Victor and Gazan were left speechless. Gazan had seen this a few times, quickly snapping back to reality to say, it seems like we can move now. But he was still in shock. The system then chimed in with a notification. You have killed 50 soldiers. And the demon god acknowledges you and blesses you. All your stats will increase by 20%. Hearing this, Jihan was also surprised. A 20% boost. At this rate, I could solo the boss. Thinking that, he called out to Gazan. Hey Gazan. To which she replied, what is it? Jihan walked off, leaving her with a vague message. I am going to temporarily separate from the group. Give me 10 minutes. Gazan was momentarily confused. Where are you going? Jihan pointed towards the forest, still wearing that calm smile, saying, I am going to level up on my own. Ignoring Gazan's powerless protests, he quickly dashed into the woods. She thought. Jihan. While she was still shocked by his departure, Victor was lurking behind her, ready to pounce. His face was serious and shadowy. Just as Gazan turned around in response, a dark hand attacked her. She immediately jolted, spinning around with clenched teeth, her brows furrowing, revealing her tension, instinctively reaching for her sword to defend herself. To her astonishment, a figure silently but determinedly formed a protective circle around her like a shield, while 2 guys behind tried to break through. She thought, Victor. The loud sounds of magic pierced through Gazan's ears as she turned to look at the source of the commotion. Her mouth agape in shock. Flashback to 5 minutes ago. Victor's face twisted in anger, a deep crimson hue painting his skin, his eyes wide with fury as he gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn you. The Jihan. He began to stomp forward, his feet pounding the flat surface, hands clenched in rage. Muttering curses, he messed up my plans. I wanted to show Gazan something really cool. Cursing inside so no one could hear. Not far into his stride, Victor suddenly froze. Eyes widening, brow furrowing as he realized something. Wait a minute. With a mini-map popping up in front of him, he snapped back to focus, intently observing every movement while calculating his next move. A flurry of questions racing through his mind. Do I need to retreat? Can I stay on top with Gazan while leaving Jihan to fend for himself? Victor's expression suddenly shifted dramatically, a grin spreading across his face as he happily dashed off, excitement coursing through him. Yeah, I'm a genius. Letting this punk do whatever on his own is definitely the right call. Gazan. Just wait. I will be right there, just a few steps in. Victor froze. Eyes locked on the sight of two enemies charging at Gazan, who had no idea danger was creeping up on her. Oh no. Attacka. His eyes bulged, brows knitted together. Panic and tension etched across his face. He thought to himself, Gazan is in trouble. Without a second thought, Victor bolted in, creating a shield to protect her. The scene now mirroring the present moment. Gazan turned around, seeing the sharp edge of a sword determined to shatter the barrier around her, heart racing with anticipation. I did not think they would ambush me like this. The mage on guard noticed and came to save me. On the other side, Victor struggled to maintain the barrier around her, pressure building visibly in his trembling body. He managed to speak, his voice shaky. Gazan, do not worry about me. I will definitely protect you. The moment those words slipped from his mouth, he suddenly coughed up a stream of red liquid, his pain cries mingling with the chaos. Almost immediately, a bolt of lightning shot forth, its blinding gold light illuminating the shield that had once been strong now shattered into pieces. A horrific scream following closely behind in Gazan's swirl. Finally, Victor collapsed to the ground, eyes wide and completely white, his body convulsing as the lightning sizzled over him. Victor. Gazan rushed over, kneeling beside him, her expression filled with dread as she watched the blue sparks engulfing him. Are you okay? I am sorry. I wanted to protect you at all costs. A hand, almost ghostly pale, slowly lifted, reaching towards her face, hovering close to her features. Whispering softly, it might be a bit late to say this, but Victor smiled contentedly, his face softening, eyes glistening with tears that still lingered. He gently confessed, I have always liked you. From the bottom of my heart. She stared at him anxiously, as his hand quietly fell. Victor split in two, one side stunned, taking in the scene before him, while the other felt like a tragic play. He will respawn in a minute in this game. Right. What is wrong with this guy? He knew he was going to die. Two enemy soldiers stood before her. One was small, wielding a staff, while the other was a muscular giant casually resting a sword on his shoulder. As he strode forward, his haughty demeanor made her uneasy. Come on. It is time for some action. Don't let the odds get to you just because it is 2 against 1. This is Ling Gajin, one of the most promising players in the guild. Gajin turned his head, his brows furrowing in annoyance, silently cursing himself. Where the heck is Jihan? Shouldn't he be backing up Team Ada? Suddenly, she froze, her eyes widening in bewilderment as if sensing something ominous. With her sense of awe, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The sky darkened ominously. A swirling vortex formed in the air, cloaked in dark purple smoke, pulling in waves of sinister energy. In another scene, the sky was pitch black, illuminated only by eerie blue lights that flickered like ghostly will-o'-the-wisps. The trees rustled ominously as leaves fell like whispers, creating a chilling atmosphere. Jihan stared intently at the sight before him, his eyes narrowing into a glare despite the thunderous roars echoing through the forest. The monstrous beast loomed large before him, with 2 heads resembling wolves and a menacing tail swishing behind. Known as the Howling Wolf, it drooled at the sight of him, its delicious prey, fresh and irresistible. In the blink of an eye, it charged at Jihan without hesitation, letting out a deafening roar. Its gleaming, sharp teeth were on full display, ready to strike, but Jihan showed no fear. He aimed for its gaping mouth and grabbed onto its 2 razor-sharp fangs. He clenched his jaw, determination etched on his face. He was facing one of the most common beasts in the forest. The creature's strength was double that of Jihan, quickly pushing him back, creating a long trench beneath him. Over 3 meters deep, a bite powerful enough to crush a human skull. Jihan's brows knitted together in resolve, clearly unfazed by the pressure. He was not backing down. In a split second, he launched his fist forward. It happened so fast. It felt like a flash of light. Jihan's punch effortlessly sent the beast flying. Its body crashed down, causing the ground to shake like an earthquake. Even though howling wolves were more prevalent in the forest than any other creature, despite the punch that knocked it down, it still managed to rise in a defensive stance, emitting a chilling growl. Clearly, it would not be taken down by just one punch. This was a monster that required 3 silver tier players to take down. Jihan calmly assessed it, while the beast, unable to contain itself, drooled once more. Finally, he spoke up, his curiosity piqued as it continued to growl in its own language. It seemed to say, "You caught me off guard there. Why are you attacking me?" The howling wolf suddenly leaped, its feet leaving the ground as it lunged toward him. Jihan's body reacted instinctively, leaping nimbly to dodge the beast's attack. His eyes widened, a dangerous glint flashing as he locked onto it, his hands seemingly charging with dark energy, its razor-sharp precision. A swift slash cut through the very connection between the two heads of the beast. It let out a bone-chilling roar that could make anyone's hair stand on end, as its body began to splinter into pieces. Every shard of its body that fell was lit up with dark energy, while Jihan landed with a calm poise. Finally, he turned around, exhaling a long, wary sigh. Watching as the monster's limbs scattered like confetti across the sky, Jihan reached out, grasping the sword enveloped in dark energy mixed with hints of purple. The image of the sword gradually materialized. A shadowy figure clad in darkness from head to toe gripped the blade, with only a glimmer of white light from its eyes highlighting its form, an eclipse that was the S-ranked weapon used by the Shadow in the upgrade battle. Only those with the Shadow sword stat could wield it. Jihan looked down at the sword in his hand, studying it meticulously. His face lit up with excitement as he relished his hard-earned trophy, speaking with a tone full of delight. It instantly loses its form if the wielder lacks the necessary skill, making it quite tricky to use, but the damage output is phenomenal. Just as he was captivated by it, a system notification flashed right in front of him, grabbing Jihan's attention. A gentle smile crept across his face as he read. Congratulations. You have achieved the Silver Jungle Explorer achievement, earning 1,000 achievement points. Jihan stood still in the tranquil forest, sunlight streaming down on the spot where he stood, while he focused intently on the system panel before him, excitedly thinking. He realized he could rack up achievement points if he cleared out all the forest monsters. He might even complete another achievement. Jihan suddenly hesitated, his expression wavering as he scrutinized the system, silently pondering. But I still need to take down monsters to gain experience. As Jihan remained fixated on the system with a contemplative expression, another notification popped up, leaving him confused. You have defeated your first demon spawn. Achievement points increased by 100. Bringing him back to Gazen's predicament, where her enemy lay motionless on the ground. He let out a pained groan, his mouth agape as his eyes rolled back. The dark sword plunged straight into his heart. The remaining enemy nearby became frantic, gritting his teeth, eyes wide with fear. Clutching a dagger tightly in his hand, a dark spirit hovered in the air, his pitch-black eyes turning cold. She was a real, summoning countless swords imbued with dark power that swirled around her. Damn it. What is this? Where did this little creature come from? Ariel turns to glance over her shoulder, her expression calm yet curious, causing her to momentarily lose focus. Suddenly startled, the swordswoman wonders what she is doing. Just kill the last one. Right. The enemy quickly creates a magical circle around himself with his staff, sweat glistening on his face, revealing his fear. He throws the magic circle, triggering a massive, blinding explosion that lights up the surroundings. However, despite the explosion, he seems trapped, his eyes instinctively widening in panic as something looms over him. Geriza? Soaring through the air, her sword raised high, her gaze blazing with dangerous light. Unwavering, she dives down, her sword slicing through the enemy's body like a shooting star streaking across the sky. Leaving behind a sharp trail of light, Gazen looks up calmly, her brows furrowed, her expression becoming inscrutable. Ariel silently watches with her arms crossed over her chest, her face showing indifference, until a voice breaks the silence, causing her eyebrows to raise slightly in surprise. Thank you for the help. At Gazen's gratitude, Ariel furrows her brow, tightening her grip as she turns away without a second thought. Then she raises her voice, sharply declaring, I do not need thanks from a lowly creature. But who are you? With the question posed, Ariel frowns, speaking curtly before she walks away. Jihan summoned me and told me to stay here. He must want me to fight for him. You are Jihan's summoned spirit. Gazen closes her eyes for a moment before speaking sincerely. I am thankful he did not run off carelessly, blindly trusting in his abilities. Looks like you are feeling a bit hurt. When is Jihan coming back here? You seem to be quiet for a moment, then reluctantly shake your head. Ariel's expression remains unreadable. I am not sure either. The summoning time is almost up, but he does not seem like he is coming back anytime soon. I guess we should not worry too much about him. Leaving this place, we transition to another scene where a familiar figure quietly kneels on the dark ground. The area is littered with the remains of various monsters he likely defeated earlier. Surrounded by a gentle blue light, Jihan raises his head, his face darkening to an ominous shade. Discomfort evident in his furrowed brows and clenched jaw. His eyes widen as he realizes a huge, dangerous creature is silently approaching him from behind. Why do I suddenly feel dizzy? At that moment, his system interface appears again, flashing red across the screen with a warning. An abnormal effect you have incurred after being detected by a monster. Continuing with the story, the creature looms ominously behind Jihan while he stares blankly at the warning system, his eyes wide in confusion. Wondering when it first appeared, Jihan turned around calmly, mumbling to himself, wondering when it had appeared. Before he could finish his thought, a long, pink tongue shot straight at him, Luckily, thanks to his agility, he narrowly dodged that surprise attack. Jihan looked up at it, his brow furrowing slightly, instinctively raising his hand to gently rub his shoulder where its tongue had brushed against him. The venom from its touch made one side of his shirt smoke for a moment, while the inner layer had already darkened. It had been a while since he encountered something like this. In front of him stood a giant pink toad, its eyes completely covered in bright yellow, glowing in the dim space. It had two protrusions on its head resembling horns. This creature was known as the venomous toad. Flashing back to earlier times in the silent forest, corpses lay scattered on the ground, slowly consumed by poison. It ensnared its prey with its tongue, the venom seeping into their bodies. This venomous toad, a forest monster that wielded poison as its primary weapon. Being a high-level monster, it rarely showed up in the public dungeon. Only lower-grade monsters appeared in the low-level dungeons of Invest. Jihan raised his hand, squinting intently at the warning system in front of him, completely out of place for this area. Before him was a warning board, indicating that an unusual poison state had been detected. All metrics had dropped by 50%, and it was even using those complicated debug features. The toad's skin revealed rough patches, while comments began buzzing with chatter from viewers. Check this out. I just tuned in. What is going on? Break it down. Jihan's in the forest. Check this out. In a public dungeon. Suddenly, the monster stood upright, its cheeks puffing up as if preparing for another attack. Jihan's eyes immediately narrowed, tension creeping onto his face. It was coming, but as he had predicted, the venomous toad opened its mouth wide, and in an instant, countless venomous projectiles shot towards him at lightning speed. Jihan skillfully dodged each attack with ease. He bent forward, determination etched on his face as he glanced backward, where the toxins struck a pillar, turning it black. Without giving Jihan a moment to catch his breath, the toad launched its long, sticky pink tongue at him again. Jihan tightened his grip, the weapon's blade he had acquired recently slowly darkening in his hand with dark power. Just as the toad's tongue lunged at him, Jihan swiftly cut across with his sword, blocking its attack with the blade's surface. He was doing great. Feeling as if he was shooting his own martial arts film, Jihan's eyes narrowed into a focused glare, mixed with determination as its venomous projectiles zipped around him. He pondered and silently analyzed the situation. Although it could only attack within a certain range, it was incredibly fast, and its saliva was poisonous. He had to be careful not to touch it. Before Jihan could react, his body suddenly froze, and he glanced at his arm, where something was coiling around it. The distance between that poisonous toad and Jihan was vast, yet its tongue effortlessly wrapped around him, tightening its grip, giving Jihan no chance to dodge at all. The monster's eyes began to glow with a captivating golden light, and toxic green substances started to ooze from its tongue. Trying to reach him, Jihan's face contorted in pain. His jaw clenched tight before he let out a soft cry of agony. He extended his hand, quickly grabbing the sword he had earlier, and without a second thought, he swung it straight at the tongue of that poisonous toad. The monster let out a heart-wrenching roar of pain as its tongue was sliced in two. Jihan lifted his throbbing hand, staring intently at the stinging injury. It was still slimy with the toad's venom, and the skin around his hand had turned an angry shade, as if it were burned. Smoke was rising from Jihan's hand. The monster stood firmly on the ground, its mouth swelling up again, seemingly ready to retaliate against him. Jihan gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed fiercely on the poisonous toad. The toad opened its mouth wide once more, a swirling orb forming in its throat. The venom began to gather, causing the orb to grow larger by the second. Suddenly, it tilted its head back, the energy expanding wildly as the orb shot out, accompanied by the accumulated poison. Jihan stood frozen, his gaze immediately locking onto the massive orb hurtling toward him. When the orb hit the ground, the poison within it was released. The poisonous toad calmly stared at the explosion it had just caused. Suddenly, a sound rang out amidst the blast, a smirk creeping onto its lips as it watched, carefully observing, contemplating death. As the smoke and remnants of the explosion gradually faded, a steadfast figure emerged, standing resilient amidst the surrounding toxins. Jihan's grip tightening in midair, he held his protective shield tightly, and comments began rolling in on the stream. Did he actually dodge that? Top thing survivors always say. I thought I was dead. Inside his protective shield, Jihan slowly lifted his head, a satisfied smile creeping onto his face as he stared intently at the notifications flashing before him. If I had not used so much mana at once, I would have been in serious trouble. You have eliminated the two-headed wolf. All your stats have increased by 30%. Unwavering, Jihan summoned his magic, conjuring a dark energy enveloping the poisonous toad, which was glaring at him, oblivious to the impending danger. That power shifted the very atmosphere around them. Without warning, countless dark blades were conjured in the air, launching straight at it, each piercing through its body without mercy. After a brief moment, the dark energy dissipated, revealing the poisonous toad sprawled on the ground, its survival uncertain. Jihan watched it closely, observing every movement. Was it still not enough to finish it off? Its defenses were impressive. Indeed, Jihan carefully noted every movement of the giant toad as it slowly stood upright, facing him despite just being brutally attacked. Jihan thought to himself that he should quickly finish it off. But before he could fully process that thought, he suddenly froze. Eyes wide in shock as he watched the monster's body begin to swell. And the comment section erupted once again with whispers of excitement. Jihan Moonlight Boy commented, "What is wrong with him? Ah no. Iton chimed in. The toad is trying to attract a mate." Itzhak commented. Wontae added, "This is wild." With the bizarre scene before him, Jihan abruptly paused, his eyes widening as he realized what was happening. He thought uncertainly, "Wait. This is..." Its gaze shone fiercely, as if deep within that light, there was something truly sinister. Although he had recognized the danger, Jihan had no time to escape. Suddenly, in that desolate part of the forest, a deafening explosion echoed, and the comment section buzzed with questions. Unanswered queries flooded in. Director O exclaimed, "What the heck? Quick, cast the immortality spell. Free water is super. Is it dead yet?" Jihan gasped, trying to brace himself by planting his sword into the ground. His face darkened as he cursed under his breath. "Damn. I can't believe it is self-destructing." At that moment, the system reactivated, issuing a warning about Jihan's condition, indicating he had encountered an abnormal state. Warning. All your stats have dropped by 90%. Remaining time: 5 minutes. I should have killed it right away. Jihan quietly stood up, his steps unsteady, breathing heavily. Thankfully, the debuff would not last long. He would wait until it wore off. Jihan stared into the eerie silence, his expression revealing deep contemplation. Why has not the achievement window opened? I should have received a reward for taking out all those forest monsters. While he was still lost in thought, a massive green foot suddenly slammed down onto the dark ground. Jihan frowned, his gaze drifting back to where something enormous was casting a shadow over him. Before Jihan stood a colossal monster radiating power, its antler-like horns jutting out, eyes glowing with blinding light. Glue before May commented, "Is that a female?" Glue State added, "Why are those two horns in silver cuffs?" My dude. The atmosphere shifted instantly, his body instinctively trembling for reasons unknown. Killing another one while being poisoned is incredibly risky. If I make one wrong move and die, all my buffs will vanish. He gripped the sword tightly, steadying himself as his mind raced with thoughts, feeling both anxious and regretful. Yet giving up now seemed too wasteful. Was there any chance he could find an extra buff somewhere? Suddenly, he looked up. Was that the sound of fighting? Jihan brushed aside the pain in his body, driven by an inexplicable determination as he opened the system panel to check his location. Wait, where exactly am I? Jihan intently focused on the system as it began to pinpoint his position, his eyebrows raising in surprise. Jihan's lips curled into a smirk as he surveyed his surroundings, then confirmed out loud. Right. On the system's radar, the green dot marking him stood alone in the forest, while the red dots scattered around him. Jihan murmured, "It is time to head back." Meanwhile, in another location, an intense showdown was unfolding. An archer from the angel team confidently fired arrows at the enemy. Each arrow struck true, landing a lethal hit that sent an opponent crashing to the ground. The archer beside her gasped in surprise, shouting, "Careful, it is coming. Are you okay?" She gradually faded into thin air, leaving behind a final flash of blue light. On the battlefield now, only 3 figures remained: 2 allies and 1 enemy. From the angel team, the girl with the bow celebrated her kill with exuberance, radiating confidence, while her cautious teammate remained on high alert. "All right. We have taken down a warrior. The Divergent Guild can't be that tough. Right. Angel team. We need to keep pushing forward." Despite her exterior, her mind was racing with a complete map of everyone's positions, planning every move meticulously. They mentioned that the upper squad was nearly wiped out, while the others were still engaged in battle, so they needed to seize the advantage here. The celebration did not last long. Both of them widened their eyes in shock as a sudden noise shattered the tense atmosphere. Before they could process what was happening, Jihan burst out of the forest, branches and dirt flying as a massive monster charged after him, creating chaos. To their astonishment, Jihan landed firmly right in front of them, the monster still hot on his trail. Not giving him a chance to throw it off, the 2 girls gasped, their mouths agape in disbelief. Jihan showed no signs of fatigue. He turned his head, glancing back over his shoulder, got it in sight, focusing on the immediate danger. With unwavering determination, he called out for support while the 2 girls behind him were still frozen in awe at the sight. "Everyone, help me out." About 5 minutes ago, Jihan gripped his dark sword tightly. Facing the enormous spider monster alone, Jihan stared up at it seriously, deep in thought. I need to lure it into a disadvantageous position. I will take it down if I get the chance. But then, he raised an eyebrow in doubt. Noticing the monster was completely still. Why is not it moving without any chatter? The comments rolled in. World So Testman remarked. Imagine if he thought it was a male spider. Testadok chimed in. Those male spiders are pretty low-key. Sure enough. They were not wrong. The monster below wore an expression filled with infatuation. The world around it turning pink. Jihan saw this and felt powerless. His whole demeanor drooping. While the comments next to him quickly jumped in with humor. Arelfer remarked. Why is it blushing? You guessed it right. In a sudden moment of silence, he swung his sword. The dark blade slicing through the night. Plunging straight into the monster's mouth. Landing a hit. The beast immediately roared in anger. Its massive jaws wide open, recklessly chasing Jihan as he ran. Muttering to himself that he did not expect it to attack so unexpectedly. Back in the present, the angel faction in the distance gasps in horror as they see Jihan dragging a monstrous toad behind him. One of them, puzzled, wonders why there is a monster here. Just then, the eyes of the toad blaze with malice, its thick body radiating dark toxic fumes. Surrounding everyone nearby, the poison spreads like an invisible net, ensnaring the entire angel faction, causing each of them to convulse, blood spilling from their mouths. The system immediately announces a critical alert. Detecting an unusual condition, nearly all members of the demon team are now paralyzed. Some collapse. Others crawl on the ground, their voices strained with exhaustion. I am poisoned. Damn it. I can barely breathe. Among them, a brown-haired angel is in agony, clutching her throat, her eyes rolling back as she complains. Is he insane? Why did he bring that thing here? Just as she finishes speaking, her eyes widen in terror, fixating on a dark sword, its chilling aura surrounding them with a cold, sharp presence. It turns out this sword belongs to Jihan, who stands calm and smug, raising the blade glowing with dark energy, his voice cold. Sorry, but I have to take care of you now. While the toad is still dazed, Jihan relentlessly swings his sword, cleaving through the air. After a flurry of strikes, his body stabilizes, and the system announces that the abnormal status poison has been removed. Jihan smiles, feeling a sigh of relief. Finally, I can breathe easier. He does not look back at the two bodies behind him, his serious gaze offering a quiet thanks. Thanks to you guys, I just got a buff. The system coldly notifies him. Buff activated. Your stats have increased. Suddenly, the long-abandoned monster, its eyes dark and its body swelling, prepares for a fierce counterattack. It lets out a deafening roar, spewing a torrent of green toxic slime, raining down like a toxic storm, forcing Jihan to leap aside to evade it. With agile reflexes, he twists in mid-air, dodging the deadly strike, a fierce expression flashing across his face as he channels his energy. Whispering. 3 calamities. Extreme martial arts. Earth. But before the monster can recover, Jihan harnesses his strength, launching himself from above like thunder, the sword in his hand feeling like a mountain weighing 1,000 pounds. Striking down with the might of a divine mountain on the toad. An overwhelming presence. The archer from the demon team stands on the side, mouth agape in shock. Just as Jihan takes down the toad, he frantically opens the system interface, his heart racing. What on earth just happened? At that moment, a flurry of notifications flood the screen. You have just defeated the toad. Your stats have significantly increased. Hidden mission. Conquer the Green Forest. Has been completed. You have earned 10,000 achievement points. Jihan skims through the rewards on the system interface, a sense of pride swelling within him. Good. All that hard work in the forest really paid off. Suddenly, his gaze lands on an unusual detail, his brow furrowing slightly in confusion. Before him, a new mission board appears, revealing multiple tasks. The traces of other players unlocked. Jihan feels a spark of excitement at the prospect of a new mission. After a moment of contemplation, he turns his gaze toward the nearby demon archer, catching his worry stare, and calls out, "Hey, Archer." Jihan maintained a relaxed stance, sword hanging loosely, and asked nonchalantly, "I have been in the forest, so what is the situation out here?" The archer from the evil squad hesitated for a moment before responding. Gazen is mostly pushing top, while the mid lane is stabilizing, but we lost on the bottom lane. Luckily, you came to save us. The archer glanced at the approaching minions and explained softly, "We just need to clear those minions. Then we can head down to help them." Facing the aggressive minions, Jihan's voice rose steadily. "All right." He raised his dark sword high, his expression steadfast, and declared firmly, "Then let us end this." The scene shifted to the mid lane, where the wizard player looked pale, eyes wide in terror, and cried out in despair. Now, all he could do was desperately dodge attack after attack. Completely powerless, unable to do anything, the evil squad's wizard was now facing off one-on-one with the opposing archer, who kept hiding under the tower. He yelled angrily, "Stop clinging to the tower like a coward. This is mid lane, in front of the angel team's tower." The opponent's wizard, slightly annoyed, retorted. Nice words coming from you, you crazy fool. If you are jealous, just retreat to your own tower. Victor narrowed his eyes, determination burning in his gaze as he focused on the tower, his mind racing with calculations. I just need to take down that tower. No one can take me down while I am under the tower. Suddenly, as if he spotted something, he perked up, hearing the foolish call of the guy in front of him. Jihan, the opposing wizard. Hearing this, turned around in a panic, exclaiming, "What?" He stared in confusion for a long moment, completely unaware of what was behind him. Victor slowly approached, his gaze filled with hunger. But after a moment of seeing nothing, he mumbled in disbelief, "There is no one here." Victor was such an idiot. He only just realized that the opponent was still hiding in the tower. Before he could strike, he was hit by a shot from the tower, instantly falling down, the impact leaving him stunned. The Angel team's wizard, seeing his opponent in such a pathetic state, sneered with disdain, trying to play dirty. But good luck with that tower. Victor, in pain, lifted his head, feeling utterly helpless. Thinking, I can do this alone. Regaining some courage, the Angel team's wizard raised his staff high, a fierce look crossing his face as he coldly stated, "But you have lived long enough. It is your time to die. If you are stupid, you have got to face the consequences." Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from his tower. Victor, in a pitiful state, lifted his head at the sound, his eyes widening in shock at the sight before him. Jihan was rushing towards the tower, while the evil team's wizard gasped in astonishment. Jihan, the Angel team's wizard looked smug. "You think I am going to fall for that again? You loser." Over here, Jihan gathered all his strength, his eyes sharp, his figure darting forward, carrying an overwhelming energy. She poured all her energy into a fierce swing of her sword. A single cold slash caused the opponent's tower to crumble in an instant. The Angel team's wizard lost his shield and turned around in panic. Without hesitating, after shattering the tower, Jihan lunged to the other side, landing lightly, with a thunderous explosion erupting behind her. At this moment, her gaze was icy as she calmly turned her head, commanding, "Move forward," Jihan shouted sharply. "Mage." Over here, Victor struggled to follow orders, quickly raising his hands to conjure a wall of fire that engulfed the area before the enemy assassin could even react. He maintained a calm demeanor, while the magic in his hands exploded with power. Then, the inevitable happened. Their attack erupted violently, unleashing a wave of shock. After taking down the angelic assassin, Jihan approached and asked his teammate, "Are you okay?" She held a determined expression, standing next to Ariel at the cave entrance. Jihan then spoke up, "I think if we handle the mid lane, everything will get a lot easier for us." Victor clasped his hands together, gazing up at Jihan with admiration, feeling a rush of gratitude for saving him. Suddenly, Jihan and the demon assassin shouted out. He was a bit surprised and said, "You got here first." Jihan, also surprised, turned around and called out, "The Jihan." Victor frowned at Jihan's sudden appearance. Down. He judged Jihan for daring to interrupt their moment alone. The Jihan, unfazed by his surroundings, stepped forward and softly apologized. "Sorry for taking so long. I owe you this one." Jihan maintained a neutral expression as he replied, "The spirit I summoned helped me a lot," Jihan said, and Ariel immediately got furious. "I am not just any ordinary spirit." The demon team noticed the Angel team just standing around regenerating health and murmured amongst themselves, "Looks like the Angel team has given up. They are not even moving. We just need to take out that last sentry," Jihan said casually, his tone loaded with meaning. "I get it now. Not too fast, not too slow." He dropped a line that made Jihan pause slightly. Then, "You handle the rest." Jihan, with a hint of skepticism, called out to Jihan in front. "The Jihan, what are you planning to do?" She watched him step directly toward the enemy and yelled, "That is the healing spot." Suddenly, the Angel team's assassin resurrected, his face grim and teeth gritted as he exclaimed, "Damn it, these jerks are too strong." Another Angel player sat down and sighed. "Here we go again. Our team is just too weak." She glanced at Jihan as he stepped closer, thinking to herself, "We are going to lose anyway." "What? Why is he coming this way?" The guy next to her, feeling helpless, shouted, "There is nothing left here." Ignoring the comments around him, Jihan was now enveloped in dark energy. Exuding a threatening aura, he drew his sword, taking steady steps closer. The Angel team watched in confusion and disdain. Is he really planning to attack? This is just ridiculous. He is like a joke. One member of the Angel team confidently stated, "The barrier will protect us anyway." Just as he finished, Jihan swiftly swung his sword, striking the Angel team's barrier. The immense force caused the sturdy barrier to crack, leaving the Angel team dumbfounded. An Angel player exclaimed, "You crazy guy. You can attack here." Jihan smirked disdainfully at the barrier crumbling before him. "Oh really? He replied nonchalantly, I do not really understand the rules. Then added with a hint of sarcasm, I am just a newbie. Suddenly, Jihan recalled the mission as the system prompt appeared before him. Mission Relics of the Apostle. Quest: destroy the Archangel's sword at the Angel team's base, and the Grim Reaper's scythe at the Demon team's base to collect fragments of both sacred artifacts. Reward: 20,000 achievement points. Warning: the sacred fragments can only be collected when they are at the enemy base. Right now, you have got a piece of the Archangel's sword, and a piece of the Grim Reaper's scythe. It reminds me of that golem with arms sprouting from the ground. Its grotesque mouth is just chilling. When I saw the title of this quest chain, I felt like it was more than just a regular achievement. It was something else entirely. I figured it had to do with that undead golem quest from before. Of course. The difficulty is the biggest hurdle, Jihan pondered, sketching out the two swords, the Angel's sword and the Reaper's scythe. These two are symbols of both factions, located where players respawn, serving as an unbreakable shield. My thoughts kept racing, but they only said that. Then, without a hint of fear, he swung his arm and slammed against the Angel faction's barrier once more. The two Angel players inside the crumbling barrier stared wide-eyed, muttering in disbelief. No way. The crowd was in a frenzy in front of the main pillar and the dazzling stone, pushing against each other in panic. Voices echoed around. If this keeps up, it will get destroyed. What are we supposed to do? How can the shield break? While panic set in, a blinding light shone down, causing the Angel faction's marksman to turn around in confusion, his expression a mix of bewilderment and doubt. At that moment, a colossal figure suddenly appeared before Jihan, making him freeze in place. Captivated, the imposing silhouette, hands clasped, looked down at the crowd below, radiating a divine aura that was none other than the Archangel herself. Her eyes slowly opened, revealing an unusual light shining from her pale irises. Then those eyes widened as if struck, her pupils narrowing. The system chimed in, announcing that the Archangel was about to take action in her sanctuary. The divine aura surrounding her expanded, leaving everyone below in awe. The dark sorcerer standing behind Gazon clutched the staff in fear, exclaiming, What the heck is that? Gazon remained relatively calm, though shocked. He turned to signal his team. Let us destroy their base first. Deep down, she could not help but wonder about Jihan's actions. What was he up to? In hesitation, the Archangel seemed to gather all her strength, one hand raised, channeling immense power that enveloped the area. In an instant, the shield in front of the Angel marksman glimmered and began to regenerate, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. The system announced that the Archangel had reinforced the sanctuary's shield. The Angel marksman, seeing this, wore a smug grin, pointing at Jihan with a taunting confidence. Is back up. Looks like the shield is still strong. Nearby, another player chimed in anxiously. Stop making a fool of yourself and get out of the way. The crowd buzzed with chatter, commenting loudly. So the shield can be destroyed after all. Jihan almost broke it. What a shame. He felt humiliated, his face darkening, while Ariel shot him a scathing look from the side. Without hesitation, she spoke up, her voice tinged with disappointment as Jihan's expression turned icy. Is that all you can do? Honestly, it is pretty impressive for a low-level player like you, but do not think too highly of yourself. With Ariel's fierce expression, Jihan's voice rang out, both gentle and resolute. She was right. He felt incredibly empowered. It was like a surge of energy hit him, and his face lit up with determination, sword in hand. He declared, I must give it my all. Somewhere out there, 3 martial arts schools were named after nameless deities. The images of these gods were awe-inspiring, each radiating their own unique power. One wielded destructive force, another commanded thunder, and the last drew on the power of darkness. Among these 3 deities, the dark god's power loomed over the world. Suddenly, Jihan's cold voice broke the silence, invoking the swirling hymn of destruction. As he spoke, an incredible force gathered around his sword, creating a violent shockwave that shattered the earth and stone around him. With unwavering resolve in his eyes, he had pushed his strength to the limit, ready to charge forward. Within seconds from hundreds of meters away, Jihan dashed towards the barrier, striking it with his sword, unleashing a wave of energy that rippled through the surroundings. The angelic side sniper was sent flying by the overwhelming power, clinging to a pillar, helplessly shouting to his teammates. He's too fast. Hold on tight. Latch onto anything. Ariel watched the torrents of energy swirling around, witnessing the sheer force before her. Filled with doubt, could this really be happening? The flow of power now intertwined between darkness and light, one side defending, while the other attacked. With fierce determination, he poured his energy into the barrier, gritting his teeth to motivate himself. Just a bit more. Just a little longer. Instantly, the system notification flashed urgently. Damage to the sanctuary had awakened the wrath of the Archangel. As the barrier reformed, it shattered into fragments, signaling the Archangel's true fury. She extended her hand, a torrent of power swirling, ready to strike at Jihan. The one challenging the archangel's barrier would be personally punished for their audacity. With eyes sharp enough to pierce through him, the archangel approached slowly, an icy aura surrounding her like a storm. Jihan remained calm, the determination to risk it all evident in his gaze. With unwavering focus, he continued to break the barrier, drawing on every ounce of strength left. Jihan finally succeeded, shattering the barrier into countless pieces scattered everywhere. The enemy headquarters, now weakened after losing the barrier, saw the chaos around the altar slowly fade away. As the smoke cleared, his figure emerged slightly battered but standing tall against all odds. Suddenly, the system announced, player Jihan has achieved a pentakill. Exhausted, Jihan wiped the dust away, a hint of joy on his face. Thinking, I thought I was a goner. The system instantly displayed the results. The game ended with the victory of the demon faction. The demon faction was in chaos, some in disbelief while others were ecstatic. The comments overflowed with amazement, all expressing incredulity. Did they really win? In front of the shattered altar of the angel faction, no less, a flurry of praises flooded the comments that pentakill was insane. Did he really destroy it? No way. He made history in the jungle. And today, he is the shield. Every time he plays, he breaks records. So I am not even surprised anymore. Jihan, I love you. Jihan, I love you. Transitioning scenes. Shizuru intently reads each comment popping up. So the wants to offer him $500 million. Right. Good thing he did not take that ridiculous deal. Her eyes hint at something deeper as she thinks to herself. Jihan's car. Shizuru slowly gazes back at the destroyed altar, calculating step by step in her mind. Someone really managed to break through the enemy's shield. It is hard to believe that a silver-ranked player like him could even go jungle. His moves are always unpredictable. Then she thinks about Jihan's shadow alongside the one known as the Sword King. At this rate, he could even surpass the Sword King. Shizuru leans back helplessly in her chair, thinking, but I have to do my best to reach him. Just being a regular employee makes it even harder to get close. With a contemplative expression, she wonders if there is a way to approach him naturally. Just then, a staff member appears, greeting her. Good morning, President. Hazian replies politely. Morning. Let us get some productive work done. She then strides forward with a confident air. However, over here, Shizuru witnesses Lian glancing at Hazian, plotting something wicked. I have an idea. Meanwhile, in a towering skyscraper with a spacious view, in a room where the system displays a notification. In your hidden mission, you have achieved a pentakill. You have earned achievement points. Your hidden mission is complete. Destroying the sanctuary. You have earned achievement points. You have reached first place in the invasion game. Reward: 50% increase in dip income. Jihan sighed, reflecting. There are more rewards than I thought. He studies the system board, thinking to himself, so the mission items are distributed automatically. Rewards: 20,000 achievement points. Note: you can only obtain the holy relic fragments after they are in the hands of the opponent. Progress: fragment of the archangel's sword 1 out of 1. Fragment of the grim reaper's scythe not more than 1. As long as I get the opponent's holy relic. Suddenly, a voice catches Jihan off guard. When he sees it is Ariel who spoke. He turns to compliment her. You have got talent. You did great today. I owe you one. Ariel pauses for a moment before asking softly. Who are you? Jihan is taken aback. Ariel calmly explains. The power you used to break the shield. Jihan rubs the back of his neck, his tone evasive. Well, he thinks to himself. I can tell her it is martial arts I learned before the reset. Oh boy. Then, seeing Ariel's expression darkening, Jihan blurts out. It is hard to explain. It has to do with my innate talent. Not hearing a response from Ariel, Jihan curiously asks. But why are you asking? Before he can finish, a dark void suddenly appears before him. Countless swords infused with dark magic surround Jihan. Controlled by Ariel, he looks at the scene in shock. What on earth is she doing? Ariel, with a serious face, raises her hand to harness the power. Commanding. Tell me how you have that strength, you lowly human. Feeling his life is in danger, Jihan stutters. I do not know why you are doing this all of a sudden, but, faced with Ariel's threatening demeanor, he wonders. Is she so desperate for this power that she is willing to go this far just to intimidate me? After a moment of silence, Ariel spoke decisively. That power belongs to my very own body. She spoke each word with strength, her gaze shifting as Jihan looked on. The skill you just activated is the power of the Dark Queen. Jihan was taken aback, struggling to believe it. The power of the Dark Queen. Seeing his doubt, Ariel calmly illustrated a scene of herself wielding magic alone. That dark magic was derived from the purest dark energy, its wavelength strikingly similar to my own power. With a cool demeanor, she continued explaining, as far as I know, there is only one way to mimic the power of a constellation. With that, Ariel quickly shifted back to the main topic, asking boldly, Tell me, How did you obtain that power? Jihan hesitated, his expression cautious as he scrutinized her. Contemplating the swirling dark energy, the name of the unnamed divine technique he learned in his past life. He imagined the similarities between Ariel and the martial god of time travel. Puzzled over the striking resemblance between the techniques of the martial god and the Dark Queen. What was the connection between those constellations? Finally, after a moment of contemplation, Jihan helplessly bowed his head and replied, I want to explain too. But I do not know what to say right now. Ariel raised an eyebrow, a hint of reproach in her voice. You should have seen it. But Jihan interrupted. My talent has vanished. He maintained a calm expression, raising his hand to explain. I do not know what. But the constellation I made a contract with took it away. I must be the only player who lost their talent. Seeing Ariel's skeptical expression, Jihan then suggested, if you do not believe me, would you like to see my status window? Ariel did not answer his question. Instead, she was curious. What is that talent called? He calculated silently. I can only reveal that much for now. Quickly, Jihan responded. The Eye of the Illusionist. Upon hearing this, Ariel was taken aback. Her expression darkening, Ariel's face turned serious. Her brows furrowed tightly. Speaking with disbelief, this is still quite suspicious. Suddenly, Ariel composed herself, gathering the magic around her, her tone calm. But fine. I will let you off the hook this time. Jihan sat on the bed, feeling anxious, relieved when everything seemed to settle down, thinking she might blow up his house. Until his gaze drifted to the phone lighting up on the table. It turned out to be a call, and Jihan picked it up. Hello. Hi there. The voice on the other end echoed back. Hey dude. And this is Lai. Jihan pressed the phone against her ear. Her voice tinged with worry. I just saw the news. What happened? She looked at the computer screen displaying Jihan's image and spoke with displeasure. Every site is reporting about you. Hold on. If you had told me earlier, I would have filmed it and posted it right away. Jihan on the other end had an unreadable expression, simply replying with a hint of intrigue. Oh really? Without waiting, Jihan on the other end sounded a bit excited, her voice eager to reveal, thanks to you. Our guild's channel has more content to create now. I was worried we have been posting too many about the latest trends lately. Jihan humbly responded. It is no big deal. After all, that is your guild's channel. Jihan replied. Surprised. Oh come on. What do you mean? More diverse content is better. Right. You even have a cafe just for your fans. Hearing that, Jihan was taken aback. A cafe for fans. Unfazed. Continued with a calm expression. And there is this too. Jihan speaks up. I need to ask you for a favor. But as she pulls back her words, the scene shifts to a dimly lit workshop. Inside, a girl is tied to a chair. Suddenly, footsteps approach. A middle-aged bald man, wearing glasses and smiling creepily, steps closer and says, Took me long enough to catch you. When he gets no response, his smile turns smug. You certainly know how to hide. The bald man looks Jihan up and down, mocking her. Aren't you the head of the guild division? One of his lackeys on the left chimes in. Yeah. All the major guilds working with the division are paying her a fortune, while the bald man's hands remain casually in his pockets, with a tone dripping with arrogance. He continues. Good. Good. If we play this right, we will be rolling in it soon. Clearly angered, snaps back. You really think you can get away with this, even though she is at a disadvantage? Her voice rings out. If you think I am going to cooperate with you, you are dead wrong. I did not become the head of the guild to serve scum like you. The bald guy just chuckles, taunting. If you have still got the energy to shout, then keep going. Fed up with his audacity, yells. You pathetic loser. It is sickening watching you trash try to act tough. Why are you wearing sunglasses at night? You waste of space. Bald loser. One of the bald man's lackeys notices his boss's unchanged expression and starts to sweat. It is unbelievable that such a beautiful girl can make the bald man break down in tears with just a few words. One of his lackeys rushes over to comfort him. As he pats him on the back, another lackey steps up, shouting, Can you stop whining? You were not bald back then. Just buzzed. Then looks around the rundown workshop and ominously warns. If you are waiting for someone to save you, sorry to break it to you. The lackey, smirking and feeling triumphant, adds, This abandoned building is not even on the map. Even GPS won't help you. If you do not want to die. Suddenly, a figure appears behind him. It is Jihan, who speaks just as the lackey is taken aback. Found you. The others turn to see Jihan, alert at the sound. Jihan, bit surprised, whispers. While Jihan, unfazed, calmly loosens his tie, readying himself for the fight. If you are ready to take action. The bald man and his lackey frantically pull out their guns. The lackey asks, What are you doing? The bald man, realizing the danger, yells, Damn it. Shoot. All three, armed, start shooting wildly at Jihan. Suddenly, a bullet whizzes dangerously close to Jihan's eye. But before anything can happen, his eyes flash red, and the bullet freezes mid-air. In that instant, Jihan halts all the bullets aimed at him with just one hand, holding them in place effortlessly. The gunmen are left stunned, dropping their weapons in fear, with one of them muttering, "What a monster." The bald man, now desperate, pulls out his trump card, a massive cannon, dramatically proclaiming while his lackeys look on in awe. "We are all in this together." The bald man, with a determined grip, fires the cannon while yelling, "I am going to blow you and this whole place to smithereens." Jihan, eyes sharp, watches the cannonball hurtling towards him, but then, in an instant, he waved his hand, and the magic transported the firecracker back towards the crowd. The bald guy looked up, stunned. Suddenly, the spot where the three of them stood exploded with a massive bang, flames erupting fiercely. Meanwhile, Jihan finished up and walked over to Auntie Hazian. He did not forget to ask, "Are you okay?" Hazian, looking bewildered, asked curiously, "How did you find me? They said GPS would not work." Jihan, being honest, fumbled around in his jacket pocket for a while. Then, in an instant, he pulled out a sleek, new flip phone. With an excited expression and a hint of smugness, Jihan introduced, "Thanks to Space 23 and its super accurate bees, I was able to track you down." Hazian, standing behind, could not help but be amazed, covering his mouth in admiration. "Isn't he that the new Space 23 model with a foldable screen and shockproof shell?" He did not stop there, continuing as if she had researched it for a long time. "It is more durable and smoother than other foldable phones on the market. Pre-order your Space 23 today." Jihan struck a commercial pose, complete with a hand gesture full of advertising flair. That is how a commercial is born, and his image froze on the screen. Transitioning, after watching the advertisement, Hazian could not contain his excitement and stood up to clap. Meanwhile, Sia lay there laughing, while Jihan wore a serious expression, cheering. "You are truly a genius performer." Sia jumped up, unable to hold back, waving his hands excitedly. "Uncle, you are really amazing at acting. You should become an actor." Jihan, feeling exasperated, wiped away his tears before saying, "All right, sit up." Then Jihan sat up straight in his chair, coldly saying, "I did what you asked, but was not this ad supposed to go down?" Hazian immediately turned to point and retort, "No way. Not all." Sit up, on the other hand, was unfazed, grabbing the remote to replay it, insisting they had to watch it again without waiting. Suddenly, Hazian pulled out the glimmering flip phone from who knows where with a commercial-like demeanor. He introduced, "Do you know how amazing this phone is? They even used axe rolls to create it. And of course, the axe roll is an SS-grade item that can be obtained through platinum buttons. It is so elite that the system display has to light up. Axe roll, item grades, containing all multidimensional information from the early days of battle. No one knows how to use it due to that strange description. And its price skyrocketed after a company figured out how to use it to enhance their electronics." Ariel, listening on the side, voiced her dissatisfaction. "Did they really use axe rolls on that junk?" Hazian, standing nearby, felt angry hearing this. "Junk." Jihan looked back in confusion, calling out to Ariel. She ignored him, hovering in midair, then scoffed disdainfully, just as expected from those inferior humans. "What a waste of a rare item." Curious about what Ariel said, he asked, "Is there another way to use it?" Ariel replied calmly, "Of course." Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Hazian, no longer paying attention to Ariel, turned towards the source of the noise. She spoke up, "The film crew is here." Sia stood up, saying, "Let me open the door." Jihan also stood up, sounding bored. "What are we filming today?" Hazian, excited, replied, "A training clip. I want to film you practicing your swordsmanship." She continued, "Oh right, I forgot to mention." Hazian smiled and introduced, "The content editing team from the guild division is here today to help us film with Jihan and Hazian." Without waiting, she spoke up, greeting the guy. And you flinched as if sensing the strange atmosphere. Jihan's eyes now had a seductive glow, radiating an enchanting pink mist around her as she gently spoke. "I am Zhu Unzi from the content editing team of the guild division. I hope to collaborate with you." While Jihan was still lost in thoughts of the girl Ji Suru, Hazian suddenly called out, "Jihan," and you jolted back to reality, responding, "Oh yes." You finally snapped back, asking Hazian, "Do we need post-production for filming too?" The flustered girl replied, "Actually." Suddenly, Ji Suru, standing nearby, cut in, her posture shy and a bit bashful. "I volunteered for this. I am a fan of yours. I really wanted to meet you in person. So I asked the guild leader Hazion for help. After her heartfelt introduction, Ji-suru cheerfully hinted to Jihan, "Can I shake your hand?" The situation had a bit of an awkward vibe, making you momentarily freeze. But quickly, you responded happily. Of course. Suddenly, Ji-suru felt a fresh energy radiating around her, which made her laugh out loud. Yet, in an instant, there was a jolt of electricity running between Ji-suru and Jihan, causing her to shiver, and a notification popped up. You are not allowed to approach this target. Ji-suru was stunned, standing still for a few seconds with a dazed look, not understanding why this was happening. At that moment, to break the awkward tension between them, Hazion spoke up, startling both of them. So shall we head to the training room? She quickly asked. Jihan, please lead the way. And you readily agreed. Yep. Just go this way. Jihan and Hazion moved ahead, leaving Ji-suru behind with a fleeting thought in her mind. What just happened? I have never seen a notification like that when using this ability. It works on the Sword King too. Ji-suru felt a ripple of confusion in her heart, pondering what just happened with you. Jihan, what exactly are you? The scene shifted to the girl, her face looking quite worn out along with her exhausted voice. Seeing this, Jihan encouraged her from the side. That is right. Keep it up. Just a little more. Girla was struggling. Wait. I can't take it anymore. Hazion was amazed by Girla's abilities. She began broadcasting on Livey. Can everyone see her muscles? How did she even start training? A regular high school student is not ordinary at all. Her abilities were already out of this world. At that moment, Hazion turned to ask, Jihan, what exercise is Girla doing? You shared with the audience. Girl A is trying to enhance her endurance. She is drenched in sweat. Endurance. And finally, all of Girla's efforts paid off. Now she had completely achieved the toned, muscular look she had always dreamed of. This is a rare stat you can get by reaching a score of 10 on the EP scale before hitting level 10, which will double that EP efficiency. The viewers are left in awe by this chiseled physique. It is stunning. No doubt about it, this is no easy feat. During the filming session, Hazion continues to probe deeper into these stats, so that all the viewers can understand better. The results are simple yet amazing. But I have never heard of endurance stats before. Then Jihan passionately recounts the journey of Kara. There is a requirement to meet within 100 days of awakening, so very few people achieve this stat. No matter how tough it gets, he still holds on to fierce hope for her. But I am sure Kara can do it. The girl's got the spirit of our guild in her, plus, he is a bit overconfident, and my enthusiastic guidance did not help either. Jihan's antics are visibly annoying. Kara, come on. Give her a break. The debate reignites after hearing his story. He has her training, and I am like, is this a joke? Feels like devu. But honestly, it feels more like personal training at the gym than battling it out in an arena. Right. I thought they were supposed to be hitting the battlefield or something. Kara snaps back. This is ridiculous. Jihan Ridor. You are not going down that easily. Kara. At that moment, Haji-won hesitates while looking at the list of questions in front of her. Stammering. Hey Ji, could you show us your daily workout schedule? He quickly agrees to the request, saying, sure. I will show you my exclusive training room. It is awesome. The audience gasps at the spacious setup here. It is quite the sight. Is it really safe to be messing around with electricity though? Suddenly, Haji-won looks a bit confused. She stops, glancing curiously around the room. She is completely taken aback. There is nothing here. Jihan, noticing her shock, confidently states, yep, I do not need any equipment at all. Out of nowhere, Ariel steps, her gaze sharpened on him. What? You want me to do that? She asks. Fine. You better be ready for the full force of my attacks. Ariel does not care what the reason is. She is just going to do it. She strides toward Jihan, the arrogant convict. Suddenly, she lunges at him, shouting, this time, you better be prepared. Jihan prepares to dodge Ariel's strike, rising on his toes as if he is about to leap. Sure enough, as she swings, he skillfully dodges to avoid her blows. Jihan and Ariel are closing in on each other, the space between them shrinking. Just then, she jumps and smiles, as if plotting something in her mind. The atmosphere feels intense. Jihan leaps high, extending his arms toward Ariel. Suddenly, her expression turns pale, her eyes filled with contemplation. With a cold expression, Jihan radiates a blend of confidence intertwined with Ariel's magic. He shapes his thumb into a heart, leaving her stunned, puzzled by his actions. Turns out, Jihan wanted to stamp that heart on Ariel's forehead, but without her consent, which frustrates her. Ariel yells at him, you cocky brat. Jihan just laughs. Yeah, I am living rent-free in your head. After witnessing his performance with Ariel, Hazion feels a bit let down. Is that it? He casually replies, yep. Just like that, the TV audience was just as curious. wondering what just happened. Because they missed everything. Hazian was still not satisfied with the performance. So she turned to Jihan and asked, "Are you doing anything else? It was too fast for us to catch it." Ariel was irritated and mocked the group, calling them pathetic and their vision horrendous. At the same time, Shizuru had been watching the entire thing unfold. Astonished and in disbelief, he recalled the moment between Jihan and Ariel, where that attack aimed straight for a blind spot. But he managed to use the last bit of strength to counter it. Really? Suddenly, Shizuru remembered the important item she had in her bag. She had brought the Akashic Roll just in case. She let out a sigh of relief, grateful she had taken it. That Akashic Roll could prove very useful for Shizuru, and she hugged her bag tightly, gathering her courage. She stepped into the room where he was sitting. Shizuru called out, "Hey." Jihan, shyly. She approached him, wanting to help. "I think we need to fix the mic a bit. Can I help you with that?" Upon hearing this, Jihan immediately stood up, leaning in for Shizuru to assist him. She calmly replied, "Just a moment. Please." While fixing the mic for Jihan, the energy surged once more. Shizuru felt entranced. Completely taken aback by the sudden shift, the notification system was reactivated, revealing Shizuru Ido's extraordinary charm, a skill that allows her to seduce others and control their minds. This was a support skill, akin to what Lehazion possessed. Meanwhile, Shizuru's bag began to glow oddly, particularly the X6 roll. The atmosphere suddenly shrank to just the two of them, as a powerful aura spread throughout the room, amplifying the effects of her support skill. The air became romantic, and Shizuru unexpectedly lifted her sparkling eyes to Jihan's captivating face. Thoughts raced through her mind. Wait, I used the X6 and still failed. Why is my face showing concern? Even the Sword King is not this tough. What is going on? Suddenly, Jihan's voice broke her out of her thoughts, making Shizuru jump. Wait. After regaining her composure, she smiled back at him. Jihan looked at her with a playful gaze and gently asked, "What is your name again?" Their conversation had not even lasted long when Kara interrupted, peeking in to observe the two. Witnessing the intimate scene between Jihan and Shizuru left her a bit shocked, thinking, "No way." Seeing them chuckling together made Kara feel incredibly annoyed, as if the old guy was trying to get a girl's number. Moreover, Kara noticed the affectionate look Jihan shot at Shizuru, which sparked her curiosity. What is with that expression? It was the first time she saw him like this. He did not even pay attention to someone like Hazian. As she pondered, Hazian also caught on to everything happening and was equally stunned, thinking, "I thought he did not know how to ask for a girl's number." Hazian was just as shocked, her face darkening. Oh my. Turns out he knows how to ask for a girl's number after all, even though he said he did not know his own. Back to Jihan and Shizuru. She handed him her number, saying, "Here's my number." Your cheeks suddenly turned bright red. "Thank you. You must be really flustered. But do let me know anytime." "Okay." You excitedly giggle. "Oh my god, I am a huge fan of yours. So I am totally on board." Shizuru thinks to herself, Jihan's right. He is definitely not just some ordinary guy. Right now, she switches to analyzing her opponent, putting on a smile while her mind is racing. Seeing how he does not bow down in front of her, he must not be easily hypnotized. It is so annoying when submission does not work on a sword master. And he is no exception. Shizuru silently begins to plot ways to enchant Jihan. She needs to earn his trust. The sky gradually darkens, revealing the scene of a skyscraper with lights still flickering through the windows. A man with a refined demeanor. He is wearing a black suit that screams class. Turns out, that is Jihan. Seeing him all dressed up like this for the first time makes a wonder. What is going on here? She is so curious that she rushes to ask him. It seems like he is not out working. But this is the first time I have seen you in a suit. Who are you meeting? The editor's sister from yesterday. Jihan suddenly freezes, as if he has heard all her questions. Now, he announces. Today, Jihan says cautiously. He does not want to spill this to it is nothing. Just keep eating and do not chase me away. With that, he turns and leaves her standing there all alone. Her eyes now hold a hint of suspicion about Jihan's strange behavior. What a weirdo. Sadly whispers to herself. It is like he is pretending he won come back. The street below is still bustling with cars. The lights shining down are so dazzling and enchanting. At that moment, Shizuru is intently looking at the messages between her and Jihan. Oh my god. She is lost in happiness while glancing at her phone, completely oblivious to Takeda standing beside her watching her. He finally speaks up. Oh my god. He cheerfully says, "Do we really have to reveal our identities this early?" Shizuru explains to Takeda. If someone is at Jihan's level, we can know when his charm will wear off. You do not even know that even a sword master can get lost if we do not check on him regularly, eh? He stammers. True that. Takeda appears to be hesitant, expressing his opinion. You are even using the Akashic roll, so it won't be easy. Shizuru bluntly replies. Forget about it. She advises him not to worry needlessly and to stick to the plan. She adds, even if things get complicated, our shadows will emerge. After wrapping up their discussion, Takeda reluctantly agrees to follow Shizuru's lead. Just then, Jihan arrives at the meeting, politely asking, Helloms. Sorry for being late. He freezes for a moment, his expression a bit puzzled. She has been waiting a while. Jihan finds it strange to see Takeda around and asks, Takeda. Jihan starts to get suspicious. What brings you here? He awkwardly replies, well, you see, to keep his identity under wraps. Shizuru quickly cuts him off. Do not worry about Takeda. Jihan. She leans on the table. Her eyes warm as she says, he is here to help me with work. Things are getting more confusing by the minute. Jihan stood frozen. Help-oo. Shizuru sprang up, her face twisted into a wicked grin. That is right. Taking you to Japan is my job. She immediately ordered Takeda, and he quickly complied.
Yep.
In an instant, he pulled out the Akashic scroll from his coat pocket. You see, Takeda gripped the item tightly and recited the incantation. Let us change emotions together. This magical energy is about to take hold of Jihan's body. But he is still standing there like a deer in headlights, completely unaware of what is coming. At this moment, Shizuru revealed her true intentions. She had been plotting this for a long time. Takeda's skills may be useless in real combat, but when he acts alongside me, it creates a super strong resonance. She laid out her incredibly logical and convincing reasoning, a strategy that would allow him to share his emotions with the target. Exchange. If we combine our efforts with the Akashic scroll, he won't be able to refuse me anymore. Jihan remained motionless, waiting to see Takeda's play unfold. It is Jihan. Suddenly, the Akashic scroll flew out of Takeda's hands, leaving him dumbfounded. Mouth agape. What just happened to the Akashic scroll? Right after that, Jihan struck back, snapping his fingers. Takeda's expression was utterly ridiculous. He clutched his chest, still pretending he did not understand. Jihan could not watch this farce any longer and let out a mocking laugh. I am really curious why so many players are hired by this ordinary man. Indeed, he had seen through every plot of Shizuru all along, and was just waiting for the right moment to bring it down. She is hiding some interesting stuff, is not she? I do Shizuru. At this point, Shizuru was in shock. Having realized her entire plan was laid bare, she was stunned, unable to believe it. Hypnosis. No effect. Shizuru decided to stop hiding. She began to reveal her true self. She had been pretending from the very start. Not only that, but he also knows her identity. This is bad. Jihan quickly shot back. Who knew? Do I have to answer your questions? With that, he stepped closer to her, emphasizing that her abilities had no effect on him. He threatened Shizuru, his gaze fierce. I do not want to cause a scene in this restaurant, so it is best if you just stay quiet and follow me. With Jihan pushing her into a corner, Shizuru had no choice but to unleash a new strategy. She switched her tone dramatically. This is my fault. I should have pretended after gathering information about you. She pressed him. But Jihan, do you know? Suddenly, a shadow of some stranger flickered behind Jihan, saying, I am still here. One more move. There was a loud noise in that room, bright lights flooding the entire space. Both of them jumped out of the glass door. Geto Akari lunged at Jihan with her sword drawn. It seemed he had anticipated this situation, so he had a sword ready to defend against her attack. The scene became incredibly tense, resembling a sword duel between warriors. As Jihan was instantly pinned to the ground by Geto Akari, the massive explosion erupted right before their eyes, shaking the very ground and sky. Now, all that remained on Jihan was a fragile semi-shirt. As he emerged from the thick cloud of dust, Jihan's body was scorched, with burns covering his skin, and he struggled to open his eyes to see what was around him. He was completely disoriented, wondering where Geto Akari, with her face completely hidden under a hood, stood boldly in front of him. She was ready, weapon in hand, prepared to strike Jihan, when suddenly a voice rang out. The assassin, up in that tall building. Takeda and Shizuru were closely monitoring the fight. Shizuru smirked to herself, thinking how smart it was to bring her along. She seemed to have meticulously planned this move. Akari's expertise lay in dual daggers and assassination. When it came to handling situations stealthily, she was the best choice. Back to the fierce battle between Jihan and Geto Akari. His face showed signs of worry. This was tougher than he thought. He began analyzing every move she made moments earlier. The way she danced around. She had to be at least gold rank. She had to be diamond rank. Jihan felt himself slipping into a defensive stance, seeming a bit too confident in his opponent's plan. He never expected them to prepare so thoroughly. Shizuru was indeed a formidable enemy, but thanks to Jihan's quick thinking, he came up with a clever counter strategy. Well, I am not unprepared either. Just as he finished speaking, Takeda received alarming news. He urgently reported to Shizuru. Oh no. He showed her the screen displaying Geto Akari's image. his face filled with panic. A Sans angle was being broadcast. Shizuru was equally stunned, her brows furrowing in surprise. Memories from before flooded her mind. That day was when Jihan and Shizuru first met. Today, the guild's editing team would come to our aid. It turned out that Ariel had sensed something was off and quickly informed Jihan. Something was not right. He pressed her. What do you mean? She replied. That woman. Ariel had spotted the mesmerizing item in Shizuru's bag. She was hiding an Akashic scroll inside, and Jihan felt a rush of anxiety. An Akashic scroll. Ariel clearly knew a lot about it. She briefly introduced the details of this item to him. The true purpose of the Akashic scroll is to amplify the effect of support talents. It is not meant to create a disaster. We do not know what she plans to do with it, but it is suspicious that she possesses such a rare item. Ariel carefully warned Jihan about the girl standing before him. Be cautious. Back in the earlier days, a voice echoed in that room. Let us take a little break before we continue. That moment, Jihan sat alone in a corner, still troubled by Ariel's earlier words. Isn't it strange for an ordinary employee to possess such a valuable item? Why would she bring it with her? Just then, Shizuru appeared right in front of him, greeting him with a bright smile. Hey there. Jihan. She stepped closer to him. I think we need to adjust the mic. Okay. He agreed. Sounds good. At that very moment, Jihan sensed a strange divine aura surrounding him, his eyes wide with disbelief. Just then, the system flashed a series of notifications that Ito Shizuru had attempted to enchant him. Confused, he stared at the text appearing before him, a sliver of doubt creeping in about Ito Shizuru. It suddenly clicked. He recalled a fleeting memory tied to this name from the past. This name belonged to the woman who had seduced Jun Sejin. Immediately after, Shizuru used her enchantment to get closer to Jihan. He was sweating profusely, his expression tense beyond belief. He clenched his fist, struggling to break free from this magical illusion. I need to focus. Otherwise, I will be enchanted. I must stay calm. Jihan's body began to activate a protective mechanism, an unnamed divine technique. Mental fortitude. He fought hard to keep his composure, willing his mind to triumph over matter. Jihan thought to himself. Ito Shizuru. The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. How could she be here without the Sword King accompanying her? I want to expose her identity, but considering how well she hides herself, I doubt it will be easy to unmask her. At that moment, Shizuru called out to Jihan, saying, "Wait." Finally, he made a snap decision. He would pretend to be enchanted. What was her name again? Jihan's eyes sparkled with mischief as he plotted in his mind. For the moment, she revealed her true nature. This first-person perspective skill lets you livestream everything you see. I have to ensure she won't escape. Everything happening was part of Jihan's plan. He had recorded all of Shizuru's dirty deeds and posted them online. Honestly, he was worried she might catch on. Now, he was feeling quite pleased with himself. I think my acting skills are not half bad. After watching this footage, people were buzzing with excitement, wondering what was going on. Wait, is this for real? I just got here. Can someone explain? I think the Japanese are trying to hypnotize Jihan to get him to comply, but it is backfiring. Was that the skill Takeda just used? This topic is trending. Jihan chimed in. What is up with that? Ito Shizuru. You and Ariel are slowly unmasking Shizuru to teach her a proper lesson. Just having the Sword King is not enough. Right. Do you really think that flimsy hypnosis would work on me? Without me, you are the one who is trapped. The Sword King is enchanted. What in the world is happening? Takeda stood to the side, equally perplexed. Jun exclaimed, Oh my, Akari. Shizuru was not backing down. She quickly ordered Gato Akari to execute the plan, and she immediately complied. Yep. Madam, Gato Akari was ready with weapons in hand, just waiting for the signal to strike at Jihan. She glared, preparing to charge into battle, as per my lady's wishes. Even if it means taking all your limbs, I will capture you. Jihan showed no fear and shot back. Are you complimenting me? Ariel crossed her arms and replied. Are you serious right now? Jihan did not grasp the meaning behind Gato Akari's words, so he resorted to a translation app. Let us. Translation tool. A flash of light suddenly zipped past him like a gust of wind. That is the power of Gato Akari. She struck just as you were calculating your next move, leaving you no time to react. In an instant, Jihan found his courage again, grabbing his sword and charging into battle with all his might. But unfortunately, she anticipated his attack. It was at this moment that Jihan realized something was off. Shadows. Gato Akari's presence had vanished in an instant. She immediately conjured an illusory landscape to encircle Jihan. Is this another barrier? She appeared utterly confident, boldly declaring, You are strong, just as the rumors say. But I am an assassin. You can defeat me in the dark. The shadows are on my side. With that, Gato Akari launched an attack toward Jihan, contrary to her arrogance. He still had what it took to end this fight swiftly. In the darkness, Gato Akari thought, he can block all my attacks. I need to finish this quickly. Darkness enveloped the surrounding space. Suddenly, her expression shifted to one of surprise. What is happening? She was stunned. Her darkness was being drawn away. Jihan was the one behind this. A confident smile spreading across his face. So the shadows are on my side. Gato Akari stood there, frozen, as her barrier shattered completely. The duel was still ongoing, and the two of them decided to face off against each other. Jihan swung his sword toward her. And what a coincidence. I am doing the same. An announcement popped up again. Shadow of the Sun and Moon, as ranked talent. Expanding the darkness barrier and absorbing the enemy's shadows. Gato Akari could not hold back any longer. She kicked Jihan hard in the stomach, sending him flying. She shouted, taking advantage of her momentum. What is wrong? Feeling shaky, he shot back. I told you to be prepared before coming at me. Time ruined to 2 hours earlier. Jihan stroked his chin, lost in thought. This is strange. My achievements have leveled up to level 6. And a gift from Zod has been added. The Deedharan Ganden win has been included. He focused on the screen, contemplating. I thought I would be able to sort this stuff out before meeting Ido Shizuru. But I still have not found anything useful. Deedharan Ganden. What is that? Suddenly, Jihan's eyes lit up. It was as if he was captivated by something. Ariel, standing nearby, felt puzzled. What is he up to? Jihan jumped around, grinning. I used to be a professional gambler. At that moment, the screen displayed a message. You have purchased a special Dong Ganden for this month. The chance to gain a talent has been activated. He was incredibly excited. I can also get a talent from this dying Ganden. Awesome. The screen then showed a notification. Congratulations. You have acquired the talent of agility. Seeing this, he felt a bit annoyed. I do not need that. The system continued with another announcement. The constellation, the Shadow Queen, has spent a significant amount to replace the item in Dunning. Jihan stared at the screen, his expression a bit confused. The agility gift had been replaced with the shadow of the sun and moon. Ariel, standing next to him, felt indignant on his behalf, her anger boiling over. What? Has everyone lost their minds? She bluntly scolded Jihan. How could anyone give that lowly creature to the shadow of the sun and moon? If you keep handing over trash like that, you will destroy the balance of power. Just then, the information board lit up. It was another S-level talent. Looks like the Shadow Queen wants me at all costs. This S-level Shadow of the Sun and Moon talent, the power of the constellation and the Shadow Queen expands the dominion of darkness and absorbs the shadows of enemies. Absorbing shadows will enhance the eclipse effect of the dark sword. If you can get the Shadow Queen to assist you, your talent level will increase by 1. It seems like the Shadow Queen wants me at any cost. Ariel continued to yell at Jihan, despite him trying to block his ears to avoid listening. Besides, this skill will allow you to become a constellation. Jihan suddenly turned to her, pressing. What did you just say? He wondered. I thought a constellation was born as a constellation. So does that mean I could become one if I get strong enough? Ariel, in her haughty manner, replied. Talking to you about this is pointless. She thought to herself. What is she thinking? Giving you that power. The door to the room creaked open, and someone was about to step inside. Sure enough, I came rushing into the room, asking, Uncle, what are all these things? I found the situation strange and kept questioning Jihan. You have never worn a suit unless it was for work. Who are you meeting today? Is it that girl from the editing team last time? At that moment, Jihan's mind began to wrestle with thoughts. Should he tell her the truth? That he had separated her from her father, who is currently in South Korea. Jihan immediately envisioned a bad outcome. He worried things would go wrong, and they would brainwash him and leave all alone. That is why he decided to keep it a secret from A until everything was resolved beautifully. Jihan hesitated, glancing at her bewildered face. Finally, he turned to leave, gently advising, Don't worry about it. Do not wait for me. I felt a bit sad. Her eyes lost in the distant back of Jihan. Behind that door, Jihan's heart was heavy, but he pushed forward. He thought Ido Shizuru was also trying to capture him. Even though she knew he was his only family, Jihan was determined to take revenge. He could not let this slide so easily. Ido Shizuru. I won't let that happen. Not on my watch. Closing off those thoughts, let us return to the fierce battle between him and Gato Akari. The audience began to speculate. A diamond-ranked player is actually losing to a silver-ranked one. Where's the special team? I do not think they are needed. I do not think he needs saving, Jihan confidently declared. I can believe I have to use this skill. He swung his sword fiercely towards her. The power was incredible, indeed. The force of it sliced through her hair and caused a terrifying explosion behind her. Gato Akari would not back down either. She readied her weapon, in a posture prepared to counter Jihan. Gato Akari charged forward, throwing her weapon far away. Why not try absorbing this too? Those blades are charging straight at you, with the power to crush anyone in their path. Jihan grips his sword tightly, ready to counterattack in an instant. He swiftly destroys the entire weapon and is immediately propelled towards Gato Akari. She reacts just in time, leaping high to evade Jihan's razor-sharp blade. Gato Akari is starting to feel the strain. She is taken aback by Jihan's strength and can't believe it. She begins to rethink her view of this formidable opponent. How could she lose to a silver-ranked player? She should be stronger than him. Up on the rooftop, Shizuru and Takeda are intensely watching the battle unfold. Shizuru is frozen, completely still. All her predictions have gone out the window. She ponders. He is able to resist brainwashing even after I use the Akashic Scroll, and even Akari, a diamond tier player, is at a disadvantage. She bites her lip, her face filled with furious frustration. How dare he sabotage my plans like this? Shizuru is determined not to give up. She is fired up and ready to claim Jihan for herself. Step aside. The Jihan. I will have you at any cost. She commands, her eyes locked on Gato Akari. I have already broken your hold on him. Gato Akari feels a wave of panic as energy begins to surge through her body. Her power is escalating, enveloping the space with a dark force that leaves Jihan feeling overwhelmed. He covers his mouth, unable to believe his eyes. What? The system notification pops up. Binding is a system that lowers players' stats during tutorials. The information reveals that this system was implemented to prevent players from abusing their real-life powers. It is Shizuru just used a skill that allows the target to bypass these bindings for a limited time. Gato Akari has been significantly upgraded. She is much stronger than before. Now, let us get this started. Jihan clenches his fists, noticing the change in her appearance. Her vibe has completely transformed. Ariel suddenly appears to warn Jihan. Be careful. She has no bindings left. He adds, I did not know that was even possible. Shizuru is scheming everything on her own. This is Ito Shizuru's skill at play. She flashes a sinister smile. Trouble is about to hit Jihan hard. Shizuru laughs. Her heart full of malice. She can do much more than just brainwash people. Can't she? Jihan wonders. Can the binding really be lifted? A massive audience is glued to the match, hanging on every moment. Her binding has been lifted. It was created by the system. No one can unlock it. What is happening? What if the King Kong rank has no bindings in real life? Isn't it obvious? It could lead to chaos. In the busy traffic lane, a voice from inside a white car exclaims. What? The binding has been lifted. Meanwhile, Hazian, watching from a small screen, can't he suppress his growing anger? Gaijin, is this even reasonable? Just hit the gas. Gaijin replies softly. I am not the driver. I am just the bodyguard. Hazian is so uptight. I am just here to pick up Juyuji. How dare she flame me? It feels so ironic. Even though that guy's got some weird strength, his stats are still lower than a King Kong ranked fighter. Hazian anticipated the situation. If her seals are lifted, something's definitely off. Back to the fight. Gato Akari reaches out as if ready to grab Jihan. You are gonna have a tough time dealing with this. Now, Gato Akari unleashes his divine weapon, and countless arrows rain down toward him. Jihan glares. How is he supposed to handle this? This time, he can't resist. Jihan thrashes alone in this sea of pitch-black flames. Indeed, Gato Akari's power has surged dramatically, and Jihan's body is now covered in severe wounds. Jihan is running out of strength, clutching his injured arm. Even with Zan out of energy, he can't block it all. I can slow down the speed of the daggers, so I am getting hurt less. But at this rate, I am in serious danger. Gato Akari glances at him, a thought flashing in her mind. I did not think he could hold out this long. Only 3 minutes left. I have to defeat him before the seal regenerates. She analyzes the scene again. It seems like he is trying to recover that sword with his left hand. After deep contemplation, she declares loudly. That arm. With that, Gato Akari swings her sword, determined to take Jihan's life. But I have to take it from you now. She brings the sword down with a fierce cry. The air shatters, and it is shocking when Jihan's arm is severed from his body. Blood spraying everywhere. Gato Akari revels in it. For a gold rank, he is quite strong. But it is nothing surprising. The scene now resembles a terrifying explosion. This disaster is incredibly destructive. Jihan clutches his shoulder. His arm is no longer intact after that incident. A notification pops up. The seal system has been restored. Jihan looks absolutely devastated, collapsing in pain. I chopped off his hand. I thought he would not fight back anymore. What luck. Gato Akari calls out his name directly. Jihan. Come here. Before she can finish her sentence, her gaze suddenly shifts, a hint of something unusual in her eyes. She stands frozen, seemingly unable to move. Gato Akari, I can't move. Is this your doing? Jihan. How many more times will my hand be chopped off? Turns out, he was just pretending to show her. She should aim for my body or my legs. Those parts can regenerate with darkness. If you do that, I will make sure to dodge everything. Jihan retrieves his weapon. Now it is time for his counterattack. Since she has gotten serious. He grabs the golden sword, preparing to strike back at Gato Akari. It would be rude not to respond. Right. With that, Jihan swiftly lunges forward, thrusting his blade fiercely toward her. She is stunned. Standing there, unable to react, the scene erupts into 1,000 pieces. Dust and debris flying everywhere. What the hell? Jihan, tears in his eyes, stares intently at Gato Akari. It is unbelievable that she is still standing there. Untouched? The viewers are in awe. Totally shocked she really is a diamond in the rough. The comeback against Gato Akari was nothing more than a minor setback. She bursts into laughter. Everyone's buzzing about the twist in this showdown. I thought the assassin would go live with this. Jihan's got restrictions. Yet he is dealing out massive damage. The Silver Company has restrictions. But the Diamond Company does not. How on earth did the Silver Company win? Jihan stands frozen, his eyes locked onto something. Now, the sky is swarming with helicopters surrounding Gato Akari. She has been captured for cornering and terrorism. Drop your weapons and give up. I repeat, drop your weapons. You seem to be catching on to the purpose of these helicopters. It looks like my work here is done. Shizuru and Takeda are in a panic. They are scrambling to find a way out. And one more thing, oh my god. We need to escape. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts in front of them, forcing Shizuru to shield her eyes. At that moment, Jihan slowly steps into view, glaring at their pitiful state. Then, he straightens his tie and says seriously, "We have a lot to discuss. Do not." Takedo is terrified, so shaken he can barely stand. Jihan gazes sternly at Takedo and Shizuru, wondering what else these two could possibly pull. True to form, Shizuru still has not dropped her mask. I tried so hard, yet you still figured out my identity. And I wasted so many Akashic rolls too. I have already suffered so much. But I have no other choice. Honestly, she is just stalling for time. Akari. Pull back. Gato Akari received the signal. She complies. Yep. Master. Instantly, her figure fades into the shadows, vanishing like mist. The helicopter doors swing open, and someone inside signals for her to escape. Gunfire erupts, but Gato Akari manages to slip away without a trace. Jihan spins around to catch a glimpse of this outcome. Then he suggests, I want to discuss more. But this will do. Suddenly, Shizuru's face contorts in shock. She flickers and begins to vanish. We will have more chances in the future. Finally, Shizuru disappears into thin air. Successfully escaping. Jihan looks a bit stunned. We have lost her. Let us find her. This is not over yet. He turns to Takeda. Jihan can't hold back any longer. He is furious. I want to know what the hell happened. Takedo is trembling. Completely frozen. Ah yes. The scene shifts to a new, spacious setting with a refreshing breeze. Ito Shizuru's apartment. Suddenly, footsteps approach. Sejin threw open all the doors, his face twisted in displeasure. He called out, Shizuru. At that moment, Shizuru had returned to her original form, smiling at him. Welcome back, Sejin. Sejin's expression darkened, furrowing his brows. Looks like you owe me an explanation. It was then that Sejin confronted Shizuru directly. Answer me. Shizuru. Was everything in Jihan's broadcast the whole truth? He flatly criticized her for her scandalous actions. Not just for flirting with another man behind my back. Sejin's anger boiled over. He could no longer contain it. Knowing she had used her charm on me, Shizuru shot back at his fury, her demeanor softening as she questioned him. Are you doubting my love for you now? She stood up and moved closer to him, desperately making excuses for her wrongdoings. I just wanted to recruit some top talents for my country. Jihan is just one of the potential candidates. A budding light. Shizuru said, using her seductive gaze to try to melt Sejin's heart. You are the only true love I have. She began to use her enchanting tricks to quickly pacify his anger. Sure enough, this technique was still easily overwhelming. He fell victim to her gaze once again, knowing something was off, but unable to resist that face. Suddenly, memories flooded back, causing Sejin to recall his first encounter with Shizuru. It all began in a small bar, where he was sitting alone, drowning his sorrows in a drink. The bar was empty, with only Sejin left to drink away his sadness. It seemed he had faced some life-altering event that left him feeling utterly dejected. Perhaps it was the upcoming anniversary of Jihan's passing that had him feeling so low today. He needed to stop drinking. Sejin reminisced about Jihan's words. I bet you won't drink alone again. Right. Seiya hates the smell of alcohol. Suddenly, a smile broke on his face as he recalled those memories. Out of nowhere, a strange voice interrupted his thoughts. Sounding filled with concern. It was Shizuru, who had come to sit right next to Sejin, flashing him a warm smile. He was startled by her unexpected appearance. When had this girl gotten so close? Shizuru, truly a master of enchanting presence, did not hesitate to touch Sejin's hand for the first time. Did you drink all of this by yourself? She even feigned concern for him, suggesting that there is nothing quite like alcohol to soothe the soul. But too much drinking is not good for you. Right after that, her aura began to envelop him. Shizuru pressed on. Why not try getting drunk on something else? As expected, Sejin was completely captivated by her gaze, looking at her as if entranced. Suddenly, Shizuru pulled her hand away from him. At that moment, Sejin pointed his sword directly at her throat. It was then that he demanded, "Who are you?" Sejin glared at Shizuru, his voice sharp. "What were you about to do to me?" The screen continuously reports. The resistance properties of the twin swords Ganjang and Moors have been activated, breaking the chaotic state. She is a bit confusing, with her unique characteristics. An idea flashed in her mind. The twin swords wielded by the Sword King, Ganjang and Moors. Who would have thought these weapons would possess such traits? The user of these weapons is unaffected by abnormal state complications. Then, her expression turned sinister. The man was difficult to read. Shizuru activated her unblinking lie mode. What was she planning to do? She played the sweet fan card with Sejin, saying, "I am just a long-time admirer of yours." Then, she tenderly held his hand. "I just want to help you a little." Ida Shizuru was trying to induce a dependent abnormal state. Ida Shizuru was attempting to create an obsessive abnormal state. It seemed Sejin could no longer resist. He was completely enchanted by Shizuru. He placed the sword under the table and began to speak to her. He asked, "What is your name?" Shizuru was quite the character. She did not answer the question but dove straight into Sejin's arms. What a mess. It was impossible to use tricks and fanaticism, so occasionally someone dared to rebel. This Shizuru hinted. Her true self was still here. So the Sword King's brainwashing had not been broken. But my clone, even though Jia's grace was not complete, it could not seduce Jihan's car, only exposing my identity for nothing. Immediately after, the scene shifted to Gato Akari's prison. I would have to put in more effort to create in another space. At the Betonet management headquarters, in the closed room, Jihan questioned Takeda frantically, asking if Ji was just a clone. Saying that, he slammed his hand on the table, startling the man. If what she said was true, it meant there were dozens of clones of Ito Shizuru spreading throughout the world. Takeda slowly explained to him. This is the first time I have tried to recruit with a clone, the goddess personally stepping in, instead of letting the Sword King handle the most important matters. He said it was very dangerous. The more Jihan listened to him, the harder it was to believe. I do not know how to create a clone, or how many clones can be made. Dear Saint Statue, please believe me. But thinking it over, he found some of this a bit convincing. After all, if it were the real Ito Shizuru, she could not just vanish like that. He immediately recalled the previous clues. That night, after the live video exposing Ito Shizuru's identity aired globally, the Japanese government had everything started to connect more. Regarding the player named, they were in the process of grasping the situation. Speculating that it was related to the Sword King was a disaster. Jihan quietly stepped out of that room, but he could not help but feel anxious. It seemed she was a big player with connections to many powerful figures in Japanese politics and finance. Taking her down through ordinary means was impossible. Jihan looked up with teary eyes. C immediately complained about him. What took you so long? I have been waiting outside for quite a while. I was almost dying of boredom. Jihan hurriedly came to ask C. I reported everything that night. Right. I personally want to verify a few things. She looked really upset, shooting him a glare full of frustration. Shortly after, her anger surged, and she yelled at Jihan. You almost had a major incident and did not say a word to me. Do you expect me to hear from someone else that your arm got chopped off? Do you even know how panicked I was watching the broadcast? C was not done scolding him yet. She snapped. Seriously? Would it ruin everything to give me a heads up? You are almost an adult now. Stop babying me so much. After being scolded, Jihan's expression turned sullen. Fine. Then C raised her voice. Listen clearly. And as she said this, her tone became a bit choppy. She expressed, if you disappeared too, what am I supposed to do? He was shocked by her words. It seemed like it would be a touching moment. But no. C then rewarded Jihan with a punch straight to the gut. Are you crying or what? Her condition still did not seem quite right. You know, saying it does not help you at all. C clenched her fists, mustered all her courage, and stepped up to Jihan. But I will also get stronger soon so I can help you. So do not try to do everything alone. Got it. He looked at her mature demeanor with fondness. Now. Jihan dared to joke with C. Yeah. Look at how you are beating me up. You will be strong in no time, she confidently replied. Right. I will be strong soon. Even though I am still far from it. To the point of needing to be humble. Then, she playfully teased Jihan. Oh man. I have raised a little tiger cub here. Finally. C decides to share something with you. Uncle and aunt sadly tell you about their feelings. You want to talk about dad, who has definitely been brainwashed by that girl from the broadcast. C feels a bit terrified. So is there really no way to reverse the brainwashing? A thought flickers in his mind. Still lingering, refusing to let go, no matter how much people criticize Jun Se-jin. To C, he is still the most important person, just as Jihan was about to refuse. Ariel interrupted. I can solve that too. They were all stunned by Ariel's sudden appearance. Ariel. What did you just say? She calmly explained that the brainwashing can be undone. Even the most cunning race in the universe can do it, if they are in a supreme position. After hearing Ariel, both were curious. C asked. Who is this cunning race? Ariel stated matter-of-factly. Of course. It is the elf spirits. Who else? She seemed a bit confused. Cunning elves. Really? Jihan pondered. Alpha. C had to ask again. But Ariel. You are also an alpha, she just explained. Wrong. I am a shadow elf. Completely different from regular elves. Jihan was also thinking. The Elf Alliance. The World Tree Alliance. From my past life, they are ruthless for the survival of their race. In the end, they took the top spots from the male space lang. C was truly enlightened. What a surprise. In novels and films, elves often have a virtuous image. But Ariel revealed a truth. They are indeed a very loyal group among their own. However, when it comes to other races or heretics, they never show mercy. On the contrary, they can be incredibly cruel and despicable. She continued to question. So who is the elder elf? Ariel thought for a moment and replied. That is, on the elf planet, there is a tree that forms the core of the world, called the World Tree. This World Tree is the sole deity of the elves. And it is their world. And the World Tree has the ability to undo all abnormal states. So you just need a leaf or even just touching a branch of the World Tree can reverse your dad's brainwashing. Hearing this, Jihan looked alarmed. Seha was also shocked and wanted confirmation. So just that tree. My dad will come back. Right. She did not shy away. Yep. But obtaining it will be really difficult. Now Jihan was thinking about something too. Could the strange fate I faced before I traveled back in time have something to do with this? He was slowly understanding the truth and feeling uneasy. Sia was feeling less troubled than before. At least there was a glimmer of hope. But then she noticed Jihan's expression was even more intense than hers. Scene change. In some high-rise building. It seems like she is live-streaming. Hazian greets the viewers with a smile. Hello everyone. I am Lee Hazian, the captain of the reserve team. How's everyone doing? The comments went wild immediately. With someone saying, do even better. Some praised. The captain looks beautiful today. Others asked about someone else. Where's the shrine? Is Jihan okay? Hazian smiles reassuringly. Oh man. Everyone must have been worried while watching the stream. Right, the owner is safe, so do not worry. The management team has promised to keep an eye on player protection. The comments are a bit wild. Honestly, they should be done this a long time ago. Our government really needs to step up. If they lose Jihan's vehicle, this country is done for. Then, Hazian quickly changes the subject. Today, to update everyone on the owner's situation, I will be holding a stream to keep my promise. Everyone is curious. What promise could it be? She stands up with a prepared congratulatory banner and confetti that Gazon set up beforehand, and sings loudly. That is right. It is the promise to reveal the milestone status of reaching 1 million followers. Right now, the owner is waiting for the match. In today's game, the status will be revealed. So let us check it out together. Hazian here. No matter what, Gazon has to clean up afterwards. Some viewers are still in shock. When did we even hit 1 million? Someone in the chat comments, right after the last stream. We hit it just like that. People really must be surprised. Hitting 1 million so fast. Hazian glances at the monitor. And just as she finishes speaking, it looks like owner Jihan's match has been paired up. With the team standing in a small circle, she joyfully leads. This time it is the invasion dungeon. And the owner is assigned to the angel side. How will the owner perform? Let us hope for the best. Some viewers quickly comment. Wait, is Jihan about to reveal the status? Whoa. They are starting with the status reveal right away. Hazian reads it and is stunned. She wants to complain to the owner. No way. You have to wait until there are enough viewers before revealing the status. Everyone in the comments is laughing. We know. That is Jihan's style. Never hesitates. Only Hazian is panicking. If he reveals it right from the start, everyone will just watch and leave immediately. In the game, Jihan's stats are being presented to the other players. They look over in disbelief, pointing at him. Wait, is this level 3 swordsman really a warrior? The Jihan. How come there is an actor? A wizard. and a support role all in the same status. Why are there two titles? The viewers are also freaking out. What is this power stat? Someone comments, guys, just ask one question at a time. I have about 12 questions I want to ask. What on earth is going on? The players are confused. And the viewers are even more intrigued. You rarely see such a wild broadcast. After the live stream of Shizuru's action match ends, Jihan's vehicle has racked up some insane points. The system notification keeps ringing. 5 million views in 24 hours. Earning 20,000 achievement points. 10 million views in 24 hours. Earning 30,000 achievement points. The channel subscriber count has surpassed 1 million. Earning 50,000 achievement points. And as Jihan's vehicle wonders what to do with all these points, a curious incident suddenly arises. Right now, Jihan's vehicle has both support and wizard character classes. If they add a sharpshooter and a warrior, they will have all character classes. Who knows what will happen next? First of all, can you just answer a question from earlier? Warrior is a tier 3 fighter class. And recently, I have met the requirements to change jobs. The players were in a panic. Are not you supposed to be the supporter? That is amazing. Can you show me how to do that? The viewers were definitely not disappointed. I predicted your state would be unusual. But honestly, I can't even understand what you are saying. Lie? Can you please explain this? Even as Jihan was clueless about what was happening, she could only sit silently and listen. Suddenly, someone sponsored 100,000 GIP with a question. Owner, my stats and character class are dear. Right, Jihan shouted out, asking on behalf of that kind soul. Owner, is your character class and stats correct? Others noticed her enthusiasm and commented, Matter is also our ally. Jihan in the game did not miss a beat. That is right, thanks to you. Lie? For the sponsorship. Right now, I'm in game, so I can't answer all your questions. My apologies. The viewers obviously applauded. Are you seriously going to drop this info while gaming? So clever. Jihan hurriedly dashed off. The game was about to start. And I will take on a like all by myself? You are running away from the matchmaking segment. The players could only shout Jihan's name. The viewers were half surprised. Where did he run off to? The rest felt déjà vu. Like they would seen this before. Very quickly after, at another game lobby, one player lamented seeing him take down a teammate. Why is it Jihan from the opposing team? Talk about messing with the ecosystem. Seriously. It is not a small deal at all. You are so humble. Thanks for the compliment. In just 5 minutes since the game started, he has already scored 10 kings without a hitch. The remaining teammate spoke up. It is still too early to accept defeat. Z? I have heard a lot about your reputation, that beautiful and powerful swordsmanship. Every time I see it, the black dragon sleeping in my sword stirs. He is ready to take a stance, full of ambition. He challenges. Come on. Prove who the best swordsman of Sivarlik is from right here. With a swift motion, Jihan immediately swung his weapon, slicing through the opponent's neck, before the guy could remind him one last time. Please, show some manners. The notification board did not take a break, staying alert for any signs threatening the resting place of the evil god. Evil god appeared. And Jihan was over the moon. That is right. It is time to complete this quest. But Ariel looked at the monster in front with a hint of caution. Hey Git. Be careful. She said that monster has dark attributes, which are not countered by Eclipse. It might be a bit tricky to overpower it just with sword techniques. He only found it more interesting. Oh really? Then the counter strategy is pretty obvious. Ariel did not expect that. There is a counter strategy. Instantly, the light emanating from him was so bright that Ariel had to shield her eyes with her hand. Jihan was super excited. Isn't he darkness countered by light? Let us see if hellfire can burn even lightning. Before it could even raise a hand to strike, he attacked first. Let us see what happens. Everything unfolded as the monster sent. An explosion occurred instantly, sending its body flying. Jihan just needed one strike, and the system immediately reported a success. He destroyed the artifact and received a shard of the evil god's scythe. The West Davik connection for the holy artifact has been completed. You smile and step into phase 2. The system is on your side. The kiss connection with Davik of the holy artifact will continue. Those who just watched your match can't help but feel a thrill. Finally, he meets the player. Jihan. This girl just landed from the plane. Her name is Sophia from the American force, entering South Korea. She is super excited to meet him, and feels ecstatic hoping she can ask the right questions since she represents the American force, and wants to make a strong impression. She is buzzing with anticipation. But then, out of nowhere, a plane, painted in a red hue of magic, starts to land right next to her. It drops down without any warning. A guy who seems to have taken control of that plane steps out with fierce determination. Jihan, just you wait. You will soon find out who the real strongest is. He is Sophia from the American force. A receptionist, entering South Korea who knows how long it has been. At this moment, they have gathered in the real world. Jihan's voice rings out. Can you believe what you are seeing? Jihan can hardly believe it. Seriously, This can be real. Right. What kind of magic do I have to manipulate the situation like this? She just asked him. Swordsman of the 3rd rank. Why did you choose this profession? Jihan quickly replied. It does not have any added stats. But it gives me growth speed and regular experience. If I stack that with the guild effects, I can level up faster from here. The announcement board she opened earlier also showed that as a 3rd tier swordsman, he is still a warrior with plenty of flaws. But since he is 3rd tier, there is room for advancement. With a 30% boost to growth rate and warrior-related skills, along with a 10% increase in regular experience. Jihan sipped his tea, his confidence shining through. Plus, if he combined that with a special effect just for him, when he has all character classes support, mage, archer, warrior, he has 2 options. Train them all normally or focus on mastering just one class. Initially, support and mages were just the foundation for strategy. So of course, his choice was Zone 4-1, disabling all character classes except one and enhancing the chosen class. The stats and skills he acquired would remain intact. But from that point on, he would not be able to gain any more abilities or skills from the disabled classes. The enhanced class will earn experience points and see its stat growth rate quadrupled. Jihan read the info table while calculating, unable to suppress a smug grin thanks to Own 4-1. The effect of the Tier 3 swordsman also gets a 4-fold boost. At this rate, he could hit gold rank in no time. He switched to another tab. But first, he had to complete the quest chain. What were the conditions again? Seeing Jihan deep in thought, she turned to ask, what is asked repeatedly? In our guild, only CA and Maxes are bronze rank. Right. She quickly replied. Yep. All the foreign players we hired are silver rank. Jihan chuckled. I want CA and Maxes to get a taste of this. I think I am going to need Li Hazian's abilities this time. Hearing this, she sighed reluctantly. Alright. Then we should get ready to welcome our guests. The scene shifted. A coffee cup slammed down on the table. The other person was fuming like he had been cheated. Damn it. What kind of coffee is this? It was none other than Baron Williams. Sophia, sitting beside him, had to cover her ears when he yelled. They were both getting ready to join the guild, and this was just embarrassing. Does everyone in the guild drink coffee like this? Sophia thought. Feeling embarrassed for him, he usually does not even drink coffee. She reminded him. You came all this way and you are complaining. You are only asking to join the guild because you want to. He immediately turned red. Protesting. Did I ever say that? I am only reluctantly here because I hate begging. Someone else chimed in. The coffee's good. Why are you complaining? Baron shouted again. That name makes me feel so abandoned. He was kicking a ball while saying this. Showing no manners at all, picky about food at someone else's place. This was Diego Massett from the guild. And beside him sat Jun Si. Also from the guild. Baron was just totally clueless and argued back, trying to defend his guild. Sophia quickly reminded him. Baron. Please. Just stop. He shifted his attention to Si. This girl is related to Jihan, so she might get lucky and join us. Then Baron wondered about Diego. But I do not get why you are here too. Is it true you have downgraded your weapon and started over with an actual mage class? He gently snatched the ball Diego was juggling using his telekinesis. Bragging. With that counterattack skill, you are just causing trouble.
Yeah, sure.
As the strongest silver mage, you are not even worth a reply. Diego just stared at him in silence, thinking he would not dare argue back. Speechless, Diego had been staring intently at the ball in his hand. Finally confessing. I accidentally dropped it in the toilet this morning. Baron immediately threw the ball back, cursing. Damn it. Give that back. Diego caught it and replied. I was just kidding. At that moment, Hazian's voice came from outside the door. Thanks for making the long trip to get here. Jihan followed closely behind her as they opened the door to the room, welcoming Baron and Sophia to their guild. Sophia jumped up from her chair, excited to see Jihan. Jihan. It is so great to meet you. I am a huge fan. Baron, feeling a bit grumpy, interrupted. Alright, enough chit-chat. Let us get to the guild joining process. Jihan stepped in and said, everything will be done according to the process. No need to rush. He then looked down at the blonde girl in front of him, feeling happy inside. Sophia. It has been a while. Jihan recalled their last meeting, the first since his return. I never expected to run into you like this. He then addressed everyone in the room. But before we start, I have a proposal for all of you. Baron, eager and impatient, was the first to ask about the proposal. Suddenly, a monster appeared, filling the screen. Jihan activated the projector in the room, asking everyone, who wants to join me in taking down the boss? Nasset. Both Sophia and Baron were taken aback. Wale and Dago looked on in shock. Nasset, the gigantic serpent monster from the Platinum Tournament, is the strongest boss in the jungle and the next target in Jihan's quest chain. The traces of the cult are hidden deep, and to lure Nasset out, We need to toss 2 fragments of the divine artifact into the lake to summon and defeat him. A familiar scream echoed. Let us talk sense here. Baron complained. It is like sending a chick to catch a dinosaur. Plus, Nasset does not show up in the silver tournament. Jihan quickly responded. Don't worry. I recently figured out how to summon him forcefully. To level up quickly, I will bring Nasset along. If we can get a few top silver players to help, I believe we can pull it off. Sophia surprisingly expressed her reservations. If that could really happen, I would be all in. But, she pointed out, we can form a party with players from different nationalities and tournaments. We are only temporarily hired by the guild, not officially registered in Korea. Hazion chimed in to reassure. Don't worry about that. The virtual screen lit up again, and she confidently stated, I have a solution. Hazion smiled and continued. It is a unique ability of our guild. Members of our guild can form parties, even if they are from different nationalities and tournaments. She stood there looking at everyone, adding, of course, there are certain limits. But with this many people, it is totally doable. Hazion was also reflecting on the axe gear that Dill had gifted her a few days ago. Initially, she was skeptical, but after using it, her level increased and she gained special effects. Baron crossed his arms. Still skeptical. Alright, fine. Let us say it is possible. But we have 2 bronze players here. Is that really okay? Even gathering top players might not be enough, Jihan boldly said to Hans's darkened face. If you do not like it, you can back out. He added that the other members were not present. And he had already suggested this to Wang Len from China, Mikhail from Russia, and Scarlet from Israel. Jihan appeared incredibly confident. They all said if there were still spots, they would definitely call them again. The others were happy to hear this. So let us quickly reach out to them. Barone grumbled. Who cares? It is not like I am a fan of this. Hans thought he was the best, with 2 bronze tier players. I had to be here to balance the team. No need to thank me. Jihan was never one to be petty. He agreed. Great. Then let us proceed with this group. Barone, dissatisfied, grumbled internally. That arrogant jerk. Last time he ranked up, Hans only won because of gear. And now he is acting cocky. This time, I will make sure to smash that arrogant nose of his. Transitioning, a massive explosion rocked the game world. Flames shooting into the sky. Jihan's team had been playing for 15 minutes. And seeing how strong they were, the opposing team cursed. Damn it. Anna shouted. All our defenses have been destroyed. Zero panicked. Crap. We have been pushed back this fast. Looked at Barone floating above, and wondered how he managed to form such a team. Meanwhile, Jihan's group below seemed incredibly tight-knit under his leadership. Barone hovered in the sky, mocking the opposing team. Oh wow. Is the level of competition really this high? Right now, even silver tier players are not enough to warm up. The 2 below gritted their teeth at the taunts. Well, I suppose we have to give them credit for still holding on. With a menacing glare and a smile, he said. It is quite amusing watching them squirm. Now it is my turn to strike. Surrender. Suddenly, Jihan's voice rang out. I will surrender. All members of the opposing team froze for a moment, as Jihan raised his hand without warning. Just like that, Ai and Dago were equally perplexed. Barone was up there losing his mind too. Jihan raised both hands and had to repeat himself. I am surrendering. About 5 minutes ago, a fiery ball was being skillfully maneuvered by professional feet, already destroying the second target. The opponents were terrified. This Diego guy is a piece of work. Dropping to level 1. How could he even reach silver tier? Diego felt the distance was right and kicked the ball. Jiro immediately raised his shield, preparing to defend, while alerting the team about the ball coming from the front. But the ball he kicked had a mind of its own. Wherever it went, it was heading straight for someone's face. No one had time to react. The ball curved and was right in Jiro's face. A huge explosion occurred when the 2 surfaces made contact. Maxit and Sophia's team watched, and Sophia had to gasp. Even the audience was buzzing with excitement. That UFO shot was amazing. They were all discussing. Was the fire caused by Sophia or what? No way. I have tamed Waisaro and upgraded my skills. Never underestimate soccer again. She could not believe her eyes either. Oh my. What kind of control is this? Even though I have trained, this is not a skill a bronze tier player would have. Over there, another explosion occurred. Sophia was very curious. What about the other side? The team. Earlier chaos was all Jihan's doing. And now, with his dark power surging, he felt unstoppable. As he looked at the enemy team in disarray, a smirk crept across his face. This was way easier than last time. After all, this was Jihan's squad. And with Timo on their side, things could not get any better. He pointed at the enemies ahead, saying, "Hey, Tima, just one hit and they are toast." She could only laugh in response. Yeah. The comments section erupted. What is this? Auto-farming those sweet last hits. Just drive the bus already. Team A is living the dream. Nearby, there were screams just as loud. They are done for. The mid-lane fight around Baron was explosive and stunning. Jihan knew it was going well over there too. But Team A still seemed hesitant about something and called out to him. But dude. Jihan was focused, keeping an eye on the remaining time. She wondered aloud. Shouldn't we take out the Naxit count? If we... Won't that end the game? Jihan quickly reassured her. Don't sweat it. I have got it all figured out. Back in the present, Jihan raised his hands in surrender. Sophia panicked. Yelled. Surrender. No way. Diego was just as confused. Dude, I hate to be rude. But what are you talking about? Baron was furious. What the hell are you saying? We are winning. The most surprised of all was Team. Thinking, is that your plan? Jihan turned to his team and said. All right. Everyone. Chill out. This is not surrendering. It is conditional. He said, catching them off guard. Suddenly, Jihan turned back to them and asked. Don't you guys want to help us take down the Naxit count? The comment section was just as shocked. Wait, what? You can only catch that at platinum rank. What on earth are you talking about? Baron immediately grabbed Jihan by the collar, while the comments were filled with laughter. Staying true to the script, Han stood there, scolding. When I said we could handle it ourselves, I did not mean we would take help from these noobs. His teammates felt a pang of insecurity. Viewers chimed in. That was harsh, man. The noobs are crying now, but Jihan pushed Baron's hand away, saying, taking down Naxit is not the end of it. He began explaining. Even if we wipe the floor with them, they will respawn after a minute. What if we are busy taking down the count while our lanes get pushed? Sophia spoke up first. That actually makes sense. Right. We can catch Naxit as fast as platinum players. Tima nodded in agreement. Yeah, if you say so. Baron got the point but was still fuming. Then Jihan added. But I will be the one to take down the Naxit count. You all just need to follow my lead. Everyone chuckled, realizing he was cutting in because he did not want to explain further. Jihan, I am curious too. Finally, he laid out the conditions. If you all help me defeat the Naxit count, I will let you have this match. What do you say? Do you want to join in? They looked at each other, asking, what do we need to do to help you? A month later, they all stood at the edge of the pit where the Naxit monster would appear. They looked down, astonished. Sophia exclaimed, "It is massive." Tima chimed in, "It is about the size of a Hidia." Everyone was skeptical. Maybe the Naxit count will rise from that lake. Jihan announced. All right. I am going to summon it right now. Sophia grabbed his arm. Wait. Hold on. We need to get the buff first. Jihan realized it too. That is right. Thanks. Sophia. You are using your magic staff to buff me up. Jihan could not help but think. Sophia's buff is really effective. An S-Trinity gift. Right. Thanks to it, we can stack 3 buffs together. He even called out to his niece. The Atruk. Jihan reminded her. This place is dangerous. You should stand back a bit. When I am about to take them down, I will call you back. The Atruk listened and said, okay. As soon as her foot left, he did not want to waste any more time. So now, I am really summoning. Jihan raised his hand, and 2 blocks of red and green crystals appeared instantly. He threw both into the giant mouth of the void before him. The 2 stones were about to fall into the huge maw, breaking the still surface of the water. They slowly sank together, radiating their inherent energy. The 2 gems floated, and as they went deeper, everything turned pitch black, with only them glowing. Moments later, a tremor shook the area, and everyone above felt it. A stone engraved with symbols on the ground began to emit a red light, and Count Narcissus was truly summoned with a grotesque mouth. Screaming chillingly, everyone was genuinely astonished by its colossal size. The demon appeared. The light and darkness had waned. The moment of ascension had come. The boss monster of the Apocalypse Canyon. Count Narcissus. Invet Dandian. While everyone was in disbelief and shock, Jihan remained calm, reminding everyone to stick to the plan from now on. He pointed out that the rocks around the lake need to be destroyed to weaken the Count's power, as those rocks are the source of Count Narcissus' strength. However, after a while, they will regenerate. So we need to keep attacking. 2 people will handle 1 rock. Sophia could not believe it. What? She hesitated. Wait, there are 9 of us. So 8 people will handle breaking the rocks. Then Jihan replied. Exactly. I will take care of the rest with Count Narcissus by myself. Suddenly, a voice came from behind questioning. No way. Baron stood there with his arms crossed, looking puzzled. You brought the whole group here, and now you want to take on the responsibility alone. Really? Telling someone like me to break rocks? Is not that wasting manpower? The Count's light radiated intensely, and Baron stood there grumbling. Just make sure when it is time to back off. Do not come crying to me. While Han was still speaking, Sophia noticed something. Count Narcissus was positioned behind, ready to attack, and she immediately shouted, Baron, move. Get out of the way. Han only just realized and was stunned. Damn it. Another explosion erupted. But this time from the enemy. They were engulfed in choking smoke. After that direct attack, Jihan managed to block it all. He stood above and called down. What are you doing? Jihan's cold gaze fixed on Baron, ordering him. Instead of just standing there. Can you do your job? Baron. Han was dazed for a few seconds. Looking up with a mix of fear and amazement. Sophia was joyfully exclaiming. Thank you. Move, she continued. Baron. Listen to the old man and move. Han's body was trembling uncontrollably. While Sophia's voice echoed. Can you hear me? Baron. From Baron's perspective, Han was furious and frustrated. Thinking Jihan was ordering him around. Unable to fight back, Narcissus, with glowing red eyes and a fierce face, bared its fangs as if to devour everything. A swirling mass of dark purple energy emanated from its mouth, radiating a terrifying power. Jihan dashed swiftly to dodge the monster's attacks. His gaze sharp and filled with determination, exuding an unstoppable aura. Ariel appeared beside him, teasingly challenging. Weakling. The monster continued to writhe its massive body, brandishing its sharp arms. Ariel revealed a secret about that beast. It possesses a terrifying dark power. Just facing it is enough to boost your swordsmanship. He nodded. Is that? Jihan flashed a confident smile, his lips curling into a smug grin. His eyes calculating as they locked onto the monster. Better to drain its strength while I can. Suddenly, Nacid launched a fierce attack, its sharp hands crashing down, shattering a patch of ground. But Jihan quickly leaped to evade its strike. His figure became clear in the monster's eyes. He pulled one arm back, leaning forward to prepare for a counterattack. Jihan slashed at Nacid with his sword, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. His eyes filled with fierce resolve. He landed after a long slide. Despite that, fear still lingered within him. Jihan quietly expressed his gratitude. But luckily, the barrier held it back, so Nacid's power could not be unleashed. Making the end seem easier than expected, an explosion erupted, casting a mystical purple light that engulfed the area. Above, two players from the opposing team watched in shock. Anna's eyes widened, sweat dripping down her terrified face. She could not believe it was over in less than 5 minutes. She did not forget to tease the person beside her. Baron. Looks like you might have to give up your title as the #1 candidate. Hearing this, he frowned in annoyance. Baron snapped back. What did you just say? Anna turned to give him a solid look, even snickering mockingly. Honestly, is not that the truth? Each of her words felt like daggers to him. Sure, he might be stronger than Jihan in firepower, but everyone knew his control skills were still weak. But just now, I saw your firepower was not that impressive either. The messages started flooding in, looking like he had been polished up pretty well. If it was Jihan facing off against Baron, that would be something to see. Don't be too down. Baron, you will be the fastest to drop ranks. Anna tried to console him. After all, in America, you are still #1, so do not be too disappointed. But at that moment, Baron said nothing more. His large hand reached towards her head, and Anna looked on, confused and somewhat scared. He threw a punch at her, sending Anna flying backward. Santiago, watching from a distance, witnessed the entire scene unfold. Baron's expression turned terrifying. His eyes lit up, his forehead furrowed, teeth clenched in anger. Shut it. Sophia's mouth dropped open, her eyes wide in shock. Baron. Diego was equally stunned. He could not understand why this was happening. Wondering what had suddenly gotten into him, Jiro furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with rage. Shouting loudly, energy radiating from him. Baron. What the hell are you doing? Baron swung towards Jiro, unleashing a powerful blast that pierced right through him. Jihan turned to look, his posture tense and alert, his sharp eyes reflecting determination mixed with a hint of surprise. Baron let out a savage laugh, his eyes blazing with fury and veins bulging ominously. He even gave a disrespectful middle finger, as if to say, this is how it should be been from the start. He soared into the air, radiating a menacing energy. Thinking, those pathetic beings. I could take them down single-handedly. The system announced that Benta Q had been achieved, boosting his stats, and the forum comments went wild once again. What the hell is happening? Did he just lose his mind? This is typical American behavior. But he is Canadian. Jihan stared at Baron in disbelief, his eyes cold yet cautious. Baron, have you lost your mind? He exclaimed. Baron shot back with hostility. You think you can make me look bad? Jihan could only half laugh at that ridiculous question. Thinking, what are you rambling on about? I have known your plan from the start. You really think I would just roll over for you? Baron called out mockingly to the monster, causing it to turn in surprise. You oversized bug. He stood boldly before the towering figure of Narcissus, totally unfazed, thinking, "Aren't you tired of messing around with these little nuisances?" Baron exuded overwhelming confidence, flashing a proud smile, his eyes gleaming with madness. "I am the light, the fire that will consume everything." As he spoke, he unleashed a spiraling wave of energy, standing tall and declaring, "I will end you in a single blow." Narcissus was engulfed in a swirl of red light, his eyes glowing fiercely, igniting like smoldering coals ready to explode. The light surged like a fiery column, spinning and roaring like a massive tornado, while Jihan stood outside, tightening his grip on his weapon, watching the inferno unfold. On the other side, Baron stood there with a smug grin, his eyes sparkling with excitement, reveling in the sight of the blazing inferno. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, his pupils frozen in disbelief, his earlier satisfaction morphing into sheer astonishment, as if witnessing something beyond imagination. Baron had overlooked a few critical points. First, Narcissus was a singular entity, which made attacking him with spreading light pointless. Jihan seemed to have caught on to the issue, standing there for a long moment, observing intently. Second, Narcissus could not unleash his full power, because he was being attacked at the shield. Third, when Baron killed his teammate, the shield had been restored, with each shattered piece glowing as they reconnected. And most importantly, fourth, when the flames of the red light subsided, Narcissus reappeared, standing tall before Baron. He exuded an oppressive aura that felt suffocating. In that moment, Baron was both amazed and bewildered, unable to believe what was unfolding before him. Damn it. Narcissus' eyes glowed blood red, blazing amidst the chaotic scene, charging forward with terrifying speed, ready to take his head off in team battles. The destroyer never has a happy ending. System announces, the player Baron has been slain. Sophia's face goes pale with panic, and Diego is not faring any better than Bao, his expression hardening. The comments keep flooding the system. Justice has been served. Justice. My foot. We are about to get wiped out by God. The furious Narcissus has fully restored itself, towering high to showcase its colossal size, its eyes glowing like burning coals, dark purple mist swirling around its body. Narcissus looks down on those pathetic humans. "I will bring all of you back to Havo," its eyes shining fiercely. The state of paralysis has been triggered. Sophia and Diego are encased in a golden light, both sinking to the ground. They brace themselves, struggling to stay upright, showing resilience. But their trembling shoulders betray their vulnerability against this overwhelming power. Jihan is also engulfed in the golden light, weighed down by immense pressure. Ariel appears, worry etched on her face. "Hey, are you okay?" His handsome face twisted with anger. "Baron, that damn bastard. He has ruined everything." Ariel glances at him, sensing something's off. It seems like he is in trouble. Jihan glares at the gigantic monster, feeling rage bubbling up as he thinks about the current predicament. Damn it. Because of Baron, the other team won't cooperate anymore. Should I take another shot at this? But then he realizes, no, about to rank up to silver. The conditions won't allow it. He must hold on with all his strength as a few arrows fly in from the distance.